In the VIP ward, the elderly man, gaunt and haggard from chemotherapy, tightly clasped Li Mingzhe's hand. Mingzhe, I don't have much time left. I have thought about this for a long time, and I have finally decided to tell you the secret I have buried in my heart for more than 20 years. In truth, I am not your biological father. You are a child I adopted from a welfare home. When I adopted you, you were not yet 3 years old. The director told me you had been abandoned at the welfare home's gate on a rainy day. When they found you, you were burning, with a high fever, already developing encephalitis. The doctor said that if they had been a few hours later, you might not have survived. Though timely treatment saved your life, you lost your memory and did not even know your own name. Child, once I am gone, you will have no family left in this world. Choking with emotion, Li Fuchang continued, I am telling you this because I hope you will go and search for your biological parents. No matter how you ended up at the gate of that welfare home, you must look for them. Even if you do not wish to acknowledge them, you should at least know where your roots lie. His words shook Li Mingzhe's heart as never before. He had never imagined that he was adopted. In his memory, his father had only ever explained when he was in primary school that his mother had died from massive blood loss while giving birth to him. Li Mingzhe had never doubted it. Only now did he realize how different the truth really was. After that conversation, Li Fuchang voluntarily gave up chemotherapy. Less than a month later, he passed away. Only after his father's first 7 days of mourning had passed did Li Mingzhe slowly emerge from his grief. Now he intended to fulfill his father's last wish. He wanted to give his father an answer and also give himself one. Thus, Li Mingzhe first went to the welfare home his father had mentioned and found the retired director from whom he obtained some information. When you were little, you loved noodles and disliked rice. The first time I saw you, the clothes you wore didn't look like they were from our local area in Modu. I remember the fabric on your clothes was very bright and patterned, a handmade one-piece outfit stuffed with cotton. Oh yes, I recall a woman at the welfare home once saying you looked like the children from her hometown. Li Mingzhe pressed where was her hometown. Zhongzhou. When he left the old director, Li Mingzhe carried with him several old photographs taken more than 20 years ago. Most of them were group photos of himself with other children. Among them, one was taken on the day he was adopted, showing him and his father in the courtyard. Li Mingzhe stood in the shade of a tree studying them for a long time. He now had a few clues. What he needed to do next was to sift through the records of all missing children from those regions the old director had mentioned more than 20 years ago. If no information had ever been reported, then there was a high chance that he had simply been abandoned. Even in those years, abandoning a child was a crime, so naturally no one would openly admit to it. In that case, the chances of finding his biological parents would be very slim. Another month passed. There were only a dozen days left before the new year. Standing by the office window, Li Mingzhe watched the hurried pedestrians outside. He suddenly felt a moment of dazedness as the thought surfaced that his father was no longer here. It all felt like a dream. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. Come in. Drawing his emotions back into his heart, Li Mingzhe turned around and sat down in his chair as if nothing had happened. His assistant pushed the door open and walked in. President, here is your package. And these are the documents that need your signature. Li Mingzhe nodded. Just leave them there. After the assistant left, Li Mingzhe opened the folder, but his attention drifted as he skimmed the text. His gaze settled on the courier bag to the side. Putting the documents aside for the moment, he opened the package. When he pulled out several photographs, his heart gave a sudden jolt. When he saw the faces in the photos clearly, his breathing quickened. He immediately took out the photos he had obtained from the old director and began comparing them. He had finally found them. Searching further in the envelope, he discovered that besides the photos, there was also a sheet of paper. Printed on it was an address detailed all the way down to the door number. On the back of the sheet were basic written details about a middle-aged couple and a woman. He had truly found them. Were these three people his family? At that moment, excitement surged through Li Mingzhe's heart. He did not know whom he could share this with. He only knew that he had to go to that place. It was not only for the sake of fulfilling his father's dying wish. How could he himself not want to know how he had come to be abandoned? Had they regretted it afterward? Had they ever gone looking for him? He would have to ask and find out the answers to these questions himself. After he calmed down, Li Mingzhe immediately summoned the company's general manager. I'm going away for a while to clear my head, and will probably only be back after the new year. I'm entrusting the company's affairs to you during this period. If nothing major happens, try not to disturb me. After giving his instructions, Li Mingzhe had his assistant purchase the earliest flight to Zhongzhou. Modu was over 1,000 kilometers away from Zhongzhou. The branch office in Zhongzhou's provincial capital had decent performance, and he would occasionally travel there on business. He had never expected that his biological parents would actually be there. Li Mingzhe did not sleep the entire night. After arriving at the company in Zhongzhou, he immediately put into motion the plan he had devised on the plane. He first went to the market to buy several sets of cheap clothes from street stalls and a plain suitcase. After exchanging his branded clothes and luxury watch for these, he looked at the ordinary young man in front of him and felt as if he had suddenly become a different person. This is better, he murmured. If they really did cast me aside back, then why should I accept them now? So as not to affect my ability to learn the truth about that year, I'll go to meet them as an ordinary person. If necessary, I can even make my circumstances sound more miserable than they are. After leaving his original clothes and his property in Zhongzhou, Mingzhe boarded a long-distance bus bound for the county. Once there, he would have to transfer again to reach the rural township. By the time he got onto the old township bus, the sun was already close to setting. Gazing at the country roads outside the window, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. In the past, when he came to Zhongzhou, it had always been for business trips. Back then, he had only thought that the rural buildings here looked somewhat different from those in Moda's countryside. Now looking again, they seemed utterly different. These self-built rural houses, one after another, unexpectedly felt somewhat familiar. It was as if he had once lived here in some distant memory. It had to be just psychological. After all, he had been less than 3 years old then. After so many years, what could he possibly remember? They reached their destination. As Mingzhe stepped off the bus, an older man's luggage from behind bumped into him. His phone slipped from his hand, the screen striking the gravelly roadside. When he picked it up again, the outer glass of the screen was already shattered. Frowning, Mingzhe looked toward the old man who had bumped into him. The other, somewhat guilty, quickly averted his gaze and hurried forward, burdened with his large bags. Forget it, I'll just find a phone shop later and get it fixed, Mingzhe muttered. Though a portion of the outer screen was shattered, the phone still worked. The display was partially obstructed, but it was not a big problem. For now, repairing his phone was not the priority. Finding the address on the card was. Fortunately, the destination, Zhuangzhou, was not far from the town. Dragging his suitcase, Mingzhe soon reached the entrance of the village. Unlike the scattered self-built houses he had seen along the way, most of the houses here stood close together, almost wall to wall. Following the house numbers by the doors, Mingzhe quickly found the right home. Gazing at the 2-story self-built house before him and the large iron gate streaked with rust, he suddenly hesitated. You've come all this way. How can you still be afraid to go in? He murmured to himself. Then he stepped forward and gently knocked twice on the tightly closed iron gate. Excuse me, is anyone home? His voice was not loud, yet it immediately triggered the loud barking of the guard dog in the courtyard. Woof, woof, woof. Who is it? Who is it? A woman's voice rang out. She snapped at the dog, and it immediately quieted down. Moments later, the iron bolt on the gate was drawn back, and the door swung open. Standing before Mingzhe was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She wore a gray cotton jacket with a rosered apron over it, and in her dull black hair ran a clearly visible spray of white. Time had carved unmistakable traces across her face. At this moment, she stared at Mingzhe, her features full of puzzlement. What are you doing here? Who are you looking for? Auntie, is this Wang Yude's home? Hearing Mingzhe speak in standard Mandarin with not the slightest local accent and unable to see his features clearly behind the mask, the middle-aged woman instantly grew alert. Instead of answering, she asked in return, what do you want with Wang Yude? Auntie, don't worry, I mean no harm, he replied. I've come all the way from the magic capital to see him about something important. What? You came all the way from the magic capital? The woman stared at him in shock, giving Mingzhe another few appraising glances. Seeing that he was still confirming whether he had the right house, she simply said, yes, this is his home. What on earth is your business with him? Then you must be Zhang Xia. Mingzhe asked again. She was taken aback for a moment. Yes. It seemed this really was his mother. Mingzhe drew in a deep breath and spoke with cutting directness. I want to ask. About 25 or 26 years ago, did your family abandon a little boy? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Xia's expression changed in an instant. Where did you crawl out from, you brat? How dare you open your mouth and claim I threw away my own child? How could I possibly throw away my own child? I carried that child for 10 months and gave birth to him. How could I not want him? Mingzhe had not expected that his tentative use of the word abandon would instantly set Zhang Xia off. Her eyes flushed red, and as she flung back her questions, it was as if his words had stabbed straight into her heart. Her emotions completely collapsed. Tears spilled from her slightly clouded eyes, streaming down like a broken string of beads. This seemed to be the one matter buried deepest in her heart, the thing she could least bear to have mentioned. Otherwise, how could her composure shatter in the span of a single breath? Mingzhe had not foreseen that his question would push Zhang Xia into such a state. He too grew flustered. He hurried to soothe her. Auntie, please don't get worked up. That was my fault just now. I chose the wrong words. Let me show you some photos. See if this child is your son. As he spoke, Mingzhe took the photos out. His words worked. Zhang Xia's emotions eased considerably. She hastily took the photos from him, and eyes blurred with tears examined them carefully. Heavens, my heavens. It's Jinbao, it's Jinbao. Zhang Xia's lips quivered as she searched through the photos one by one, looking for traces of Mingzhe. Her entire body was shaking with excitement. Jinbao, my son. She kept murmuring under her breath so softly that Mingzhe could barely make out the words. But from her reaction, Li Mingzhe began to suspect that he might not have been abandoned by them after all. After looking through the photos several times, Zhang Xia seemed finally to come back to herself. She seized Li Mingzhe's arm in a fierce grip, her expression bordering on deranged. Where did you get these photos? Where is my Jinbao? Did he find his way home himself? You take me to him. I have to see him. Zhang Xia stared fixedly at Li Mingzhe. Andy, please try to calm down. He has indeed learned the truth about his origins, Li Mingzhe said. Why don't we go inside and talk? Do you have any photos of him as a child at home? Let me take a look and compare them, just to be sure. To be safe, Li Mingzhe still needed to confirm whether the information he had obtained was correct. He had to rule out the possibility that the two children merely resembled each other when young, and that he was in fact unrelated to this family. After all, before he was adopted, Li Mingzhe did not even know what his original name had been. All right, come in. Clutching the photos in her hand, Zhang Xia barely spared Li Mingzhe a glance as she stepped quickly over the threshold and hurried into the house. Li Mingzhe followed her inside. As he took in the surroundings of the courtyard, he faintly heard a man's voice coming from the building, as if asking what was going on. Ignoring the question, Zhang Xia began rummaging frantically through boxes and cabinets for photos. After setting his suitcase down by the wall, Li Mingzhe saw a man leaning on a crutch slowly shuffle out from inside. When he saw the man's face clearly, Li Mingzhe froze on the spot. This man truly did bear a few distinct similarities to himself. Although the man was already in his 50s and time had etched deep marks across his features, Li Mingzhe still saw the resemblance at a single glance. His heart pounded wildly. With Wang Yud merely standing there and showing his face, there was almost no need for a DNA test. Because of the mask, Wang Yud could not see Li Mingzhe's face clearly. Reaching the threshold, he peered out toward the courtyard and the doorway. What's going on? What were you talking about at the door just now? Who are you? Before Li Mingzhe could answer, Zhang Xia came hurrying out with a photo album in her hands. Look, these are the photos I had taken of Jinbao when he was little. Take a good look, isn't that him? As she spoke, Zhang Xia had already flipped open the yellowed album and thrust it toward Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe's gaze immediately fell on a family portrait of a younger Wang Yud holding a small boy. His heart gave a fierce tremor. There was no need to look any further. The younger Wang Yud's features were strikingly similar to Li Mingzhe's current face. The little boy in the photo also looked much the same as he did in the welfare home pictures. Yes, it's definitely the same person. At his words, Zhang Xia nodded again and again. Yes. Then tell me now, where is my Jinbao? When Jinbao went missing, I practically scoured all of Zhongzhou. I searched for 7 or 8 years and still couldn't find him. It was my fault as his mother. If I hadn't failed to keep a close eye on him that day in town, how could he have been kidnapped? It's all my fault. Tears and mucus streamed down Zhang Xia's face as she choked out her words of remorse. Only now did Wang Yud fully grasp what was happening. He hurriedly cried out in shock, "What do you mean? There's news of Jinbao?" There's news. This young man came all the way from the magic capital. He brought photos of what happened after Jinbao was taken. Turning to Li Mingzhe, Wang Yud began to tremble uncontrollably, his face a mixture of astonishment, joy, and disbelief. Choking up, he asked Thithan, "Where is he now?" Hearing this, Li Mingzhe no longer concealed his identity. He took off his mask. "I am the Jinbao you're talking about. My name now is Li Mingzhe." "What? You are Jinbao?" Sometimes learning of someone's death can at least sever one's lingering attachment. Yet the most excruciating pain comes when there is no corpse, when the heart clings to a sliver of hope and keeps searching. More than 20 years had passed. Time had indeed dulled the pain, yet once the scar was torn open, blood flowed without end. There was a fleeting moment of shock and disbelief, but Li Mingzhe's features made them quickly accept reality. "Jinbao, Mom is sorry. I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Zhang Xia flung her arms around Li Mingzhe and broke into uncontrollable sobs. Li Mingzhe did not speak. He simply let her pour out the emotions of a mother at last finding her son. Although Li Mingzhe felt no real affection for the two elderly people before him, and since no obvious pull of blood ties his heart was not made of stone. During those few minutes of reunion, listening to each of Zhang Xia's anguished, heartfelt confessions, Li Mingzhe could not help choking up as well. He learned that he had not been abandoned, but kidnapped by human traffickers. Thus he no longer harbored resentment toward them in his heart. They were in fact the ones who had suffered the most, the greatest victims of all. As for himself, it was precisely because he had been abducted that he grew up in Modu as a rich second generation with assets worth several billion. Only after more than 10 additional minutes did Zhang Xia finally calm down. Beside them, Wang Yud had also cried until his eyes were swollen and red. Coming to her senses belatedly, Zhang Xia pulled Li Mingzhe toward the living room. "Jinbao, come sit on the chair." Flustered, she hurriedly poured a cup of hot water for Li Mingzhe, then asked, "Are you hungry? You came from so far away, or did you eat on the road?" "I ate. It's fine, I'm not hungry." Hearing this, Zhang Xia was at a loss, desperate to do something for Li Mingzhe, yet not knowing where to start. After more than 20 years apart, there was little difference between them and strangers. She did not know Li Mingzhe's habits, not even what he liked to eat, and truly had no way to begin. Xiaohui still doesn't know Jinbao has come back, does she? Hurry and call her, tell her to come over and see Jinbao. Wang Yud reminded Zhang Xia, his eyes still red. Oh right, how could I forget that? I'll call her right now, and tell Xiaohui to hurry over on her bike. Zhang Xia, still absent-minded, went off to look for her phone, patting her pockets, circling the living room, then heading into the bedroom. The living room was left with only Li Mingzhe and Wang Yud. Jinbao, do you know you have an older sister named Xiaohui? Do you still remember her? Wang Yud's voice trembled slightly. Li Mingzhe shook his head. I don't remember. I had a high fever as a child that turned into encephalitis. All my memories from before I was adopted are gone. After Zhang Xia finished the call and came out, it was less than 10 minutes before the big iron gate of the house was pounded heavily from outside. She's here, Xiaohui is here, Zhang Xia exclaimed, hurrying to open the door. Li Mingzhe instinctively stood up. He saw an unfamiliar face stride quickly into his field of vision. The moment Wang Xiaohui saw Li Mingzhe, her steps instantly slowed. She stared at Li Mingzhe, and he stared back at her. The plainly dressed woman before him, with tan skin and features that made her look older than her years, was his elder sister Wang Xiaohui, 2 years older than he. Is this really Jinbao? Looking at Li Mingzhe, whose bearing in the living room was completely different from that of rural people, Wang Xiaohui was almost at a loss for words. Li Mingzhe wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his skin slightly fair, his height over 1.80 m. Although he dressed simply and plainly without any fashionable styling, the way he stood there made him entirely different from the rural youths. He had the air of someone from the south, refined, gentle, even a touch delicate. Yes, this is your younger brother Jinbao. Look carefully, doesn't he resemble your father when he was young? Wang Xiaohui nodded, repeatedly confirming, yes he does. He looks so much like him. The family of 4 was finally reunited. Once they were all seated on the chairs in the living room, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. After all, they had never truly lived together. When the subtle mood had lingered for a few minutes, Zhang Xia could not hold back from asking, Jinbao, are your adoptive parents from Modu? Yes, but I don't have a mother, only a father. Then how did you find your way back home? Does your adoptive father know? Was he willing to let you come? Li Mingzhe answered each question one by one. Aside from not mentioning his own company and assets, he told them the truth. When they heard that his adoptive father Li Fuchong had just died of cancer, they all wore expressions of shock and regret. If only we could have met sooner. If not for him, you would never have had the chance to learn of your origins, nor to find your way home. He even raised you so well. He is a benefactor to our whole family. Li Mingzhe nodded silently and did not add anything. Jinbao, what kind of work do you do in Modu? I work at an e-commerce company. In reality, Li Mingzhe was the owner of the company. Oh, then what are your plans for this trip back? Will you return to Modu, or? Wang Yud probed carefully, not daring to directly ask whether Li Mingzhe was willing to stay. After all, recognizing each other was one matter, staying here was another. They were exceedingly careful now that Li Mingzhe had finally managed to come home. Li Mingzhe hesitated. The question truly caught him off guard. I haven't thought through the future yet. But since the new year is coming soon, and I'm already back, I'll stay in Zhongzhou to spend the new year here this year. Oh, good, spend the new year at home, spend the new year at home, Zhang Xia repeated excitedly. Nothing could please them more. They could also understand that since Li Mingzhe did not live here, he naturally felt little attachment to them. To take advantage of the new year, to cultivate some feelings, was already quite a blessing. They did not dare to hope for much more. Listening intently at the side, Wang Xiaohui suddenly asked in a low voice, Jinbao, have you started a family out there? No. Do you have a girlfriend then? I dated someone, but we broke up. Sensing an opportunity to close the distance between them, a gleam appeared in Wang Xiaohui's eyes. Good Jinbao, there's no rush. You may be a bit old for an unmarried man by our family standards, but you have excellent looks. Let me find a couple of young girls for you to meet. I promise they'll be pretty. Li Mingzhe understood their desire to draw closer to him. Though he had never lacked for women, he still nodded. All right. Wang Xiaohui's happiness was written plainly across her face. Let's stop chatting for now. Oh, it's already dark. We should cook. Jinbao has been on the road all day and must be hungry. Hearing this, Zhang Xia quickly stood up. Right, I almost forgot. I'll go cook. Xiaohui hurried to the street and buy some prepared dishes. Roast duck, marinated chicken feet, things like that. There's nothing special at home today. I will just make do for tonight. Tomorrow I'll go to the street myself to buy proper ingredients. All right. Wang Xiaohui agreed and immediately moved to act. Just then Wang Xiaohui's phone rang. After answering, her voice dropped noticeably, and she spent a few minutes on the call in the corner of the courtyard. Li Mingzhe vaguely heard that something had come up. She seemed to be arguing with the person on the other end. When she hung up, Wang Xiuhui's state was completely different from when she had just agreed to go buy dishes. She walked to the kitchen door and sighed. Mom, my mother-in-law wants me to go back and cook right now. She says the two kids are hungry and calling for me to come home. Hearing this, Zhang Xia immediately grew displeased, frowning. What? Didn't you tell her your brother has come home? I did, of course I did, but she doesn't believe me. She says I'm making it up. I asked her to come and see for herself, but she refused and just told me to go home and cook. The two kids were howling in the background on the phone. Head lowered, standing at the kitchen door, Wang Xiuhui felt deeply dejected. She naturally did not want to go home. At that moment, Wang Yud sighed softly and said, Xiuhui, go back. If you don't go back, your mother-in-law might really refuse to cook for them. She's certainly capable of that. Besides, didn't Jinbao say he won't leave until after the new year? There are still many days before then. Missing this one day won't matter. Tomorrow you can bring the two kids over and let them meet their uncle as well. Wang Yud's words convinced Wang Xiuhui she could not simply ignore her children. What was happening here was important, but not so urgent. Meeting at all was what truly mattered. All right, then I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning. Jinbao, I have some matters at home, so I can't have dinner with you today. Oh, that's fine. You go ahead. Li Mingzhe nodded, standing in the yard to see her off. After Wang Xiuhui reluctantly left, Li Mingzhe said to Zhang Xia, let's not make too many dishes today, or I just got home and don't have much of an appetite. Tomorrow my sister will come, and we'll eat something better, then let's just make whatever we have at home today. Hearing Li Mingzhe call Wang Xiuhui my sister, Zhang Xia felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She quickly responded, affirmatively, eager to call Wang Xiuhui to tell her about it. After calming down a bit, noticing there were only some vegetables at home, she said, but we don't have much meat. What should we do with just green vegetables? Li Mingzhe laughed. What's wrong with that? I don't eat a lot of meat in Modu anyway. It's better to eat more vegetables. Sometimes vegetables are more expensive than pork outside. Isn't there a saying, dumplings on the way up, noodles on the way down? Noodles are just right for dinner. All right, I agree, I'll listen to you. It was rare for Li Mingzhe to say so much in one breath, and he was smiling, so Zhang Xia naturally had no reason to disagree. It's better to be casual at home so the child wouldn't feel psychological pressure. Besides, the old couple usually just boiled a bowl of noodles for dinner. Unless it was a holiday, they wouldn't buy much fish or meat when there were no guests. Li Mingzhe's suggestion was perfect. The vegetable noodles were cooked and served with 2 fried eggs placed in Li Mingzhe's bowl. Jinbao, let's just make do with dinner tonight. He'll prepare something delicious for you tomorrow. Li Mingzhe nodded. Okay. The 3 of them slurped noodles in the living room while the yellow dog lay in its doghouse in the yard. In this cold yard, unknowingly, there was a hint of warmth. After finishing the meal, Li Mingzhe planned to offer to wash the dishes, but was outright rejected by Zhang Xia. After being kicked out of the kitchen, Li Mingzhe had no choice but to sit on a small bench at the entrance with Wang Yud. Wang Yud asked, Jinbao, do you smoke? I can smoke, but I don't smoke often. I thought you wouldn't. Wang Yud grinned and suddenly fished out a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket. He then pulled out several cigarettes, inspecting them one by one, and handed Li Mingzhe the one that was least wrinkled. Li Mingzhe took it, squinting under the overhead light. He hadn't smoked this brand before, but he knew it cost less than 10 yuan a pack. Was it 8 or 9 yuan? After lighting the cigarette, the father and son continued to enjoy this moment. Jinbao, what do you usually smoke outside? Wang Yud asked again. Li Mingzhe hardly smoked on his own unless someone offered him one. Accepting a cigarette from someone else, he naturally only got the best ones. But he certainly couldn't tell the truth. I rarely smoke. If I do, it would just be Jin Yuan or something. Jin Yuan costs over 20 yuan a pack, and Li Mingzhe thought that wasn't too expensive a normal price, right? Young people's consumption is high and they rarely have money saved. Shouldn't it be normal for a working-class guy like him to smoke this brand? Oh, Wang Yud replied softly. After Zhang Xia finished washing the dishes, she rushed upstairs to tidy up Li Mingzhe's room. Li Mingzhe, having nothing to do, followed her to take a look. Although every household in this village was a 2- or 3-story self-built house, the interior decoration varied due to family conditions. For example, in his own home, it wasn't even considered a simple decoration. For Li Mingzhe, it could even be described as a bare shell. After applying putty, installing lights, and placing a small bed, it would be ready for occupancy. Not to mention ceilings, or wardrobes, or computer desks. However, there was a wardrobe in the house, just in the room of Wang Yud and Zhang Xia. The household appliances included a double-door refrigerator, a television, and a washing machine. Aside from that, Li Mingzhe really hadn't seen anything that could be considered an appliance. Jinbao, if you hadn't disappeared when you were young, this second floor would definitely have been your marital home, and you'd probably be married by now. Your sister has married out, and with you not home, it's just your dad and me living here, so we didn't do anything with the second floor. Saying this, Zhang Xia led Li Mingzhe to a room on the second floor with a single bed. Jinbao, now that you've found a home, even if you don't want to live here with us in the future, we still have to renovate your room. Don't worry, tomorrow your dad and I will clean out that adjacent master bedroom and find someone to renovate it. Oh, we absolutely won't let you live in such an environment. Li Mingzhe paused in his helping hands and asked, do you have money? Yes, we have money. With you not at home, your dad, and I have only your sister as a daughter, what expenses could we have? We've saved up some money, so don't worry. Li Mingzhe nodded. He knew that his biological parents truly wanted to make up for their absence. Rather than refusing and letting them think too much, he might as well accept it calmly. After all, he might really need to come back here occasionally in the future to renovate. It would be just right. After all, this house is really not much different from a bare shell now. One of the rooms on the second floor even doesn't have a door installed. Having just reconnected, he wasn't sure if they had the ability to renovate. Thinking this, Li Mingzhe decided to wait and see temporarily, not revealing his true situation. If his parents were just living frugally and not in real financial difficulty, then he would let them be. But if they were indeed struggling, he would definitely step in to help. Emotions need to be nurtured slowly. Today is just the first day back home, and there's no need to rush. After tidying up the room, Li Mingzhe followed Zhongxia downstairs to carry a few quilts to make the bed. Ding ding ding. While watching Zhongxia choose quilts from the wardrobe on the first floor, Li Mingzhe's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to check. It was a spam call, so he hung up directly. Wang Yud, who was quietly sitting nearby, saw Li Mingzhe's phone screen. Jinbao, your phone screen is all cracked. Why don't you get it repaired? Can it still be used, eh? Li Mingzhe put his phone back into his pocket. It works. Don't be fooled by the shattered screen. It's just the outer layer that's damaged, which doesn't affect its functionality much. This is my phone that just fell. Oh, I haven't had the chance to fix it yet. Oh, Wang Yud responded, and then fell silent. After making the bed on the second floor, Zhongxia brought up the small heater from their room. The weather in Zhongzhou had already dropped below freezing, so it was quite cold. Jinbao, it's colder on the second floor than on the first, right? They'll put this by your bed. If you feel sleepy and want to go to bed, just turn it off to avoid any danger from running it all night. You don't know, a few days ago in our village, someone left this on in a child's room overnight. Nobody thought to turn it off, and the child kicked off the blanket, causing the heater to burn it, which led to a fire that burned down the house. That little boy was only 12, suffered extensive burns, and when they took him to the county, they said he couldn't be treated, so they sent him to the city. We still don't know how he's doing now. Seeing Zhongxia's anxious and fearful expression, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but chuckle. I'm almost 30 years old. Ew, I won't be like that. But isn't this electric heater from your room? I never use this. You're older and can't stand the cold. I'm young and don't mind it. Besides, the bed is so thick and you covered me with 2 blankets. It's completely enough. Seeing Li Mingzhe about to unplug it, Zhongxia hurriedly said, no, leave it here. Tomorrow I'll have your sister bring an old one from her house to put downstairs. The second floor is naturally cooler, and it's winter, so the temperature is lower than downstairs. You don't want to catch a cold after sleeping here all night. Li Mingzhe insisted a couple more times, but seeing her firm attitude, he had no choice but to accept. In his heart, he silently planned that if Wang Xiuhui didn't bring another one tomorrow, he would just buy a new one. After settling, Li Mingzhe, Zhongxia went downstairs to sleep. She turned off the light, and the room fell silent. Li Mingzhe could hear the cold wind howling outside the window, and a dog from somewhere kept barking, causing the family's yellow dog to bark in response before it fell silent. The countryside settles down early. The village became quiet around 8 or 9 o'clock. In such a strange place, Li Mingzhe felt inexplicably at ease. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. On the first floor, Wang Yud and Zhongxia sat on the bed, both draped in their coats. The two carefully counted the more than 1,000 yuan bills and a pile of loose change. After counting back and forth 2 or 3 times, they confirmed that the amount before them was 1,875 yuan. This was the only savings of the elderly couple. What Zhongxia said to Li Mingzhe upstairs was naturally a lie. In the first few years after Li Mingzhe was abducted, Zhongxia and Wang Yud searched tirelessly, spending all the family's money and incurring a mountain of debt. Not only that, but Zhongxia also became ill with longing and developed depression, which turned into schizophrenia. This made their already struggling family situation even more difficult. Fortunately, neither Wang Yud nor Wang Xiuhui gave up on Zhongxia. They provided ample companionship and psychological support, and with medication controlling her condition for over a decade, she had already made a significant recovery. Over the years, they had been repaying debts while also buying medicine for Zhongxia. They had gradually built their house up. Now farming hardly brought in any income. Wang Yud originally earned a decent supplement to the household income working on construction sites, but since he accidentally fell from a scaffold last year and injured one of his feet, even odd jobs were hard to come by, leaving them with no savings. This little over 1,000 yuan was saved up from their frugal living. Otherwise, how could the family have hardly any meat and relied solely on eggs for nutrition? Wang Yud leaned against the bedside and lit another purple cigarette. Tomorrow we won't install an air conditioner in Jinbeo's room. Let's buy him a new bed first. That bed is too small and uncomfortable to sleep on. Wang Yu took a deep puff. This child came back wearing all new clothes on the surface, giving the impression that he's doing very well outside. Yet he can't even bear to fix his shattered phone screen. How much does it cost to fix a phone screen? Zhang Xia immediately asked. I guess it would be around 200 to 300, right? That's so expensive. Zhang Xia instinctively muttered, though she said that she had already factored that amount into her mind. She remembered something. By the way, we need to buy a wardrobe for Jinbeo's room, otherwise it's empty and has no place to put clothes. You decide. Moreover, I still need to buy some good vegetables in the coming days, which will be another significant expense. A bed costs at least 500 or 600. The wardrobe would also cost several hundred plus money for Mingzhe to repair his phone. All in all, this money would be spent in just a few days. After finishing his last puff of smoke, Wang Yu glanced at Zhang Xia, who was meticulously arranging the money. Don't worry, you'll think of a way tomorrow. Just don't let Jinbao know that we don't have money. I know, Zhang Xia replied. After they finished discussing, they turned off the light and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Xiuhui came over with her 2 children. The older one was a girl, and the younger one was a boy with only a few months apart in age. Mom, where's Jinbao? She asked as she entered. Zhang Xia pointed towards the living room, saying, he's sitting in the living room. Wang Xiuhui placed the items she brought onto the table and saw Mingzhe curled up on a low stool smiling. She asked, is it cold at home? It's a bit colder than in Magic City, Mingzhe replied. That's for sure. Wang Xiuhui began to unpack the breakfast she had bought. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything I saw on the street. You can see what suits your taste. Okay. Mingzhe didn't say any polite words. He had long expected such preferential treatment. During breakfast, Wang Yu was not present. Wang Xiuhui inquired, and Zhang Xia said he had gone to the market to buy things. By the way, Jinbao, I heard your dad say your phone screen is broken. Yeah, it fell when I got jostled getting off the bus yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to repair it yet. Wang Xiuhui responded, oh, that's perfect. After we finish eating, let's go look for a phone repair shop in the market. We also need to buy lunch ingredients. Right after we finish eating, you can go with your sister, Zhang Xia said hurriedly. Mingzhe nodded in agreement. He intended to repair it today. While the adults were talking, the 2 kids were fighting over the various breakfast items on the table, clearly not used to such food. After breakfast, Zhang Xia took out a few hundred yuan from her pocket, counted it, and then handed over more than 200 to Wang Xiuhui. At the market, let Jinbao choose whatever he wants to eat and buy it all back. Wang Xiuhui waved her hand, refusing the money. Mom, I know. Keep the money for yourself. What's wrong? I have money to buy vegetables. Where did you get the money? Your mother-in-law made sure to calculate everything clearly, leaving you not a single cent more. Zhang Xia continued to try to put the money into Wang Xiuhui's hand, but she pushed it back. Mom, don't worry. I really have money. After all these years, I finally found my brother. Am I not allowed to treat him to a nice meal? He'll handle my side of things. You don't need to worry about it. Take it back. There's still a lot to spend for the new year. As an outsider, Mingzhe looked on with some confusion as the mother and daughter pushed the meager 200 yuan back and forth on the table. To him, this resembled the 20 yuan pocket money he couldn't buy much with during his childhood. He even faintly felt that this little over 200 yuan was quite significant for them. But he didn't dare to be certain. He had seen similar rural anecdotes online before where people would politely push gifts back and forth. So he couldn't tell if they were really short on money or just being polite. But if they were tight on cash, just 200 yuan shouldn't be that serious, right? If it were 2,000 yuan, he could understand the situation. Ultimately, Wang Xiuhui still did not accept the more than 200 yuan. However, Zhang Xia turned around and handed 300 yuan to Mingzhe. Jinbao, I don't know how much it costs to fix your phone screen. Do you think 300 is enough? Mingzhe, still reeling from the earlier scene, was taken aback by the 300 yuan in front of him, which he hadn't anticipated. No need, will fix my phone myself. No, Jinbao, take this money. Look, since you came home, we haven't been able to give you anything. We owe you too much for the past 20 years you were away. As Zhang Xia said this, her tone became somewhat choked with emotion. Mingzhe didn't want to take the money, but seeing Zhang Xia like this, he figured not taking it would hurt her feelings. So he reluctantly accepted the 300 yuan, saying, all right then. Thank you. Wang Xiuhui, who had been watching from the side, sighed in relief and smiled. We're family. There's no need to say thank you. Is 300 enough to fix your phone? If not, I can give you more. It's enough, it's enough. Mingzhe hurriedly declined. In reality, this 300 yuan wouldn't even cover the cost of fixing a speaker on his phone, which was worth over 10,000 yuan. Replacing the phone screen would cost nearly 3,000. But he wouldn't say that. Perhaps it was due to not being familiar. He always felt awkward using Zhang Xia and Wang Yu's money. This was something he needed to gradually adapt to. Wang Xiuhui helped to clean up the dishes and then called Mingzhe, who was standing in the yard, to go to the market. Jinbao, you ride our electric bike, and he'll take the 2 little ones in the tricycle. Okay. Li Mingzhe mounted the battered two-wheeled electric bike and followed behind Wang Zuhui's covered tricycle. The two kids poked their heads out from the tricycle's cover, grinning at Li Mingzhe. As they exited the small path, the vehicle reached the village road, where 7 or 8 people were chatting and cracking sunflower seeds in the sun. Everyone's chatting. Wang Xiuhui greeted with a smile. Whom are you heading to the market? Someone replied. Yes, I'm going to buy some things. Wang Xiuhui didn't elaborate further. The vehicle only slowed down slightly before accelerating again. Li Mingzhe followed suit. As they left, the crowd buzzed with excitement, quickly finding a new topic. Who's that young man behind? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he from our village? I don't know. As the crowd debated, a man quickly approached from across the road. He hurriedly said, You are all mistaken. If I'm not wrong, that person is actually from our village. From our village? Who is it? If I let you guess, you'd think for 3 days and nights without figuring it out. Without waiting for everyone to urge him, he directly revealed the answer. He is the Jinbao who was abducted by a trafficker on the street. What? He is Jinbao? Someone exclaimed. Which Jinbao? A woman who had just married and had no idea who that was. The man speaking became excited. Let me tell you. The departing Li Mingzhe was unaware that this village intelligence hub was discussing him. He quickly followed Wang Zuhui's car and arrived at the street. After parking the car in an empty spot on the street, Wang Xiuhui let the two children get out. Jinbao, there are too many people in the street, and it's difficult to drive. Oh, let's walk over to buy vegetables. Okay. As they entered the bustling market street, Li Mingzhe felt like Lu Laolao visiting a big mansion, finding everything novel. As soon as the two children arrived, they were fixated on the candied hawthorn being sold, salivating. Li Mingzhe noticed and directly asked, What kind do you want to eat? Choose for yourselves. The children immediately cheered, but Wang Xiuhui quickly stopped them, scolding, What are you two thinking? Eating too many sweets will give you cavities. Didn't you just eat? Are you hungry again? Upon hearing Wang Zuhui's words, the children immediately wilted, hanging their heads in silence. Li Mingzhe hesitated, feeling he couldn't refute her in front of the children. After all, eating too many sweets is indeed bad for teeth. Why don't you go buy the vegetables first? He'll let the two kids take me to look around the street. I can also check out the phone repair shop. Facing Li Mingzhe, Wang Zuhui's attitude immediately softened. Jinbao, aren't you coming with me? I don't know your taste, I don't know what you like to eat. I can eat anything, I'm not picky at all. I've never lived here, so just get me something local to try. All right, that sounds good. Wang Xiuhui smiled, looking down at the two children who had once again sulked. You two take your uncle to find the phone store and don't ask for anything to eat on the way. If I find out you won't get lunch. The children said nothing, only nodding in agreement. After giving her instructions, Wang Xiuhui bid farewell to Li Mingzhe and disappeared into the crowd. As for Li Mingzhe, he pretended to walk a few steps forward with the children, but then turned back. He directly bought 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Eating too many sweets is bad for your teeth, but having some occasionally is fine. Hurry up and eat it, don't let your mom see. The two children were overjoyed and became closer to Li Mingzhe instantly. Arriving at the phone repair shop, he checked the condition of his phone and discussed the price, ultimately paying a deposit of 1,500. I'm placing the order today. The goods might arrive tomorrow morning or afternoon, and I'll have it fixed by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. How about you leave a mobile number, and if it's ready tomorrow morning, I'll call you. No need, I'll come directly to pick it up tomorrow afternoon. That's fine, the boss nodded. Coming out of the shop, Li Mingzhe only took a receipt for picking up the phone. He didn't even take out the SIM card. After all, he could come to pick it up tomorrow. After wandering around the street for a while, he soon ran into Wang Xiuhui. At this moment, she was loaded with bags carrying a lot of vegetables. Let me help you with that, Li Mingzhe said, stepping forward. No need, no need. Li Mingzhe still took all the vegetables from her. We've bought almost everything. Jinbao, do you need anything else? I don't need anything for now. Good, then let's go home, it's 10 o'clock. Passing through the bustling market, they walked past a 2-yuan shop, where many toy sets were displayed at the entrance, quite eye-catching. With the new year approaching, these children's toy sets sold very well. As the two children walked by, although they were moving, their eyes were glued to the toy sets. The older sister was named Yuan Yuan, and the younger brother was named Man Man. At this moment, the younger brother, seeing someone fiddling with a toy gun that had cool lights, couldn't help but move closer. He eagerly reached out to touch it. However, the shopkeeper scolded, Gao Man, don't touch randomly, you won't buy it anyway. Get away, I'm running a business here. The shopkeeper even went up to pull Man away from the stand. Man, come back. Wang Xiuhui said with displeasure, what are you doing? Don't you already have a toy gun at home? Man pouted, saying, that one is already broken. If it's broken, it's broken, having something that looks like it is good enough. Wang Xiuhui pulled Man away. Wait a minute. At this moment, Li Mingzhe, whose brows had been furrowed, finally spoke up. He looked at the shopkeeper and said, don't you let customers touch the goods when you run a physical store. The shopkeeper, seeing that Li Mingzhe was young and handsome, immediately softened her attitude. She quickly changed her tone, smiling. No, young man, of course you can touch them. You want to buy toys, right? Come choose whatever you like. Li Mingzhe asked seriously. Then why can I choose freely, but he can't? The shopkeeper seemed a bit embarrassed by Li Mingzhe's question. She glanced at Wang Xiuhui and then said softly, I know their family, we are from the same village. She definitely won't buy toys for the child. I know they've passed by here many times. Oh, Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding. So you judge people by their appearance? The shopkeeper was momentarily speechless. Li Mingzhe glanced at another toy stall, just 2 shops away. Actually, shopkeeper, you're right, we won't buy from you, so we won't touch your toys. Saying that, Li Mingzhe walked directly to the stall over 10 meters away and took out 300 yuan in cash that Zhang Xia had given him. Yuan, man, you can choose any toys you want as long as the total doesn't exceed 300 yuan. Li Mingzhe currently had his phone at the repair shop, and this was the only 300 yuan he could use. Wow, really? The 2 children were about to rush over, but instinctively looked to Wang Xiuhui, wanting to seek their mother's approval. Wang Xiuhui's first reaction inside was of course no. However, seeing Li Mingzhe so determined, she knew he must feel that the children were being looked down upon, so he had to reclaim this face. No matter what, she couldn't publicly betray Li Mingzhe's good intentions. Thus she steeled herself and nodded. All right, just as your uncle said, go choose. Yay, thank you, uncle. The chubby male shopkeeper wore a bright smile, allowing the 2 children to rummage through the toy set. Moreover, being so close, the shopkeeper's wife from the other stall clearly overheard everything. If she had known that Li Mingzhe was with them, she wouldn't have said anything. Li Mingzhe's trip to the neighboring stall to make a purchase was enough to make her remember this incident forever. It's fine if I earn a little less, but I can't let my competitor make money right in front of me. This is more painful than getting slapped. Back at home, the 2 children got out of the car and were eager to play with their toys, but Wang Xiuhui immediately stopped them. You 2 shouldn't unpack so many. Just keep 1 set each, and he'll take the rest back to return. The 2 children showed disappointed expressions. This time just for my sake, let it be. As their uncle, I should buy them some gifts. Then you don't need to buy so much. Let's consider this as making up for the gifts from the past 2 years. Li Mingzhe's words left Wang Xiuhui with no room to refute. Seeing Li Mingzhe so serious, she could only agree. Fine then. By the way, you used the money mom gave you to buy toys for them. What about your phone? It's fine, I used WeChat Pay. Back home, Wang Xiuhui briefly explained the toy situation to Zhang Xia, then they both went to the kitchen to get busy. Li Mingzhe, with nothing to do, watched the 2 children happily playing in the yard. Wang Yid returned from outside and immediately understood the scene. Jinbao, did you go out today? Yeah, I went to fix my phone. Wang Yid understood at once and handed Li Mingzhe what he was carrying. This is a new towel and a new toothbrush I bought for you. Yesterday, Li Mingzhe's sudden appearance had left them both so happy that they completely forgot about this matter. I went to buy you a wardrobe and a bed today, and they'll be delivered to your home this afternoon. Okay. Around 11 o'clock, the delicious smells of various dishes wafted in from each house. Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui were both busy preparing a feast, and just when they thought they could enjoy a peaceful reunion dinner, Wang Zui's phone rang again. This time, after answering the call, Wang Xiuhui was obviously very angry and directly hung up. Sitting in the living room, Li Mingzhe heard the commotion and listened closely. It seemed like Wang Zui's mother-in-law had called her home again. Why should I go back? The 2 kids are here. What reason does she have to call you back? Can't we just have a meal here? Wang Xiuhui also replied irritably. I know exactly what she's thinking, is she's just looking for trouble. Yesterday I told her Jinbao was back, and she didn't believe me at all, saying I was lying, trying to find an excuse to come back and bring you things. What things could I bring? It's just an unused electric heater. She just can't help but stir up trouble. Wang Xiuhui grew increasingly frustrated, and just then her phone rang again. She directly turned it off. The sudden interruption made the atmosphere a bit silent. Wang Yid stared at the frolicking children without saying a word, lost in thought. Zhang Xia, however, fully supported Wang Zui's actions. Yes, just turn it off and ignore her. Let's see what she can do. It's not like there's anything urgent. If there's something important, it's not too late to return after eating. All right, Xiuhui, stop worrying, let's eat. With all the bowls and chopsticks on the table, the family sat down. However, before they could eat more than a few bites, someone knocked repeatedly on the front door. The dog in the yard started barking wildly. Who is it at this time? Zhang Xia muttered to herself, quickly getting up to open the door. Gao Chong, what brings you here? Mom, don't say that. This is my father-in-law's house, why can't I come? Gao Chong said as he stepped inside. Where's Xiuhui? Oh, you're eating. Gao Chong glanced at the dining table. You all can still eat so well. Li Mingzhe remained seated on the stool, without moving, and his brow furrowed upon seeing Gao Chong. The reason was simple. His brother-in-law was at least in his 30s, yet he showed no sense of maturity, acting just like a teenage delinquent, and to make matters worse, he reeked of alcohol and looked somewhat disheveled. From the first meeting, Li Mingzhe had an extremely poor impression of him. What are you here for? Didn't I say I'd take the kids back after dinner this afternoon? Wang Xiuhui seemed a bit nervous upon seeing Gao Chong. How would I know you'd come if I didn't? Gao Chong said sarcastically, not even greeting Wang Yu before turning to Li Mingzhe. Oh, so this is the brother you mentioned. Wang Jinbao, right? You really do resemble him a bit. Gao Chong stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Xiuhui, he isn't someone you hired to act as he. After so many years, it's amazing that he could find his way back. Wang Xiuhui clearly didn't want to talk much with him as she stood in front of the dining table. You've been drinking again, haven't you? What are you really here for? What do you want from me? Nothing much. My mom said she wasn't feeling well today and asked you to come home to cook. What? She isn't feeling well. Wang Xiuhui clearly didn't believe it. Then why didn't she say so on the phone? Why did she insist that I take the kids back and make me bring back the electric heater? Gao Chong looked unconcerned. Oh, she didn't mention that. Well, now I'm telling you, go home and cook. Wang Xiuhui was so angry at Gao Chong that she trembled, and just as she was about to explode, Li Mingzhe suddenly spoke up. Brother-in-law, if Anne is feeling so unwell that she can't even cook a meal, I suggest you take her to the hospital. After all, illnesses shouldn't be delayed. Some people let a small illness linger until it becomes a big one. Li Mingzhe said with a faint smile. Gao Chong cast a sidelong glance at Li Mingzhe, casually responding with a nonchalant hum, unsure of what Li Mingzhe was about to say. Actually, this is simple. I think Annie is feeling unwell, and you must be going home for lunch too. Then how about this? We just started eating, and there are still many dishes untouched. You can check which dishes Annie likes and pack them to take home so that she won't need to cook. The food is still warm now, so it can be eaten right away. Brother-in-law, what do you think? Li Mingzhe's tone was gentle. There's a saying, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Moreover, Li Mingzhe's words and demeanor were impeccable, leaving Gao Chong momentarily speechless, unable to find a reason to refute him. In fact, it was his mother who had sent him here to stir up trouble. The goal was to have Wang Xiuhui take the child back. However, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy to force the issue. Seeing Gao Chong at a loss for words, Li Mingzhe turned to Zhang Xia and instructed Mom, please pack the freshly cooked dishes for brother-in-law to take home. Oh, all right, I'll get on it. Zhang Xia was momentarily dazed by Li Mingzhe calling her mom, hurrying about without knowing where she was headed. Realizing his plan was failing, Gao Chong quickly devised another scheme and said to Li Mingzhe, brother-in-law, I think your solution is great, but I won't be going home for lunch today. I have a banquet to attend and need to hurry over as my friends are waiting for me. Just have Xiuhui bring the food home. The child can stay here to eat. Gao Chong was intent on tricking Wang Xiuhui away first. As for what would happen when he got home, he'd leave that to his mother. After all, he absolutely could not allow them to have this meal. Li Mingzhe feigned surprise, saying, huh? Brother-in-law, you know Auntie is unwell and are still going out. Never mind, I won't say more. Li Mingzhe's expression was one of wanting to speak, but holding back, clearly implying that Gao Chong was unfilial, which made Gao Chong feel quite stifled. He certainly knew that his mother was fine, but he couldn't explain himself and had to endure Li Mingzhe's filial admonitions. Brother-in-law, you still haven't said which dishes you want to take for Andy. Anything's fine as she can eat whatever. Gao Chong was not in the mood to choose dishes anyway. After packing one meat dish and two vegetable dishes, Li Mingzhe turned to Zhang Xia and said, Mom and Dad, could you fry a couple more vegetable dishes? I'll go with my sister to deliver the food. Just right, I'll also get to know the place, so I'll know where my sister lives. All right. Sure. Zhang Xia felt dizzy from being called Mom so many times. Li Mingzhe's reasoning was still flawless. Seeing how smoothly he addressed them, Gao Chong couldn't help but comment, tisk, you just met them yesterday, and today you can call them so naturally. You're really impressive. After interacting with Li Mingzhe today, he felt that Li Mingzhe was quite extraordinary. On the surface, he appeared weak and delicate, but in reality, he was solid and unfathomable. This probe also made him realize that he must thwart Li Mingzhe from getting too close to the Wang family. Otherwise, this house would definitely no longer belong to the Gao family. Gao Chong rode his electric bike ahead, while Li Mingzhe sat on Wang Zihui's tricycle. Wang Zihui's in-laws lived just 3 kilometers away, a ride of over 10 minutes. Upon arriving in front of Gao Chong's 2-story self-built house, Li Mingzhe got off the tricycle and noticed Gao Chong was also there, deliberately asking, brother-in-law, didn't you say you were going to eat? It's already 11:30, you shouldn't be late or they'll start eating without you. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gao Chong's face as he fabricated, oh, I'm not in a hurry, they wouldn't dare start eating without me. I'm just going home to grab something, and we'll head over shortly, it's not far, just a few steps away. Li Mingzhe saw through the deception, but chose not to expose it, smiling lightly and remaining silent. Once inside, Wang Zihui's mother-in-law was leisurely sunbathing on a long bench in the yard, snacking on sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Li Mingzhe, she looked surprised and immediately stood up, bewildered. Who is this? Before Gao Chong could explain, Li Mingzhe stepped forward with a smile. Hello, Auntie. I am Jin Bao Xiuhui's younger brother. I heard you are unwell, and my sister was so worried that she couldn't even enjoy the reunion dinner. She hurriedly packed the hot dishes from home to bring over for you. Oh. Chun Fengxiao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Gao Chong, repeatedly saying, Oh. Li Mingzhe continued his performance. Annie, I'm so sorry. Normally when visiting for the first time I should bring a gift, but my brother-in-law was in such a hurry today, saying you were sick that I didn't have time to buy anything. Are you feeling all right? Shouldn't you go to the hospital for a checkup? Chun Fengxiao regained her composure and quickly started to cover up the lie. Oh no need. I just have a bit of a headache, it's nothing serious. Really don't need it. I suggest you still go for a checkup. A headache could be a precursor to a stroke, so don't take it lightly. But if you feel any discomfort you should eat lunch first and then visit the hospital in the afternoon. Li Mingzhe spoke earnestly with a sincere demeanor, still leaving no room for criticism. Oh, all right, I'll go in the afternoon. Chun Fengxiao could only agree with him. Wang Xiuhui was already dumbfounded on the side. She had never expected Li Mingzhe to be so articulate. Even Chun Fengxiao, who was usually good at creating trouble, was somewhat at a loss at this moment. She had originally planned to wait for Wang Xiuhui to return and give her a good scolding, but she never anticipated that Li Mingzhe would suddenly appear, completely disrupting her plan. All right, Annie, the dishes are placed here. Please enjoy them while they're hot, my sister, and I will head back now. My parents are still waiting at home. All right, you two hurry back. Chun Fengxiao followed them out, still saying polite words. Oh, you came, and I didn't even pour you a glass of water to drink. Li Mingzhe replied, It's fine, auntie, I'll drink next time I come. Right? This is your sister's home. Feel free to come often. Li Mingzhe was not at all polite. Sure, I will definitely come, just don't mind me being bothersome. How could that be? I truly didn't expect Xiuhui to have such an excellent younger brother. You're handsome and articulate. Haha, don't see me off. Hurry back to your meal. Brother-in-law, you should hurry to eat too. Successfully rescuing Wang Xiuhui after driving 100 meters away, Li Mingzhe finally retracted his smile upon seeing that the mother and child had returned home. Jin Bao, you're really impressive. I've never seen my mother-in-law like this before. She never treats me this kindly. She always has a stern expression, but she's all smiles towards you. You really opened my eyes. Wang Xiuhui felt increasingly cheerful and couldn't help but say, Jin Bao, I feel that after you came back our family won't be bullied like before. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe furrowed his brow. Are you often bullied? Far too much. You don't live here so you wouldn't know. In this rural area, not having a son means you can't hold your head up high. Not only can you not hold your head up, but people openly say you have no son, and in the future there won't even be anyone to visit your grave. Is it really that serious? Li Mingzhe, having grown up in the magical city, was unaware of the customs in such a backward rural area. In his understanding, many families around him only had one daughter, and no one ever mentioned the necessity of having a son. Wang Xiuhui suddenly pointed to a dirt slope by the river. What's wrong? That's the graveyard for abandoned corpses, a place where dead children were thrown, mostly girls. What? Li Mingzhe was taken aback. What about the boys? Boys were treasured in the past. If they died from illness, they would be buried properly, not discarded. Wang Zui's voice was scattered by the wind, growing fainter. Only baby girls who were strangled or drowned would be thrown there. Li Mingzhe's heart trembled. After lunch, the group sat in the yard basking in the sun, while the two children played happily. Wang Yu's phone rang. The furniture delivery truck had arrived in the village, but it was unclear which house it was for. A bed, 2 nightstands, and a wardrobe. Since only the boss came, someone needed to help carry these items upstairs. Wang Yu instinctively moved to lift the items, but unexpectedly Li Mingzhe had already prepared and was helping the boss carry the bed. Yes, his son Jin Bao had returned. He had a son. When carrying the bed upstairs, Li Mingzhe noticed that the second floor had been cleaned and looked fresh. However, the living room appeared empty without a sofa. After arranging the furniture, the boss chatted with Wang Yu for a bit before leaving. While washing his hands by the sink, Li Mingzhe vaguely heard Wang Xiuhui speaking quietly with Zhongzhou. Mom, did you give the money for the furniture? Yes, your dad borrowed 1,000 from Uncle Guofu. Don't let your brother know about this. How much money do you have left? Is it enough for the new year? If not, I can. So don't worry about this, your own life is tough enough. Having caught a gist of the conversation, Li Mingzhe realized that the money for the furniture was actually borrowed. Did they even need to borrow 1,000 yuan? Li Mingzhe found it hard to believe and decided to probe Wang Yu. But just as he was washing his hands, Wang Yu had already stepped out. When he returned, Li Mingzhe was about to ask, but Wang Yu pulled out 2 packs of Jinwan from his pocket. Here. Oh, why are you giving me cigarettes? Dad, you should keep them for yourself. I don't smoke Jinwan, these are specially bought for you. But I don't smoke Jin. Li Mingzhe suddenly recalled the conversation they had last night while smoking together outside the living room. Wang Yu had asked Li Mingzhe what kind of cigarettes he smoked, and at that moment Li Mingzhe had casually said Jinwan, not expecting him to remember. And today, he had actually bought Jinwan. Wang Yud looked at Li Mingzhe in confusion. It's fine, I smoke Jinwan. Li Mingzhe quickly took the cigarettes. Dad, you don't need to buy me cigarettes in the future. I'll buy them myself when I want to smoke. It's nothing. What's wrong with buying you a couple of packs? I've never had this chance before. After a pause, Li Mingzhe tentatively asked, Dad, is there still money at home? I want to install an air conditioner on the second floor. Yes. There is. Wang Yud's voice gradually lost confidence. Unable to meet Li Mingzhe's eager gaze, he limped to a stool in the yard and sat down. But it might take a couple of days to install the air conditioner. Li Mingzhe sat down beside him. What's wrong? Is it because there isn't enough money? No, it's just that the air conditioner installer seems to be busy with his son's wedding recently, so he can't come over. Oh, then let's find another one. There should be more than one in town, right? This one is a friend, so it's cheaper. Wang Yud explained awkwardly. Oh, I see. After observing Wang Yud's reaction, Li Mingzhe understood. An air conditioner only costs a few thousand yuan. If he could have taken it out immediately, he wouldn't have said it would take a few days to install. He must be planning to gather funds during these few days. In that case, Li Mingzhe would certainly choose to lend a hand. In the afternoon, Wang Xiuhui helped Zhang Xia tidy up Li Mingzhe's room, both chatting and laughing, seemingly full of expectations for the future. This home hadn't been this lively in a long time. But the liveliness didn't last long as Gao Chong came looking again. Li Mingzhe, feeling bored while basking in the sun in the yard, immediately smiled upon seeing him. Brother-in-law, why are you here again? Going back and forth all morning and afternoon, can't you live without my sister? Li Mingzhe teased. Gao Chong seemed to have heard a joke, scoffing. What nonsense are you talking? I'm here to return the bowl. After tossing the bag containing the bowl onto the table, Gao Chong directly sat down and started cracking seeds, as if he were in his own home. Wang Xiuhui frowned in silence. As she opened the bag, she incredulously exclaimed, You didn't wash the bowl. You must be mistaken. After finishing the meal, can't you wash the bowl? Is this how you do things? Gao Chong scratched his ear. Why are you making a fuss? Aren't you the one who washes the bowls at home? I wash my own, but this was food sent over by someone else that came back dirty. Don't you think that's absurd? Isn't that a basic matter of courtesy? Wang Xiuhui grew more incredulous. The bowl was packed by his mother, and whether it was washed or not he didn't even know. But now that he knew, Gao Chong didn't seem to care at all. What's the big deal? If you care about courtesy, you just wash it yourself. Besides, it's not like it's being returned to someone else, but still in your hands, right? Does that make any difference? Wang Xiuhui facepalmed. She sighed deeply, knowing that arguing with Gao Chong was like talking to a wall. Thus, she ceased to argue. She couldn't possibly ask her mother to wash the bowl that her mother-in-law had finished using. Moreover, the issue of delivering meals had originated because of her. To avoid continuing the argument at her parents' home, she could only choose to deal with it. Alright, I've discovered another peculiar thing. Wang Xiuhui lifted the bag and headed toward the kitchen, but halfway there, she was intercepted by Li Mingzhe. Sister, you really know how to live. This bowl is this dirty, and you still want to use it. Saying this, Li Mingzhe directly tossed the bag containing the bowls into the trash can. He even added, the dog bowl at home is much cleaner than this bowl. Who the hell are you talking about? Gao Chong jumped up, angrily glaring. Are you saying my bowl is dirtier than a dog bowl? No. Brother-in-law, don't misinterpret what I mean. Just look, isn't the dog bowl in our yard cleaner than what you brought back? I won't look. Gao Chong became furious. Who taught you to talk like this? Faced with Gao Chong's aggressive stance, Li Mingzhe was completely unperturbed and even stretched lazily. He said leisurely, then my dog is much cleaner than your mother. Gao Chong was caught off guard by Li Mingzhe's words and immediately flushed with anger as he charged forward. Wang Yud and the others were so frightened that they quickly shielded Li Mingzhe, and he shouted, Gao Chong, dare you try to make a move in my house? Seeing Gao Chong actually about to hit Li Mingzhe, Wang Yud was furious, raising his hand to slap Gao Chong first. Smack! He had been holding back against Gao Chong for a long time. A crisp sound of a slap echoed as Gao Chong immediately retaliated, but his hand was caught by the quick-witted Li Mingzhe. Everyone step aside, I'll spar with my brother-in-law. With that, Li Mingzhe exerted force, directly twisting Gao Chong's arm behind him. The sudden pain made Gao Chong cry out. Ow, ow, ow. Wang Jinbao, let go of me. What if I don't let go? Li Mingzhe increased his grip. Stop it. Wang Xiuhui, make him let go of me. As the fighting reached a standstill before Wang Xiuhui could speak, Li Mingzhe released his hold. Once regaining his composure, Gao Chong was naturally unwilling to accept this. He thought Li Mingzhe would let down his guard and immediately threw a punch at him. But little did he know Li Mingzhe had learned combat skills for several years. Gao Chong's fighting skills were simply insufficient in front of Li Mingzhe. Before his fist could reach Li Mingzhe's face, Li Mingzhe had already grabbed it and twisted Gao Chong's arm behind him. Crack. The sound of a pained scream and a bone dislocating rang out simultaneously. Li Mingzhe gently pushed forward and Gao Chong fell to the ground in a very awkward manner. Wang Yud and the others were almost speechless. They hadn't even had time to react when Li Mingzhe had already taken down Gao Chong. How could Li Mingzhe be this good at fighting? His 2 strikes were like he had become a different person, exuding a powerful aura starkly contrasting with his refined and handsome appearance. Jin Bao Yu. Zhang Xia stuttered. Wang Yud looked shocked. Wang Xiuhui was both surprised and delighted. She certainly wouldn't feel sorry for Gao Chong because it was he who had tried to attack Li Mingzhe first. I've learned combat. Li Mingzhe explained casually, then slightly bent down and reached out his hand towards Gao Chong. Brother-in-law, shall we spar again? At this moment, Gao Chong looked at Li Mingzhe with a hint of fear. However, facing the hand Li Mingzhe extended, he ignored it and said harshly, you dare to hit me. If you're going to hit me, just kill me. Otherwise, once I leave this door today, don't expect to have a good time in your family. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe withdrew his hand. Oh, does my brother-in-law mean we should continue sparring until one of us can't get up? Well, fine then. Li Mingzhe loosened his muscles, his bones cracking, appearing ready for a serious fight, causing Gao Chong to instinctively shrink his neck. He didn't know Li Mingzhe well and wasn't sure if he dared to continue. After saying that, he felt a bit regretful. Those who act tough are often scared when they meet someone tougher. Li Mingzhe didn't play by the rules at all. He understood from the failed sneak attack earlier that Li Mingzhe definitely had skills. At least he couldn't take him on unknown. Forget it. I won't come back today. Oh, I'll come back another day to spar with you. A true hero doesn't take immediate losses. I will bring more people next time. This was what Gao Chong thought in his heart. Then get up. Li Mingzhe reached out his hand again. This time Gao Chong obediently accepted Li Mingzhe's pull. Seeing Li Mingzhe getting closer, Gao Chong quickly stepped back, extremely cautious. What are you doing? Don't worry, I don't need to sneak attack you. I'm worried you might sneak attack me again. Gao Chong's face flushed. He then remembered how he had tried to sneak a hit earlier and failed miserably. Your arm is dislocated, let me fix it. With that, Li Mingzhe directly twisted it back. Gao Chong let out a muffled grunt, realizing he could now exert strength with his arm. After such a farce, Gao Chong felt too embarrassed to stay there any longer. Then I'll take my leave. He glanced at Wang Xiuhui as he walked out. His intention was clear. He wanted Wang Xiuhui to go home with him. However, he no longer dared to be as arrogant as before and didn't even dare to say that Wang Xiuhui should come with him. Oh, brother-in-law, my sister is staying here with the child today. Let's wait until tomorrow after lunch to go back. Li Mingzhe quickly noticed Gao Chong's intention and directly helped Wang Xiuhui block it. Gao Chong was a hot-headed person. His current obedience was entirely due to being beaten. If Wang Xiuhui went back with him, who knows what might happen tonight? Gao Chong frowned at Wang Xiuhui, waiting for her answer. Wang Xiuhui hesitated for a moment, meeting Li Mingzhe's gentle gaze, and it seemed she finally understood that she had support. Yes, I'll rest at home today. Let your parents know. Okay. Gao Chong looked deeply at Wang Xiuhui. He was boiling with anger inside, but dared not express it. After Gao Chong left, Zhang Xia immediately went to bolt the door, feeling at ease. Jin Bao, you weren't injured just now, right? Wang Xiuhui asked. Startled Zhang Xia also exclaimed, right. Jin Bao, you weren't hurt, were you? That scoundrel Gao Chong actually dared to attack you. Wang Yud said nothing, but looked concerned. I'm fine. His 2 strikes couldn't hurt me. Didn't I tell you? I've learned combat. With my skills, dealing with 3 or 4 people is no problem, so don't worry. Oh. Zhang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. After checking on Li Mingzhe, recalling the earlier conflict, Zhang Xia couldn't help but say to Wang Yud, what was that slap against Gao Chong for? You know how he is, he will definitely find a way to retaliate. Wang Xiuhui is already having a hard time there, and now you've caused such trouble. What if he attacks her again? What will we do? Upon hearing this, Wang Yud fell silent. Zhang Xia was right. By escalating the conflict, Wang Zuhui's life would become even more difficult. He had acted impulsively because he saw Gao Chong about to hit Li Mingzhe and hadn't considered the consequences. Wang Xiuhui said, Mom, don't blame Dad, I'm fine. He was about to hit Jin Bao. Oh, if I could have gotten to him, I would have struck back too. Zhang Xia sighed, pulling Wang Zuhui's hand with a look of concern. We know that scoundrel Gao Chong has a strange temper, so we try our best not to offend him just to prevent you from suffering at their house. Oh, it's not that serious, it's just that my mother-in-law can be a bit annoying. Gao Chong is quite normal as long as he doesn't drink. Wang Xiuhui's single comment masked the hardships she faced at her in-laws. Only she knew the specifics. Li Mingzhe was unsure how he could help. He smiled and said, don't worry too much, I'll be here for the new year, and I can help deal with him during this time. Dealing with such people is actually quite simple. Yes, Jin Bao is back, so I have someone backing me up now. I'm not afraid of them. If it comes down to it, I'll just get a divorce. Wang Xiuhui said as she walked to the trash can to retrieve the bag Li Mingzhe had thrown in. Jin Bao, I was shocked when you threw that in the trash. I was actually quite happy that you did something I dared not do. With your adaptable nature, no one outside should dare to bully you, right? Li Mingzhe laughed heartily. I wasn't born this way. I just gained experience from being bullied outside. That's good, as seeing you like this puts me at ease. I don't even know what kind of girl would be worthy of you. You're handsome and eloquent, truly impressive. Listening to Wang Zuhui's praises, Li Mingzhe noticed her taking the bowls into the kitchen. Sister, what are you doing? Wang Xiuhui smiled and explained, washing them. These bowls are perfectly fine. We can't just throw them away, can we? After venting, we still need to bring them back. Li Mingzhe was about to say forget it, but then he thought that he shouldn't just view the problem from his own perspective. To him, it was merely a few bowls, and losing them was not a big deal. However, for this financially struggling family, it was not just a few bowls, but also money. They would feel heartbroken to lose them. So he chose to remain silent, quietly thinking that once he retrieved his repaired phone tomorrow, he would have the means to do something for the family. After finishing dinner, it was already quite dark. Tonight, Wang Xiuhui was staying at home with the children, and the three of them were squeezed together with Zhang Xia, while Wang Yud was sleeping on the small bed that Li Mingzhe had used the previous night. As for Li Mingzhe, he moved into the master bedroom on the second floor. After breakfast the next day, he was set to head out to the street. Before leaving, he asked Wang Yud for his phone number. Jinbao, what are you going to buy? How about I go with you? Wang Yud suggested. No need, I know the way now. Then take this 200 yuan to buy something. Your phone is still at the repair shop, right? Li Mingzhe declined, saying, No, I just want to see if my phone is repaired. Oh, all right. After leaving home, Li Mingzhe did not head straight to the service center. The repair shop owner had said the phone would be ready by morning, and now it was only 8 or 9 o'clock, so the parts probably hadn't even arrived yet, let alone any repairs. Li Mingzhe's purpose for coming to the street this morning was simply to buy an air conditioner. Boss, what's the price of one of your air conditioners? Which one are you referring to? This one. If you want this one, I can give it to you for 3,005, not making any profit off you. Li Mingzhe shook his head and looked at another one, asking, What about this one? This one's 4,002. What about this one? This one's 4,007. Seeing that Li Mingzhe seemed unsatisfied after asking around, the boss began to probe for information. Young man, who are you buying this for? Is it for a wedding house? Our model at 3008 is selling very well. It's a big brand, great value for money and energy efficient. I don't want this one, Li Mingzhe directly rejected. Then what price range are you looking for? It'll help you find a suitable model. Li Mingzhe did not respond, simply continuing to browse. He pointed to a gray air conditioner and asked, How much is this one? This one's more expensive, it costs 5,009. Then I'll take this one, I want 3 units. The boss' heart leaped at that, and he immediately beamed with joy. Oh. All right, young man, which village are you from? Shao Wangzhuang. Oh, Shao Wangzhuang. That's very close. My daughter-in-law is from Shao Wangzhuang. You two might know each other. What's your name? The boss grinned widely, writing the invoice as he spoke, afraid that if he took too long, Li Mingzhe might change his mind. She definitely doesn't know me. Oh, I've been out of town and just returned home this year. By the way, can you install it today? Well, I can only give you the money after you finish installing the air conditioner. I took my phone for repair, so I can only pay you in the afternoon. Is that all right? No problem. We are all honest people. There is still some trust here. That's good to hear. The boss was in the business of installation, so he was naturally not afraid of customers not paying. After leaving the address information and Wang Yud's phone number, Li Mingzhe rode his bike home directly. It wouldn't take long before the boss would bring the workers over. However, just as Li Mingzhe was about to enter his home, he heard a commotion in the yard. Upon entering, he saw that Gao Chong had come again. Not only had he come, but he also brought several young men with him. Was he coming back to seek revenge so soon? Seeing Li Mingzhe return, Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui both wore tense expressions and instinctively tried to pull him inside to hide. Hey Jinbao, what are you doing? Gao Chong seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassment he faced here yesterday, and his arrogance had even increased. Don't you know to greet me when you see me? Do you understand the rules? Don't worry, it's fine. Li Mingzhe reassured Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui, then glanced at Wang Yud before turning to Gao Chong with a smile. Brother-in-law, look at what you're saying. I'm just coming in right. You brought so many people that I was stunned and didn't react at first. Saying this, Li Mingzhe took out an unopened pack of Jinwan cigarettes from his pocket and politely distributed them one by one. For those whose intentions were unclear, Li Mingzhe preferred to be courteous before taking action. If they wanted to fight, he would accompany them, but he needed to ensure that he had done what he was supposed to do first. Today there were many people around, which would help avoid leaving any handles for others to grasp. Brothers, I'm just getting back home, am unfamiliar with the place, and don't know what your seniority is or how to address you. If I say something wrong, please don't hold it against me. I'll be patient with me. Li Mingzhe gave them enough face, and his humble attitude made the original confrontational expressions on their faces falter. At least their first impression of Li Mingzhe was still good. Someone smiled and replied, Hee, good to hear. Yes, please sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Gao Chong noticed that the few brothers had accepted the cigarettes and immediately became somewhat displeased. Everyone knew they were here to cause trouble, yet they were accepting cigarettes. Oh, what was that about? Had they never smoked before? Although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it outright, After all, his goal today was to deal with Li Mingzhe. Wang Jinbao, didn't you say yesterday that you would beat me to death? Why have you turned into this coward today? You aren't pretending because we have so many people, are you? The provocation tactic has never worked on Li Mingzhe. He looked innocent in response. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? You are my brother-in-law, we are family. How could I want to kill you? Besides, you brought a few brothers here to visit. How could you say it sounds like you're here to fight? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Beating people will lead to detention. Also, the slogan lose a fight and go to the hospital win a fight and go to jail is plastered all over the village. You haven't seen it, have you? Li Mingzhe's words were quite eloquent. He not only cleared up the intention of these people coming over, but also hinted at the consequences of fighting, making them think twice before acting. Although Li Mingzhe was not afraid of fighting, it was still not good to be getting into brawls every few days. He came here to reconnect with family, not to cause trouble. So you can talk, huh? Gao Chong glared at Li Mingzhe, feeling a sense of powerlessness, as if he were punching cotton. Li Mingzhe's few words had diffused the tense atmosphere. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Wang Jinbao, since you say fighting is against the law, how do you account for what you did to me yesterday? Huh? Did we fight? Li Mingzhe looked bewildered. Didn't you just come over to hang out for a bit yesterday, before leaving? What nonsense are you talking about? You pushed me down right here yesterday, and I dislocated my arm. How can you dare to deny it now? Gao Chong was so furious that he nearly jumped up. Seeing this, Li Mingzhe looked speechless. Is it really that serious? It was just a playful scuffle between brothers. You weren't even hurt. Why do you keep exaggerating and claiming that I hit you? You. Gao Chong's face turned red as he pointed at Li Mingzhe, unable to speak. Because there were indeed no marks left on him. The punch from Wang Yud yesterday wasn't heavy, and there were no visible traces at all. Li Mingzhe seized the opportunity, looking helpless. Brother-in-law, they say family matters shouldn't be aired outside, but how can you fabricate a story when there is no family disgrace? Sigh. A few of Gao Chong's companions lightly coughed, exchanging glances. They were all Gao Chong's cousins or childhood friends, and not all of them were as troublemaking as he was. Gao Chong and his mother Chen Fengxia called relatives everywhere last night, describing Li Mingzhe as terrible and how he bullied their family, which is why they came to help him. But when they got there, they began to sense something was off. Clearly, Li Mingzhe's words made more sense, and looking at his cultured demeanor, he seemed like a reasonable person, not someone who would resort to violence. So they all felt there was no need to stay. After all, this was their family affair. Once they quarreled and made up, if Li Mingzhe held a grudge against them, it would be unnecessary to escalate things. But Xiangzi, how about we just let it go? I don't see this as a big deal. Why don't we all leave? You can resolve your family matters yourselves. As they spoke, they began to stand up one after another. Gao Chong became anxious upon hearing this. No way. You can't just leave like this. I haven't finished my side of the story with them yet. Hua Guliangliang, didn't I tell you yesterday? This guy threw the bowl. I brought him, saying that our used bowls weren't as clean as that of a house dog. Isn't that an insult? My mother is your aunt. Are you just going to ignore it? At her age, how can you let her be insulted like that? By bringing this matter up, Gao Chong managed to stabilize the situation and change the dynamics. Indeed, they came to help Gao Chong because his mother spoke to her relatives about this yesterday. So they came in a huff. But upon arrival, Gao Chong focused solely on saying that Li Mingzhe had hit him and thus forgot the purpose of their visit. The one called Hua Gu was the oldest among them. After hearing Gao Chong's words, he turned to Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, right. You need to explain this matter to us properly. How can my aunt's used bowl not be as clean as a dog's bowl? Aren't you grown up? How can you say such things? After all, she is your sister's mother-in-law. If you don't give us an explanation today, even if Gao Chong says this is a family matter and we shouldn't interfere, we brothers won't let you off lightly. At this point, Wang Xiuhui knew she couldn't let Li Mingzhe face this alone. She quickly interjected to provide an overview of the situation. Upon hearing that Gao Chong brought the bowl without washing it, and even told them to have Wang Xiuhui wash it in front of them, they all frowned. Any rational person could tell that Gao Chong and Chen Fengxia were in the wrong. Not only were they impolite, but they also lacked respect. Although Chen Fengxia often criticized Wang Xiuhui for this, and that claiming her cooking was bad, and even mentioning if a piece of clothing wasn't clean, they all knew that this was entirely Chen Fengxia's fault. After all, during their brief interactions during festivals, they could tell that Wang Xiuhui was not as bad as her mother-in-law claimed. Moreover, the most crucial point was that their aunt Chen Fengxia had a bad reputation in the village. So having listened to Wang Xiuhui, they also understood that even if Li Mingzhe said such things, he was merely defending his sister's dignity. Sister-in-law, I understand this matter now. There are reasons behind everything, and I can comprehend that. After Gao Hua spoke, he turned to scold Gao Chong. You only hear how others are doing, but you don't recognize any of your faults. It turns out you intentionally left that out. I was puzzled. There wasn't any major conflict, yet after delivering the meal, how come the bowl came back dirty? Sigh, you brat really. Gao Hua felt utterly speechless, feeling embarrassed, just standing there. Forget it, let's go. Before leaving, Gao Hua walked up to Wang Yud and handed him a cigarette. Uncle Aunt, sorry for disturbing you. If I had known the matter was like this, I definitely wouldn't have come. Wang Yud chuckled. What are you talking about, kid? You're always welcome when you come to our home. Actually, when you were a child, you came to our house to play a couple of times. I always regarded you as my son. Upon hearing this, Gao Hua felt even more ashamed. Wang Yud had been co-workers with Gao Hua's father before, and their relationship was quite good. Years ago, Wang Yud's family faced a huge change, losing a son, and they all felt pity upon hearing about it. Now that the son has returned, instead of celebrating, they come looking for trouble. This. Yes. I remember this. I didn't understand the situation, so I'm sorry. So let's not talk about it. Gao Hua was the first to want to leave, and others followed suit, while Gao Chong was anxious and couldn't stop them. As they reached the door, seeing that they were about to ride away, Gao Chong was still unwilling to give up, grabbing Gao Hua's bike handle. Hua, go, wait a moment, I need to get one more thing. Once I have it, I'll leave. If you're not here, he won't give it to me. Saying this, he shouted into the yard. Wang Xiaohui, bring back the stuff you took from our house. Stop shouting at the door. What did I take from your house? Wang Xiaohui stepped out to argue. Where's that electric heater you took from our house? Bring it back. Are you out of your mind? That thing was just sitting there collecting dust, or I brought it here to use. Is that a problem? No way. That's our family stuff. Gao Chong continued loudly. Don't think I don't know that you go back to your parents' home every few days just to take stuff. Wang Xiaohui was so exasperated that she laughed. Seeing that these people were all watching, she argued, did you not see that my brother bought so many toys for the two kids? A mere electric heater costs only a few bucks. He spent 300 on toys for the kids, and you're being so stingy. Besides, when have I been going back to my parents' house so frequently? Isn't it because my brother came back that I've been coming here a bit more often? Upon hearing Wang Zuhui's rebuttal, Gao Chong scoffed. 300 bucks for toys. Who are you trying to fool? That broken toy cost only a few bucks, and you're bragging about 300. If he was that generous, why didn't he buy new stuff for your parents? As Wang Xiaohui argued with him, Li Mingzhe had already gone back to the house to get the electric heater. Stop shouting at the door. Is this the broken thing? Here, take it back. Gao Chong took the electric heater, not forgetting to retaliate. Just listen to your tone. Doing the most destitute things while speaking the most arrogant words. Still calling it broken stuff? Oh, I bet you can't even afford this broken stuff. Are you complaining about the cold in winter? Why not just install air conditioning for your parents? He mocked. Didn't you just come back from the Magic City? Just then, the air conditioning installer appeared at the alley entrance, panting. Seeing Li Mingzhe, he couldn't help but complain. Oh, young man, I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer? You really made it hard for me to find you. If I hadn't found the right person, I really wouldn't have been able to locate you. I'm dying of anxiety. Li Mingzhe was taken aback by the words and immediately looked at Wang Yud. Dad, where's your phone? It's right here, Wang Yud said, glancing at his phone, which shockingly had 5 or 6 missed calls. He suddenly slapped his forehead. I put it on silent. Huh. Li Mingzhe chuckled and apologized to the boss, handing him a cigarette. It's nothing, so what are you guys here for? The boss was confused about the meaning of the 7 or 8 people at the door. It's nothing, just relatives chatting. Oh, is it convenient to install now? Yes. Great, then I'll have someone bring the car in. The boss said hurriedly as he turned back. Li Mingzhe put the cigarette back in his pocket and looked at the others. Could you please step aside? A car needs to come through here. We are installing 3 air conditioners today. 3 air conditioners. Gao Chong's eyes were about to pop out. In a typical household, there would be at most 2 units, one for the son's marital home and the other for the elderly couple's room. Li Mingzhe wants to install 3 air conditioners. He instinctively wanted to say Li Mingzhe was bragging, but he couldn't argue since the car was already on its way to the entrance. Behind the vehicle, a few men and women from the village were following. Everyone quickly moved their vehicles aside to let the car stop at the entrance. Jinbao, what's going on here? Wang Yud hurriedly asked. Did you invite them? Yes. Why do you want to install 3 air conditioners? Wouldn't one in your room suffice? Li Mingzhe calculated and explained. No, one for my room, one for you and mom's room, and one for my sister's room. So that's 3, right? Wang Xiaohui instinctively asked. Huh? My room. Wang Xiaohui didn't expect that Li Mingzhe had even thought of her. The air conditioner boss stood in the truck smiling at Wang Yud. Big brother, your son is truly filial. He really is willing to spend money on you. He doesn't even want the cheaper air conditioners, insisting on the best. One costs 5,009. 3 units add up to nearly 20,000. The boss knew the villagers had come. Seeing so many people gathered, he deliberately picked the most flattering words to give Wang Yud's family face. One costs 6,000. Gao Chong couldn't believe his ears. He knew that his own family just installed an air conditioner this year, and it only cost a little over 3,000. Just moments ago, he was wondering why Mingzhe didn't install air conditioners for his family, and now the truck arrived right after. This was too fast to be coincidental. Gao Chong felt his face burning, as if slapped. Seeing that he couldn't stay, he quickly signaled a few buddies and left in a hurry. Once they left, a few villagers curiously approached. "Uncle Da, I heard Jinbao is back. Is that him?" "Yes." "How did he find his way back?" "Actually, I'm not sure how Jinbao found his home. He said he relied on many organizations to help him search for his family." "Oh, that's great. Where did he come from?" A few people surrounded Wang Yud and Zhang Xia, eagerly inquiring, digging up the fact that Mingzhe grew up in the Magic City and is still unmarried. Mingzhe was unhappy to hear these comments and was in the yard helping the air conditioner boss with some items. But because he wasn't present, the villagers spoke without restraint. "The Magic City is full of wealthy people. Even a single house is beyond what we can afford. If he sold the house there and came back to our county, he could probably buy several bigger ones." Wang Xiuhui felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. She didn't believe Mingzhe would be very rich, and even if he were, it was the money his adoptive father left him. It had nothing to do with them. Aunt Qing, not everyone in the Magic City is wealthy. There are also rural areas. The value of a house depends on the location. Not everyone is worth several million, so don't think too much into it. Besides, this has nothing to do with us. That belongs to Jinbao, and we won't covet it. You all should stop worrying about him. Wang Zuhui's words made them feel a bit awkward, but after gossiping for a long time, awkwardness was common, so they wouldn't be silenced. Someone asked, "So will he recognize his ancestors and settle down here, marry, and have children?" "That's hard to say." Wang Yud replied, "We are entirely dependent on Jinbao's wishes. If he wants to, that's naturally the best. If he doesn't, we can understand. After all, so many years have passed, and in his world we are actually no different from strangers." Wang Yud and Zhang Xia were quite open-minded. They wouldn't force Mingzhe. "Hey, uncle, don't be foolish. Now that he's back, shouldn't you do everything you can to keep him, or let him go back to the Magic City? Isn't it good to have someone to support you in your old age? You still let him run away." "Exactly. What are you all thinking? If it were me, I would have found a child I lost for over 20 years, and if he had a house in the Magic City, I would definitely cling to him. Otherwise, wouldn't that be foolish? Let alone whether he has a house. Even if he rents a place or is completely broke, you can't let him go, can you? You only have this one son. If you don't count on him, who else can you rely on?" They expressed their heartfelt thoughts to Wang Yud and Zhang Xia, trying to make them see reality. Wang Xiuhui couldn't stand it anymore and retorted, "Aunt Chung, if that's how you think, then let your son not go to Bashu, sell the house there, and come back to our county to buy one, leaving it to take care of you in your old age. If he buys a house from the woman's family, to put it bluntly, what's the difference from being a son-in-law? Don't you think?" Aunt Chung was instantly furious. "Hey Xiuhui, how can you speak like that? I'm talking about your family, or why are you dragging mine into this?" "No, I'm just saying you're too kind. You can't even manage your own family's affairs, yet you're here, trying to help us strategize. I'm just suggesting you think more about yourself and not worry too much." Wang Zuhui's retort truly angered Aunt Chung, but it served as a warning to others. After all, every family had some gossip-worthy matters, so others dared not speak further. "Mom, it's time to make lunch. Let's have the air conditioner installers eat here at noon." Wang Xiuhui pulled Zhang Xia away, leaving Wang Yud alone, and they couldn't engage in conversation, so everyone dispersed. However, Aunt Chung, who had been rebuked by Wang Xiuhui, was getting angrier by the moment. Her companions were secretly laughing at Aunt Cheng's situation, but pretended to be very concerned on the surface. "Come on, Mingming, don't be upset. Why bother with a child?" Aunt Chung was displeased. "When did Xiuhui dare to talk to us like that? Isn't she just taking advantage of having a younger brother, now having someone to back her up to act all high and mighty? Moreover, when she said this, her parents didn't stop her. What does that mean? Isn't this clearly letting her say it?" At that time, Zhang Xia did not stop her. She was just blocked by Wang Xiuhui. Aunt Chung was feeling frustrated, thinking about how Wang Yud's family just installed 3 air conditioners. She scoffed. "Look at their nouveau riche style. Anyone who doesn't know would think they've struck it rich. Did I make a mistake by wanting him to stay the Jinbao who returned from the Magic City? Isn't that for his own good? He truly is a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing a good person's heart." Her companion seemed to recall something and suddenly said, "Hey, you don't know? I heard from Sister Lu that Wang Yud borrowed 1,000 yuan from their family yesterday." Sister Lu didn't even know about this. Did her husband lend the money to him behind her back? She heard that Wang Yud went to their house trying to conceal the reason for his visit at first and had to quarrel with her husband to find out the truth. Aunt Chung exclaimed, "Is there such a thing? Isn't it? I only heard about this last night. They said Wang Yud borrowed money to buy a bed and wardrobe for his son to furnish the second-floor room. Aunt Cheng's first reaction was to gloat, thinking Sister Lu had quarreled with her husband. Her second reaction was that the money borrowed yesterday for a bed and wardrobe was used to buy air conditioners today, spending nearly 20,000. She then asked, "Has the money been repaid?" "I don't know about that, but it seems he hasn't paid it back yet." Because the air conditioners were bought by his son Wang Jinbao, not Wang Yud, and Wang Yud couldn't possibly have money to buy them. Oh, Aunt Cheng's mind was already calculating. Why not take this opportunity to go to Sister Liu's house and see how she would explain? "All right, then you go home and cook. Oh, I need to head back too. Aren't you going to linger a bit longer?" "No more strolling. I suddenly remembered that I need to prepare fish for lunch. That's a bit of a hassle, and I need to start early." "Okay, then that's settled. Come back to play after lunch." Mm. Aunt Cheng half-heartedly responded a couple of times, and then headed in the direction of her home. But halfway there she turned and headed for Sister Liu's house. If she didn't tell Sister Liu about this, she wouldn't be able to eat well at lunch. Upon arriving at Sister Liu's doorstep, Aunt Cheng noticed that the front door was not properly closed, and she pushed it open directly. "Sister Liu, are you home?" she called out while searching the yard, and at that moment Sister Liu emerged from the kitchen. "Xiao Cheng, what brings you here?" "A rare visitor," Aunt Cheng replied. Sister Liu felt suspicious, unsure of Aunt Cheng's intentions, but she still offered her hospitality, inviting Aunt Cheng to sit down for some water. Aunt Cheng did not sit down but smiled and said, no need, I have to go back soon to cook dinner. I came to ask if I could borrow a sharpening stone, my knives at home are dull." "Oh, a sharpening stone. Let me look for it. I'm not sure where I put it." As Sister Liu went to find the sharpening stone, Aunt Cheng took the opportunity to glance around, asking, "Hey, where's Brother Wang? He went to the market and hasn't returned yet." Oh, knowing that Lu Jie's husband Wang Guofu was not at home, Aunt Cheng felt relieved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he heard her say this. "I just remembered something. I heard someone say that Wang Yud borrowed 1,000 yuan from Brother Wang. Don't mention it, it makes me angry just thinking about it. I had a quarrel with him today." As she spoke about this matter, Sister Liu stopped searching for the sharpening stone. If it were just 100 or 2, it might be acceptable. But he borrowed 1,000 yuan. Who knows when Wang Yud will pay that back? Everyone knows his family situation, right? He relies entirely on the money from the fields to live, but how much can he really earn from that? Who doesn't know that his harvest is barely enough to cover the cost of fertilizer and harvesting? Let's just say that the remaining money isn't even enough for his wife's medicine. The difficulties faced by Wang Yud's family were well known. Moreover, when Sister Liu mentioned Wang Yud borrowing money yesterday, the villagers had all chimed in, analyzing Wang Yud's situation thoroughly. Their family's income was only from odd jobs, and that little grain money from the fields, besides that Wang Xiuhui hardly had any money to give him. So after hearing what the villagers said, she became increasingly angry, and when she returned home that night, she ended up having another fight with her husband. Now that Aunt Cheng brought it up, she was even more furious. "Oh yes, I know about their situation too. If we consider his income, he might not even be able to pay back that 1,000 yuan in a year." However, Aunt Cheng changed the subject. "I passed by Wang Yud's house today and heard they were installing air conditioning." "Installing air conditioning?" Sister Liu laughed. "How could he afford to install air conditioning now? It's not him paying for it, it's his son Wang Jinbao. And they installed 3 air conditioning units at once. The cost of those units is over 6,000. Goodness, one unit is worth 2 from others. Wow. Doesn't that total up to 20,000? Sister Liu exclaimed incredulously. "Yes, the boss told me that directly. I was right there when he said it. The boss kept praising Wang Jinbao for being filial to his parents. I heard it clearly." Sister Liu did not believe it immediately and looked skeptical. "No way. If his son is so rich, why would he need to borrow 1,000 yuan from us? That's something you need to ask him directly. Who knows what they're up to. I also think this matter sounds a bit strange, which is why I wanted to ask you about it." Sister Liu did not respond and began pondering. Aunt Cheng's words contained too much information for her to process. Wang Guofu returned from outside and immediately greeted Aunt Cheng. "Oh right, you wanted the sharpening stone, right?" Sister Liu finally remembered that Aunt Cheng had come to borrow the sharpening stone and continued looking for it. However, after searching all around, she couldn't find it. Seeing this, Aunt Cheng said, "Then it's fine, I'll go ask Yanzi." "Oh okay, go ahead and check." After Aunt Cheng left, Wang Guofu wondered aloud. Why did she come to our house to borrow a sharpening stone? After all, as far as he knew, Aunt Cheng lived just a few houses away from a knife seller. There was no need for her to come all the way here, right? Mind your own business. Do you know that Wang Yud's family has newly installed 3 air conditioning units? Wang Guofu replied. They installed 3 air conditioning units. Who told you that? You think it's impossible, right? Such an impossible thing spreading means it must be true. Come on, let's go to Wang Yud's house and see for ourselves. Sister Liu said as she untied her apron and pulled Wang Guofu to leave. Are you crazy? What are you doing in the middle of the day, eh? Do you not know Wang Yud's situation? How could he possibly install 3 air conditioning units? If he had that kind of money, would he come to me to ask for it? Sister Lu sneered. Oh, so you understand this logic too. Oh, if you hadn't secretly lent him money without telling me, would I care whether he can afford to install air conditioning? You must accompany me today. Otherwise we'll get a divorce. Wang Guofu was increasingly irritated. He felt that working in the fields was better than sitting at home. At least in the fields, he wouldn't have to listen to Sister Liu's nagging. Let's go, we must go. I need to see for myself so you can give up. But it's already noon, at least wait until after lunch, right? What excuse do we have to visit their house now? Wang Guofu's words were reasonable, and Sister Lu instantly calmed down. After all, the truth of the matter was uncertain, and they couldn't go over there in the middle of the day for something that wasn't confirmed. All right, let's go in the afternoon. But you have to take me along. I want to see with my own eyes so you won't deceive me again. Wang Guofu waved his hand, not wanting to say another word. At noon, Zhang Xiao warmly invited the two air conditioning installers to stay for lunch, and they were not polite about it. After eating, they immediately got back to work. By 2 o'clock, all 3 air conditioning units were completed. The boss, being considerate, did not mention payment and left right after washing his hands. From the internal conditions of the house, he could tell that this family was short on money. They would definitely need to find Li Mingzhe for any payments. Li Mingzhe did not require any probing. He accompanied the boss to the door and took the initiative to say, I'll go get my phone in the afternoon and then come to your store to settle the payment. Oh, no rush, you can pay tomorrow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the boss got into his car and left. As soon as he left, Li Mingzhe headed out to get his phone. This left Wang Xiuhui and the 2 children along with the 3 adults, each lost in their own thoughts. Yet their concerns were the same: how to pay for these 3 air conditioning units. Wang Yid smoked a cigarette, silently pondering how he could balance this account. It's tough. Zhang Xia thought about it. Even if she stopped taking her medicine to save a little money, it wouldn't be enough. That's 18,000 yuan. Neither of them has any income, and it would take ages to save that up. Dad, Mom, don't worry. If it doesn't work out, we can negotiate with the boss to owe it first and discuss it after the new year. Wang Yid shook his head. That definitely won't work. That boss has no relations with us. Why would he extend credit to us? The 3 of them stood in the yard, all feeling distressed. But at this moment, Li Mingzhe was unaware of their troubles. When he went to the service center to pick up his phone, it had already been repaired. After checking to confirm there were no issues, Li Mingzhe made the final payment. Coming out of the service center, he immediately went to pay for the air conditioning. The boss received the money with a broad smile. By the way, young man, let me tell you something. Don't think I'm being nosy. I think I heard someone say at your doorstep that you were abducted to Modu when you were a child and just returned this year, right? Li Mingzhe acknowledged calmly. Yes, that's correct. Oh, no wonder your accent is nothing like ours. I heard someone was eyeing your house in Modu. You should be cautious. Li Mingzhe was taken aback and immediately asked, Who did you hear that from? This statement startled him a bit. Through the interactions over the past few days, he felt that his parents and sister were quite nice. They didn't seem like the sort of people with ulterior motives. But if they were actually putting on an act, then Li Mingzhe really couldn't reveal his true situation to them. At first, I asked them about your family's location, and they followed my car over. Later, I heard them at the door advising your parents to control you, saying that your house in Modu was valuable and could be sold to buy several houses in the county. However, I overheard your sister say that your house in Modu had nothing to do with them, and that those people shouldn't worry unnecessarily. Eventually, they started arguing, and those who were advising your parents were driven away. It turned out to be a false alarm. Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding. Okay, I got it. Thank you. On his way back from the street, he had a bit more meat and vegetables in the car. As he just entered the village passing by the intelligence base, he was about to walk through when Aunt Qing stopped him. Hey Jinbao, did you just come back from the street? Who are you? Li Mingzhe felt Aunt Qing looked a bit familiar. Don't you remember me? I was right at your doorstep when your family installed the air conditioner today. Li Mingzhe suddenly remembered. Oh, now I recall. Well, according to seniority, you should call me Aunt Qing. Your sister calls me that too. Okay, Aunt Qing. Oh, look at this kid, handsome and eloquent. Aunt Qing smiled, her lips still adorned with sunflower seeds. Li Mingzhe wasn't interested in idle chatter with her, and said with a smile, Aunt Qing, you all continue chatting. I have matters to attend to and need to head home. Wait a moment, are you in such a hurry to get home? Because you know someone is coming to your house to collect a debt. Aunt Qing looked at Li Mingzhe with a smile, her eyes full of thoughts. Someone is coming to collect money. Li Mingzhe was surprised. Huh, you don't know? Didn't your dad tell you? You should hurry back and check. Your dad borrowed 1,000 yuan just yesterday, and today your family installed 3 air conditioners. They must have heard the news and come to collect. Aunt Qing observed Li Mingzhe's expression as she spoke, seeing him frown slightly, and she immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. I understand, him going home to check right now. Thank you. Li Mingzhe pulled away from Aunt Qing and dashed home. Aunt Qing stood in place, watching Li Mingzhe's back, a cold smile in her heart. The grudge she held against Wang Xiuhui today was considered avenged. Then she hurried back to the crowd behind her to gossip. Yet are you home? Wang Guofu entered with a bag of vegetables. The dog barked twice before stopping, and Wang Yud limped out from the living room. Oh Guofu, what brings you here? As soon as Wang Yud saw Lu Jie, who was looking around, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Because he knew that borrowing money from him was something Wang Guofu was doing behind his wife's back. Given the situation now, it was likely that the matter had been exposed. Haha, isn't it that we have too many big cabbages at home? We can't finish them, so I thought I'd bring you some. Oh. Why are you all being so polite? Come sit down quickly. Wang Xiuhui greeted and hurried to pour water. As the couple settled down, Lu Jie couldn't hold back and directly asked, I didn't see wrong, did I? Your family installed 3 new air conditioners. Wang Yud looked awkward. Yes, they were just installed this afternoon. That must have cost a lot, right? Lu Jie asked again. Wang Yud didn't hide it. It's quite expensive, about 5,009 each. Oh, that's so expensive. Lu Jie exclaimed, her face filled with surprise. She then quietly pinched Wang Guofu. Wang Guofu of course understood what she meant, but he shifted his position slightly, sitting a bit farther from Lu Jie. Wang Guofu looked puzzled. Yud, what's going on? Why did your family suddenly install such expensive air conditioners, and all at once 3 of them? How should I explain this? The air conditioners were actually installed by our son Jinbao. We haven't even paid the money yet. What? You don't have money? Lu Jie was shocked by the information revealed by Wang Yud. She then asked, does your son Wang Jinbao have money to give? This? Lu Jie's pointed question left Wang Yud at a loss for words. What do you mean? You won't be broke, will you? Lu Jie became a bit anxious. If they couldn't pay for the air conditioners, it would be impossible for them to think about that 1,000 yuan. Because just the hole left by these 3 air conditioners was enough for Wang Yud to cover. We have money. Li Mingzhe's voice suddenly rang out from the yard. He appeared carrying things in both hands, a smile on his face. I was originally going to go with my dad to return the money after dinner tonight, but I didn't expect you all to worry that my dad would make a trip. After placing the items at the kitchen door, Li Mingzhe naturally sat down in the living room. Is this Jinbao? Lu Jie stared at Li Mingzhe for a few seconds and couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, he grew up in Modu. He looks completely different from the people here. He's so tall and handsome. He should go act in a television show. Hearing Lu Jie's praise, Li Mingzhe forced a couple of smiles. Wang Yud quickly introduced Jinbao. This is your Uncle Guofu and Aunt Lu. Hello, Uncle Wang. Hello, Aunt Lu. Hey, you two. Aunt Liu's eyes kept darting over Li Mingzhe, unsure of what she was thinking. Hey, Jinbao, you just said you would return that money tonight. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Mingzhe pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Li Mingzhe could have arrived earlier, but after hearing Aunt Cheng's words, he turned back to the village supermarket to get some cash. Since he knew that people were coming to collect money, he definitely needed to resolve this matter. Aunt Lu, I remember my dad said it was 1,000 yuan, right? Yes. Lu Jie felt relieved as soon as she saw Li Mingzhe pulling out the money. Zhang Xia, on the other hand, anxiously exchanged glances with Wang Yud, intending to inquire about what was going on. Wasn't it agreed not to tell Li Mingzhe? How did he know that someone came to collect a debt as soon as he entered, and that it was for how much? Jinbao, come out with me for a moment. Wang Yud was also anxious and quickly called Li Mingzhe outside, whispering as they reached the corner of the yard, how did you know about the money? Who told you? Li Mingzhe then told Wang Yud about being stopped by Aunt Cheng as soon as he entered the village. Those people all know about our borrowing money. Wang Yud was somewhat surprised. He had instructed Wang Guofu to keep this matter confidential. But seeing the situation today, and Wang Guofu's restless demeanor casting him apologetic glances from time to time, he understood that it must have been leaked. However, he never expected it to have spread to this extent in the village. Moreover, they had deliberately informed Li Mingzhe. This was clearly a sign that someone had ill intentions. Dad, please don't say that. I will make those who want to see our family's misfortune shut up. After finishing the conversation, Li Mingzhe sat back down in the living room with Wang Yud. Aunt Lu, Uncle Guofu, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I heard my dad say he borrowed 1,000 yuan, and I'm going to pay it back to you now. With that, Li Mingzhe counted out a portion of the bills and handed them to Sister Lu. Here, you count it. Sister Lu felt a bit embarrassed at this point, saying, oh, there's no need to count, it's definitely correct. That's not right, because I gave you 1,000 yuan. Sister Lu was taken aback, instinctively starting to count the money in her hands, and indeed found 11 bills. Before she could ask, Li Mingzhe said, the extra 100 yuan is considered interest as a thank you for your help in lending us money. Oh no, that's not right. It's just 1,000 yuan, why would there be interest? And even if we were to talk about interest, it hasn't been 2 days yet, so there's no need for 100 yuan. Hearing this, Wang Guofu nudged Sister Lu and shot her a look that said, do you really want this interest? It's fine, you can keep it. Not calling it interest, let's just say it's a small token of my respect as a junior. If I'm not home in the future and my dad encounters any difficulties, he might still need your help. Oh, you really know how to speak. I truly like you. Sister Lu said with a smile. Don't worry if you'd ever needs money or anything, just come to us, we will definitely help. No matter what happens in the future, they had to say flattering words at this moment. Otherwise, receiving that 100 yuan would indeed be difficult. After sincerely complimenting Li Mingzhe a few times, Sister Liu's eyes shifted. Jinbao, have you settled down yet? Not yet. Why haven't you settled down yet? I haven't met the right person yet. So you have high standards. With your looks and your ability to speak and do things, there must be no shortage of girls around you. Sister Lu then looked at Zhang Xia, saying, Sister-in-law, if you're willing, I know a few nice young ladies I can introduce to Jinbao. This? Zhang Xia hesitated for a moment, not daring to make decisions for Li Mingzhe. What's wrong, sister-in-law? I usually don't do matchmaking, we don't rely on that for a living. But I genuinely like this kid Jinbao, and I definitely won't just randomly introduce him. Guessing that Zhang Xia wouldn't agree, Li Mingzhe readily replied, Sure, Aunt Lu, then I'll trouble you with this. Oh, don't trouble yourself. After chatting a bit more, Wang Guofu and Sister Lu left. They hadn't even reached home when Aunt Cheng, who was wandering around, called out to Sister Lu. Sister Lu, where are you going? Come sit for a while. Wang Guofu glanced at Aunt Cheng, knowing she must want to inquire about the money matter. He had no good impression of these gossipy women in the village. If it weren't for Li Mingzhe happening to pay back the money today, he would have had a hard time facing Wang Yud in the future. She wanted to stop Sister Lu, but thinking that if she didn't say it today, she would definitely bring it up tomorrow, she just let it be. So he didn't even greet anyone and directly went home. As soon as Wang Guofu left, it was just what Aunt Cheng wanted. So did you get the money back? Yes, Jinbao even gave an extra 100 yuan. Sister Lu spoke of Li Mingzhe with a beaming smile, clearly in a good mood. Aunt Cheng immediately asked, he gave an extra 100. What's going on? Then Sister Lu recounted everything that had happened at Wang Yud's house. You say Wang Yud really has gone through hardships to enjoy this now, huh? He's over 50 years old, thinking his life would be like this, but unexpectedly heaven opened its eyes, and at this age he's enjoying some blessings. This made Aunt Cheng feel bitter, as if she had swallowed a lemon. Sister Lu didn't realize what Aunt Cheng was thinking, and continued to sigh. His son is truly remarkable. He's capable and articulate, and looks quite handsome. Unfortunately, Xiaoya is already married, otherwise I would have really wanted her to get to know him. Xiaocheng, why are you suddenly quiet? No, you're right, Aunt Cheng replied. This Wang Yud really doesn't know which deity he prayed to. After more than 20 years of neglect, his son comes back and treats them so well. Who would believe it? Yes, you mentioning that reminds me that Jinbao is a good person, not at all picky about wealth. If it were someone else, seeing how poor his family is, they would probably just run away without acknowledging them. Wasn't he raised in the magic city? How would people from there be willing to come to our poor countryside? Hearing this, Aunt Cheng, however, said dismissively, just wait and see, all these good things are temporary. What do you mean? Sister Lu asked, puzzled. Wang Yud looks a bit prosperous right now, but in reality he has unspeakable hardships because his son can't live here at all. He's just here to acknowledge his family, and after the new year he'll leave. It's hard to say if he'll come back in the future. Once Wang Jinbao leaves, Wang Yud's life will return to what it was before, like he's just had a dream. Oh, if there is a difference, it's the 3 air conditioners his son left for him. But these air conditioners are merely decorations for Wang Yud, because he might not even be able to afford the electricity bill to run them. What was originally a good thing in Sister Liu's eyes after Aunt Cheng's remarks turned into all bad things. She frowned, feeling uncomfortable hearing those words. Moreover, Aunt Cheng's tone clearly indicated that she couldn't stand others doing well. For example, if someone said they bought a car, how nice it was, she would jump up and say that with oil prices high, people couldn't even afford to fill the tank. Isn't this intentionally going against the grain? Xiaocheng, I suddenly remembered I haven't hung up the clothes from the washing machine. I need to hurry back to do that before the sun goes down. Oh, you go ahead. Wang Xiaohui had already stayed at her family home for 2 days, and it was time to go back. Staying there wasn't a solution either. Wang Xiaohui carried the 2 children into the car, comforting the worried Zhang Xia. Mom, don't worry. Now that we have Jinbao, Gao Chong wouldn't dare to do anything to me. If he really dares to lay a hand on me, I'll come back to find you immediately, so don't worry. Zhang Xia held Wang Zuhui's hand, nodding. All right, then you all go back. If anything happens, be sure to call us. Don't hold back. Okay, it's fine. After a brief farewell, Wang Xiaohui took the 2 children away. With 3 fewer people, the house became a bit quieter. By the way, Dad, when I exchanged money at the supermarket today, I brought you 2 packs of cigarettes. I almost forgot to give them to you. Seeing this, Wang Yud was surprised that they were even soft pack. These 2 packs would cost over 1,000. I don't want them. I don't smoke such expensive cigarettes. Wang Yud instinctively refused without even a touch. Zhang Xia's monthly medical expenses are 300 to 400, and these 2 packs of cigarettes could last her for several months. Therefore, in Wang Yud's mind, he could never afford to buy soft Chinese cigarettes in his lifetime. The brand he usually smokes, he might not even finish one a day. It was only in the past few days since Li Mingzhe returned that he felt a bit troubled, which is why he had smoked a few more. Here, Dad, I bought these for you. No, you keep them for yourself. I smoke Jinwan, I don't smoke soft Chinese. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu became even more insistent. If you don't smoke soft Chinese, then this old man certainly doesn't deserve to smoke such good cigarettes. What do you mean not deserving? It's just a cigarette, don't belittle yourself like that. Regardless, I've bought these to honor you. If you don't accept my gesture, then it's as if you're rejecting my feelings. You think I'm running all this way home for the new year for what? Isn't it just to have the family together happily? Li Mingzhe's words left Wang Yu at a loss for words. He turned his head, not wanting to meet Li Mingzhe's gaze, but his eyes had quietly reddened. He didn't even know how to face Li Mingzhe's heartfelt intentions, because he felt unworthy. In the 28 years of Li Mingzhe's life, he had only participated in 3 years with Zhongzhou. In the remaining 25 years, they had done nothing for Li Mingzhe, yet now he came back to pour out his heart to them. How could they accept this with a clear conscience? You don't want it. If not, then I want to eat dinner tonight. Seeing Li Mingzhe act like a child on purpose, Wang Yu knew he couldn't refuse. He trembled slightly as he took it. You can't skip dinner, you're so thin you need to eat more. Haha, actually I'm all muscle, you just can't see it because I wear thick clothes in winter. After saying that, Li Mingzhe turned and took out some cash for Zhongzhou from his pocket. Mom, here's 3,900 yuan, you take it. Before Zhongzhou and Wang Yu could refuse together, Li Mingzhe continued. Listen to me, if you have to borrow money to buy New Year goods, you might as well accept this money. At least you won't have to humiliate yourselves outside. Mom, we actually have money. No, the money you have is yours, or what I'm giving you is from me, that's a different matter. To be honest, I wanted to have a good New Year here this year. Celebrating in the city had no meaning. I actually saw some videos online of celebrating New Year here, and I found it quite interesting. Are you not accepting this money so that I can eat vegetables for the New Year, or do you want me to feel like I didn't contribute a penny for the festive feast? Li Mingzhe said this with a smile. However, Zhongzhou couldn't help but burst into tears at that moment. She couldn't fathom how she had such a son. Jinbao, it's not easy for you to work outside. The cost of living in the city is so high. Don't spend all your money on us. Mom, it's fine. I'm young, and there are more opportunities for me to earn money outside than for you at home. Moreover, although the city is expensive, I don't have to pay for rent, which saves a lot of money. So you really don't need to worry about me. While Li Mingzhe's filial piety moved, the two elderly Wang Xiuhui had just arrived at her in-laws' house and found an uninvited guest. Gao Chong's sister had come. Wang Zuhui's eldest sister-in-law. Expecting another fierce conflict at home, Wang Xiuhui never anticipated it would be worse than she had imagined. Because this elder sister-in-law was even more formidable than her mother-in-law Chen Fengxia. Huh, sister, you're here. Wang Xiuhui, holding 2 children's toys, wore a somewhat unnatural smile. Oh, you still know how to come back. I thought you were planning to stay permanently in Shao Wangzhuang. Gao Zuizhuan stood at the threshold of the living room looking at Wang Xiuhui with an unfriendly expression. How could that be? My brother came back, so I stayed there for a night, right? Wang Xiuhui retorted, but noticed that Gao Zuizhuan hadn't brought her children this time, so she placed the toys directly on the living room sofa. Haha, you make it sound easy. As soon as I returned, I heard about your incredible brother who just popped up. First he scolded my mom, then hit my brother, and even helped your family install 3 air conditioners. This is quite a big deal. Even the village secretary would just stand at the door watching. Hearing Gao Qijuan's sarcastic words, Wang Xiuhui frowned slightly. Sister, my brother didn't grow up here, so his speech and actions are different from ours. I already talked to him yesterday, he won't behave like that again. As for buying air conditioners, even if he installs 10, it has nothing to do with us, right? Is that so? Gao Zuizhuan turned to Wang Xiuhui. Then why did I hear my brother say that Wang Jinbao also installed one in your room? Aren't you planning to stay at your mother's house for long? Or are you deliberately trying to show off your wealth to give your family face? Gao Chong, hearing the commotion, came downstairs and added another round of sarcasm. Sister, you don't understand this, right? The more a person lacks something, the more they show it off. He's doing this because he has no money, so he's deliberately putting on a show for us. Gao Chong came to the living room and directly threw the several sets of toys that were in the way outside into the yard. TCH, what a show off. Who cares about things worth a few dozen yuan? Thinking of the losses he suffered from Li Mingzhe, he found everything displeasing. Wang Xiuhui was angered by Gao Chong's behavior and shouted, You don't care, huh? Then why don't you buy some for the kids? They've been playing with the same toy gun for 2 years, can't you see that? It's already the 20th day of the 12th month and Yuan hasn't bought new clothes for the new year yet, don't you know? Faced with Wang Zuhui's questioning, Gao Chong almost jumped up as if he had been poked at a sore spot. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I don't take care of the kids? Isn't all the food and drink for you 3 earned by me? Wang Xiuhui was truly angered to laughter by Gao Chong. How much money do you bring home in a year? Isn't the money you earn all spent on your own food and drink? Look down on this, and that you should take a look at yourself first. What are you talking about? Gao Chong's face turned red as he approached Wang Xiuhui, causing the two children to quickly hide beside her. You dare talk to me like this, you filthy woman. Do you want me to slap you? What else is there to say? Just slap her. Gao Zuizhuan fanned the flames from the side. She seemed even angrier than Gao Chong, almost wanting to grab Wang Zuhui's hair right away. Seeing the situation was not good, Wang Xiuhui hurriedly pulled the children back towards the door. Gao Chong, if you dare hit me again, I will tell my brother. Upon hearing this, Gao Zuizhuan became even more enthusiastic. Come on, call him now. Do it right now. I just want to see what kind of person he is. Wang Xiuhui looked at Gao Chong and confirmed, Are you sure you dare let him come? Upon being questioned, Gao Chong immediately recalled the losses he had suffered under Li Mingzhe. To be honest, the thought of Li Mingzhe coming made him feel a bit apprehensive. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in a verbal confrontation. Why would I be afraid? Do you think Wang Jinbao is that impressive? Earlier it was at your place, and with so many of your family members, I was afraid of losing out alone. If you have the ability, let him come now. What Gao Chong thought in his heart was different from what he said aloud. He couldn't let Wang Xiuhui know that he was afraid of Li Mingzhe, otherwise she would always use Li Mingzhe as a shield against him. Stop the nonsense and hurry up with the call, Gao Chuiwan urged. Wang Xiuhui was not that foolish, as she would definitely not call Li Mingzhe over unless it came to a physical confrontation. Having married into this family, she couldn't just call Li Mingzhe over for every little issue. Li Mingzhe wouldn't be able to follow her around for the rest of his life. Forget it, let my brother have some peace at home for a while. Gao Chong, I don't know what you're thinking, but I hope you understand one thing: my brother coming home is actually a good thing for you. After all, if my family is doing well, shouldn't you have more face? Isn't it a good thing that he buys toys for the children? Doesn't that make the children happy and you feel at ease? Before Gao Chong could respond, Gao Chuiwan chimed in, Ha. Wang Xiuhui, your words are quite cunning. What does your family's well-being have to do with my brother? Can he go to your house and ask for a bowl of water? Why not? Aren't they his father-in-law and mother-in-law? Wang Xiuhui retorted. Gao Chuiwan rolled her eyes. You'll say anything to achieve your goal. How come I haven't seen my brother bring anything back from your house? But you always bringing things over. If my brother didn't ask, you wouldn't even want to return that electric heater. With the conditions of your maternal family, if you don't ask us for things, we'd consider ourselves lucky. Wang Xiuhui didn't want to engage with Gao Chuiwan. When one person wants to find fault, it doesn't matter how much the other person says. Gao Chong, think about what I said. When you come to my house, how do my parents treat you? Our family may be a bit poor, but when you came over, my parents always treated you with the best things. How do they treat you compared to me? Isn't it you who is always treating them poorly? I don't want to say much more to you. If you could just discern right from wrong a little, we could still carry on with our lives together. Oh, Gao Chuiwan exclaimed again. If we can't carry on, what then? Are you planning to get a divorce? If Gao Chong doesn't make any changes, then I really will have to consider divorce. Divorce? Hurry and do it. Gao Chuiwan tugged at Gao Chong. Let me tell you, with this brother of his now, if he gets married in the future, do you think this sister wouldn't help? If she doesn't help, she'll still have to give gifts. If she wants to leave, let her leave, but she can't take the child. Gao Chong had originally thought carefully about Wang Xiuhui's words, but couldn't resist Gao Chuiwan's persistent provocation. The mention of money made his previously calming mood turn agitated again. That's right. Wang Xiuhui, you can have your brother, but don't think you can get any money from me when he gets married. If you want money, we'll just get a divorce. You can go alone and the kids are mine. Wang Xiuhui laughed in anger. She realized that with this instigator of a sister-in-law around, whatever she said was in vain. I truly have no words left. She was utterly disappointed, taking the two children and driving away on the electric tricycle. Gao Chong immediately chased after her. It's almost time to cook. What are you going to do now, eh? Don't worry about her, let her go. I just want to see if she can stay at her mother's place every day. Gao Chuiwan's voice came from the yard. The one who was embarrassed is her. Gao Chong stood at the door watching the departing tricycle, feeling an indescribable agitation in his heart. Originally, Wang Xiuhui returning with the children had seemed like the end of it. Now Gao Chuiwan came here and said a bunch of things, causing Wang Xiuhui to leave again. In fact, it was his own family that was truly embarrassing. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Xiuhui several times, but she didn't answer, leaving Gao Chong with no options. Feeling frustrated, he turned back home and lit a cigarette. Just then, Chun Fengxiao returned from her walk. As soon as she entered, she heard Gao Chuiwan's voice. Just wait and see. She comes back every few days, and if her brother really stays here in the future, she'll be relying on him. Anyway, just let her go back. Don't worry about her. Just keep a tight grip on the money. As long as she doesn't take money back, she can stay home as long as she wants. That way our family won't have so many mouths to feed. Chun Fengxiao picked up on a lot of information from this and exclaimed, What happened? Did Wang Xiuhui come back? and then leave. Yes, Mom, let me tell you, she's really something now. Gao Chuan began to recount what had just happened to Chen Fengxiao, while Gao Chong felt increasingly annoyed listening. You two are so annoying. He tossed out this line and directly retreated upstairs. His words seemed to be an insult to Gao Chuan, prompting her to start complaining to Chen Fengxiao downstairs about how she was bullied in her in-laws' house, with no one to help her. She returned to help Gao Chong manage his wife, yet she was still resented by Gao Chong. Gao Chong felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuhui, after leaving home with the children, did not return to her parents' house. She drove out of the village parked by the roadside and stared blankly into the distance. Mommy, are we going to Grandpa's house? Yuan asked. Wang Xiuhui wiped her tears upon hearing this. No, we're not going there. Yuan continued, Mommy, I want to go. I want to play police catch the thief with my uncle. Be good, didn't we just come back from there? We're not going today. Then where are we going? Wang Xiuhui herself didn't know where to go. It was already 4 o'clock and the sky would be dark in an hour. Yet she had nowhere to go. After some thought, Wang Xiuhui forced a smile for the two children. Haven't you two been clamoring to eat hamburgers? Mommy will take you to the street to eat hamburgers. Thus Wang Xiuhui found a temporary destination. Soon the sky darkened. After dinner, Li Mingzhe and Wang Yud were chatting in the courtyard. Zhang Xia was tidying up the house when she suddenly discovered Wang Xiuhui's phone. Hey, why didn't Xiuhui take her phone? Oh, this phone has so many missed calls. Zhang Xia's words caught Li Mingzhe's attention, and he immediately stood up to take a closer look. When he saw the caller ID, it was all calls from Gao Chong. Moreover, the time was around 4 o'clock, and it was already 7. His intuition told Li Mingzhe that something was wrong. After all, Wang Xiuhui must have returned to her in-laws around 4. Why was Gao Chong calling her so many times? As he pondered, he felt uneasy. Li Mingzhe simply said, Mom and Dad, I'm going to deliver my sister's phone now. It's already so dark, why don't we wait until tomorrow? It's fine, the bike has lights. I'm mainly worried that something happened to my sister on her way home. Zhang Xia pondered for a moment upon hearing this, and felt some unease. Then I'll go with you to take a look. No need, I can go by myself. Zhang Xia replied, Don't you not know the way? I do, you just go straight on the county road, right? I remember it after going once. Wang Yud nodded. All right, then go take a look, put on a coat, and be careful on the road. The elderly couple had poor eyesight at night, and it wasn't appropriate for them to go to Wang Xiuhui's in-laws' house to deliver a phone at this hour. Li Mingzhe rode his electric bike following the route he remembered to Wang Xiuhui's in-laws. Li Mingzhe found the right door and saw Wang Xiuhui's tricycle parked at the entrance. The main gate was tightly shut and laughter could be heard from within the courtyard. He parked his bike and was about to knock when he heard children talking inside the tricycle. The voice sounded very much like Yuan's. Li Mingzhe felt something was off and a suspicion began to form in his mind. He approached the tricycle, turned on his phone's flashlight, and opened a small gap to look inside, instantly shocked. Inside the tricycle sat Wang Xiuhui and the two children. Sister, why are you all sitting in here? Uncle. Yuan was overjoyed, immediately scrambling to get up. Are you here to play police catch the thief with me? Li Mingzhe felt Yuan's somewhat cold hand and immediately furrowed his brows. It was freezing and the tricycle only had 2 layers of mats. Even if they huddled together, they must be very cold. Jinbao, why are you here so late? Wang Xiuhui panicked upon seeing Li Mingzhe, her speech stuttering. She hadn't wanted Li Mingzhe to know about this. I came to deliver your phone. Yuan, come here. After feeling Yuan's hand, which was indeed cold, Li Mingzhe's brows furrowed even deeper. Sister, what's going on here? Haven't you been home since the afternoon? Have you been in the car the whole time? Wang Xiuhui replied, No, we went home in the afternoon, then came out again. But why are you sitting here and not going inside? Li Mingzhe was filled with questions, yet Wang Xiuhui found it hard to articulate. Seeing Wang Xiuhui hesitating to speak, little Yuan suddenly said in a crying voice, Uncle, it's not that we don't want to go home, it's that Auntie and Grandma won't open the door for us. Mommy has been knocking for a long time, they won't pay us any attention, so we can only sit in the car. Li Mingzhe was utterly shocked. What? A surge of anger ignited within Li Mingzhe's chest, which he struggled to suppress. He asked Wang Xiuhui, Then why don't you return to Shaowang village? Mom said we can't keep going there, but it's not our home. We're sleeping here tonight. Yuan said, bursting into tears of grievance. Upon hearing this, the usually composed Li Mingzhe couldn't help but clench his fists. He had never seen anyone so cruel as to lock their wife and children outside in the dead of winter, forcing them to sleep in a tricycle all night. Is this still a human being? Damn it! Li Mingzhe cursed under his breath, unable to contain his inner fury any longer, and strode straight towards the door. Jinbao. Wang Xiuhui hurriedly got out of the car, but by this time Li Mingzhe had already begun kicking the door. Bang! Gao Chong, you better come out. The laughter from the short videos being played in the yard came to an abrupt halt. Gao Chong, lying on the second floor and playing on his phone, was startled by the noise and dropped his phone onto his face. Ignoring the pain, he panicked. Is that Wang Jinbao coming? Remembering that Wang Xiuhui and the two kids were still outside, he slapped his forehead. Damn, this is a big mess now. He knew very well that Li Mingzhe would not let him off easily. Gao Chong, if you don't open the door today, I'll call someone to break it down. Gao Chong didn't have time to put on his shoes. He ran downstairs barefoot. Chun Fengxia and Gao Zuizhuan were so frightened that they hid in the living room, not daring to sit where they could be seen through the door crack. Who is it? Wang Jinbao. Gao Zuizhuan hurriedly asked Gao Chong. Who else could it be? We're in trouble, we're in trouble. Gao Chong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had no courage to open that door. Huh, Wang Xiuhui really called him here. Perfect timing. I was just about to have a talk with this person from the Magic City. Upon hearing this, Gao Zuizhuan was not at all flustered. In fact, she seemed a bit excited. Don't go out. Gao Chong grabbed her arm nervously, saying, You must not open the door. If he comes in, he will definitely hit me. If we don't open the door for him tonight, if we can't open it, he will definitely take Wang Xiuhui away. What? Look at you scared. Gao Zuizhuan shook off Gao Chong's arm, her expression calm. This is our home. Why should you be afraid of him? Even if it comes to blows, can three of us not handle one of him? I'm going to open the door right now. Listening to the banging on the door outside, Chen Fengxia's heart raced. She worriedly said, Zuizhuan, why don't you stay back and let your brother go? I'm not afraid of him. I don't believe he dares to hit me. Mom, watch how I deal with him. Gao Zuizhuan, filled with some unknown confidence, could not be stopped by her own mother or brother. She stepped out of the living room and turned on the light in the yard. Stop knocking. Gao Zuizhuan, unable to see Li Mingzhe's face outside, feigned ignorance. Who are you? Li Mingzhe clenched his fists, trying to keep his voice calm. Open the door. Don't make me say it twice. Hearing the suppressed anger in his tone, Gao Qijuan's heart skipped a beat. It was clear that Li Mingzhe was genuinely furious at this moment. However, she was confident in herself. Opening the door, Gao Zuizhuan feigned calmness. You are Wang Jinbao, right? You're banging on the door at night. Do you know that's disturbing the peace? Get lost. Li Mingzhe spat out a word without even glancing at her, striding directly into the living room. Gao Chong, come out. Gao Chong hadn't even had time to hide upstairs. He was right there in the room on the first floor. Seeing Li Mingzhe storm in, Chen Fengxia immediately blocked the doorway, forcing a smile. Jinbao, what brings you here? She thought Li Mingzhe would give her the old lady some face, but in reality, she was mistaken. What? Can I come? Li Mingzhe surveyed the room. Noticing that there was only this one room on the first floor with the door closed, and seeing Chen Fengxia standing at the door, as if trying to hide something, he knew Gao Chong was definitely inside. What are you talking about? If you come to Zuhui's house, we are definitely welcoming. Li Mingzhe looked at her. You say this is my sister's house. Since this is my sister's house, then why did you lock her and the two kids outside? What are you all plotting? At this moment, Li Mingzhe didn't even address Chen Fengxia as auntie because he was no longer in the mood for formalities. Gao Chong, I know you are in this room. Come out now, and you might take 2 less punches from me later. Li Mingzhe was straightforward about his intention to hit Gao Chong. Chen Fengxia quickly leaned against the door, trying to block Li Mingzhe. Wang Jinbao, don't be so agitated. There must be some misunderstanding here. Just sit down, and we can talk slowly. Li Mingzhe ignored Chen Fengxia and continued shouting at Gao Chong. Do you think you can escape today? I'm going to count to 3, you come out. 1, 2. Before Li Mingzhe could count to 3, Gao Chong opened the door. As soon as he appeared, Chen Fengxia immediately shielded him, her tone changing. Wang Jinbao, this is Gaolu Village. If you dare to hit someone here, don't even think about walking out. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe grinned. Don't worry, I'm not walking out, because I came by bike. Before he finished speaking, Li Mingzhe seized the opportunity and rushed in, directly grabbing Gao Chong. Gao Chong screamed in fright, retreating to the corner, quickly using his arms to shield his face. However, the first thing Li Mingzhe did upon entering was to lock the door behind him. Now the 2 women outside couldn't come in to interfere with him. He advanced and kicked first. Then he smashed 2 punches into Gao Chong. Mom, help. The 2 women outside were in a panic, and Wang Xiuhui hurriedly told the 2 kids to stay in the car before rushing to the living room. Now you know fear. If you were afraid, you wouldn't dare lock them outside. It wasn't me, that was my mom and sister who intentionally didn't let them in. I wanted to let them in at first, but they wouldn't allow it. If they won't let you in, you just want open. Is this your house? You coward. You're not even a man, or what are you doing with that thing in your pants? I'm going to ruin you today. As Li Mingzhe spoke, he aimed a kick at Gao Chong's groin. Luckily, Gao Chong reacted in time to cover himself, and Li Mingzhe only kicked his hand. Hitting from afar hurt just as much. Gao Chong's voice was even more miserable than before. I was wrong. Jinbao, I was wrong. I want dare again. Gao Chong cried, his tears streaming down his face, genuinely filled with regret. The two women outside were frantically knocking and kicking the door, loudly threatening to call the police. But the threat of calling the police did not scare Li Mingzhe at all. He continued to hit, when suddenly Wang Zuhui's voice came from outside. "All right, Jinbao, stop hitting him." Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe withdrew his fist, which was less than an inch from Gao Chong's face. Then with a cold expression he opened the door. The two women rushed in to check on Gao Chong's condition. Seeing that Gao Chong had completely wet his pants in fear, Chun Fengxia sat down on the floor and began to wail. "Oh my God, is there no law here? You can beat people right in their homes. Call the police, Shoujuan, hurry and call the police." Gao Chuiwan no longer displayed her previous arrogance. In front of Li Mingzhe, she took out her phone to call the police. "Do you dare to call the police?" Li Mingzhe shot her a glance, causing Gao Chuiwan to shiver in fear. "Chuiwan, what are you doing? Hurry and call the police. Are you going to watch your brother get beaten to death?" At this moment, Gao Chong jumped out to stop her. "No, don't call the police. Jin Bao is right to hit him." Gao Chong was genuinely terrified. He had developed a psychological scar from the beating. He feared that if Gao Chuiwan called the police in front of Li Mingzhe, it might provoke him further, leading to worse consequences. As long as it's justified, that's fine. Remember, today you all closed the door and didn't let my sister in. With that, Li Mingzhe turned to Wang Xiuhui. "Sister, go pack your clothes right now. And come back to live with Yuan and Man. All right." Wang Xiuhui immediately obeyed and went upstairs to pack her things. On the second floor, as she packed, she cried, her tears a mix of grievance and joy. No matter what, she wouldn't have to live like before. The two children didn't have many clothes, and Wang Xiuhui worked quickly, finishing in just over 10 minutes. Wang Xiuhui came downstairs, and Li Mingzhe directly took her away. Before leaving, Wang Xiuhui exchanged a glance with Gao Chong, her eyes filled with endless disappointment. Watching Wang Xiuhui leave, Gao Chong seemed to finally realize that this time she was serious about leaving. In the past, he never feared her threats of divorce because he knew she wouldn't dare. But now everything was different. She had Li Mingzhe protecting her. After Wang Xiuhui and the others left, Chun Fengxia hurriedly locked the front door from the inside. Only after doing all this did she feel truly at ease. This is really lawless. Tomorrow I'll go to the police station and have someone go to Shao Wang Zhuang to arrest him. Gao Chuiwan chimed in. "Yes, hitting someone is against the law. Tomorrow we'll go get a medical assessment and we won't settle this. Let him spend some time in jail. Can you both stop being so annoying?" Gao Chong suddenly pushed Gao Chuiwan away, gritting his teeth and saying, "If it weren't for both of you, could I have been beaten by Wang Jinbao? I told you to let Xiuhui in, but you wouldn't. You kept saying you needed to teach her a lesson, and what happened? Gao Chuiwan, you kept saying not to let Xiuhui return to her family. Where are you now? I really don't understand how you women can be like this." Gao Chong was full of grievances, clearly blaming Gao Chuiwan for this situation. If she hadn't been there today, things wouldn't have escalated like this. "Gao Chong, you." Gao Chuiwan was stunned, unable to say a word. Seeing Gao Chong's face full of disgust towards her, she was shocked and confused, seemingly unaware of what she had done wrong. Returning home, she explained everything to her parents. Wang Xiuhui had the most peaceful night. For the next 3 or 4 days, no one from the police station came to question Li Mingzhe about the situation. This meant that Gao Chong hadn't reported the incident. Moreover, no one from their family came to find Wang Xiuhui. Thus, the family enjoyed a few days of peaceful reunion. "Do I really have to sign it? Then can you send the document to me? Bring it over for me to sign." "Are you joking? It's too far from Modu." Li Mingzhe lowered his voice in the room, coming from Zhongzhou. "Okay then, when will you come?" "All right, I got it. Call me when you arrive." After hanging up, Li Mingzhe dealt with some WeChat messages before quickly heading out for lunch. In just 6 or 7 days it would be New Year, and those working outside began to return one after another. The village was becoming increasingly lively. However, after a few days of information spread, everyone returning to the village was well aware of the situation at Wang Yude's home. The name Wang Jinbao was mentioned multiple times in casual conversations over meals. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Even in this village with only 500 or 600 households, such notoriety could bring Li Mingzhe trouble. After lunch, more and more people gathered at the village's largest information station. As usual, everyone was shelling sunflower seeds and chatting about daily life. At that moment, a BMW 3 Series slowly drove into their view. "Whose car is that?" Someone with sharp eyes saw the logo and exclaimed, "Wow, it's a BMW. BMW. That must be expensive, right? Wow, that's really not cheap." Just as everyone's gaze converged, the window of the driver's side of the BMW 3 Series rolled down. As everyone focused, they realized that the driver was none other than Wang Rui from the village. Wang Rui cheerfully poked his head out to greet Uncle Ani, elder aunt. "What are you all chatting about?" "Oh, it's Wei Wei." "What? The driver is Wei Wei. Wei Wei, have you struck it rich in Moda this year? You've bought a BMW. Everyone approached with astonishment, surrounding Wang Rui's car, looking at it from all angles. No, I just bought a car and nothing more. I didn't get rich. Wang Rui spoke casually, opened the door, and immediately started handing out cigarettes. My goodness, you're giving out hard cigarettes, and you're not rich. What business did you do this year? In previous years when Wang Rui returned, he wasn't exactly shabby, but he certainly didn't stand out, and he always came back by bus. But this year Wang Rui suddenly bought a car, and it was a BMW. Who wouldn't want to know how he got rich? No, uncle, I didn't do any business. This year I just got lucky and joined a powerful e-commerce company. E-commerce. Isn't that just doing business online? You could say that. Hee, you're not being truthful, are you? You keep saying you're not doing business, but I see you don't want to tell us how you got rich. No, uncle, you're really wronging me. The flattery from everyone made Wang Rui beam with joy, his face full of pride. In reality, he was just an ordinary store operator, and this year he happened to make a hit product earning over 200,000 in commission. But if everyone insisted he was doing business online, he wouldn't mind. After all, helping others do business online is still making money, right? There's no difference. By the way, how much did you earn this year? This question might be offensive and taboo outside, but in the countryside, it was a very normal inquiry. Only those who haven't made money would find this question awkward. As Wang Rui pondered how much he should say, he earned. Someone in the crowd boldly began to guess. If you can drive this car, you must have earned at least $1 million this year, right? $1 million. My goodness, I've lived most of my life and still don't know what $1 million looks like. Don't mention I've worked for so many years and haven't even seen 50,000. Everyone exaggerated their words, quickly satisfying Wang Rui's vanity. Regarding their annual income of $1 million guesses, he just smiled without denying, and seeing him like this, everyone became even more convinced that he must have made it. Wait, how much did this car cost? Around 50 to 60,000, right? Someone guessed again. No, this car isn't that expensive. Wang Rui patted the car door. This car is only over 30,000, okay? What, only over 30,000? Tisk, just listen to the tone of this, and he still says he hasn't made money. Exactly. Wei, you're usually discreet, and now you're suddenly giving us a surprise. Someone started asking, Wei, since you bought such an expensive car, you must have bought a house as well, right? Before Wang Rui could speak, someone else answered for him. Isn't it obvious? He's definitely bought one. Wei, where did you buy your house? How much per square meter? Wang Rui hadn't bought a house. The car was actually secondhand and had only cost him over 10,000. The reason he bought this car before getting a house was to show off when he returned home for the new year. But how could he admit that? Clearing his throat, Wang Rui finally responded, Second, uncle, that depends on which house you're talking about. I haven't bought a house in Modu yet. Oh, then did you buy one in Zhongzhou? Well, not yet. Seeing that everyone seemed a bit disappointed at his lack of a house, he quickly added, I only plan to buy in Modu, not considering here. I'm thinking that since I'm not in a relationship yet, I'll wait to talk about the house later. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I knew it. Since you bought such a nice car, how could you not buy a house? So you want to buy in Modu. Buying a house in Modu isn't something you can just do if the prices are high there. In our few villages, I haven't heard of anyone who can afford a house in Modu. Wei, you're the first one. You've brought glory to our village. Wang Rui laughed and remained silent, feeling somewhat elated by the flattery from everyone. He felt a sense of illusion, as if he already had the money to buy a house, just waiting to choose where to buy. At that moment, someone suddenly said, Wait, someone from our village already has a house in Modu. Wang Rui was taken aback and asked who. Wang Jinbao. Oh, right, if you put it that way, it's true. Not only does he have a house in Magic City, but he is also a local of Magic City. In other words, he's a native of Magic City. Who knows how much money his family has? Even if he comes from an ordinary family there, he's still better off than us folks from this small place, right? Who is Wang Jinbao? Is he from this village? I've never heard of that name before. Wang Rui's smile vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. Everyone had been gathered around him talking, but as soon as this person was mentioned, the focus shifted away from him. He felt as if his chest was stuffed with cotton, leaving him feeling slightly suffocated. He hurriedly asked, Who is Wang Jinbao? You don't know? Your uncle's son, who went missing over 20 years ago, has returned. He's already a resident of Magic City. What? Wang Rui was even more puzzled. It was only through the crowd's explanations that he learned that his long-estranged uncle suddenly had a son. If he had a son who went missing, it did indeed vaguely exist in his memory. He remembered that when he was younger, his family used to keep in touch with his uncle, but later on they completely stopped communicating, even to the point of not greeting each other when they met. As for the reason why he didn't remember, he only recalled that his father always looked down on his uncle, often saying at home that he didn't even have a son. Now he had actually returned, and he was even a resident of Magic City. This was simply unbelievable. Mentioning Wang Jinbao seemed to have opened up another topic for everyone, and they began to chat away enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Wang Rui felt as if he had been forgotten. No one was interested in him or his car anymore. This left him feeling inexplicably irritated. He had practiced the day he drove home in his BMW for a long time. Although he had indeed gained face earlier, now it paled in comparison to that person he had never even met. Soon Wang Rui decided he didn't want to stay there any longer, and after saying a few words he drove away. As he was leaving, a few Annies asked about his situation, saying they wanted to introduce him to someone. He was actually waiting for this sentence because his family conditions were average, and with his appearance not being great, no one had ever introduced someone to him. Now that he was back in a nice car looking as if he had made it in Magic City, they all wanted to bring it up. This had been one of the purposes of his deliberate show-off, but Wang Rui couldn't feel excited at all at that moment. His mind was filled with the expressions of the villagers when they mentioned Wang Jinbao in admiration. Damn, he suddenly installed 3 air conditioners. Isn't that just showing off? Who installs 3 air conditioners at once? Damn, let me get home first. I want to see who this person is. Achoo. Li Mingzhe, basking in the sun in the yard, suddenly sneezed loudly. Oh, Jinbao, are you coming down with a cold? Quick, don't sit outside. I'll turn on the air conditioning in your sister's room. You go sit inside. Zhongzhou was about to go turn on the air conditioning, but Li Mingzhe quickly waved his hand. Mom, I'm not sick. My nose was just a bit itchy earlier. Let me check. She came over to feel Li Mingzhe's hand and found it warm. Then Zhongzhou felt relieved. If you feel cold, you must tell me, okay? Okay, I understand. As dinner time approached, Zhongzhou and Wang Xiuhui were busy in the kitchen while Wang Yud was outside sawing wood by hand. Li Mingzhe watched nearby, finding it very interesting. He tried it out himself, but because his grip was wrong, it hurt his thumb. 2 children were playing with newly unwrapped toys in the yard, and the whole family was happy together. Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on the door. Wang Yud couldn't free his hands, so Li Mingzhe immediately went to open the door. Seeing a man who was at least 15 centimeters shorter than him standing in front, Li Mingzhe froze for a moment, then quickly stepped aside to let him in. Not knowing the other party, Li Mingzhe didn't say anything, wanting him to go in and talk directly to Wang Yud. But what Li Mingzhe didn't expect was that the other person boldly scrutinized him as soon as he came in. Are you Wang Jinbao? Yes. The other party pursed his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but turned to go inside to talk to Wang Yud. Uncle, long time no see. Oh, wait. Wang Yud was clearly surprised by Wang Rui's arrival. He dropped his tools and rushed over. When did you come back? I just got back this noon, ha. Wang Rui handed 2 hard cigarettes to Wang Yud. Here, uncle. Ah, good. Wang Yud quickly took one, surprised that Wang Rui was now even smoking hard cigarettes. Here, brother. Wang Rui also handed 2 to Li Mingzhe. Thank you. Li Mingzhe politely took one. Wei is here. Come sit down quickly. After exchanging greetings with the family, Wang Rui finally sat down. After pouring him some water, Wang Xiuhui and Zhongxia began to whisper in the kitchen. Mom, why did he suddenly come to our house? He really is a rare guest. Zhongxia gestured for Wang Xiuhui to lower her voice, while she quietly replied, You can't say that. If you count it, it's been at least 15 or 16 years since your second uncle's family last visited us. They didn't even greet each other when they met, not even as good as strangers. I don't know what brought him here today. Exactly, they didn't come to give gifts when I got married. Why are they here now? On the other side, Wang Yud started to make small talk with Li Mingzhe. Wei, what made you think of coming to my place today? Is there something going on? Wang Yud inquired. Nothing, it's nothing. I just got back and heard from the villagers that Jinbao has been found. I thought this is a great occasion, so I came to take a look. Uncle, I don't know what to say, just congratulations. Wang Rui wore a fake smile with a hint of awkwardness barely visible. While saying this, he couldn't help but glance at Li Mingzhe a couple of times. Li Mingzhe had been back for a week, and the news had spread nearby a few days ago. Now even several neighboring villages knew about it. After all, when they were looking for Li Mingzhe, Zhongxia and Wang Yud really searched the entire county, even going to neighboring counties and cities. Such a significant matter as losing a child and a mother going insane was definitely news. So going back to it, Wang Rui's parents must have known about Li Mingzhe's return long ago, but they hadn't shown their faces, not even visiting. Even blood brothers were like this. How could he think of coming to congratulate them? This seemed a bit unnecessary, didn't it? Moreover, their families hadn't had much communication. They had cut ties over 10 years ago, and suddenly pulling something like this, Wang Yud really couldn't make heads or tails of it. Wei, you're thoughtful. Wang Yud subtly asked, Are your parents doing well? They're fine. Oh, nothing happened at home, right? Although this question was a bit presumptuous, Wang Yud felt that Wang Rui probably wasn't here to see Li Mingzhe, because Li Mingzhe's return had nothing to do with him. If it were out of curiosity, Wang Yud thought that would be a bit far-fetched, especially since he had said he just returned at noon. It had only been a few hours since he came back, and he specially ran over here. It just didn't seem very reasonable. No, my family is fine. Wang Rui saw that Wang Yud was trying to figure out his real intention, so he directly said, Uncle, don't think too much. My family is fine. I really came to see Wang Jinbao. Oh. Well then you two chat. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but exchange a glance with Wang Rui. Under uncertain circumstances, Li Mingzhe naturally wore a friendly expression. Wei, hello. No, I'm not older than you. Am I older than you? From an outward appearance, Li Mingzhe thought Wang Rui was older than himself, as his dark skin and facial features made him appear older compared to Li Mingzhe. Wang Yi chimed in, Jinbao, you are 1 year older than Wei. Oh. Li Mingzhe awkwardly chuckled, sorry, I didn't know. The main reason for this misunderstanding was that when Wang Rui had mentioned his name earlier, he had used his full name, leading Li Mingzhe to naturally assume he was older. You certainly wouldn't know, as you haven't met me. Wang Rui finally bypassed the pleasantries and got to the point of inquiring about Li Mingzhe's information. Cough Wang Jinbao, I heard from the villagers today that you are from Modu. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe slightly furrowed his brows, wondering how this person knew he was younger, yet didn't refer to him as brother. In a place where seniority was highly regarded, his behavior seemed a bit inappropriate. Although he thought this in his heart, Li Mingzhe still replied normally, yes. Then, where's your house in Modu? How should he respond? His father had left him at least 10 properties in Modu. Just the properties in Modu alone were worth over 100 million. In the outskirts of the countryside. Outskirts, Wang Rui immediately felt a lot more at ease. It wasn't as rich as the villagers claimed, right? They just like to blow things out of proportion. After thinking it over, still feeling uncertain, he asked, just one property? Or several? Seriously, is there even a need to ask that? Are we doing a household registration check? Li Mingzhe rolled his eyes inwardly. If he were in Modu, he wouldn't even bother with such a person. But here he decided to endure a bit. Just one. My adoptive parents are also an ordinary family. Even though they are from Modu, they don't have much money. Oh, Wang Rui, not suspecting anything, immediately pressed on. How big is the house? Is it in a residential complex or a self-built house? Li Mingzhe couldn't hold it in anymore. He forced a smile and retorted, Wei, you're not a real estate agent, are you? Why are you digging so deep into details about the house? I should let you know in advance I don't plan to sell the house. It was obvious to anyone that Li Mingzhe was getting annoyed by the questions. Wang Rui finally seemed to understand, quickly explaining, No, I'm just very curious, because they said your adoptive family is quite wealthy, so I couldn't help but ask, haha. Don't believe the rumors, my adoptive family doesn't have much money. Wang Yi nodded repeatedly, understanding that Wang Rui was indeed here specifically to inquire about Li Mingzhe's situation. Seeing that Li Mingzhe didn't want to engage with him anymore, Wang Yi hurriedly tried to ease the tension. Wei, where do you work now, eh? I'm in Modu. Oh, you're also in Modu. No wonder you're so interested in Jinbao's affairs. Wang Rui replied perfunctorily, then turned to Li Mingzhe and asked, Wang Jinbao, what do you do for work in Modu? I'm just working part-time. What kind of part-time work? Li Mingzhe wished he could just tell him he was doing odd jobs. Although Wang Rui spoke very rudely, he didn't want to be rude back. So he forced himself to answer, I work in the e-commerce industry. Oh, what a coincidence. I also work in e-commerce. Wang Rui became even more excited, staring intently at Li Mingzhe, asking, what position do you hold? Operations. I'm also in store operations. Damn. Li Mingzhe cursed inwardly. He was really starting to find this man unbearable. He even wondered if this guy was one of them, with his overly probing questions that didn't seem like something a man would do. Oh, all right. Li Mingzhe didn't want to continue the conversation. However, upon discovering that he was in the same industry and position as Wang Rui, his excitement grew even more. Which company do you work for in operations? A small company, Li Mingzhe replied. Do you know Mingzhe Network in Modu? Moi. Of course he knew that it was his father's e-commerce company. This was registered under his father's name 20 years ago. It used to be Mingzhe Information Technology Co., Ltd., and was later renamed after it grew. Wait. Li Mingzhe was startled, immediately looking at him. You don't mean to say you work in Mingzhe Network, do you? Seeing Li Mingzhe's surprised expression, Wang Rui thought he was impressed that he could work in such a large company. A smug smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I work in operations there. Li Mingzhe's hair stood on end. He instinctively wanted to ask, do you know? Wait. If he knew him, he would definitely remember him when they met. There would have been no need for those weird questions earlier. But thinking further, Li Mingzhe found it odd. If he was in operations at Mingzhe Network, why wouldn't he know the president himself? Moi. Wang Rui was waiting for Li Mingzhe's question. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered I have a friend at Mingzhe Network. You have acquaintances there? Who? What's their name? Wang Rui pressed on. It's nothing, you probably don't know them. I'm not that close to them anyway. He wanted to make up a manager's name to tell Wang Rui, but he was afraid that this Wang Rui might actually know the person and then immediately verify whether they knew him or not, which would be troublesome. Although normal people might not act this way, this Wang Rui was not necessarily normal. Li Mingzhe certainly did not want to reveal his identity right now. At least he wanted to wait until after the new year when he planned to leave. Because his current identity was getting along quite well with Wang Yud and the others, if he suddenly revealed he had been lying all along, wouldn't that be awkward? They would definitely think he was on guard against them. So it was crucial not to expose himself. Oh, Wang Rui didn't think much of it, as it was perfectly normal for colleagues to know each other. He had previously met someone from Mingzhe network at another e-commerce company, and it was through that introduction that he successfully got the job. Wang Jinbao, a small company won't do if you want to make money. You need to enter a big company. I was at a small company before. The downsides were too many. The boss was too scared to invest, but still wanted to make money, and it was exhausting, so I moved to Mingzhe. And the facts have proven my judgment was correct. Mingzhe is a good platform, and when I first joined I created a hit product. Wang Rui spoke with pride, eagerly awaiting Li Mingzhe's praise. However, Li Mingzhe merely nodded indifferently, following his lead and saying, Mingzhe is indeed quite good. I've heard that the company atmosphere is great and the boss is willing to invest. Seeing Li Mingzhe's calm tone and not a single word of affirmation from him, Wang Rui suddenly felt that his attempt to show off had failed. He was irritated and replied, the company is good, but it also needs good operations to succeed. You working in a small company probably wouldn't understand that given your limited perspective. Hehe. Li Mingzhe smiled without saying a word, not engaging in the conversation. However, Wang Yud at the side had caught on to something. At this moment, Wang Rui was waiting for such a question. If he mentioned he had made money himself, it would seem too deliberate, too showy, but if others asked him, it felt much more natural. Grandpa, it's not much this year. I just managed to get a car. Oh, what kind of car? Wang Rui deliberately kept silent, directly pulling out the car keys from his waist. This is... Wang Yud looked closely and exclaimed, a BMW. Goodness. Wei, you can earn enough to buy a BMW in just a year. That's too much money making, right? Wang Yud's words immediately drew the attention of the mother and daughter in the kitchen. They couldn't even focus on cooking and hurriedly came out. Wei, you bought a car. And it's a BMW. Although they didn't know much about cars, who doesn't know that BMWs are driven by the wealthy? In rural areas, having a car worth over 200,000 is quite good. Not to mention, it's a BMW, a brand that screams wealth. This is the effect Wang Rui wanted to create. At this moment, he felt very satisfied and enjoyed it. Wang Rui casually said, yes, I bought the car first. In 2 years, I'll consider buying a house in the Magic City. You want to buy a house in the Magic City? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhui couldn't help but exclaim, does doing e-commerce earn that much? A friend of mine said that doing e-commerce customer service outside doesn't earn much at all. E-commerce customer service. Wang Rui scoffed dismissively, that's just a typing job, all under my operation. Wang Xiuhui realized, oh, so your position is considered her superior. Wang Rui didn't respond, merely nodding slightly. After learning that Wang Rui was doing so well, now the way the three of them looked at him changed. He truly was someone who, when silent, was astonishing. Who doesn't know how he used to be, not even having someone to go on a blind date with? Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe listened to all this without much reaction. Even when Wang Rui took out the car keys, Li Mingzhe merely glanced at them. He had already seen the car keys that Wang Rui deliberately hung at his waist. This is too deliberate, isn't it? Wang Jinbao, why aren't you saying anything? Wang Rui purposely asked. I'm listening to you guys. Haven't asked yet, do you have a car? Yes. What kind of car? Wang Rui became interested again. Li Mingzhe pointed to the bicycle in the yard, an electric bike. Wang Rui couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Wang Jinbao, you're really funny. I meant a small car. Who doesn't have an electric bike? Well, I really don't in the Magic City. Li Mingzhe replied. He has all kinds of sports cars in his garage, but no two-wheeled electric bike. He had long seen through Wang Rui's pretentiousness, so he deliberately said this for Wang Rui to hear. Are you joking? You don't even have an electric bike in the Magic City. Wang Rui was clearly holding back laughter. No, I use green transportation, always taking the subway to work. Ha ha ha. Wang Rui laughed again at Li Mingzhe. In his eyes, Li Mingzhe was just lacking confidence in his pretentiousness, which is why he said he uses green transportation. He didn't think that Li Mingzhe saying he had no electric bike was sarcasm. Because in the Magic City, there are indeed very few workers without cars who can use electric bikes for commuting unless they live very close or ride the bike to the subway station. Transportation mainly relies on the subway. Grandpa, your son Wang Jinbao is really funny, he cracks me up. Seeing Wang Rui openly mocking Wang Yud felt a bit embarrassed. He glanced at Li Mingzhe only to find his expression unchanged, not angry at all. Feeling that his son might be silently upset, Wang Yud also felt a pang of sympathy. Wei, not everyone has the same abilities, and not everyone wants the same life. You're doing well now, but there's no need to mock my son Jinbao, right? He wasn't even trying to compete with you. Li Mingzhe looked at Wang Yud in surprise. He didn't expect Wang Yud to suddenly say such a thing. Wang Rui was even more surprised, but he didn't care, still saying, Grandpa, it's not that I want to laugh, it's just that what he said is too funny. Mainly I do operations just like him, and he's a local in the Magic City, yet he doesn't even have an electric bike. That's just absurd. Perhaps you don't go out much, so you don't understand the big city outside, and you don't know what I'm laughing about. Wang Yud frowned upon hearing this. Wei, I may not have been to a big city, but I know that one should have basic manners. If you speak like this, you should leave and not stay in my house. Unexpectedly, Wang Yud got so angry that he directly told him to leave. Wang Rui was taken aback and immediately stopped laughing. Grandpa, are you serious? Zhang Xia was just peeling garlic, yet Wang Yud got angry. She quickly came out of the kitchen again. First, she glared at Wang Yud, then said, Wei, I'm sorry, don't take it to heart. Your grandpa is old, and sometimes his mind doesn't work while not knowing what to say or what not to say. If he said something wrong, don't hold it against him, he's an elder. Though she said this, anyone could see that there was a bit more anger on Wang Rui's face. After all, Wang Yud had directly turned against him. After discovering Li Mingzhe's situation, Wang Rui had already achieved his purpose for this visit, so he no longer needed to pretend. At this moment, Wang Rui's demeanor had completely changed. And I was initially thinking of going to the Magic City after the new year to see how things were at the company, and if I could get Wang Jinbao an interview. After all, big companies are different from small ones. But now it seems I was overthinking it. I thought we were family, but your grandpa clearly doesn't see me as family, and even wants to kick me out. Since that's the case, I won't stay here any longer, I'll head home. Saying this, Wang Rui coldly turned and walked toward the door. Seeing the situation turn like this, Wang Yud felt a bit regretful. Zhang Xia immediately chased after him to apologize. Hey Wei, please don't be angry. Not angry. And you go back to cooking. I'm heading home to eat. Wei, how about staying for dinner here? I want to eat and my mom has cooked for me at home. The sound of their conversation quickly faded away. Soon Zhang Xia returned slightly angry as she approached Wang Yud. What were you thinking? You knew he was just trying to show off by coming to our house. Why did you have to kick him out? With that kind of father, would he be willing to know? Hearing this, Wang Yud's expression hardened. If you don't want to, then so be it. After all, I didn't say anything wrong. Who told him to keep laughing at Jinbao? I've seen people boast, but never like him. What was he laughing about? The more he thought about it, the angrier Wang Yud became, and he couldn't help but say, Wei is exactly like his father, competitive and always wanting to outdo others. He despises the poor and fears the rich. It's best if they never associate with us again. Zhang Xia originally wanted to say a few more words, but Wang Xiuhui suddenly spoke up. Mom, don't blame Dad too much. Actually, I don't think he did anything wrong. He should have kicked Wang Rui out. I felt he came over with bad intentions, and it turns out he really did. If it weren't for Jinbao coming back, he wouldn't even pass by our doorstep, let alone visit us. I still remember what my second uncle did to our family. All right, don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over someone like that. Let's hurry and get dinner ready. Wang Xiuhui spoke and gradually calmed the anger down. The two returned to the kitchen to continue cooking while Li Mingzhe pulled a chair closer to Wang Yud and comforted him. Dad, I support you. You did nothing wrong. But let's handle such matters in the future, okay? Actually, I wasn't angry when he mocked me. I don't think there's anything to be upset about. I just find him a bit strange. Wang Yud was somewhat surprised. Jinbao, weren't you angry? He had grown accustomed to being mocked, even when it happened to him directly. In the past, he would simply laugh it off and never get emotional. But today the target of the mockery was his son, and he couldn't hold back his frustration, wanting to curse the other person. Not at all. Oh, I actually feel he is the most pitiable one. Wang Yud nodded. Son, if you can maintain such composure, that's truly wonderful. When I was young, I certainly couldn't do what you do. Li Mingzhe smiled faintly. Maybe it's due to different environments and circumstances. Wang Rui's little bit of boasting is nothing in my eyes, so of course I won't be angry. I've never lacked money growing up. Dad, I just heard what you were saying. It seems there's some bad blood with their family. Can you tell me about it? Li Mingzhe asked, and Wang Yud lit a cigarette. He then immediately recounted the old grievances with Wang Rui's family. After hearing those stories, Li Mingzhe understood perfectly why Wang Yud was so angry. If it were him being bullied like that, he would never allow the other party to have a foothold in the village, living so carefree. However, the reason Wang Yud couldn't retaliate was that he lacked confidence, because he had no son. Just one phrase, "You don't even have a son," was enough to silence him. The other party could remain invincible. Because of this, Wang Yud accepted reality and tried to minimize interactions with people in the village. When others didn't greet him, he felt a lot more relaxed. It was as if he could no longer hear those voices or see those gazes. Li Mingzhe felt a pang of sorrow. Dad, you suffered because of me all these years. No, Jinbao. These matters are all they're doing and have nothing to do with you. You don't owe me anything. My inability to hold my head high in the village isn't your fault. Instead, we brought you into this world, but didn't raise you. We've let you down so much. If it weren't for knowing that the orphanage saved you and that you had a foster father to raise you, I would live in regret for the rest of my life. Knowing you are doing well, your mother and I could die with our eyes closed. Seeing Wang Yud's eyes redden, Li Mingzhe comforted him. Dad, don't think too much. Everything has its fate. Now that I've found you, I will make those who bullied our family regret it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yud was startled. Jinbao, don't do anything reckless. They definitely won't bully us again now. Just stay well, and your mother, and I won't care about anything else. If you don't care, I do. Seeing Wang Yud's worried expression, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but laugh. Dad, why do you look like I'm about to stab someone with a knife? Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. As long as no one provokes us, I won't take the initiative to provoke them. Hearing this, Wang Yud sighed in relief. That's good. Haha, let's tidy up the table and eat. After saying a few words to reassure Wang Yud, Li Mingzhe stretched in the yard. What he thought in his heart was different from what he said. Those old grievances of being bullied for not having a son could perhaps be brushed over by Wang Yud and Zhang Xia. But for him, absolutely not. Wang Rui, position and operations. A quick check would reveal everything. He called his assistant to investigate Wang Rui's salary situation this year. Seeing his income, Li Mingzhe sensed something was off. He joined in May and has only received over 200,000 in total this year. How could over 200,000 buy a BMW? Even if he bought the entry-level model, it would still be over 300,000, right? Even if he used his savings for living expenses in the city, he would still need to borrow money to buy a BMW, right? After having his assistant look into it further, Li Mingzhe found it both amusing and exasperating. He actually bought a second-hand BMW. The next day, Li Mingzhe went for a morning walk and followed Wang Yud to check on the vegetable plot at the field. As he strolled back, Li Mingzhe saw a BMW speeding towards him and Wang Yud from a distance. The commotion startled Wang Yud, who quickly pulled Li Mingzhe to the roadside. The car came to an abrupt stop right in front of them. The loud brake noise in the village attracted a few people loitering nearby. Oh my, that scared me. I thought it wouldn't stop. How can someone drive like this? As a few people approached, they noticed the car looked somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't that Weiwei's BMW? It really is his car. Wang Rui lowered the window and said with a grin, hey, old man, out for a walk. Wang Yud, still shaken, couldn't think to respond, clutching his chest and speechless. Li Mingzhe knew this kid was doing it on purpose and frowned. Is this how you drive? Driving so fast in the village, if a kid suddenly runs out from the alley, you'd be in big trouble. Aren't there any kids around? Wang Rui wore a half smile on his face. Sure, there aren't any kids, but driving like this isn't good for the engine. It's a second-hand car, you should take care of it. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui's expression changed dramatically, and he looked at Li Mingzhe in shock. How did he know this car was second-hand? This was his biggest secret. Moreover, before bringing it back, he had specially repainted it, and even changed all the leather seats inside all in order to make people believe this was a new car. But the changes were only superficial. Anyone knowledgeable would surely see that this was not a new car. Li Mingzhe's comment, it's just a second-hand car, naturally stirred up a storm of emotions in him. As he searched for answers, Li Mingzhe deliberately avoided eye contact, looking left and right, inspecting the car body and tires. Wang Rui's heart raced and his mouth felt dry. He tentatively asked, do you know about cars? Li Mingzhe's expression remained calm, betraying no signs of abnormality. He countered, what do you mean by understanding? This emotionless demeanor only heightened Wang Rui's anxiety. He tried to conceal his own insecurity and added, I mean, the kind of understanding needed for car repairs. Oh well, you're right. I used to repair cars for 2 years. I can tell at a glance whether a car has undergone major repairs or if it's been submerged in water. Wang Rui was startled, sweating in his palms, truly fearing that his worries were coming to fruition. Hearing Li Mingzhe's words, he began to doubt whether the other party could indeed tell that the car had been heavily repaired. However, Li Mingzhe was deliberately trying to scare him. How could a rich young master like him possibly have spent 2 years fixing cars? Well, what about my car? Wang Rui dared not inquire further. Li Mingzhe looked puzzled. What's wrong with your car? Isn't it functioning properly? I merely wanted to remind you not to slam on the brakes or accelerate harshly, as it could damage the engine. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui stared blankly at Li Mingzhe. What the heck is this for real? Earlier he mentioned repairing cars for 2 years, and now he claims the car is perfectly fine. If he really had 2 years of experience, how could he not recognize that this wasn't a new car? Wang Rui caught a fleeting look of mockery on Li Mingzhe's face and immediately realized that Li Mingzhe was likely trying to deceive him. Damn. Yet even though he figured out that Li Mingzhe was fooling him, Wang Rui couldn't do anything about it, much less expose him. Weiwei, what were you doing driving so early in the morning? Some villagers had gathered around. Suppressing his anger, Wang Rui got out of the car and offered a cigarette, exchanging pleasantries. After teasing Wang Rui, Li Mingzhe continued walking with Wang Yud towards home. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Rui's frustration grew, wishing to reclaim his dignity. So he drove after them. At this moment, Li Mingzhe and Wang Yud had reached the intersection ahead, where a few people were chatting. Wang Rui caught up and feigned a casual inquiry. Old man, how about coming to my house for lunch? Wang Yud instinctively turned back, only to find no one behind him. He asked me, Yes, old man, who else would I call? As he spoke, Wang Rui got out of the car under the watchful eyes of those few people. Li Mingzhe quickly pulled Wang Yud back, unsure of Wang Rui's intentions. Given the situation described by Wang Yud yesterday, there was absolutely no way Wang Rui would invite anyone from their family to lunch. Even the onlookers found it hard to believe. How strange he actually invited him for lunch. Aren't their families on friendly terms? Who says they aren't? Wang Rui walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and immediately pulled out a bottle of liquor, saying, "Old man, take a look at this." "Oh, liquor." "Yes, old man, this is good liquor. I bought it today to honor my father." As if worried that others couldn't see it clearly, Wang Rui deliberately held the liquor in front of Wang Yud. "Old man, if you come to my house for lunch today, I'll have my father treat you to this liquor." The onlookers immediately resumed their chatter. "Wow, isn't that Mingzhe? That liquor isn't cheap, but I wonder what the alcohol content is." TSK. Someone remarked loudly, Wei, aren't you being a bit extravagant? You're letting your dad drink Mingzhe. It's the new year, of course one has to drink good liquor during the holidays. How much did this bottle cost? Not too expensive, Ming 6, 52 degrees, over 600. Wang Rui responded with a beaming smile and turned to look at Wang Yud. "Old man, that's all right? You don't mind if the liquor is a bit cheap, do you?" "Ahem, that's impossible." Wang Yud replied reluctantly. "As long as you don't mind, you must come over at noon. We will surely treat you well with good liquor and good food." Wang Yud remained silent, and Wang Rui confirmed, "Old man, you will come at noon, right? Don't leave me hanging." Upon hearing this, Wang Yud's face turned awkward. Wang Rui was doing this on purpose. He knew full well that Wang Yud wouldn't go to his house for lunch, yet he insisted on inviting him in front of others, making it impossible for him to back down. "Can I come too?" Li Mingzhe suddenly interjected. Without thinking, Wang Rui replied, "Of course you can come along with my old man." "All right then, Dad, let's go eat lunch together at noon. It's just that I haven't met my second uncle yet." Wang Yud looked at Li Mingzhe in surprise, seeing he wasn't joking. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Oh well, that's fine. It's about time we met." Wang Rui suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Huh? You two actually agreed to go?" Wang Yud nodded. "Yes, we both will go." Now it was Wang Rui's turn to change his expression. He had deliberately made things difficult for Wang Yud, and then pretended to show off, boasting about buying a bottle of Mingzhe worth over 600. But how had this suddenly turned into reality? Wei, what's wrong? Is it inconvenient for us to drink your 600 yuan bottle of liquor? No way, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Li Mingzhe's tone carried a teasing note as he looked at Wang Rui with a smile, curious about how he would respond. This was in front of outsiders. Wang Rui remained silent for 2 seconds, then forced a smile. How could that be? It would be great for both of you to come. We can have a meal together, and my dad hasn't met you yet. Wang Rui's voice grew quieter. Li Mingzhe was all smiles. That's wonderful. We'll come over to your house for lunch at noon, but don't let us down by not preparing our meal when we arrive. If that happens, I will definitely have to talk about it with the villagers. As he spoke, Li Mingzhe deliberately winked at Wang Rui. At this moment, Wang Rui was in a bind and could only muster a stiff response. What are you talking about? How could that be? Our family isn't lacking in meals. You can come and eat and drink as much as you like. Just don't leave us hanging. Li Mingzhe responded, That won't happen. We'll make sure to treat you well with good liquor and good food. All right, it's settled then. We'll see each other at noon. Oh, got it. After Li Mingzhe and Wang Yud left, Li Mingzhe returned to the car with a distracted look. He sat in the car staring blankly at the bottle of Mingzhe in his hand, unsure how to explain this to his parents as soon as he got home. Damn, Wang Yud is totally unpredictable. He actually agreed to come for a meal? Is his family so poor that they can't even afford to eat? When he got home, Wang Rui recounted the incident, and Wang Shengli and Xian Mei reacted differently. Xian Mei yelled insults like, eating with their family is worse than feeding dogs, while Wang Shengli asked a few questions, carefully realizing that people from the village were watching when he said that, and immediately agreed. Sure, let them come. Do we mind if they come for a meal? Has Wang Yud changed now that he has a son? If he can agree to this, how could our family not dare to let him come? Wang Rui hesitated. Dad, what if I've already told them to let him drink Mingzhe? It's not about whether one can afford it, it's just that the liquor he bought wasn't, as he claimed, meant to honor Wang Shengli. This liquor was something Wang Shengli had previously boasted about while drinking, saying that his son had bought Mingzhe to honor him, inviting them to come over for drinks tonight, which was why he bought it in the first place. But now both sides had made promises, yet there was only one bottle of liquor. Wasn't that awkward? This is easy to deal with. Just pour the liquor into another bottle, then fill it with the 35 yuan large bottle of white liquor and say that it's Mingzhe. Is this going to work? Wang Rui asked with a hesitant expression. Why wouldn't it? It's all liquor. Who would know if it's real or fake when it's in a bottle? Wang Rui immediately spotted a flaw. Forget about the taste difference. The alcohol content is different. They'll definitely be able to tell. Hearing this, Xia Mei rolled her eyes. With Wang Yud's poverty, has he ever seen Dream Blue? Even if you tell him it's Dream Blue, can he really take it to get tested? After hearing this, Wang Rui had nothing to say. After all, this was currently the only way that wouldn't lose face and could fool Wang Yud and Li Mingzhe. Otherwise, he couldn't really go buy another bottle of Dream Blue. Serve those two father and son over 600 per bottle of liquor. Ridiculous. At this moment, Wang Shengli also spoke up. Let's do it this way. Even if Wang Yud can tell the difference, he wouldn't dare to say anything. The three of them settled on this plan. Xia Mei was also pondering what to cook for lunch. The guests were Wang Yud and his son, and she wouldn't prepare anything too extravagant. Now, at most, it would just be passable on the surface. After so many years, you suddenly say he's coming, and I don't even want to make this meal. Mom, I've already said he's coming. Are you expecting me to cook? Absolutely not. No way, I'm not doing that. Wang Rui immediately dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe received a call from the company's vice president. Mr. Li, I should be able to reach your location around 1 in the afternoon. Okay, I understand. Drive safely. After waiting at home until close to noon, Li Mingzhe felt it was about time and called Wang Yud. Dad, let's go have a meal. Are you really going? Zhang Xia confirmed again. Of course it's true. Wang Rui has been inviting my dad in front of others. He did that on purpose. Haha, I know I was doing it on purpose too. We're just going for a meal. We won't lose anything. Zhang Xia expressed her concern. I'm mainly afraid you two will start arguing again. We won't, Mom. We're just going to drink some of his liquor and come back after we've eaten enough. I promise you there won't be any arguing or fighting. Just as Zhang Xia wanted to say something, Wang Yud suddenly interjected, Don't persuade me. We are definitely going today. The past is the past. Now is now. My son is going to support me. Do you think I'm going to shrink back? Wang Yud's words revealed an unprecedented sense of confidence. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhang Xia had to hand a bag of apples she had prepared to Wang Rui, saying, Then you two go early and come back early. My sister and I will wait at home for you two. Mom, we're just going for a simple family meal. Oh, it's not like we're going to a banquet. What are you worried about, huh? I'm just worried you two might get taken advantage of. It's fine, don't worry. Just as the two were about to set off, Li Mingzhe remembered something. Dad, did you bring cigarettes? Yes. What kind of cigarettes? Purple Nanjing. No way, that's too cheap. You should bring along 2 packs of the soft ones I bought for you. Wang Yud exclaimed, Why bring such expensive cigarettes? Of course, to smoke. Realizing Li Mingzhe's intention, Wang Yud felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Jinbao, let's keep a low profile. No, Dad, you're mistaken. Dealing with such pretentious people requires being high profile, and even more so than them. If you can't outshine them, they'll behave themselves. We know they will definitely show off during this meal, but we can't just go for the meal. We can't just sit and watch, right? And the more low profile you are, the more they will bully you. People are inherently prone to picking on the weak and fearing the strong. This is a reality. Li Mingzhe had long understood this truth. Dad, this time just listen to me. You take it just in case, but if you don't use it, then use your purple Nanjing. All right. Wang Yud chose to listen to Li Mingzhe's advice. Taking their things, Wang Yud and Li Mingzhe finally set off. Since they lived in the same village, it wouldn't take long to walk. Turning into the alley without Wang Yud saying which one, Li Mingzhe had already spotted Wang Rui's BMW parked at the entrance. When Wang Yud stopped, it also proved that Li Mingzhe was right. Just as he was about to knock, unexpectedly Wang Rui came out from the neighboring house. Hey uncle, you're here. Wang Rui spoke warmly and quickly opened the door for Wang Yud and his son. Come in. As soon as they entered, the aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen. Several dishes were already laid out on the table in the living room. Li Mingzhe hurried into the kitchen to greet Wang Shengli. Uncle, and I'm sorry to disturb you today, thank you. Saying this, Li Mingzhe intentionally took out half a box of purple Nanjing he had gotten from Wang Yud and offered a cigarette. It's no trouble. Wang Shengli accepted the purple Nanjing, his brow furrowing slightly. Even he, an old man, now smokes Jin Wan when going out, yet this young man from the Magic City is actually smoking purple Nanjing. Was this a mistake or intentional? He thought this in his heart, but on the surface Wang Shengli did not show any reaction. Seeing that Li Mingzhe didn't add anything about the cigarettes, Wang Shengli casually placed the cigarettes on his ear and continued to stoke the fire in the kitchen. The reason he thought this way was actually due to a default phenomenon in rural areas where slightly better off people, regardless of what brand they usually smoke, would definitely buy some better cigarettes for face during the new year. Because if you show a very shabby appearance, others won't talk to you much. But if you present yourself a bit more upscale, others will look at you with higher regard. This is human nature. Money determines status. Seeing Li Mingzhe greet him, Xia Mei pretended to smile and nodded, but then began sizing up Li Mingzhe, astonished at how tall and handsome he was. Standing next to him, Wang Rui was simply short and ugly. This made her feel somewhat uncomfortable inside. Meanwhile, Wang Rui was still unaware that Xia Mei had already started to feel angry. After handing a hard candy to Wang Guofu, he pulled a chair over. Come uncle, let's sit down first. We'll be able to eat shortly. With some time before the meal, Li Mingzhe also started to assess Wang Rui's home environment. Wang Rui's house was a 3-story building, and the decoration was clearly much better than his own. Not to mention the interior decoration. Just speaking of the living room, everything that should be there was present. It seemed that in Wang Rui's perception, he indeed had the capital to show off in front of him. As the dishes were served one after another, Wang Rui also began to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that Wang Rui had taken out far more bowls and chopsticks than necessary for their 5-person meal, Li Mingzhe questioned, "Did you take too many? Aren't we just eating with the 5 of us today?" "No, there are still a few more." Wang Rui noticed Li Mingzhe's surprise and added, "Jinbao, don't worry, there are no outsiders here. Everyone is from our village. With more people for lunch, it will be livelier. You won't feel embarrassed, will you?" "Ahem. All right then." Li Mingzhe didn't mind whether there were more or fewer people, made no difference to him, because he didn't know these people at all. He was mainly worried about Wang Yu's feelings. After all, with so many people around, who knows what they might say. The key was that he didn't know what ill intentions Wang Rui's family might have. Just as the bowls and chopsticks were set on the table, 3 women indeed arrived at Wang Rui's house, one of whom was Aunt Cheng, who looked familiar to Li Mingzhe. Wang Rui's family went to greet them warmly and invited them to the dining table, letting them sit first. Compared to the attitude of Wang Yu and his son when they arrived, where the couple stayed in the kitchen, there was a clear difference. However, this was normal. After all, they weren't genuinely inviting them for this meal today. Several women looked at Wang Rui with beaming smiles, continuously showering him with praise, almost exhausting all the compliments they could think of. "Sister Fong, look how great Wei Wei is. He is capable, ambitious, and honest. He earns over 100,000 a year. He is about to buy a house in the Magic City, and for such a young person to have such talent, where else can you find someone like him?" Aunt Cheng and another woman continued to boast about Wang Rui from head to toe, inside and out, which left Li Mingzhe feeling a bit confused. Were they really talking about this dark, short, and unattractive man in front of them? He realized that if people wanted to praise someone, they could even make the dead seem alive. Earlier, he had seen a joke online about someone who went on a blind date with a murderer, and the matchmaker even claimed that the person had changed and no longer killed. To be able to say such things, one must truly be putting in a lot of effort to facilitate a match. Yes. The woman called Sister Fong smiled and said, Wei Wei, don't worry. As soon as Xiaoya comes back, I'll arrange for you two to meet. Xiaoya is a model, she's beautiful and has a great figure, and she can earn money. Plus, she hasn't been married yet. This condition is quite good, even outside. To be honest, I wouldn't normally introduce just anyone to her. It's only because of you that I'm saying this. Hearing this from Sister Fong, Xia Mei, who had just come out of the kitchen with dishes, also had a big smile on her face. Oh, thank you so much, young lady. If this works out, I'll definitely come to thank you at your home. No, that's not necessary. You've already invited me for a meal, so I will definitely arrange it well for you. After chatting for a while, everyone except Xia Mei, who was still busy in the kitchen, had taken their seats. Let's eat first, another dish will be ready soon. All right, eat. Everyone gradually started using their chopsticks, and Li Mingzhe and Wang Yu were not polite, each starting to grab some dishes. After finishing the introductions, Wang Rui brought out the prepared Dream Blue and said, Uncle, let me pour some for you. Ah, good. Wang Rui poured wine for Wang Yu and then poured a cup for Li Mingzhe, placing it in front of him. At this moment, Sister Fong seized the opportunity to ask, who is this young fellow? Sister Fong was not from the village and did not know Wang Yu, so she was even less familiar with Li Mingzhe. As soon as she entered, she had noticed the young and handsome Li Mingzhe, but since today was about discussing Wang Rui, she hadn't inquired further. Now that they were at the dining table, asking about him seemed like a casual topic and wouldn't upset Wang Rui's family. He's my uncle's son, Wang Rui interjected. Oh, Sister Fong nodded. She was about to continue asking when Aunt Cheng suddenly said, Wei Wei, you are really doing well now, drinking Dream Blue already. This wine must not be cheap, right? Wang Rui immediately replied, It's not bad, this bottle costs over 600. Wow, over 600. Aunt Cheng exclaimed in surprise and leaned closer to Sister Fong, saying, Look, Wei Wei's family condition is really not bad. Just look at Peng Fei's son, who talks about buying a bottle of Tianjilan everywhere. Wei Wei is so low-key. We can't tell his living standards just by his appearance. Oh, right, how could I forget? Wei Wei suddenly bought a BMW this year. These two women were exchanging praises, eager not to miss any positive qualities about Wang Rui. They were there specifically to speak well of Wang Rui. That's why they praised whatever they saw. And this was also something Wang Rui's family had arranged in advance. Originally, these three women were not supposed to be at this meal. However, Xia Mei suggested that this meal shouldn't be wasted and they shouldn't blow smoke for nothing. So she came up with this Tubertswitheneston plan. This way they could let matchmaker Sister Fong see their family conditions and conveniently treat them to a meal, and also bring Wang Yu and his son along, which could almost be considered killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sister Fong smiled and replied a couple of times, as she had heard so much about the BMW that her ears were almost calloused. But there was nothing to be done, and after all, they were all from ordinary rural families. Being able to afford a BMW worth over 300,000 was already quite impressive. It was precisely because of this that she was willing to introduce Wang Rui. Otherwise, with Wang Rui's appearance, which girl would be willing to meet him? Now that there are fewer girls than boys, girls are picky. Introducing someone with Wang Rui's looks would make them scold the matchmaker for poor introductions. Here it comes, the last dish is here. CMA brought over the hot dish and took her seat. Now everyone was gathered for the meal. While the women chatted, the men were about to start drinking. Since Li Mingzhe was a guest and a younger generation, he raised his glass and said to the unresponsive Wang Shengli, "Second uncle, thank you for inviting us for dinner. I would like to toast to you." Please sit, please sit." Wang Shengli's expression didn't change much. He politely took a sip. As the liquor entered his mouth, Li Mingzhe frowned and instinctively looked at the blue liquor bottle. Is this really Dream Blue? It can't be right. As the president of a company, he was no stranger to drinking at the table. Although Dream Blue was not considered a particularly good wine in his eyes, he had also drunk it during social events. Moreover, a wine costing over 600 could be considered mid-range. However, this wine definitely did not have the taste of that price. This liquor was sharp and pungent, hinting at a small workshop feel, and it lacked the soft entrance and sweet flavor of Dream Blue. This could even be said to be worlds apart. Wang Rui had been paying attention to Li Mingzhe's reaction from the side. Seeing his unusual expression, as if he had noticed something about the wine, Wang Rui's heart sank, and he exchanged a glance with CMA. CMA gestured for him to stay calm, and then called to Li Mingzhe, "Come Jin Bao, eat some dishes, don't be polite." "Okay, Annie." Li Mingzhe responded, and immediately started to grab food. Seeing this, Wang Rui felt a little relieved. After thinking for a moment, he also stood up to toast Wang Yud, saying, "Uncle, let me toast you a glass." Good, good, good. You sit, you sit." Wang Yud immediately raised his head and took a sip. Unlike Li Mingzhe's reaction, Wang Yud only frowned slightly due to choking on the liquor, then immediately grabbed a cold dish to suppress it. Other than that, he had no unusual reaction. As CMA had said before, he really had never drunk Dream Blue and didn't know how it differed from other white wines. Seeing this, Wang Rui let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't think there was a problem with the wine, it would be fine. He couldn't believe Li Mingzhe would directly say anything. Moreover, even if he really wanted to say something, how could he? Today they avoided bringing any men over, only inviting the three women out of fear that the wine would be exposed. This way the chances of being exposed would be very small. Li Mingzhe quietly ate his food and was also pondering this matter in his heart. He was very sure that this wine was fake. He gradually pieced together the situation of today in his mind and had already guessed about 7 or 8 parts. "Young man, may I ask, are you married?" At this moment, Sister Fong couldn't help but inquire. After all, once they finished eating, she surely wouldn't have the chance to chase Li Mingzhe for questions. Now was the best time for her to ask openly. Li Mingzhe was taken aback and replied, "No, I am not married." "Oh, then are you dating anyone?" "Not really." "And with how handsome you are, how could you not have a girlfriend?" Sister Fong directly asked. She was unaware of the ulterior motives behind today's dinner. She didn't think that her question would upset Wang Rui's family. She even assumed that Li Mingzhe had a good relationship with them, otherwise he wouldn't have been invited to dinner on such an occasion. Isn't this just giving Li Mingzhe an opportunity? This was also something Xia Mei hadn't accounted for. Because before seeing Li Mingzhe, she never imagined he would be this handsome. She also didn't expect Li Mingzhe to steal the spotlight without doing anything. Seeing how concerned Sister Fong was about him, Li Mingzhe suddenly had a clever idea. "Well, how should I put it? I have been focused on my career, so I haven't thought about dating. I want to establish my career before starting a family. Otherwise, if I get married, I would have to take care of my family and wouldn't have the energy to fully develop my career." Sister Fong nodded repeatedly, "Oh. Immediately her impression of Li Mingzhe improved significantly. If Wang Rui had said this, she definitely wouldn't have believed it, but with how handsome Li Mingzhe was, how could he possibly not have a girlfriend? So under the premise that he wasn't lying, it must only be for this reason. "What do you do for a living?" "I work in the e-commerce industry." Li Mingzhe answered honestly. "So you and Wei Wei are in the same industry. You wouldn't be working for the same company, would you?" Sister Fong exclaimed. She didn't notice that CMA's expression had become a bit strange. "No, I work for a small e-commerce company." After a pause, Li Mingzhe deliberately added, "I'm also an MO-do." "You're also an MO-do?" Sister Fong grew increasingly excited as she asked, because her niece was also an MO-do. She instinctively felt that if Li Mingzhe was in MO-do, she could introduce him. "How old are you this year?" "I'm 28. Please don't mind me asking, may I know your annual income?" Sister Fong said with a smile, then turned to see why the faces of the people next to her had turned a bit strange. Only then did she realize that she might have asked too many questions. After all, she was invited to see Wang Rui today, yet she was asking about someone else's situation in front of others, which was somewhat inappropriate. So she quickly explained, look at me, I forgot to mention. Haha, I also have a niece who is in her 20s and still unmarried. She asked me to help her find a suitable match, so I just kept it in mind. Since Sister Fong took the initiative to explain regardless of the truth, they had no reason to deny her an easy way out. Ahihi. It's fine, it's fine. Aunt Chung helped to ease the atmosphere. You're just doing your job. We understand, we understand. Yes, it's normal to inquire about single handsome men and beautiful women. Even if they were unhappy inside, they couldn't say it out loud. On the surface, they had to keep things amicable. That's good. I was afraid you'd overthink it. CMA also forced a smile and said, how could that be? No way. Seeing that the host also stated that it was fine, Sister Fong continued to ask Li Mingzhe, young man, you haven't answered my earlier question yet. Li Mingzhe smiled shyly. Annie, my annual income might not be as high as Wei Wei's. He earns hundreds of thousands a year, while I only make around 80 to 90,000. On average, that's just over 7,000 a month. What he mentioned was a normal salary, as Mo.Do had a high cost of living, so salaries were slightly higher. But that's only equivalent to 4 or 5,000 in a small place, or even lower because the cost of living is so high that it's hard to save any money. Wang Rui listened on the side, initially feeling a surge of confidence, thinking that Sister Fong would definitely see Li Mingzhe's income as low. After all, compared to Wang Rui's boastful hundreds of thousands, it didn't seem like much. It was even a crushing defeat. However, he never expected that after hearing all this, Sister Fong would actually say 7 or 8,000 is still okay, young man. Take your time, you're still young. And look, you and Wei Wei are in the same industry. If he can earn hundreds of thousands a year, you can definitely do it too. After all, he didn't suddenly get successful. As long as you're willing to work hard, reaching his level is only a matter of time. On the surface, Sister Fong's words were meant to encourage Li Mingzhe and also to praise Wang Rui by using him as a benchmark, but to Wang Rui's ears it didn't sound quite right. Because Sister Fong's words of encouragement also implied that she was optimistic about Li Mingzhe and believed in his potential. Yet when Wang Rui had a low income and asked Sister Fong for an introduction, she had refused time and again, and not only that, she had subtly indicated that Wang Rui's income was inadequate. Why was her attitude completely different when it came to Li Mingzhe? Isn't this treating them differently? Haha. Thank you, Annie, I understand. Li Mingzhe said while glancing at Wang Rui, who was clearly looking a bit displeased at the moment. Not only him, but Xian Mei and Wang Shengli also had a hard time keeping their expressions neutral. Seeing how the situation had changed, Aunt Chung and another woman were becoming anxious. They were there to help Wang Rui, not to assist Li Mingzhe. Aunt Chung hurriedly spoke, in a place like Mo.Do earning 7 or 8,000 a month, you wouldn't be able to save much, right? After all, you still have to pay rent and such. And I've heard that young people there spend 2 to 3 hours commuting on the subway every day. But Wei Wei doesn't have to worry about that now. Given his high income, he can easily rent a place near the company. It's convenient for commuting, isn't it, Wei Wei? Yes, right. Wang Rui quickly chimed in. Sister Fong didn't seem to pay attention to their words and suddenly began eating. At this moment, Li Mingzhe also realized that to deal with Wang Rui's family, Sister Fong represented a significant breakthrough. Thinking of this, he deliberately continued the conversation. Actually, it's okay, because I don't need to rent a place to stay in Mo.Do, so I can save on some expenses. You don't need to rent a place to stay. Sister Fong caught on to this key information and asked curiously, why is that? Does your company provide accommodation? No, I own a place in Mo.Do. You own a place in Mo.Do? Sister Fong immediately covered her mouth in shock. She quickly asked, how could someone so young own property in Mo.Do? Because I'm actually from Mo.Do. Li Mingzhe explained. What? You have a household registration in Mo.Do? Now Sister Fong really couldn't hold back, adjusting her posture and hurriedly asking Xian Mei next to her little sister, does your nephew have quite a background? Ahihi, yes. Xian Mei forced a smile, awkwardly nodding. At this moment, she didn't know what to say and could only seek help from the two neighbors with her eyes. She was afraid that if they kept asking, Sister Fong would take a liking to Li Mingzhe. The two who received the signal immediately interrupted Sister Fong's questions and urged her to eat. Come on, eat first, or the dishes will get cold. Exactly, you haven't touched much of the food on the table, all of which Wei Wei's mom specially prepared for you, hoping you could say some good things about Wei Wei. At this moment, Sister Fong was entirely focused on Li Mingzhe, having no thoughts of eating. Don't worry, I'll remember Wei Wei's matters. When Xiaoya comes back today, I'll tell her to come and take a look. She casually responded, while continuing to gaze at Li Mingzhe. Young man, you still haven't told me how you own property in Mo.Do. Did your family buy it for you? Isn't it rather difficult to obtain a household registration in the Magic City? Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, Wang Yu couldn't help but nudge Li Mingzhe's leg under the table. After all, this is someone else's home and their territory. If the conversation continued like this, they wouldn't even be able to eat. Li Mingzhe naturally understood this principle. Annie, this matter is quite lengthy to explain. How about we eat first? Didn't you come here to discuss Weiwei's situation? If you keep staring at me like that, Weiwei will definitely be unhappy. Seeing Sister Fong glance over, Wang Rui immediately smiled and waved his hand saying, No, I'm not that petty. You all continue chatting, I'll just step out to the restroom and be right back. Wang Rui was clearly too agitated to sit still. Li Mingzhe seized the opportunity and smiled saying, How about this, Annie? I just picked up on it, you must be a matchmaker, right? Let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions later, or if there are girls you want to introduce to me, just come find me directly and don't mention it here. Oh, that sounds good, Sister Fong said as she reached for her phone. Li Mingzhe hurriedly smiled and stopped her. Annie, don't rush. Let's exchange contact information after we've eaten. All right, no problem. Sister Fong was in high spirits, not expecting to encounter such a well-qualified young man while dining at Wang Rui's home. She would definitely need to inquire thoroughly later. With the new year approaching, there aren't many young girls returning home. If she wanted to make introductions, she needed to act quickly or someone might snatch them away. When Wang Rui returned to the dining table, Sister Fong finally noticed that Wang Rui's family seemed a bit unhappy. She quickly tried to remedy the situation. I'm sorry, little sister, I just had a moment of professional illness. Don't overthink it, I just thought if a couple could form that would be great, so I forgot that you are relatives and should not mind, right? Let me pour a drink for myself as a punishment for my earlier misstep, as an apology to you. This statement caused the expressions of Wang Rui's family to change dramatically. Hey. Both Xia Mei and Wang Rui rushed to intervene. Wang Rui exclaimed, Don't drink that wine. Xia Mei quickly interrupted him. Sister Fong, why should we be angry? You shouldn't punish yourself with a drink. We are all family here. What are you saying? She wore a full smile, trying hard to mask her earlier displeasure. Compared to that, if Sister Fong knew this was fake wine, it would be an enormous embarrassment. Sister Fong looked at the mother-son duo and found it a bit strange. Were they overreacting? She jokingly asked, What's wrong? Can't I taste the dream blue? Wang Shengli, who had been quiet, suddenly panicked. Where's the problem? How could that be? It's just dream blue. We have plenty at home. They'll have Weiwei bring you a couple of bottles. We aren't stopping you from drinking, we just think you took the self-punishment too seriously. How could we let you do that? Upon hearing this, Sister Fong laughed. I was just joking. I noticed you hadn't poured me any wine, and it's been a while since I've had dream blue, so I mentioned the self-punishment. I'm not so distant with you all. Come on, Weiwei, pour me a glass. Saying this, Sister Fong downed her orange juice and set the glass in front of Wang Rui. Seeing this scene, Li Mingzhe nearly burst into laughter. To be honest, he had been pondering how to let Sister Fong know that the wine was fake, and he had been thinking of pouring her a drink himself. But before he could make a move, Sister Fong decided to drink it herself. Now he was curious to see how Wang Rui's family would handle the situation. How about you don't drink that? I have even better wine in my room, let me pour you a glass. Xia Mei immediately chimed in. Yes, this wine is mediocre. Let him fetch you a better one. Weiwei, hurry up. Oh. Wang Rui picked up the glass and was about to leave when Sister Fong grabbed him. Hey child, is it that hard for me to get a glass of dream blue? What does that mean? Why do you have to go to the room to pour it? You wouldn't be reluctant to let me drink, would you? Wang Rui was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, how could that be? If you want dream blue, I have plenty. Then pour it for me. Sister Fong was bewildered by Wang Rui's family's behavior. She had never seen anyone having to go fetch wine when it was right there on the table. If you want me to drink something else, you should at least bring it to the dining table, right? Forget it, I'll pour it myself. Sister Fong reached for the wine bottle, pouring a little into her own glass. Seeing that things had progressed to this point, Wang Rui was left with no choice but to feign a fall, crashing into Sister Fong and knocking the wine bottle away. The bottle shattered on the floor. The pungent liquor spilled everywhere, and Wang Rui let out a sigh of relief. Sister Fong was knocked into, Xia Mei turning around in disbelief at the scene. What do you mean, Weiwei? I just wanted to have a drink. Is this necessary? Wang Rui was covered in cold sweat, stammering in defense. No, that's not it. I accidentally slipped and fell. I'm really sorry, I'll go buy a bottle of dream blue. Sister Fong certainly wouldn't believe Wang Rui's explanation. His actions were clearly suspicious. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed he was trying to prevent her from drinking. But why was that? Both Sister Fong and Aunt Cheng were astonished. They exchanged glances, unable to speak. Weiwei, look at what you can manage. You actually managed to break the wine. Hurry and go buy some more. Oh. Wang Rui hurriedly ran out of the house. Xia Mei pretended to scold Wang Rui, then quickly turned to Sister Fong with an apologetic expression. Annie Fong, look at this child, he's really too impulsive. I scared you just now, didn't I? He'll have Weiwei buy some wine to make it up to you. It's fine. Though she said this, Sister Fong had already mentally blacklisted Wang Rui. This kid is already 27 years old, why does he not have a shred of maturity? And that blatant attempt to prevent me from drinking was just too strange. Logically, everyone here today is less qualified to drink this wine than her, the matchmaker. Yet he made it seem as though the wine had some issue. Huh, is there something wrong with the wine? As this thought crossed her mind, Sister Fong couldn't help but sniff the air, catching the scent of the liquor. Something seemed off. Was that a hint of cheap alcohol? While she wasn't a connoisseur, she had been in situations where she drank, so she was more experienced than the two women beside her who didn't drink. Noticing something was amiss, Sister Fang's expression shifted. Wang Xingli was calling Wang Rui, and just then Wang Rui's phone rang on the sofa. Xiamai's expression changed as she was both helpless and angry. Oh no, he even forgot his phone. Saying that, she rushed to grab the phone. Taking advantage of the moment when the couple was distracted, Sister Fong quickly took a sip of the wine she had managed to pour into her glass. As soon as she did, her brows furrowed immediately. How could this possibly be the taste of Dream Blue? She has had it before. This is fake liquor. It's not Dream Blue at all. Now she understands the strange behavior of Wang Rui's family. I can't believe this. This family. Sister Fong suddenly lost her appetite for food. Whose family serves fake liquor to guests? Is this something a normal family would do? Their character is truly lacking. At this moment, Li Mingzhe's phone rang. He stepped outside to answer the call and bumped into Wang Rui, who was hurriedly returning to get his phone. Hello, Mr. Li, I have arrived at the location you sent. So fast. Li Mingzhe glanced at the time. It was only 12:30. Yes, it's a bit earlier than expected. Have you had lunch? I've already eaten. Looking at Wang Rui rushing out again, Li Mingzhe suddenly had an idea. Let me send you another location. Go buy 2 bottles of Dream Blue and bring them over as soon as possible. Han Fong glanced at the nearby liquor store and immediately agreed. Understood. After hanging up, Han Fong also received the location that Li Mingzhe sent via WeChat. Boss, I need 2 bottles of Dream Blue. The boss saw that Han Fong drove a BMW 7 Series and immediately understood that this person was not ordinary, so he naturally did not dare to be negligent. Okay, what degree do you want? Dream what? Han Fong thought for a moment. Li Mingzhe hadn't mentioned which one. He simply said, let's go with the 52-degree Dream 9. I want 2 bottles. Got it. Each bottle costs over 1,000, so 2 bottles amount to 2,005. After buying, Han Fong immediately headed to the location sent by Li Mingzhe. The car drove all the way to near Wang Rui's house, and the navigation displayed that they had arrived at the destination. The phone rang, and Li Mingzhe immediately stood up. Annie, don't leave yet, the wine I bought just arrived. Food can be skipped, but this wine must be drunk. After saying that, Li Mingzhe immediately went out to greet Han Fong. Han Fong handed the wine to Li Mingzhe, puzzled. Mr. Li, what brings you to such a place? After all, Li Mingzhe is a genuine second-generation rich kid from Magic City, and he could not fathom why Li Mingzhe would come to such a rural area. It's a long story. Oh, I'll explain it to you after dinner. By the way, while you're here, don't call me Mr. Li, just call me Xiao Wang. And don't tell anyone my identity. Off. Xiao Wang. Han Fong didn't understand what Li Mingzhe was up to, stifling a laugh. All right, Xiao Wang. Okay, just wait for me in the car. He went back first holding the wine, and not long after, Wang Rui returned drenched in sweat. He regretted being in such a rush and not choosing to ride a bike, which left him somewhat disheveled. But now was not the time to think about that. He needed to hurry and return the wine to the dining table. Passing by Han Fang's car, Wang Rui instinctively glanced at it, a BMW 7 Series. How can anyone in the village afford such a luxury car? But he couldn't think too much. He had more important things to take care of. Auntie, let me pour you some. As Li Mingzhe brought the Dream 9 to the dining table, Sister Fang's expression changed. Not just her, even Wang Xingli was taken aback. How could Li Mingzhe have returned with a bottle of wine worth over 1,000 in just 2 minutes? Young man, where did this wine come from? Sister Fong was still unsettled from the earlier fake wine incident. My friend just happened to come by, and I thought you wanted to drink Dream Blue, so I had him bring it over. I feel so bad about this. Sister Fong said as she hurriedly took the wine glass, feeling quite excited. She had never had Dream 9 before. I'm back. At this moment, Wang Rui was completely out of breath, standing at the door with the wine box, only to find Xia Mei glaring at him. He didn't have time to think about it. Getting closer, he saw that there was already a new bottle of Dream Blue on the table, and it was M9. Wang Rui's eyes widened. Where did this come from? But aside from Xia Mei and Wang Xingli's disappointed gazes, no one paid him any attention. This good wine is truly good wine, really nice. Sister Fong, after eagerly tasting the wine poured by Li Mingzhe, felt quite satisfied. Li Mingzhe smiled and said, good wine should be shared with those who appreciate it. Sister Fong, if you don't mind, just take this bottle home with you. We can just drink the Dream 6 that Wei Wei bought. Sister Fong immediately refused upon hearing this. That won't do. This is your wine. It's fine. I have another bottle. This was originally for you to enjoy since I saw you weren't satisfied, so don't be polite, just take it. After saying this, Li Mingzhe didn't pour a second glass for anyone else. He simply capped the bottle and stuffed it into the wine box. He then placed it directly at Sister Fang's feet and sat back down. Watching this scene, Wang Rui was utterly dumbfounded. What is going on here? Where did Li Mingzhe get 2 bottles of Dream Blue worth over 1,000? What happened in the time it took him to buy wine? He was filled with questions, but at that moment no one could answer him. Sister Fong smiled broadly, seeing how capable Li Mingzhe was. Oh, you really are a thoughtful child. Then I won't be polite. No need to be polite, Annie. After saying this, Li Mingzhe smiled at Wang Rui. Wei, could you run an errand for me? My wine just ran out. Could you open the Dream 6 and pour me some? Wang Rui stood there somewhat at a loss. Seeing the situation, Wang Rui couldn't be foolish. Aunt Chen quickly said, Wei, what are you standing there for? Your Aunt Fong is waiting for your wine. Oh. Wang Rui, like a puppet, lost his sense of direction and hurriedly opened the wine to pour Sister Fong half a glass. At that moment, Li Mingzhe also requested half a glass and offered a toast. Auntie, I toast to you. Sister Fong nodded with a smile. If it weren't for Li Mingzhe today, she might have left halfway through dinner. After all, the incident with the fake wine was too outrageous. Sister Fong took a sip of the genuine Dream 6, which was in stark contrast to the earlier fake wine. She was aware of the difference, but chose not to say anything, wearing a professional fake smile, while continuing to listen to everyone boast about Wang Rui. With the situation laid out before her, it was useless for others to boast. She had no good impression of Wang Rui left. With Li Mingzhe present, the comparison was evident. Listening to Aunt Cheng and the others praise Wang Rui, she didn't engage in conversation, and the meal awkwardly continued until it was almost finished. Once the meal was nearly over, Li Mingzhe prepared to leave. He specifically asked Wang Yud for soft cigarettes, publicly opening the pack and handing 2 to Wang Xingli. Second uncle, thank you for the hospitality from you, and second aunt. We have things at home, so we'll be leaving now. Next time we'll host you at our house for a meal. Previously he had given purple Nanjing, so why was he now handing out soft cigarettes? Was this intentional? In front of matchmaker Sister Fong, Wang Xingli didn't want to show a black face. He nodded. All right, come play again when you have time. Knowing that everyone was just saying empty words, everyone still maintained a facade of friendliness. All right, Wei, we're leaving. On Li Mingzhe's side, they were ready to depart, and the matchmaker Sister Fong didn't want to stay any longer. But she didn't walk ahead of Li Mingzhe. Instead, she followed behind, continuing to observe. She secretly admired him, realizing that Li Mingzhe was genuinely tall, standing at least 185 centimeters. Suddenly, she remembered something and immediately called out to Li Mingzhe. Young man, you haven't given me your contact information yet. I want to introduce someone to you. Li Mingzhe had originally said this jokingly, but unexpectedly, she was genuinely concerned about it. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe had no choice but to return with a smile and formally exchanged contact information with Sister Fong. Sister Fong watched Li Mingzhe's departing figure, liking him more and more. Just as everyone was about to head back, she suddenly saw Li Mingzhe actually stopping in front of Han Fang's BMW. Han Fang got out of the car and politely greeted Wang Yud. He personally placed the wine in the trunk, and then both father and son got into the car. Hey, what's going on with those two? Sister Fong wanted to ask something, but didn't know how. She didn't understand cars, but she could tell at a glance that the car Li Mingzhe was in was much better than Wang Rui's. Wei, how much is that BMW? Sister Fong noticed no one was responding to her, and turned her head to see Wang Rui's face full of disbelief. If he wasn't mistaken, that person just now was the vice president of the company, Han Fong. This is impossible. How could he possibly appear in this place? Could this be his hometown? Wang Rui felt increasingly uneasy, neglecting to respond to Sister Fong, and hurriedly pursued ahead on foot. He wanted to see if this person was Han Fong. Soon the car turned onto the road leading to Li Mingzhe's home, and indeed stopped right at his doorstep. By the time Wang Rui confirmed this information, Li Mingzhe had already brought Han Fong inside. At this moment, Wang Rui was utterly dumbfounded. His mind was in utter disarray. How did these two know each other? And why was Han Fong here, entering Li Mingzhe's house? He didn't dare to barge into Li Mingzhe's house to ask this question, and could only ponder as he headed home. Oh, I remember now. Earlier, Wang Jinbao mentioned that he knew someone from Mingzhe's network. Could it be that General Han is that person? If that's the case. Suddenly, Wang Rui felt a chill run down his back. Wang Jinbao wouldn't have said anything bad about me in front of General Han, right? If their relationship was really that good, he wouldn't let General Han make things difficult for me, would he? The thought alone made Wang Rui feel a bit weak in the knees. Walking home in a daze, he ignored those who greeted him. However, as soon as he entered the door, he heard Wang Xingli and Xianmei arguing. Wang Yud is truly worthless. He brought his son over and even tried to ruin Weiwei's wedding. Had I known the meal would turn out like this, I might as well have fed it to the dogs. Damn it, he's a cursed soul. It's no wonder his son got lost. Why did he come back? Xianmei's scolding grew louder and harsher. Wang Rui looked around and realized that Sister Fong and the others had already left. Seeing Wang Rui return, Xianmei unleashed her anger on him. You incompetent fool. Where were you just now? You actually left without saying a word to the matchmaker. On one side, Wang Rui was being scolded at home, while on the other side, Sister Fong was telling Aunt Cheng about the fake liquor. Upon hearing this, they all wore expressions of disbelief. What? Fake liquor? Didn't Wang Jinbao and his father notice? How could they drink without saying a word? Sister Fong scoffed. It must be because they're afraid of embarrassing the Wang Shengli family. Do you think Wang Jinbao is like their family? That kid clearly speaks and acts more low-key than Wang Rui. He's still using soft strategies. Sister Fong found it increasingly absurd. Today has truly opened my eyes. I never expected to encounter something like this. As for this matter, Aunt Cheng was about to say something when Sister Fong interrupted her directly. All right, you both don't need to defend Wang Rui. I'll inform Xiaoyu about his situation, and I won't mention the fake liquor. But just this once, considering the meal, I will never help introduce him again. All right, I won't say more. I'm going back now. Filled with rage, Sister Fong rode her bike home, leaving Aunt Cheng and her companion stunned. This is just too absurd. No wonder I found the Wang Shengli family so odd, insisting she shouldn't drink. It turns out the liquor was fake. You wouldn't believe it, but this really seems like something they would do. As they spoke, they shared more of the Wang Shengli family's embarrassing stories. Once Aunt Cheng learned about the fake liquor, it would soon spread throughout the village. Meanwhile, Xiamai's plans fell through, and she was at home fuming. Wang Rui, unable to lift his head from the scolding, couldn't help but retort, if it weren't for you suggesting we switch the liquor, would it have ended up like this? I didn't do it on purpose. If it weren't for your idea, I wouldn't have been so anxious as to break the liquor. Hearing Wang Rui's words, Xiamai was so angry she felt faint. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Do you want me to tear your mouth apart? Inside the BMW, Li Mingzhe finished signing the documents. Don't leave today, I'll stay for dinner. Okay. Li Mingzhe was surprised. You agreed without considering it. What is there to consider? You Li are treating me to dinner, and I might hear some gossip. Why not enjoy it? You can let me stay here too. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe's heart skipped a beat, feeling that Han Fong had ulterior motives. Li Mingzhe narrowed his eyes and asked Han Fong, you wouldn't tell anyone at the company about what you see and hear here, would you? Rest assured, Mr. Li, I certainly wouldn't dare. If you hear any rumors about this place at the company, I'll submit my resignation immediately. Han Fang's expression was serious, showing no signs of joking. Li Mingzhe was somewhat satisfied with this. All right, I believe you wouldn't dare. I've transferred the money for the drinks, make sure to collect it. Let's head out. Saying this, Li Mingzhe moved to open the car door. Wait a minute. Mr. Li, now that you've recognized your biological parents, why not tell them your identity? Are you testing them? Han Fong straightforwardly asked the question in his mind. Li Mingzhe withdrew his hand from the car door and leaned back in his seat. Han Fong, if an ordinary family usually bullied and ostracized in the village, suddenly came into a fortune so vast that they couldn't even count it, what do you think would happen? Han Fong was taken aback. Seeing Li Mingzhe's serious expression, he also put away his playful demeanor. After serious contemplation, he replied, then that family would probably be thrust into the spotlight. On the surface, they'd be envied, but secretly, there might be dangers. After all, it's human nature. Li Mingzhe nodded. It seems you understand my meaning. Initially, I was indeed afraid my biological parents would covet my wealth, but after spending time with them, I knew they wouldn't do that. However, I still haven't revealed my identity. One reason is that I'm afraid they might not accept it right away, and the other is seeing so much gossip in the village, I decided to continue hiding. At the very least, I want to see who among them is genuine and who is deceitful. To be honest, I've only been here for 7 or 8 days, and I've already seen many things I never saw in the Magic City. Han Fong nodded, deeply agreeing. Mr. Li, I completely understand what you're saying, because my family has a similar situation. My family was very poor before and was looked down upon and bullied. It wasn't until I got into university and entered Mingzhe that my family's status began to rise. It's no exaggeration to say that my family didn't even have relatives until I succeeded. Many relatives I had never met came to visit. Li Mingzhe was surprised. I didn't know you had such an experience. You really can't tell? Han Fong laughed heartily. If others could see through that, it would be a problem. By the way, Mr. Li, you probably don't know my hometown is in the neighboring county similar to this environment. But later my family moved to the city. So you're a local. Li Mingzhe realized, no wonder you came from Zhongzhou. I thought you'd bring the contract from the Magic City. Haha, so Mr. Li, if you need any help during the New Year's period, just let me know. You can't reveal your identity, so just play your part as a poor kid. As he spoke, Han Fong wore a cunning expression. This also allows me to enjoy the feeling of ordering around my boss. Such an opportunity is too rare. Li Mingzhe shot him a glance. Just don't mess it up, otherwise I'll have to dock your salary. Also, I need to remind you that your current identity is not as my direct superior. You are just a friend I've met through Mingzhe. And you mustn't say my real name. My family has only heard me mention it once and can't remember it. If you slip up, they might connect it to Mingzhe network. Han Fong nodded repeatedly. Okay. No problem at all. The two had communicated in advance, and only then did Li Mingzhe get out of the car with him. Upon returning home, Zhang Xia was about to go out to buy groceries. Hey Xiaoan, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Let's go buy groceries now. Haha, alright, and I won't be polite then. Oh, no need to be polite, just treat this place as your own home. After Zhang Xia left, Li Mingzhe chatted with Wang Xiuhui and others in the living room. Wang had asked about the situation with Meng 9, Jinbao, what happened at noon today. Why was I so confused? Why did you suddenly bring back 2 bottles of such expensive wine? Wang Yud couldn't contain his curiosity and directly asked in front of Han Fang. Li Mingzhe chuckled and began to recount the whole story from the beginning. When everyone heard that the bottle of wine Wang Rui opened was actually fake, they were all stunned. Wang Yud looked even more bewildered. What? Fake wine? Dad, you didn't really not notice at all, did you? Wang Yud's face turned red. Actually, I really didn't. But to be honest, I did find it a bit strange that such expensive wine was so harsh. It was no different from ordinary baijiu. I've never had Mingzhe Island, so I didn't know what the difference was. Li Mingzhe laughed heartily. Dad, think about it carefully. Why did Wang Rui stop the matchmaker from drinking? And why did he even rush to spill the wine? Hearing this, Wang Yud thought carefully. Now that you mention it, it really is the case. I was also puzzled back then, why didn't he let them drink? So it turned out it was all because the wine was fake. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhui clicked her tongue in surprise. If someone else did this, I might not believe it right away, but if it's their family, I definitely would. Thus, Li Mingzhe explained again how he intentionally let Fang Jie drink the more expensive Meng 9, which is why he asked Han Fang to bring the wine. Wang Yud hadn't said anything yet when Wang Xiuhui clapped her hands and laughed. Ha ha, Jinbao, you're really something. Just by doing this, I can imagine the expressions of their family. Aren't you afraid they'll kick you out and stop you from eating? Li Mingzhe smiled. No, because the matchmaker is there. If it weren't for that matchmaker, I wouldn't have bought the wine either. This fake wine situation definitely wouldn't have been exposed. Wang Xiuhui nodded in agreement, finding it more amusing the more she thought about it. Isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? My second aunt is so calculating, and yet this is how she ends up. Haha. Wang Xiuhui was laughing so hard, she couldn't close her mouth, while Han Fang nearby also found it quite interesting. He said, in the countryside, I don't think such things are uncommon. I've encountered similar situations, but not with such a satisfying outcome as yours. As Han Fang spoke, Li Mingzhe recalled Wang Rui's identity. Thus, with a half-smile, he said, Han, what if I told you that Wang Rui is from your company? Han Fang turned to Li Mingzhe. You can't be serious. My company has such a foolish person. Yes, his name is Wang Rui. Why don't you think about it? I think you should have some impression of him. He made quite a lot of money this year in your company and even bought a BMW when he went home. Is there such a person? No matter how hard Han Fang thought, he couldn't recall any information about Wang Rui. This was mainly because there were too many operations in the company and he wasn't the head of the operations department. Unless Wang Rui performed exceptionally well, he might not know. Moreover, earning a few $100,000 a year was just ordinary operations, let alone saying it was something remarkable. If you're saying that, I'm interested. He'll have someone in the company check it out right away, Han Fang said as he sent Wang Rui's name to his assistant for investigation. Originally planning to take a nap at home, Wang Rui at this moment just couldn't fall asleep. The scene of Han Fang and Li Mingzhe returning home lingered in his mind. He tossed and turned in bed and ultimately sat up. Damn it, rather than sitting here waiting for death, I might as well take the initiative. Besides, this might be an opportunity for me. After all, I definitely won't have a chance to interact with someone like President Han in the company. Why not take this opportunity to visit Wang Jinbao's home? After making up his mind, Wang Rui got out of bed and hurried to find Wang Shengli to explain the situation. How could it be so coincidental? Dad, it really is this coincidental. You can't be clueless. How can I go to Wang Jinbao's place to gather information? What reason do I have to go? Before Wang Shengli could respond, Xia Mai's voice came from the kitchen. Don't go. Why would you go to his house after eating so much? Whether he knows him or not, what does it have to do with you? If he dares to make things difficult for you, he'll make sure to tear down his walls. He'll make sure Wang Yud wouldn't even dare to step out of the door in Shaowang village. Xia Mai's tone was fierce, as if she could tear down Wang Yud's house at any moment. Seeing this, Wang Rui became even more anxious. Mom, what do you understand? This kind of thing isn't impossible. Wang Rui asked himself if it were him, he would most likely do something like that. That's why he was particularly flustered. After all, he had just made some money this year. He couldn't just let it be squeezed away in an instant. He was looking forward to earning even more next year. What's impossible? Just see if he dares. Anyway, you're not allowed to go. If I don't let you go, you won't go. If you dare to rush to his house, he'll break your legs today. Seeing that he couldn't reason with Xia Mei, Wang Rui could only turn to Wang Shengli for help. Dad, what do you think? I think I definitely should go. What do you think? Wang Shengli lit a cigarette and took a puff, glancing at Xia Mei and then at Wang Rui. I think you really shouldn't go. We haven't had any contact with Wang Yud for over a decade. Today we're having this meal because someone in the village knows. If we don't let him come and Wang Jinbao really goes to the village to shout with a loudspeaker, it would be a disgrace to our family. But what you're talking about, I definitely think you shouldn't go. If you go to his house, you can't go empty-handed, right? If you go empty-handed, what are you going for? Then you have to bring something. Bringing gifts to their family. It would be better to throw it in the river. More than a decade ago, I fought bloody battles with Wang Yud over the homestead issue, and only then did I manage to grab this homestead. In these years, our family has been living incomparably better than he has. Now that his son has returned, and he's starting to act tough, you run to his house to bring him gifts. Are you slapping your own father's face? If you go, how are we supposed to live in the village? Won't we be laughed at to death? So you'd better give up this idea early on. After listening to Wang Shenli's words, Wang Rui felt quite conflicted. In fact, if it weren't for Li Mingzhe's appearance, he would never consider going to Wang Yud's house in his lifetime. One reason was the conflicts that kept them apart, and another was the feeling of looking down on their family. All right, then I won't go. Wang Rui chose to give up. Wang Shenli nodded. Son, now that I think about it, that Wang Jinbao is quite extraordinary. He's a scheming person. Just from this meal, I've noticed many of his little thoughts. To be honest, if it comes to cunning, you definitely can't outsmart him. Wang Rui felt a bit unconvinced. Is the food at others' houses really so fragrant? What are you in a hurry for? I'm not saying you're not capable, I'm saying he's clever, so you need to be careful around him. Not to mention today's meal, just how coincidental was it that we saw the person you mentioned outside? His home is not here. If he came looking for Wang Jinbao, why is he waiting around here? Wang Rui sensed something was off. Dad, do you mean? I suspect he did it on purpose for you to see, deliberately luring you to find him. Did you just ask your colleague if your leader is from Zhongzhou? Isn't that great? It looks very likely that this was a trap he set for you. He also mentioned knowing someone, but didn't specify who. Yes. He thought deeply. Dad, now that you mention it, I really think it's very possible. If it's not there, then it might really be that Wang Jinbao tricked you, deliberately designed for you to see. Okay, I'm going to check it out right now. Hurry up, but make sure he doesn't find out. Li Mingzhe had Han Feng park the car in front of Wang Rui's house purely because Han Feng had nowhere to go and had to wait in the car until he finished eating. He had no idea that Wang Shenli and his son had already thought it through like this. If he knew, he would probably just laugh and cry at the same time. Buzz Han Feng was happily snacking on melon seeds when his phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, Han Feng awkwardly said to Li Mingzhe, Xiao Wang, I'm sorry, but I probably can't have dinner at your place today. I have something urgent and need to go back to Zhongzhou. Is it very urgent? Li Mingzhe asked. It's quite urgent, I need to go right away. It takes several hours to get to Zhongzhou, so Li Mingzhe didn't insist. All right, then you go. Uncle, I'm leaving now. After saying goodbye to Li Mingzhe, Han Feng wasted no time and drove off. The car really is gone. Could it be that my dad was right? The more Wang Rui thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and his racing heart gradually calmed down. Damn, it looks like that Wang Jinbao kid really tried to scare me. I almost fell into his trap. Wang Jinbao, oh Wang Jinbao, turns out you're really afraid that he'll surpass you, right? Then he'll compete with you properly. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Rui had already listed Li Mingzhe as his biggest enemy in the village. While he was on his way to the village supermarket to buy cigarettes, he suddenly spotted a girl dragging a suitcase. The beauty had curly hair and was stunningly beautiful. She wore jeans and tall boots, showcasing her long legs, even in winter. Wang Rui was mesmerized. This girl's figure was too good. He deliberately lingered at the supermarket entrance for a while to get a better look at this long-legged bow-tie appearance. To his delight, she didn't disappoint him and directly took her suitcase into the supermarket to buy something. Wow, a true gem. Can you really see such a beautiful woman in the countryside? Wang Rui immediately perked up. He smoked for a while at the supermarket entrance and heard the supermarket owner's voice. Oh, Xiaoyi, you're back. Yes, Auntie, I'm exhausted. Why did the bus end up at Xiaowang village? There's still so far to walk. How do I get there? Oh, that's because the road to Xie village collapsed and they're repairing it today, so the bus might have to take a detour. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi couldn't help but groan. My goodness, how long do I have to walk? Auntie, can I borrow your electric bike for a bit? They'll bring it back to you after I finish delivering the luggage. Oh no, that's unfortunate. My husband's bike was taken by your uncle. He went to the market and just left a short while ago, so he won't be back anytime soon. What should I do? My parents went to visit relatives and haven't returned yet. Listening to the conversation in the supermarket, Wang Rui's heart raced. Isn't this his chance? He immediately walked into the supermarket and tentatively asked, beautiful lady, how about I give you a ride home? I have a car. Xiaoyi glanced at Wang Rui and directly refused. Oh, thank you, but that's okay. No trouble at all. What trouble is there? Didn't I hear you say you're going to Xie village? It's not far, just a matter of 10 minutes or so. But Xiaoyi still refused. Really, no need. It's still early. I can walk and take a break for a while before reaching home. Originally, this was what she needed the most, but seeing Wang Rui's appearance, she would rather walk home. The reason was simple. Oh, Xiaoyi didn't know him at all and was afraid that once she got in the car, she wouldn't be able to get out. After all, one must always be cautious of others. But Wang Rui wouldn't give up easily. He seemed to sense Xiao Ya's concerns. Beautiful lady, don't be afraid. I'm well known in Xiao Wang village. My name is Wang Rui. Everyone in Xiao Wang village knows me. I'm going to get my car right now. Think about it before deciding whether to get in or not. After he left, Xiao Ya quickly grabbed her suitcase. Annie, I have to leave quickly. I can't take his car. At this moment, the supermarket owner spoke up for Wang Rui. Xiao Ya, I know Wei Wei, and I know where he lives. Why don't you let him take you home? Besides, he works in Modu and bought a BMW this year. It's nothing, I was just walking too fast. A faint blush appeared on Xiao Ya's face. She then stepped aside. Boss, how many packs of Yin do you have left? Just give them all to me. After a brief interlude, Mingzhe headed straight for the purpose of his visit. However, Xiao Ya did not rush to leave. She first pretended to tidy her clothes, and then returned to buy a bottle of water, seizing the chance to secretly observe Mingzhe. Mingzhe noticed the intense gaze from the side and instinctively turned to look. Xiao Ya immediately averted her eyes. After buying the cigarettes, Mingzhe left the supermarket without any reluctance, and Xiao Ya hurriedly followed. At the supermarket entrance, Xiao Ya grew anxious. Hey, handsome. Mingzhe stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her, puzzled. Moi. Xiao Ya boldly asked, could you drop me off at Xie village? Feeling a bit too forward, she added, the bus has changed its route, so I can only get off halfway. But there are still 5 or 6 miles to go, and dragging my suitcase back would be too tiring, so I was hoping you could help me. Oh. Mingzhe nodded in understanding. When Xiao Ya saw that he did not immediately refuse, she thought there might be a chance, but to her surprise, Mingzhe replied, I don't know where Xie village is. I'm not a local. It's fine, I can guide you. Huh. Mingzhe looked at the woman in front of him, who was somewhat attractive with a peculiar expression. He didn't understand what this woman was trying to do. But how can I take you? I don't have a car. It's okay, an electric bike will do. Xiao Ya looked at him with anticipation. She was determined to establish a connection with Mingzhe. She couldn't let such a handsome man slip away. Seeing that Mingzhe was still considering, Xiao Ya quickly added, don't worry, I won't let you take me for free. I'll treat you to dinner later. Hearing this, Mingzhe chuckled. So it seems I have no choice but to take you, huh? With her being so proactive, it would be foolish for him not to notice. In the bustling city, there were many women who actively pursued him, so he had some experience. The reason she didn't mention money, but rather said dinner, was to create an opportunity for future meetings. Just as Mingzhe was about to politely refuse again, Wang Rui suddenly drove up. He parked quickly at the supermarket entrance and rolled down the window. Hey, beautiful, let's go, I'll take you. No, I don't want you to take me. I have a friend who will take me. Wang Rui noticed Mingzhe next to her and felt a sudden sense of unease, so he hurriedly got out of the car. Who? Which car? Xiao Ya intentionally stood closer to Mingzhe. This is my friend. If he takes me, you can leave. What? You two know each other? Wang Rui was a bit incredulous. Yes, if he takes me, I won't trouble you. You can go now. As Xiao Ya spoke, she leaned in closer to Mingzhe. If she weren't afraid of making him uncomfortable, she would have directly said that Mingzhe was her boyfriend. Mingzhe instinctively kept some distance from her, now understanding that Wang Rui wanted to drive this woman home, but she didn't want him to do so. So she dragged him in as a shield. After realizing this, Mingzhe felt a bit of a headache. He had just made an enemy today, and now he was about to add another. Thinking of this, he asked Xiao Ya, are you sure? I'm sure. Xiao Ya nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. All right then. Mingzhe finally spoke to Wang Rui. You'll take her home, you don't have to worry about it. Wang Rui, who was already holding back his anger, exploded at this. He angrily shouted, you taking her? Do you have a car to take her? I don't have a car, but she said I could take her on an electric bike. An electric bike? Wang Rui was almost going to spit blood in anger. How could someone pass up a BMW to ride a chilly electric bike? Well then, let's leave it at that or we're off. As Mingzhe passed by Wang Rui, he couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Brother, can't you see? She just doesn't want you to take her, that's all. With that, Mingzhe led Xiao Ya in the direction of home. Once they had walked 100 meters away, the shop owner came out to Wang Rui saying, Wei, they don't even know each other. I heard everything they said just now. Xiao Ya just wanted Wang Jinbao to take her. The shop owner's words were direct and struck Wang Rui's heart like a knife. They didn't even know each other. Damn. Another side, Mingzhe walked ahead, seeing Xiao Ya lagging behind. He had to help her with her suitcase. Thank you. Instantly, sweetness surged in Xiao Ya's heart. Her impression of Mingzhe improved even more. Mingzhe responded with a hum, then directed her to the alley entrance. You wait here. The tricycle will be here soon to pick you up. Okay. Xiao Ya hurriedly nodded. She initially thought Mingzhe meant he would ride the tricycle to take her, and specifically took out a mirror to tidy her hair and touch up her lipstick. But to her surprise, the person riding out from Mingzhe's house was not him. Wang Xiaohui stopped the bike and asked, You're going to Xie village, right? Yes. Then let's go, we'll take you. No, isn't that the person from earlier? Xiaoyu was instantly stunned. Oh, you mean Jinbao? He said it wouldn't be appropriate for him to take a girl home, so he asked me to take you instead. Xiaoyu tentatively asked, then what is your relationship with him? He is my younger brother. Oh, I see. Come on up. Okay. It was better that it wasn't Li Mingzhe taking her, but his sister instead, because this way she could gather more information. Wang Rui returned home more and more enraged, sulking on the sofa, as if someone owed him millions. CMA came over after finishing her call, saw his expression, and scolded, look at you. You should take a shower tonight, clean yourself up, and go on a blind date tomorrow. I'm so annoyed. What are you annoyed about? Blind dates. Wang Rui looked as if he had seen through everyone. Why didn't anyone want to go on a blind date with me when I didn't have money? Now it's one call after another just because they know I bought a BMW. A bunch of materialistic people. Wang Rui vented all his frustration. Hey, you're still annoyed about blind dates. Do you know who you're going on a blind date with tomorrow? It's Xiaoyu, whom your Aunt Fong arranged for you. She just returned from the bustling city today and is going on a blind date with you tomorrow. You better perform well. If you mess this up, I won't let you off the hook. Who? Xiaoyu. Wang Rui jolted upright from the sofa. Is it the Xiaoyu who lives in Xie village? Seeing his reaction, Xie Mei was puzzled. What happened? Do you know her? I met her today, right here in the village. What? When did this happen? Now it was Xie Mei's turn to be shocked. Wang Rui then recounted everything that had happened today in detail. Hearing that Xiaoyu had left with Li Mingzhe, Xie Mei slammed her thigh in frustration, speechless. That damn Wang Jinbao. If he weren't there, Xiaoyu would have definitely left with you. Wang Rui also thought the same, which is why he now harbored deep resentment toward Li Mingzhe. However, resentment aside, what could he do when the facts were laid bare? No way. Xie Mei thought about it more and became increasingly agitated. I'm going to his house to confront him right now. Wang Rui was startled. What? What are you going to his house for? Of course, to tell him not to associate with Xiaoyu. As Xie Mei spoke, she walked towards the courtyard, and Wang Rui immediately chased after her. Wang Jinbao must not be home right now. He went to Xie village. He won't be back for a while. He must have taken this opportunity to spend more time with Xiaoyu. Wang Rui felt increasingly distressed, his whole demeanor drooping. He believed this was an opportunity that originally belonged to him. Xie Mei became even angrier upon hearing this. That son of a bitch. Then let's wait at his house and see when he comes back. We'll wait until he returns. You come with me, and we'll clarify this matter with his whole family. Thus, Xie Mei left the house in a huff, accompanied by Wang Rui. On the way, they encountered Aunt Cheng, who inquired where they were going. Xie Mei replied angrily, I'm going to Wang Yu's house to see what he intends to do. I've seen scoundrels, but not like this one. Daring to snatch my son's potential match. He deserves it if his son ends up losing. It's all karma. Seeing the commotion, Aunt Cheng followed closely behind Xie Mei and asked, what? Snatching Weiwei's match? That's too dishonorable. He'll go with you to see what she has to say. Aunt Cheng was filled with excitement, following the mother and son, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon arriving at Wang Yu's house, Xie Mei wasted no time and kicked the door. Wang Yu, get out here. After several kicks, the barking dog in the yard alerted them, and within moments Li Mingzhe opened the door. Frowning, he asked, what are you doing? Wang Jinbao. Why are you at home? Wang Rui was stunned. Even if Li Mingzhe had dropped someone off without lingering, he should have just returned. How could he still be at home? Where else would I be if I'm not at home? Li Mingzhe retorted irritably. What does this mean? Why are you banging on the door? Xie Mei's anger remained unabated as she placed her hands on her hips and said, why do you think we're banging on the door? Don't you know what good deeds you've done? You son of a bitch. Why did you have to snatch Weiwei's match? Can't you find one for yourself? Who are you cursing at? At that moment, Zhang Xia, wearing an apron, stormed out, followed closely by Wang Yud. Are you crazy? Why are you cursing at my son? Did he provoke you? Zhang Xia's imposing demeanor was no less than Xie Mei's. He did provoke me. He did provoke me. Xie Mei held her head high, resembling a shrew scolding on the street. Suddenly, she raised her voice, waving her hands in the air. Everyone come quickly. The Wang Jinbao family is truly inhumane. Unable to find a wife for themselves, they want to snatch someone else's. What the hell? Li Mingzhe was stunned by the scene. Is this a magical attack? After Xie Mei shouted, Wang Yu's neighbors indeed came out to see, not just from this side, but residents from the row of houses in front also opened their windows to look. In just this moment, the situation attracted quite a bit of attention. Although everyone knew they were there to cause trouble, Wang Rui felt a bit of anxiety, because he had a vague feeling that something was off. If things were truly as they had thought, how could Wang Jinbao possibly be at home right now? Mom, wait a second, don't rush. I need to find out what's going on. Xie Mei, her voice still loud, continued to ask, what is there to ask? Wang Jinbao has snatched your fiancé. What more is there to ask? No, if this is really a misunderstanding, well, be embarrassed. Wang Rui was very anxious, but CMA seemed to ignore the main point, loudly saying, embarrassed. If their family isn't embarrassed, we won't be embarrassed either. She then shouted loudly, everyone come quickly. How can there be such a person? How dare they let their son snatch their brother's fiancée? Truly shameless. Zhang Xia was so angry she felt like grabbing CMA's hair and pulling it out. Wang Yud remained relatively calm, coldly asking, CMA, why do you still speak so out of line? We don't even know what you're talking about. When did Jinbao snatch Wei Wei's fiancée? Have you clarified anything before cursing here? Of course I have clarified. CMA was very confident, continuing with her hands on her hips. Just now, right outside Xiao Wang's supermarket, my son was supposed to take Xiaoya home. Didn't Wang Jinbao take the opportunity to send her to Xie village while he was going home? Don't pretend you don't know, someone at the supermarket saw it. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but laugh. Second, aunt, if you say I took that girl away on a bike, then may I ask why I am standing here now? Shouldn't I be at that girl's village right now? How would I know? CMA instinctively replied. But she suddenly became startled, as if recalling something, and quickly leaned her head into the yard. You didn't secretly hide her at your home, did you? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and she hurriedly tried to push past Li Mingzhe to search for her. Li Mingzhe would never let her in, blocking her firmly and coldly, saying, Second, aunt, your thoughts are too dirty, aren't they? If you don't know, let me tell you why I'm still here. It's because I never took her. It was my sister who took her to Xie village. And it's not that I snatched Wei Wei's opportunity. That girl didn't want him to take her home and wanted me to find a ride to send her off. How did this story twist in your mouth? First you said it was a match, then it turned into a fiancé. Have you considered the girl's reputation? I'm really curious about what would happen if she heard what you said today. Li Mingzhe's last two sentences were crucial, as Wang Rui also considered this. With so many people around, it was only a matter of time before the news spread. If some gossips got hold of it, they might blow this matter up tonight. And if Xiaoya found out, who knows how they would be viewed by her family. Thinking of this, Wang Rui also became anxious. He leaned close to CMA and whispered, Mom, let's forget it and go. If Xiaoya finds out you made such a scene, she won't want to see me tomorrow. What should I do? Look at all these people watching, as she will definitely find out. Let her know then. At this moment, CMA seemed determined to not turn back, continuing, Anyway, I can't swallow this anger. If you want to leave, go. He'll stand here and shout, let outsiders see how the Wang Yud family operates. Li Mingzhe finally witnessed how unreasonable a person can be. When someone refuses to reason, there's nothing you can do. As long as they stand firm in their unreasonableness, they are already undefeated. If CMA wanted to yell, then let her yell. He wasn't happy to listen to it at the door. Second, and I've said all I needed to say. Since you are still so stubborn, just do as you please. After saying this, Li Mingzhe turned to Zhang Xia and Wang Yud and said, Dad, Mom, let's go home. Although Zhang Xia wanted to argue with Xia Mei, seeing Li Mingzhe say this, she decided to listen to him. Once the elderly couple retreated into the yard, Li Mingzhe addressed the onlookers. Dear uncles and aunts, if you don't believe it, you can ask the supermarket owner. I'm sure she will tell you the truth. Lastly, Li Mingzhe meaningfully glanced at Wang Rui and added, I, Wang Jinbao, do not need to snatch people from Wang Rui. After saying this, he directly locked the door. Regardless of how Xia Mei shouted and cursed outside, Li Mingzhe's family ignored her completely. He even brought a stool to sit in the yard and listen. Mom, passed me some sunflower seeds. At such an exciting moment, I need to listen carefully. Zhang Xia, who had been worried, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. You child, you really know how to keep your composure. Wait, I'll get it for you. Wang Yud sat next to Li Mingzhe, handing him a cigarette. Son, you are far stronger than I was when I was your age. Is that so? Then it means my descendants will be stronger than me in the future. Huh. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. With Li Mingzhe around, Wang Yud had to admit he felt much more at ease. Especially since Li Mingzhe returned, many issues at home no longer required his involvement. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mingzhe seemed to have become the pillar of the family. Unfortunately, this was all temporary. After this year, everything would return to normal. Thinking of this, Wang Yud felt a pang of melancholy. Xia Mei continued to scold for nearly half an hour at the door. Too many onlookers gathered on the road outside the house. Seeing the situation turn out like this, Wang Rui felt embarrassed standing there. After all, he was not as bold as his mother Xia Mei. She didn't care about her reputation, but he did. He tried several times to persuade Xia Mei to go home, but she refused. Mom, you can keep scolding here, I'm leaving. With that, Wang Rui hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. No matter how Xia Mei yelled behind him, he did not look back. After a few more minutes, Xia Mei was truly out of breath. Her throat was dry and no one offered her water. Beside her, Aunt Chung also began to persuade her. All right, Wei Wei's mom, stop scolding. They aren't even paying attention to you. Let's go home. It's not worth getting upset over this little matter. That's right, stop scolding and hurry back. Several people gradually persuaded her, giving Xia Mei a way out. To be honest, Xia Mei found it utterly uninteresting that no one from Li Mingzhe's family came out to argue with her. With her limited vocabulary of insults, she was tired of repeating them. Thinking this, she pushed herself up from the ground, ran her fingers through her messy hair, and spat towards Wang Yu's door. Both. The whole family are just turtles hiding their heads. Not one person dares to come out and speak. You can hide, but I will scold you every time I see you. After venting, Xie Mei left the entrance of Wang Yu's house amidst the crowd. Li Mingzhe heard the people outside disperse and suddenly remembered that Wang Xiuhui had yet to return. Dad, my sister hasn't come back yet. Right? Why hasn't Xiuhui returned yet? Quickly call her. Zhang Xia also suddenly remembered. Wang Yu immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Zuhui's number. He'll be back soon. He'll tell you all when I get home. On the other side, Wang Xiuhui, who hung up the phone, was standing across the road from her in-laws' house. Originally, she was supposed to return after dropping off Xiaoya, but for some reason, she felt compelled to go back and take a look. She hadn't answered Gao Chong's calls these past few days. Although their relationship hadn't deteriorated to the point of requiring divorce, it was close. She still held a glimmer of hope for Gao Chong. She always believed that as long as Gao Chui Wan and Chen Fengxia didn't interfere in their marital affairs, she could win Gao Chong back. At this moment, she hesitated to leave because she faintly heard a continuous commotion coming from the yard. She couldn't tell what they were arguing about since it was a bit far away. However, she was somewhat concerned about Gao Chong, unsure if he had been drinking and causing trouble again. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. After enjoying a rare moment of peace, she didn't want to stir up trouble for herself. Just as she was about to leave on her bike, suddenly the front door swung open. If you dare go find her, you won't have me as your mother. Chen Fengxia's voice came out, followed by Gao Chong striding out. He shouted back, if there is none, then there is none. Gao Chong slammed the door shut and zipped up his jacket. In just a few days of not seeing him, Gao Chong's hair was disheveled, his eyes were dark, and his face was weary. The marks from Li Mingzhe's last blow were still clearly visible. Wang Xiuhui stared blankly at Gao Chong, and she no longer had time to hide. Gao Chong also immediately spotted Wang Xiuhui. Xiuhui. Gao Chong seemed a bit incredulous. His hand that was about to light a cigarette dropped, and he hurried over to Wang Xiuhui. Where are the two kids? As he spoke, Gao Chong immediately went to check the trunk. They didn't come. Gao Chong then walked to the front of the car. So why did you suddenly come here? What happened? Nothing, I had something to do at Xie Village, and I just stopped by to take a look. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong let out a sigh of relief. But then he revealed a bitter smile on his face. This is originally your home, yet it feels like you are visiting someone else's house. However, he also knew exactly what had caused all of this. The two looked at each other in silence. Gao Chong couldn't help but light a cigarette and fell back into silence. Xiuhui, how have you been these past few days? Pretty good. I can eat and sleep and the kids are quite happy. Did they say they missed me, eh? Wang Xiuhui shook her head. No. All right then. Gao Chong's face showed a hint of disappointment. He didn't know what to say. Wang Xiuhui couldn't help but ask, while I wasn't home, why did you and your mom argue like that? Oh, don't mention it. Gao Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, a bitter look on his face. I wanted to find you, but she wouldn't let me. In the days you were gone, we argued at home every day. To be honest, I find both of them annoying. My sister has her own family's problems, but she came back and caused chaos, constantly telling me not to find you, saying you would feel embarrassed and come back. Just listening to it drives me crazy. I kicked my sister out yesterday. Then from last night until today, I haven't had a moment's peace, and my mom has been going on about your faults. I thought about it all night and realized that no matter who I marry, my mom will never say anything good about them. It's all wrong. Wang Xiuhui silently listened to Gao Chong's heartfelt words, a slight delight emerging in her heart. He finally realized this point. In the past, when she had conflicts with Chen Fengxia and Gao Chui Wan, Gao Chong was always the first to defend them, never understanding Wang Xiuhui and thinking she was being unreasonable. But now it seemed he truly understood. Well, I don't know what to say either. Just take care not to drink too much, it's bad for your health. Hearing Wang Xiuhui express concern for him at that moment, Gao Chong felt even more complicated emotions. Xiuhui, I really regret it. I know that when I say this now you might think I have ulterior motives, just wanting to coax you back. But actually I feel that as long as you are happy living at your parents' house, I won't disturb you. What I did before was also incited by my mom, and you should know that. Wang Xiuhui nodded. Yes, I certainly know. But what you are saying is just empty words, and it doesn't help the situation at all. If things continued as they were, Wang Xiuhui would never find peace here. Gao Chong exhaled a puff of smoke as if he had made a firm decision. Xiuhui, you should spend the new year at your parents' house. Let me clarify first, I intentionally didn't come looking for you before the new year. I told my mother that we were getting a divorce and I wouldn't take any of the kids with me. This time I will express my stance clearly. If I do not change the way I see her, you can stay at your family home forever and not come back. Once I've sorted everything out here, I'll come to pick you up after the new year. What do you think? Wang Xiaohui noticed Gao Chong's serious expression and realized he wasn't joking, surprised at how much he had changed in just a few days. In the past, he had always obeyed Chun Fengxiao without question. All right, that's what you said. If your family doesn't handle things well, I won't bring the kids back. No problem, it's settled then. Gao Chong tossed the cigarette but on the ground and tightened his coat. Xiaohui, it's cold today, you should go back. Okay. After their conversation, Wang Xiaohui didn't linger any longer and went straight home. Upon arriving, Zhang Xia and the others quickly came over to inquire about the situation. After Wang Xiaohui explained the matter to them, she expressed her thoughts. If Gao Chong can follow through on his words, then I will reconcile with him. After all, it's unlikely that I will actually divorce him. If the two kids lose their father, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhang Xia pondered seriously and expressed her agreement. After all, life for a woman who divorces with children isn't easy. All right, then we'll give Gao Chong this opportunity and see how he handles it. Anyway, even if you stay at home for the rest of your life, I won't say anything against it. As long as you're doing well, we can rest assured. Wang Xiaohui nodded. Suddenly remembering something, she said to Li Mingzhe, Jinbao, I dropped that girl off at her doorstep before leaving. But there's something I did without your consent. What is it? Li Mingzhe asked, puzzled. Wang Xiaohui hurriedly explained. She said she wanted to get to know you. I thought the girl was quite nice looking and polite. She even mentioned treating me to a meal later, so I felt bad rejecting her and just gave her your number. Seeing Li Mingzhe's unusual reaction, Wang Xiaohui asked nervously, Jinbao, is that all right? It's not a big deal, but I'm worried it might bring some trouble. Li Mingzhe then told her everything that had happened after she left. After hearing this, Wang Xiaohui was furious. Is CMA out of her mind? Doesn't she know what Wei Wei is like? How could she say such a thing about you stealing her daughter-in-law? If I had been there, I would have definitely shared those words with everyone. Seriously, she even cursed at our doorstep. Oh, what an interesting situation. Zhang Xia tried to advise her, feeling it wasn't worth getting angry over someone like that. Then she turned to Li Mingzhe and asked, Jinbao, what do you think about this? If that girl contacts you again, what will you do? Before Li Mingzhe could respond, Wang Xiaohui interjected, whatever needs to be done will be done. The girl is just going on a blind date with Wei Wei. How can they jump to calling her his daughter-in-law? If they are already in a relationship, then Jinbao definitely shouldn't contact her. But they haven't even started dating, and she's already calling her his daughter-in-law. Isn't that a joke? Jinbao, the more they act like this, the more you shouldn't give in. You should contact that girl. After all, I see she seems to have an interest in you. Remembering that Li Mingzhe insisted she send Xiaoya, Wang Xiaohui asked, were you asking me to send her to avoid suspicion? You could say that. After a pause, Li Mingzhe added, at the time Wang Rui kept insisting on sending her, and she asked me for help, so I got involved in this matter. Jinbao, you did the right thing. If you hadn't asked me to send her home, given Xiamai's unreasonable nature, she would probably have brought people to smash our door down. But the more she acts like this, the less we can let her bully us. Wang Xiaohui was determined, saying, if no one offends me, then I won't offend anyone. It was one thing when they bullied us before, but now that we're both grown-ups, they still want to bully our family. All right. Zhang Xia felt that if she didn't intervene, Wang Xiaohui would be eager to retaliate immediately. Let's tidy up, it's time to make dinner. Yuan and Man are clamoring for braised pork. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohui finally calmed down a bit. After adjusting her mood, she went to find the two children in their room. With nothing much to do, Li Mingzhe took out his phone and suddenly noticed a new friend request on WeChat. He opened it to find it was from a girl. Looking at the profile picture, he realized it was a selfie of Xiaoya. She had written this in the request reason, handsome, where do you want to eat tomorrow? But Li Mingzhe just took a glance and didn't rush to accept. Let's see how things go first. Although he wasn't pleased with Wang Rui's family, it was best to keep his distance until the blind date had a conclusion. Even though he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to attract a mad dog barking at his door. The next day, Fang Jie arranged for Wang Rui to meet with his parents at Xiaoya's house. Originally, they said they would let Xiaoya go to the park in town with Wang Rui, but Xiaoya was completely unwilling to go out. If it weren't for the pressure from her parents, she wouldn't even want to meet Wang Rui. Wang Rui drove with his parents and the matchmaker to Xia village. Upon arriving at Xiaoya's house, several relatives were already standing outside looking on. Wang Rui parked the car and quickly went to the trunk to take out the gifts he brought. This time he brought 2 bottles of Mingzhe, 2 boxes of hard liquor, and some fruits. Bringing so many gifts for a first blind date was quite generous. After all, it was just a blind date. Most people wouldn't bring so many things. Who knows if they would even be returned if it didn't work out. Seeing that Wang Rui had brought so many things, the relatives standing at the door started to discuss. Wow, bringing such nice things for a blind date. This family really isn't stingy. Are they here yet? Xiaoya's father greeted them with a smile at the door. Wang Rui and his family entered the courtyard but didn't see Xiaoya and her mother. Come in and sit down. Everyone sat in the living room, while Xiaoya's mother upstairs was panicking at the noise. Can you get up already? The people for the blind date have arrived. Oh, what are you doing? Is this how you act? At your age, it's already 10 o'clock, and you're still asleep. Xiao Ya's mother pulled and dragged Xiaoya out of bed, but Xiaoya simply didn't want to see Wang Rui. If it weren't for their constant persuasion last night, and the matchmaker Fang Jie promising to arrange a meeting, she wouldn't have agreed to meet at all. Hurry up and get up. Are you trying to make me go crazy? Xiaoya was dragged to the floor, her hair in disarray. Having been bothered to the point of no return, she could only wave her hand. All right, Mom, I'm getting up right now. But we need to agree that it's just this one meeting. I'll come back up after saying a couple of words. All right, no problem. Just hurry up and get ready. I'll go downstairs to greet them. Xiaoya's mother hurriedly said this before rushing downstairs. Meanwhile, Xiaoya was looking at her message list, finding that there was no chat box from Mingzhe, feeling quite disappointed. Sigh. She slowly got up from the floor, put on her thick pajamas, brushed her teeth, and washed her face, and simply tidied her hair before heading downstairs. Being willing to meet Wang Rui, she was already giving him a lot of face. As for makeup, that was absolutely not going to happen. When Xiaoya yawned and sat down in the living room, everyone was stunned. Xiaoya, what happened to you? Why didn't you dress up before coming down? You're still wearing pajamas. Mother of Xiaoya and sister Fang began to reprimand her, preparing to take her upstairs to get ready. But she was unwilling, saying, Ugh, so annoying, isn't it, just meeting someone? I just came back yesterday, and you want me to go on a blind date today? It's only 10 in the morning, how could I possibly get ready? I won't go. She insisted, I've already met him. Seeing that Xiaoya was unyielding and showed no consideration, Wang Rui quickly interjected. It's fine, Uncle Aunt, actually Xiaoya is great as she is very genuine, and I really like that about her. Many girls look good only with makeup, but finding someone as beautiful as Xiaoya without any makeup is rare. Wang Rui's words were quite flattering and offered Xiaoya an escape. However, Xiaoya clearly did not appreciate it. She frowned at Wang Rui, thinking his compliment was overly sycophantic. Moreover, despite Wang Rui's praise, she felt inexplicably disgusted. As the matchmaker sister Fang began to smooth things over. Wei really knows how to talk. If you don't mind, let's just let her be like this. Otherwise, if she goes upstairs to change clothes and put on makeup, it will take a long time for her to come down. She understood Xiao Ya's temperament. Besides this, there was no better way. This matter was thus brushed aside, and everyone fell into an awkward atmosphere of sipping tea and chatting. Wei, I heard you were doing shop operations in Mo. Yes, that's right. Oh, Xiaoyu is a model in Mo, sometimes doing car shows, and sometimes walking the runway. I know about that, it's quite good, really good. Since you are all in Mo, you can look out for each other in the future. Wang Rui nodded repeatedly. Yes, I plan to rent a place near the company after the new year, so it will be convenient for commuting. Xiaoya didn't understand what he was trying to express. She didn't even look at Wang Rui. Instead, she huddled on the sofa, fiddling with her nails. Having seen many wealthy individuals in Mo, she could not care less about a man like Wang Rui who had a bit of money, but was particularly unattractive. Bored, she opened her phone to check, only to find that Mingzhe still hadn't accepted her friend request. Seeing that Xiaoya was completely uninterested in this blind date, sister Fang could only explain for her. Wei, don't mind her, Xiaoya just came back yesterday and is adamant about not wanting to go on a blind date today. In fact, many people were supposed to come to meet her, but she didn't agree to any of them. It was just yesterday that I talked for a long time, and Xiaoya only agreed to meet today. She might not be in a good mood having just returned, so she doesn't want to talk. How about you two go upstairs and chat privately? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately refused. What's the point of going upstairs? If we're going to talk, we might as well do it here. I can hear everything you're saying. Besides, I already met him at Xiao Wangzhuang yesterday and have some understanding of him. I don't want to know more. Xiaoya's blatant disregard for any courtesy left Wang Rui's family very embarrassed. But Wang Rui would not retreat due to this minor setback. He thickened his skin and said, Xiaoya, there might have been some misunderstanding between us yesterday. How about we go out and talk? I can explain it to you. Xiaoya frowned at Wang Rui. I only said 2 sentences to you yesterday. What misunderstanding could there be? Just say whatever you have to say here, it's just right for everyone to hear. Anyone with eyes could see that Xiaoya had no interest in Wang Rui at all. However, sister Fang, considering they had brought so many things, still wanted to delay for a while and give the 2 young people a chance to interact. So she had no choice but to pull Xiaoya towards the entrance. Xiaoya, give your aunt some face, just chat with him for a bit and add him on WeChat. This way everyone saves face. As she spoke, sister Fang lowered her voice. Later I'll introduce you to someone better. I don't want anyone better. I already have my eye on someone, and I won't meet anyone else. All right, we can talk about meeting later. You need to at least get through this part first. After listening to sister Fang, Xiao, you could only compromise. Okay, let him come over, and I'll chat for a bit. Great. Sister Fang was instantly overjoyed. Xiaoya waited at the door, while sister Fang immediately went back to call Wang Rui out. After about 5 or 6 minutes when Wang Rui sent a friend request on WeChat, Xiaoya simply turned around and left. I'm done chatting, and I've added him on WeChat. With that said, she went upstairs. Xiaoya returned to her room, and still not giving up sent Li Mingzhe another friend request. Within 10 seconds her phone rang. She initially thought it was Wang Rui, but unexpectedly, it was Li Mingzhe who accepted her friend request. He finally agreed. Xiaoya was ecstatic, rolling around on her bed for a couple of times before calming down to think about what to say in the chat. Xiaoya, have you thought about it? What are we eating today? I'll treat. Li Mingzhe, are you sure you're treating for this meal? Xiaoya, of course we agreed that you'd treat me to dinner after you took me home. But it's not you who's taking me home. Xiaoya, without you my sister wouldn't come to take me home. After sending this message, Xiaoya held her phone and waited for 2 minutes, but received no reply. I can't miss such a good opportunity. What to do? How about I go to Xiao Wangzhuang right now? Thinking of this, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled, and she immediately sat down at her vanity to start getting ready. However, after considering it, she couldn't ride her bike there, otherwise she wouldn't be able to let Li Mingzhe take her home. So she quickly ran to the balcony on the second floor and called out, Hey Wang Rui, are you free in a bit? Wang Rui, who was about to leave, immediately got excited upon hearing this. I'm free. What's up, Xiaoya? Is there something? Could you do me a favor and come over to take me to Xiao Wangzhuang? I'm not in a hurry right now. I'll get ready, and you can come pick me up later. Wang Rui immediately agreed, no problem. As the saying goes, a person is in high spirits when good things happen. Originally feeling a bit dejected seeing Xiaoya's attitude, he now felt a resurgence of hope. Xiaoya's parents wanted to send the things they brought up to the car, but Wang Rui's family certainly did not want to take them. What are you talking about, young lady? We might become family in the future. What are these things worth? CMA appeared indifferent. Moreover, since we've brought it back, there's no reason to take it back if we don't become family. Our family doesn't lack these things. However, Xiaoya's parents insisted on their principles. No, it's just a meeting. We absolutely cannot accept these. Wouldn't it break the rules? Break what rules? It's just a small gift. Don't feel pressured. The two families pushed back and forth, but reached no conclusion. Eventually, Wang Rui's family gave up and quickly got into the car, telling Wang Rui to lock the doors, and the car drove off directly. The things were left at Xiaoya's home. They just left like that. Xiaoya's parents exchanged glances. Sai, what are we going to do with these things? They certainly wouldn't accept them. It was inappropriate, and besides, those items were too valuable. If they accepted them, others would surely talk behind their backs, saying that just for a blind date, they accepted gifts worth thousands of yuan. Sister Fong said from the side. You two don't worry. I asked Xiaoya what this means. Why did she suddenly change her mind? If she is willing to date Wang Rui, then you can take it. If it doesn't work out, you can always return it. Hearing her say this, Xiaoya's parents could only return home to assess the situation. The three went upstairs to Xiaoya's door and found it open. Sister Fong peeked in to see her busy applying foundation to her face. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Going on a date, Xiaoya replied, clearly in a good mood. A date? With whom? A handsome guy. You wouldn't recognize him even if I told you so. Don't ask. This only piqued the curiosity of Fong Jia and the others even more. But now there's something more important to determine. So you're not planning to pursue Wang Rui, right? Fong Jia asked. Not pursuing him. I'm not interested in him at all. Upon hearing this, Mama Xiaoya immediately interjected. Then why did you let him take you? Isn't that just giving him the impression that there's still a chance? What's there to misunderstand? I just need him to take me to Shaowang village, right? If it doesn't work out, I can just give him the fare later. Xiaoya was quite perplexed. She had only thought of this one solution. Wang Rui had a car and lived near Shaowang village, so wasn't it quite appropriate to ask him for help? Mainly she was in a hurry, as she couldn't just call a classmate to take her out. Xiaoya was busy getting ready, and in just a little while her demeanor had completely transformed. You don't know, just because of what you said, they absolutely refused to take back what they brought and insisted on leaving it. After a pause, Mama Xiaoya continued, if he comes back later, you should return everything to him. Okay, no problem, I understand. Are you done talking? I need to change clothes now, Xiaoya said as she moved to close the door. After just a few words, the three of them were sent away. After tidying up for another 10 minutes, Xiaoya was fully made up. Meanwhile, Wang Rui had already finished dropping off Wang Shengli and the others a few minutes earlier and rushed back without wasting a moment. Upon seeing Xiaoya after her makeover, Wang Rui was almost drooling. In just over 20 minutes, Xiaoya had transformed into an incredibly stunning beauty. Hastily getting out of the car, Wang Rui quickly complimented Xiaoya, you look really beautiful today. Xiaoya replied dismissively, and Wang Rui immediately went to open the passenger door for her. Xiaoya's parents also hurriedly placed all the things they brought in the back seat. Wang Rui looked at them in alarm. Uncle, Aunt, what are you doing? Why are you putting things back in? We've said it's a gift for you. Why do you insist on stuffing it back? Xiaoya's father explained, Wei, we can't accept this. If you and Xiaoya get together, it's not too late to give it later. If we accept your things now, we'll be laughed at by the villagers. If you really understood, you wouldn't put your uncle in a difficult position, would you? Wang Rui hesitated immediately. He thought carefully. Since Xiaoya was already in his car, the most important thing now was to pursue Xiaoya well, not to get tangled up in what to do with these gifts. Moreover, Xiaoya's father had put it this way, so if he insisted on giving it, he would seem clueless. All right, uncle, I understand. Next time I come, I'll bring you some gifts, including this one. Oh, no need, no need. Aren't you both going to Xiaowang village? You should go quickly. Okay, uncle, we're off then. Back in the car, Xiaoya began to urge Wang Rui, hurry up, I'm in a rush. All right. Wang Rui, excited inside, quickly started the car and left. On the way, he stole glances at Xiaoya and became happier with each look. Just thinking about how it would feel to marry such a beautiful wife made him feel incredibly proud. He definitely wanted to take Xiaoya out to show those who thought he couldn't find a wife. However, Xiaoya was unaware of Wang Rui's inner thoughts. At that moment, she was feeling nervous, yet excited, worried about how to speak to Mingzhe later without making him dislike her. After all, she had come uninvited. Now she didn't even care about whether her actions were degrading. If she encountered a handsome guy, not making a move would mean giving the opportunity to someone else. Xiaoya, why are you going to Xiaowang village? How about we go to the county for lunch later, and after eating, we can watch a movie? Hearing this, Xiaoya looked at Wang Rui with a strange expression, clearly saying, are you out of your mind? Why would I go eat and watch a movie with you? Wang Rui was caught off guard by her words and couldn't respond. He awkwardly chuckled, it's fine if we don't eat and watch a movie. How about we go shopping in the county this afternoon? I'll take you to buy clothes. What do you mean? Don't I have money? Do you think I need you to buy me clothes? Xiaoya frowned, looking ready to draw the line with Wang Rui. By the way, don't misunderstand, I'm not giving you a chance by asking you to take me to Xiaowang village. I just want to ride. I need to meet someone in Xiaowang village for lunch, and it would be great if we could also watch a movie afterwards. Do you understand what I mean? Without waiting for Wang Rui to respond, Xiaoya impatiently said, also, can you drive a bit faster? There aren't many cars on this road, why are you driving at 20? Wang Rui, embarrassed by Xiaoya seeing through his intentions, had to immediately speed up the car. Mingzhe at this moment had no idea Xiaoya was on her way. After sending his message, he left with Zhongzhou and Wang Yud to the village secretary's house. Once seated and chatting for a while, the three of them headed back the way they came. Seeing that Mingzhe didn't understand why the secretary was unwilling to accept gifts, Wang Yud began to explain. Jinbao, the secretary's son, is getting married, and he doesn't want to accept our gifts, but we have to go. Because when our family was struggling the most, he helped us a lot. Your mother and I have never been able to repay the secretary's kindness over the years, and this time borrowing his son's wedding, even if we just drop off the money and leave without eating, we have to repay it. Otherwise, who knows if we'll ever have a chance to repay it in the future. Mingzhe nodded in understanding. The three of them unknowingly walked to a small information base in the village. This place was not far from Wang Xingli's house, and at that moment Xie Mei was chatting inside. Also present was Aunt Cheng, whom Mingzhe recognized. Seeing Wang Yud's family pass by, someone greeted with a smile, Yud, did you go to the secretary's house? Yeah, isn't Xiao Chao getting married? Oh, but you're not supposed to bring gifts, are you? You're not even related. Why wouldn't I bring a gift? The secretary helped our family a lot in the past. Seeing Wang Yud stop to chat, Zhongxia and Mingzhe also didn't hurry to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Rui was driving on this road. From a distance, he saw Mingzhe standing on the road. His heart raced, and a plan flashed through his mind. He quickly said to Xiaoya, can you spare me a few minutes? No. Xiaoya, looking down at her phone, realized that Mingzhe still hadn't responded to her message. In a panic, Wang Rui directly stopped the car on the road. No, Xiaoya, I'm serious. Can you help me with something? Just don't get out for now. Oh, just sit in the car without saying anything. Xiaoya, puzzled, asked why. Wang Rui quickly fabricated a lie, because there are a lot of people from our village ahead, and many of them know when we're meeting at your house today. So if I go past, they will definitely ask me, and I'll stop and let them see you in the car. That way they won't make fun of my family. What? Xiaoya frowned, clearly not understanding. Isn't it normal for a blind date to not work out? Why would it come to the point of making fun of your family? No, you don't understand. There are many people in our village who don't look kindly on my family. Like that guy in the supermarket last time. His name is Wang Jinbao. He's just waiting to see my family's jokes and waiting to see me fail at dating. Wang Rui spoke his lies without batting an eye. Upon hearing Wang Jinbao's name, she seemed skeptical. He's also waiting to see your jokes. That's right. There are many things going on here, and I can't explain them all to you right now. Just help me with this favor, and it'll take you to where you want to go immediately. Do you think that's okay? Seeing that Xiaoya was still hesitating, Wang Rui gritted his teeth and said, after this favor, I won't bother you anymore. We'll talk about the future later. Right now, he only has one thought in his mind, to put on a show in front of the villagers. This way he can clear the name of the incident from yesterday when his mother caused a scene at Wang Yud's house. Really? Xiaoya confirmed again. If I were to lie to you, I would be a dog. Wang Rui was unaware that Xiaoya had come to Xiaowang village specifically to find Li Mingzhe. Little did Xiaoya know that Li Mingzhe was not far ahead. She thought carefully. After all, Wang Rui had helped her with a favor, so it was reasonable for her to return one. At least this way they would be even. All right then. You agree? Wang Rui was overjoyed and said, "Great, just sit in the car in a moment, and he'll go down to say a few words just to go through the motions." Xiaoya nodded and opened the chat window with Li Mingzhe waiting for his message. She had no idea that she was less than 200 meters away from Li Mingzhe himself. At that moment, Li Mingzhe, who was feeling bored, walked to a corner to play on his phone while waiting for Wang Yu to finish chatting with the villagers. It was only when he took out his phone that he realized he hadn't replied to Xiaoya's message. The last message was still stuck on Xiaoya asking what's wrong. "Don't you want to have dinner with me?" At this time, Li Mingzhe replied, "It's not that I don't want to, I just feel it's not appropriate." He had just sent the message when Xiaoya replied again, "What's inappropriate about it? Let's have lunch today, I'll treat you to a meal." Before Li Mingzhe could reply, she added, "You can't refuse." "Li Mingzhe, why can't I refuse?" "Xiaoya, because I'm coming to your house to look for you soon." Li Mingzhe, "Wait, what? Is she actually coming over?" Just as Li Mingzhe was feeling a bit troubled by this situation, Wang Rui's car had already stopped steadily in front of him. "Oh, Wei." Xiamei stood up when she saw her son's car. Upon seeing Xiaoya sitting in the passenger seat absorbed in her phone, her face lit up with joy. Wow, she really brought her back. With so many people watching, this is really impressive. "Mom." Wang Rui cheerfully got out of the car and began to distribute cigarettes one by one. Xiaoya was completely uninterested in who these people were, as she didn't even look up, fully focused on waiting for what Li Mingzhe would reply. Wei, where are you driving to?" someone asked him. Wang Rui, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I went for a blind date today." Hearing this, someone immediately widened their eyes and asked Xiamei, "A blind date? Is that girl sitting in the car with Wei his girlfriend?" Xiamei waved her hand and smiled. "Well, you can't say it like that. They are just getting to know each other, so they can't be considered a couple yet." Although she said that, the expression on Xiamei's face could not hide her pride. Her answer didn't mean everyone else thought the same. The villagers started chattering, and the few words quickly turned into something else. By tonight, this matter might have turned into a rumor that Wang Rui and Xiaoya were getting engaged. Oh, if she is willing to date him, that must mean they are quite close. You might be a grandfather by next year. Upon hearing this, Xiamei was grinning from ear to ear. "Huh. Look at what you said. This kid isn't just pulled from the ground. You can't just have someone like that." Someone chimed in, "It might not be that fast, but it's close enough." Everyone peered at Xiaoya in the passenger seat, and the chatter continued. Wei, your girlfriend is really pretty." Aunt Cheng immediately said to Xiamei, "You were so anxious a few years ago, worrying that Wei wouldn't find a girlfriend. But this year Wei buys a car whenever he wants and has a girlfriend whenever he wants, and she's so beautiful. Don't you think you were worried for nothing? In the end, your Wei found the prettiest wife." Hearing this, Xiamei's smile nearly reached her ears, because these few words truly spoke to her heart. A couple of years ago, she had others introduce girls to Wang Rui, but not many were willing to do so, because they thought Wang Rui's external conditions were not good enough. After all, a man who is less than 1.7 meters tall is simply unacceptable. A man can be ugly, but he can't be short. Otherwise, even if he's handsome, he's still lacking. Now it's great that Wang Rui has brought back such a beautiful blind date to the village. In Xiamei's eyes, this is even more impressive than buying a BMW. Li Mingzhe saw everyone gossiping about Wang Rui's affairs and curiously glanced at the passenger seat. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of bewilderment. What is going on? How can Xiaoya be sitting in the car? Didn't she dislike Wang Rui yesterday? Just then, Aunt Cheng asked Wang Rui, Wei, where are you taking Xiaoya for lunch?" Wang Rui immediately fabricated a lie. "I haven't thought of it yet. We'll probably go to the county for lunch. Anyway, it's not at my house. She feels embarrassed to go there." Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe was even more confused. Xiaoya clearly invited him to lunch on his phone. Why is Wang Rui saying he is going to the county with Xiaoya now? It can't be that all three of them are having lunch together, right? Oh, that's great, Wei. You need to make sure to seize this opportunity. Aunt Cheng's remarks subtly referred to the incident yesterday when Xiamei had taken Wang Rui to find Li Mingzhe. After watching the commotion, they learned the truth from the supermarket owner's wife. It was indeed Xiaoya who didn't want to get on Wang Rui's car and wanted Li Mingzhe to take her. Just when everyone thought Xiamei was deliberately looking for trouble, unexpectedly, there was a huge twist. Wang Rui's actions now were equivalent to telling everyone that Xiaoya was indeed his, not Li Mingzhe's. As a result, everyone had a new perspective on this matter. "I didn't expect this girl to actually be charmed by you, haha," Aunt Cheng said loudly, deliberately glancing at Li Mingzhe. If Li Mingzhe could publicly compete with Wang Rui for her, that would be wonderful. After all, those who watch the fun don't mind the chaos. At this moment, Wang Rui wore a face full of smug satisfaction as he deliberately walked in front of Li Mingzhe. So what if I didn't get to take her home yesterday? Isn't she still sitting in my car now? Wang Jinbao, don't get too carried away. Oh, what's the use of being tall? Money is the most important thing in this world. Facing Wang Rui's deliberate provocation, Li Mingzhe rubbed his nose and said, "It seems like what makes you most insecure is that I'm taller than you." "You're talking nonsense." Wang Rui was enraged, almost jumping up to retaliate. "I meant, do you really think you're taller than me?" Everyone turned to look. Li Mingzhe remained calm with a half-smile, saying, "When have I ever said that in front of you? Whoever gets triggered first in a personal attack loses." Wang Rui was so infuriated by Li Mingzhe's light words that his face turned red, wishing he could punch Li Mingzhe in the face and ruin his looks. However, there were always people who would intervene. Seeing Wang Rui suddenly explode in anger, Xia Mei immediately asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What did Wang Jinbao say? Is he jealous of you?" Zhang Xia immediately defended her son. "What does my son have to be jealous of him? Your family is so wealthy, you shouldn't lack mirrors, right? Just look at yourself too." After waiting for so long without receiving a reply from Li Mingzhe, Xiaoya vaguely heard that it seemed to have gotten noisy outside and looked up to see what was happening. Upon seeing this, Xiaoya was utterly stunned. Why is he there? Xiaoya panicked. "No wonder he hasn't replied to my messages. It's over, it's over. He saw me in Wang Rui's car, and then he heard Wang Rui boasting to the villagers that I am his blind date. My heavens, this misunderstanding has escalated." She quickly turned her head to the other side, sweating anxiously in the car. "Calm down, calm down, calm down. In times like this, one must remain calm. This is clearly a misunderstanding. I absolutely cannot hide now. I must clarify things. Moreover, I have to explain it in front of others. Otherwise, it will be impossible to clarify later." Having thought this through, Xiaoya hurriedly opened the car door and got out. At this moment, Xia Mei was arguing with Zhang Xia like a madwoman. The onlookers became excited when they saw Xiaoya getting out. The show is about to begin. Will the future daughter-in-law be shocked to see how fierce her mother-in-law is? You all are a family of dogs that can't spit out ivory. Still looking in the mirror, you're just jealous that my son has found such a beautiful wife. Don't think I don't know. The word stopped abruptly, because Xia Mei saw Xiaoya getting out of the car. At this moment, Xia Mei finally realized that Xiaoya was still here. She had actually forgotten about this matter in her excitement. Xiaoya, why did you get out? Hurry back to the car, we need to leave now." Wang Rui was so frightened that he stuttered, attempting to pull Xiaoya back into the car, but she broke free. "Get away from me." Xiaoya bypassed Wang Rui and directly approached Xia Mei. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Aunt Xia, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Did you just say that I am Wang Rui's wife? When did I become Wang Rui's wife? I only met him for a blind date today. When did I say I wanted to continue with him? Also, the things you took from my family today, I put them back in the car, so please do not spread rumors about me here." Upon hearing this, Xia Mei was left dumbfounded. Faced with the questioning from the future daughter-in-law, she was completely at a loss for words. Xiaoya at this moment felt increasingly uneasy. Fortunately, she got out of the car, otherwise she would have never known that in Xia Mei's mouth, she was already Wang Rui's wife. If she hadn't clarified this in person, she would never be able to clear her name. Thinking that Li Mingzhe might have almost mistaken her for a woman who is coveting someone else's man, Xiaoya became even more agitated. Without waiting for the startled Xia Mei and Wang Rui to respond, she continued, "Since we're on this topic, let me explain to you as well. The reason I agreed to add Wang Rui on WeChat today is that my aunt insisted I do it. She thought it would look bad if I didn't add you. If this behavior has led you to misunderstand, I can unfriend Wang Rui right now." Saying this, Xiaoya immediately turned cold and began operating her phone. Aunt Cheng, who was watching the excitement, eagerly spoke up to persuade her. "Hey girl, don't be so agitated. Actually, Aunt Xia means no harm. She just thought that since you came here in Wei Wei's car after the blind date, you two must have gotten together." Hearing this muddled explanation, Xiao Ya's anger surged. "What? My heavens." Xiao Ya's face flushed with rage. "I originally didn't want to meet him for a blind date, but out of respect for my aunt, I agreed to meet him today. But it was just a meeting. I never said I wanted to be with him, and I returned everything. As for why I took his car today, it's because I came to Xiao Wang village to find Wang Jinbao, and Wang Rui happened to be returning to Xiao Wang village. I was supposed to get out of the car at the village entrance, but Wang Rui insisted that I sit in the car and act for a while, saying that it was enough for you to see me in the car. He also said that as long as I acted with him, he would not bother me anymore. If it weren't for him saying that, I definitely would not have agreed." Xiaoya finished saying this in one breath, leaving the onlookers in the village stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming. So it was Wang Rui who deliberately pulled her into this act. It wasn't that they were already together, and Xiaoya had specifically come to find Wang Jinbao. While the situation has completely reversed. Thinking back to how Xia Mei and Wang Rui had boasted earlier, it really seemed ridiculous. This mother and son duo really know how to stir things up. A few words almost ruined the girl's reputation. If Xiaoya hadn't gotten out to explain, they would definitely have taken Xia Mei and Wang Rui's words seriously. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Rui was also anxious at this moment. Wasn't this publicly slapping his face? You get back in the car? Hurry. With such a huge loss of face, Wang Rui was also desperate. He said this while trying to forcibly pull Xiaoya back into the car. He was now thinking that as long as he could control Xiaoya, he could figure out how to smooth things over later. Otherwise, if she continued talking, their family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Let go of me. Xiaoya immediately struggled. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you pulling her? Everyone wanted to stop Wang Rui, but in the meantime Mingzhe had already moved in to intervene. He grabbed Wang Rui's arm, preventing him from continuing. Let her go. As he spoke, he exerted force, causing Wang Rui to instinctively release his grip in pain. After Xiaoya escaped, she hurriedly hid behind Mingzhe, clearly frightened by Wang Rui's earlier actions. Mingzhe frowned at Wang Rui and said, in broad daylight you still want to kidnap someone. What the hell is it to you? At this moment Wang Rui's face was even more embarrassed. He raised his hand to hit Mingzhe, but was easily dodged. Did everyone see that? He was the one who wanted to hit me. I never intended to hit him. Fortunately, Xia Mei remained somewhat calm. She quickly whispered to stop Wang Rui. Wei, don't fight. If you fight now, you will definitely be in the wrong. Wang Rui's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth as he glared at Mingzhe. Why do you have to go against me? Mingzhe replied calmly. I have no intention of going against you. It's you who keeps wanting things that don't belong to you. With that, Mingzhe turned and left with Xiaoya, followed by Wang Yud and Zhang Xia. Watching the family leave, Wang Rui grew angrier, feeling a surge of rage in his chest. This Wang Jinbao truly deserved to die. After the brief conflict, many began to comfort Wang Rui and Xia Mei. Aunt Cheng was the first to speak. Wei, calm down. Without Xiaoya, there are still others. You're capable now. Are you worried about not finding a wife? Exactly, don't hang yourself on one tree. There are plenty of girls from the nearby villages. Don't be angry. However, the comfort from others could not extinguish the anger burning in the hearts of this mother and son duo. Xia Mei couldn't help but spit in the direction Mingzhe had left. Pa. What a piece of work. Sounds nice being a model. Who knows what she does outside? Don't tell me she's that kind of escort. She looks down on us. We don't look up to her either. Xia Mei did not shy away from expressing her dark thoughts. Hearing this, everyone could only exchange glances and dared not speak. For a girl, spreading false rumors can be absolutely fatal. Wei, let others introduce you to some real good girls later. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui did not respond, but muttered to himself, isn't Wang Jinbao trying to compete with me? Then let him compete. I will not give up. I'm going to confront him hidden. At this moment, Wang Rui was not even thinking about pursuing Xiaoya. He knew he had no chance now. But he refused to let go. If Wang Rui couldn't have her, then Mingzhe shouldn't even think about it. After the mother and son drove away, the casual chatter among the 7 or 8 people finally erupted. The events that just transpired would be enough for them to discuss and speculate for days. After bringing Xiaoya home, Zhang Xia hurriedly poured her a glass of water to calm her down. When Wang Xiuhui saw Xiaoya arrive, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you." After a brief greeting with Xiaoya, Wang Xiuhui eagerly rushed into the house to ask Zhang Xia, "Mom, what's going on? Why is that girl back at our house again?" After all, Xia Mei had just caused a scene yesterday, and now she was showing up here again, which would only invite more gossip. Don't mention it, your brother almost got into a fight with Wang Rui today. I even had a few words with your second aunt. Then Zhang Xia gradually recounted the events that transpired in the village today. At first, Wang Xiuhui was extremely angry upon hearing this. But when Zhang Xia mentioned how Xiaoya got out of the car to confront Xia Mei, Wang Zihui's face lit up with joy, and she continued to ask excitedly, "And then, what happened next?" Hearing the whole story, Wang Xiuhui felt elated and burst into laughter. "This is killing me with laughter. If only I had been there. I really wanted to see your second aunt's expression." Standing outside, Mingzhe couldn't help but glance over at Wang Xiuhui's laughter. Then he said to Xiaoya, "How about my sister gives you a ride home later?" "Huh? Why?" Xiaoya looked disappointed. "I came to find you and invite you to dinner, and you're turning me down like this." Hearing this, Mingzhe looked helpless. "Actually, if that incident hadn't happened, I might have been inclined to accept your invitation. But as it stands, it seems impossible now. From what I know about Wang Rui, he's not likely to just let this go. It's trivial for us to have a meal together, but if he sets his sights on you, it could get troublesome." Xiaoya certainly did not understand what Mingzhe meant. She responded, "Let him fixate on me. I'm not going to pay him any attention. Besides, I already explained everything to the people in your village today, so he shouldn't bother me again, right?" Mingzhe shook his head. "You're wrong. He won't behave like a normal person with a sense of boundaries. Keeping our distance is beneficial for you. After all, you don't owe me anything. Ooh, I appreciate your gesture, but let's forget about the meal. No, how can we just forget it? Xiaoya stood up, seriousness etched on her face. If it weren't for you today, I might have really been forced into a car. So you saved me once again, and I must thank you properly. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe felt a bit helpless. It was hard to explain. She had no idea how terrifying Xiaomai's family could be. If they didn't take his car, that mother and son could easily show up at their door. If Xiaoya had been seen dining with him, wouldn't that have led to a confrontation? Thinking of this, Li Mingzhe had to refuse her. Aware that Xiaoya had feelings for him, he simply said, actually the main reason is that I have a girlfriend now, so it's inconvenient for me to have dinner with you. You should understand what I mean, right? He thought this would dissuade Xiaoya, but unexpectedly, she burst out laughing. Who are you trying to fool? I asked your sister yesterday, and she said you were single. Li Mingzhe tugged at the corner of his mouth. That's because my sister doesn't know I have a girlfriend. Xiaoya remained skeptical. Is that true? Really? Xiaoya's smile gradually faded as she confirmed, really. Li Mingzhe's expression turned serious. Otherwise, why would I have any reason to refuse such a beautiful girl like you? Hearing him compliment her beauty, Xiaoya couldn't feel happy. If he said that, and she continued to cling to him, wouldn't that make her seem like a green tea bitch? She certainly didn't want to be that kind of person. But after thinking it over, she still felt a bit unwilling to give up. Just don't delete my WeChat. If in the future, if you and your girlfriend break up amicably or something, can you let me know? Give me a chance, okay? Hearing this, Li Mingzhe secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. All right, I agree to your request. Xiaoya wasn't the type to linger unnecessarily. Having brought up the topic, she had no more reasons to stay. She stood up directly. Okay, I'll go tell my uncle, aunt, and sister. As soon as Xiaoya entered the room and said she was leaving, Zhongzhou instinctively said, Xiaoya, why not stay for lunch before you go? No, Annie, I'll go back now. Glancing at Li Mingzhe, Xiaoya added, there's no point in me staying here anymore. What? What do you mean it's pointless? Zhongzhou looked confused. It's nothing really. I just need to tell my mom about what happened today. I've finally seen the true colors of Wang Rui and his family. My reputation almost got ruined. Seeing that Xiaoya was determined to leave, Wang Xiuhui immediately said, then let me take you back. Li Mingzhe also chimed in, you let my sister take you. If your parents come to pick you up, they'll be worried not knowing what's going on. Just get home safely first. After some thought, Xiaoya nodded in agreement. This time she didn't bring any luggage, so Wang Xiuhui simply rode her electric bike to take her home. On the road, they met some villagers who greeted Wang Xiuhui. She responded briefly, and then continued on without stopping. Sitting behind, Xiaoya felt a bit sad. She couldn't help but ask Wang Xiuhui's sister, does Wang Jinbao really have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? No, my brother doesn't have a girlfriend. Xiaoya hurriedly asked, then why did he just tell me he has a girlfriend? Did he say that to you? Wang Xiuhui immediately slowed down the bike, and then realized, oh. Is it because you heard him say that you left? Yes, sister, what's going on? Is there some hidden story? Wang Xiuhui simply parked the bike on the side of the village road, turned around, and said, Jinbao must have said that to protect you. He's definitely lying because of Wang Rui. You're not in our village, so you wouldn't know. Wang Rui's family is utterly disgusting. Just last time when I took you back to Xia village. Wang Xiuhui directly recounted the incident when Wang Rui and his mother came to their house to cause trouble. After hearing all this, Xiaoya felt both shocked and angry. Wang Rui and his mother are really such people. This is too disgusting. So what I experienced today was just one of many incidents. If Wang Xiuhui hadn't told her today, she would have never known this existed in her life. This is simply too terrifying, making one feel a chilling fear. Xiaoya's reaction was anticipated by Wang Xiuhui, who fully understood her feelings. Now you know why Jinbao had to lie to you, right? Xiaoya nodded, feeling a deeper fondness for Li Mingzhe. At this moment, an impulse surged within her to return and tell Li Mingzhe that she was not afraid at all. But she knew she could not do that. From the information she had just received, if she became too close to Li Mingzhe, it would bring trouble to his family. This was very important. As the car drove forward against the wind, Wang Xiuhui sighed, my brother is truly meticulous. From what I know of him, he is not afraid of the Wang family at all. He must think you are a girl and is worried about ruining your reputation, so he lied. Wang Xiuhui felt a bit uneasy since Xiaoya had not responded. After all, this was something Li Mingzhe wanted to conceal, and she had accidentally revealed it. Xiaoya, since Jinbao wants to hide this from you, just pretend you don't know. With the new year approaching, it's better to avoid trouble, so don't provoke the Wang family. I know what kind of people they are. You really shouldn't underestimate them. Xiaoya, upon hearing this, did not respond to Wang Xiuhui's advice. After pausing for 2 seconds, she said, sister, thank you for telling me all this. No matter what, I must inform my parents about this. You know how important reputation is in the countryside. Even if I have no future with Jinbao, I will still need to marry in the future, right? What if someone finds out about this later and thinks I am a woman with many lovers? So I definitely need to settle this account with Wang Rui. Wang Xiuhui pondered seriously for a moment. Xiaoya's reasoning was not without merit. After all, some matters really need to be resolved at the moment, or else clarifying them later will only make others think you are trying to cover up something. She understood Xiaoya's thoughts. All right then, I suggest you both should investigate Wang Rui's family situation. Knowing what kind of people they are will help you decide what to do. Xiaoya nodded. Okay, I understand, sister. After sending Xiaoya to the village entrance, Wang Xiuhui immediately turned back home. In the following days, the village was abuzz with talk about the matter between Li Mingzhe and Wang Rui. Their competition for a woman had spread to every household, becoming a significant topic of conversation. During lunchtime, the Xie family was devoid of energy. None of them had the appetite to eat. Seeing Wang Rui eating while playing with his phone, Wang Shengli was furious and abruptly slammed the table, saying, "Stop playing. If you keep playing, don't eat." Wang Rui turned off his phone looking irritated and asked what's going on. "Wang, it has been a burden on me for half my life." Wang Shengli glared at him, saying, "How come our family's reputation has come to this? Are you able to swallow this anger?" In such a repressive environment, Wang Rui also lost his appetite. "What can I do? Tell me, what would you do if you were me? I've done all I can." Who told that Xiaoya to fall for Wang Jinbao? Upon hearing this, Wang Shengli stood up from the dining table and sat on a stool by the living room door. He lit a cigarette, looking troubled. Xiamei also threw down her chopsticks, cursing that Wang Jinbao, what is he back for? Why doesn't he just die? If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have ended up like this. As for why things turned out this way, Wang Shengli scoffed from the beginning. You two shouldn't have gone to find Wang Jinbao behind my back. If you hadn't stirred up trouble, the villagers wouldn't be so focused on this matter. Now look, we've lost all face. Hearing Wang Shengli's implicit blame, Xie Mei instantly became furious. She abruptly stood up from the stool and questioned Wang Shengli, tilting her head. "What do you mean by that? Oh, so now you are blaming me? If you had the ability, why didn't you go get our reputation back? Now it's my fault. If you're so capable, go find Wang Yud." Wang Shengli was also filled with rage. He threw away the cigarette, and stood up, retorting, "What do I need to find him for? What reason do I have to look for him? You meddled in a child's blind date and romance. Why do you care so much? If the blind date didn't work out, then it just didn't work out. Why did you have to step in and blow things out of proportion? Am I not allowed to say anything?" The two of them took turns blaming each other, causing Wang Rui to reach his limit. He stepped between them and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. You two shouldn't argue here. There's no point in saying these words now. I only have one thought right now. If I can't have it, then Wang Jinbao shouldn't think he can have it either." Wang Shengli frowned at him. "What are you going to do?" "What I do is none of your business. Oh, I have my own ways." Wang Rui did not explicitly state his thoughts and went upstairs without finishing his meal. This left Xie Mei and Wang Shengli exchanging glances. Xie Mei felt a bit uneasy, saying he wouldn't be planning to do something illegal, would he? Wang Shengli thought for a moment and waved his hand. He probably wouldn't. Wei doesn't have that kind of guts. After Xiaoya returned home and told her parents about this matter, they were naturally shocked and angry. Once they calmed down and thought it over, Xiaoya's mother decided to find Sister Fang. After Sister Fang left, their expressions were all grim. Sister Fang's husband was the principal of the public elementary school where children from many nearby villages attended. What good could come from offending her? Moreover, what Xie Mei did left them speechless. Soon Xie Mei's parents called her. They said they would no longer concern themselves with Wang Rui's affairs, and that she shouldn't come over after the new year engaging in disgraceful activities. What Xie Mei had done was enough to draw their criticism. When Xie Mei received the call, she barely managed to argue before the line went dead. Then she couldn't help but cry. Yet not a single tear flowed due to regret. Heavens, I just wanted to find a daughter-in-law for my son. Why is my life so miserable? After crying, she went upstairs and told Wang Rui, Wei, when you see Xiaoya in the future, just act like you don't know her. Let her talk to whoever she wants, and you should stop thinking of any crooked ideas. Your sister and brother-in-law are coming over this afternoon. They've been doing well outside this year, and they'll have them find you a good one. Once I find you a daughter-in-law, I won't have to beg anymore. Your mother has such high aspirations, yet I have to lower myself for your sake. Now even your uncle is criticizing me." After hearing about his grandparents' phone call and listening to Xie Mei, Wang Rui's anger flared even more. "I don't want you to introduce anyone to me. I can find someone myself back home. You don't need to worry about my affairs." Hurt pride led Wang Rui to leave home, directly starting up his car and heading to the county to drink. Tomorrow is the wedding of the secretary's son. In the afternoon, Li Mingzhe's family planned to shop for New Year goods. With just a few days until the new year, they needed to buy everything. Firecrackers, couplets, etc. Li Mingzhe's family split into two groups. Wang Yud and Li Mingzhe went to buy couplets and firecrackers, while Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui went to buy new clothes. After picking out the firecrackers and couplets, Wang Yud intended to pay in cash, but Li Mingzhe had already prepared to enter the amount for payment. "Boss, I've already paid." Wang Yud complained, "Jinbao, why are you competing to pay?" Li Mingzhe smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a small amount." After taking their items, the two went to buy snacks. Wang Yud couldn't help but say, "Jinbao, save some of your money, don't spend it all on us." You still need to work after the new year. Where will you find so much money? Just in the days you've been back, you've probably spent 2 or 3,000, right? Li Mingzhe waved his hand saying, "It's fine, Dad, I do have some savings. But you can't spend it recklessly. You need to save well, you'll need a lot for your wedding later on. At that time, I don't know how much I can help you." Son. As he spoke, Wang Yu's back seemed to bend a little more. He limped ahead, lost in thought. Li Mingzhe noticed his father's helplessness and smiled, saying, "Dad, don't overthink it. With how handsome I am, I bet there will be a line of girls wanting me as a son-in-law." Hearing Li Mingzhe's joke, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Yu's dark face. "You silly boy, why would you want to be a son-in-law?" Li Mingzhe laughed. Passing by an appliance store, he suddenly remembered that the refrigerator at home needed replacing. Not only was it small, but its cooling seemed to be failing. However, Zhang Xia and the others would definitely not let Li Mingzhe pay for the replacement, so he thought it unnecessary to inform them. Thus, he decided to buy one directly. While Wang Yu was busy buying things in another store, Li Mingzhe entered the appliance mall alone and chose a Siemens double-door refrigerator priced at 11999 yuan. If he was going to buy one, it might as well be a big branded one. After completing the payment, Li Mingzhe left his phone number. "Boss, no one's home right now. Once we've bought everything, we'll let you know so you can arrange the delivery." "All right, I'll wait for your announcement." Just as he caught up with Wang Yu's pace, he pointed to a roast duck and asked, "Jinbao, do you want to eat roast duck?" "Sure, I can eat anything." After buying most of the items they needed for home, the two went to a street dedicated to selling clothes to find Zhang Xia and Wang Xiaohui. "Why are children's clothes so expensive now? They seem even pricier than adult clothes." Wang Xiaohui said this while holding a jacket up to Yuan. Zhang Xia interjected, "Everything is expensive for the new year. Just half a month ago, they wouldn't dare to charge this much." Wang Yu stood outside the clothing store guarding a pile of items, while Li Mingzhe went inside. This store is the largest clothing store in town with clothes for both adults and children, and the prices are steep. At this moment, Wang Xiaohui and Zhang Xia were standing next to two salespeople who were enthusiastically introducing the clothes. "Haha, nowadays you can't look at prices when buying clothes, you have to look at quality. This jacket alone costs 320 yuan, and it only sells for 330, so they're not making any money off you. Clothes from outside might be a bit cheaper, but just look at the materials used. This one you're holding is down, not silk cotton. The little girl looks good in this, it fits her perfectly. Why not take both, and he'll give you a 9.5 discount." Wang Xiaohui looked at the two jackets, which together cost over 600, and that was without considering pants and shoes. Thinking of this, she immediately shook her head. "Forget it. Let's check out other stores." In her view, the prices here were too high. Zhang Xia also felt the prices were a bit steep. Let's look around more. There are several other stores ahead." Hearing that the two were about to leave, the salesperson hurriedly said, "How about this? If you find these too expensive, take a look over here. These are clearance items, just over 100 for one, but they're from 2 years ago." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohui turned back to take a look. Seeing that those clothes weren't appealing and weren't down jackets, she shook her head. "Thanks, we'll look around some more." Just as Li Mingzhe was about to speak, a discordant voice suddenly rang out, "Salesperson, instead of wasting time with the poor, why not come help us check out this piece of clothing?" The woman speaking was none other than Wang Zuhui's sister-in-law Gao Zuijuan. At that moment, she was accompanied by a girl roughly the same size as Yuan, along with Wang Zuhui's mother-in-law. "This piece is too small, try a size up," Gao Zuijuan said, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Xiaohui. Ever since she was kicked out of her family by Gao Chong, she has looked at Wang Xiaohui with increasing disdain. After hearing Gao Qijuan's words, the salesperson left Wang Zuhui's side. "Hey," Zhang Xia wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Xiaohui. "Mom, forget it." She really didn't want to have anything to do with someone like Gao Zuijuan. Turning around, she then noticed that Li Mingzhe had arrived at some point. "Jinbao, have you finished shopping?" Li Mingzhe nodded. "Yeah, I'm done." He then asked, "Sister, why haven't you bought clothes yet? Haven't you found anything suitable?" Wang Xiaohui shook her head. "These clothes are too expensive. Let's go check out the children's clothing store next door." She had only prepared 600 yuan before coming, but now it seemed that in this store, aside from 2 jackets, she couldn't even afford pants. Is it because the clothes are too expensive that they won't buy? That's easy to resolve. Li Mingzhe simply said, "Sister, feel free to pick out some clothes for the kids today. Oh, I'll cover the expenses. As an uncle, I should buy a couple of outfits for the kids." Just as he finished speaking. Before Wang Xiaohui could respond, Gao Zuijuan chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "If you can't even afford a new piece of clothing, how can you talk about getting a divorce? I don't know where your courage comes from. And you still think my brother doesn't earn enough? If you divorced my brother, could you even support the kids? Just look at yourself. Divorce." It seems she hasn't firmly stated that she wants a divorce, yet has she? Wang Xiaohui remained silent, frowning as she stared at Gao Zuijuan. She really wanted to retort, but recalling what Gao Chong had said earlier, she held back. However, her silence did not mean others would let her be. At that moment, Qin Fengxia suddenly walked over to the two children, saying, Yuan Yuan man, come let's go home with grandma. She reached out to grab them, but Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui naturally refused, immediately shielding the children behind them. What are you trying to do? Wang Xiuhui glared at Qin Fengxia. What do you mean, what am I trying to do? These are my grandchildren, can't I take them home? I tell you, I have no objection to your divorce from Gao Chong, but don't even think about taking the children. Coincidentally, Gao Chong, who had been trying on clothes in the men's section, suddenly noticed the commotion and quickly walked over. He glanced at everyone present and quickly approached Qin Fengxia, saying, Mom, didn't I tell you already? I don't want these two children. I'm giving them to her in the divorce. What are you doing now? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengxia was furious, almost jumping up. Gao Chong, have you lost your mind? Why are you giving both children to her? This is the bloodline of our Gao family. Gao Chong said indifferently, don't worry, I'll find you a good daughter-in-law. After giving the children to her, I can always have more. No way. Qin Fengxia outright rejected. You don't want the ready-made one, and you want to find someone else to have children. I think you're not just drunk, but completely out of it. Gao Chong immediately replied, then there's nothing I can do. Who told Xiuhui to be lazy and spend money? Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a good daughter-in-law. As he spoke, Gao Chong cast a glance at Li Mingzhe. He was worried that Li Mingzhe might punch him after hearing these words. But Li Mingzhe wasn't that foolish yet. At first, Li Mingzhe really wanted to intervene, but seeing that Wang Xiuhui and Zhang Xia had no reaction, he sensed that something was off about Gao Chong's words. Because if one listened closely, Gao Chong's words seemed somewhat forced. Moreover, if they were really getting a divorce, he couldn't believe that Gao Chong would want to abandon the children. If he truly didn't want them, then he was too foolish. Clearly, Gao Chong wasn't that foolish yet. With this thought, Li Mingzhe lost interest in listening to the Gao family any longer. Sister, let's go buy clothes for Yuan and Man. After buying, we should go home and cook. Wang Xiuhui nodded all right. As she spoke, she was about to walk out, but Li Mingzhe called out to her sister, let's buy here. I saw you picked up these two pieces earlier. Salesperson, could you please wrap these two items for me? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhui quickly stopped him. Hey, wait, Jinbao, what are you doing? These clothes are too expensive. Oh, let's check the store next door. Li Mingzhe replied, no need to look, you've been shopping for so long. Let's buy from this store, they have everything here. The salesperson, who had regained her composure from the hustle and bustle, immediately chimed in, yes, we have sweaters, pants, shoes, and everything. So you want to wrap these two items? Yes. The salesperson quickly said, then come this way to pay. Wait, we haven't finished shopping. What clothes did my sister try on for the two children earlier? Wrap everything up. Each child needs 2 complete outfits, even new underwear, 2 pairs each. Li Mingzhe looked like a nouveau riche, causing both Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui to panic. Jinbao, what are you doing? I don't want you to buy that. Exactly, Jinbao, let's switch to another store. We can't buy here, it's just too expensive. Don't make things complicated. Oh, let's just buy from this store. Li Mingzhe deliberately looked at the astonished Gao Zuojuan and said sarcastically, otherwise people might say you can't afford to raise 2 children after the divorce. If you can't afford it, I as the younger brother can help you. It's better to end this unhappy marriage sooner. Li Mingzhe had already decided that no matter what scheme Gao Chong was up to, standing by Wang Xiuhui's side was the right thing to do. Firstly, to let Wang Xiuhui know that she didn't need to compromise to raise the children, and secondly, to let the Gao family know that as long as Wang Xiuhui wanted to leave, she didn't have to worry about not being able to raise the children. Wang Xiuhui wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Li Mingzhe's sister. If you don't choose, I'll let the salesperson pick for you. You know my temperament, since I've spoken, I will definitely buy today. Seeing Li Mingzhe so determined, Wang Xiuhui exchanged a glance with Zhang Xia, looking somewhat troubled. Zhang Xia wanted to say something, but was silenced by a look from Li Mingzhe. Then, Jinbao, let's buy 1 outfit each, alright. 2 outfits are too much. Zhang Xia calculated all the money in her pocket, thinking that if she and Wang Xiuhui paid together 1 outfit each for the children would be enough if they chose the cheaper ones. Li Mingzhe insisted just 2 outfits each. With no other choice, Zhang Xia could only keep quiet and pulled Wang Xiuhui to help choose clothes for the children. At that moment, the expressions of Gao Chong's family of 3 were all different. Gao Zuojuan sneered, first, what are you pretending to be a rich person for? You wouldn't spend the money meant for next year's work on clothes, would you? Don't turn around and have to borrow money to go out. In her view, Li Mingzhe was just putting on a brave front. Qin Fengxia followed suit. Don't worry, I don't believe Wang Jinbao would actually be so generous. Just wait and see, once we leave he won't buy anything, he's just putting on a show for us. Does Wang Xiuhui think having this brother is such a big deal? I'm not leaving now, I'll see if he buys anything. Gao Zuojuan agreed, nodding repeatedly. Hearing this, Gao Chong looked at Li Mingzhe thoughtfully. In fact, he didn't quite believe that Li Mingzhe would really buy 2 complete outfits for each of the children as he claimed. Because judging by the prices of clothes in this store, 1 outfit per person would probably cost over 1,000 yuan. So 2 outfits each for 2 people would amount to 4,000, right? Even if it wasn't 4,000, it would still be over 3,000, right? Buying 3 or 4,000 yuan worth of clothes for small children. Could this ordinary family afford that? Gao Chong was a bit uneasy. He couldn't let Chen Fengxia and the others think Li Mingzhe was just a paper tiger. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to continue pretending, because Chen Fengxia wouldn't fear him. With this thought, Gao Chong immediately spoke up, "Mom, no matter how much money Wang Jinbao has, it won't be ours. Let's go buy something." "What do you know? Today I'm going to see if he buys or not." Chen Fengxiao firmly rejected, immediately leading Gao Zuizhuan toward the cash register. They would absolutely not give up until they saw the result today. The more their family pretends, the more we'll let them pretend. I want to see how they won't be able to pull it off. Haha, I'm waiting too. Thus Chen Fengxia and Gao Zuizhuan stood in front of the counter waiting, while a frustrated Gao Chong could only watch on. Meanwhile, Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui, who were selecting clothes in the children's section, were having a hard time. "Jinbao, this one costs over 400. Oh, let's not get it. Children grow every year. The clothes they wear this year won't fit next year. Why buy such expensive clothes? Look, this down jacket on me is only a bit over 200. Wang Xiuhui intended to convey to Li Mingzhe that children's clothing doesn't need to be so expensive. However, Li Mingzhe had a different opinion. He glanced at Wang Zuhui's somewhat worn-out coat, forgetting that Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui were both wearing old clothes. "Since we're out shopping today, why not buy everything? You guys pick first, no need to look at the prices." They'll go outside and call Dad to come in and check the clothes. After saying that, Li Mingzhe directly went out to find Wang Yud, who was waiting outside. As soon as he left, Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui immediately started discussing. "Xiuhui, how much money do you have left? Let's see how much we can gather for our budget. Look at the family dynamics of your mother-in-law's side. They are just waiting to see if we pay the bill. Jinbao has boasted so much, we can't let him lose face." "I know." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhui immediately took out her phone to check her balance, whispering, "Mom, I have 970 in my account. I originally planned to take 600 to buy a coat for each of the 2 children and a pair of pants, but now I'll just take it all out. It's fine, we'll pay first, and later see if we can return the clothes. No matter what, let's get past this hurdle first. This time we really can't use Jinbao's money. Where is he going to get money from?" After some discussion, the two concluded that the most they could gather today was 1,800. If they used all that money to buy this year's new styles, it would definitely not be enough. Thinking of this, Wang Xiuhui immediately looked at the discounted children's clothing that the sales associate had mentioned earlier. This scene caught the eye of Gao Zuizhuan, who couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, truly a case of inflating one's appearance. Did Wang Jinbao not say to pick freely just now? If it's a free choice, why is Wang Xiuhui looking at the clearance clothes?" Chen Fengxiao peeked outside and speculated. "Wang Jinbao is probably out calling for money, afraid well here, so he's gone out to say it. Definitely. If I were him, I'd also be out raising money." After a pause, Gao Zuizhuan added, "No, I wouldn't do something so superficial. You should only do what you can afford, otherwise living like him is exhausting." After hearing their words, Gao Chong was also somewhat worried. He thought for a moment, stepped aside, opened his phone, and transferred 1,000 to Wang Xiuhui. He also sent a WeChat message, "How much more do you need? Is this 1,000 enough?" The reason he wanted to secretly help Li Mingzhe complete this face project was that he didn't want Chen Fengxia and Gao Zuizhuan to think she couldn't rely on her family. Gao Chong knew his mother and sister too well. If they failed today, they would definitely feel Wang Xiuhui was easy to control and continue to bully her. In the past, Wang Xiuhui might have been able to endure this, but now it was no longer certain. Gao Chong also didn't want the family to remain chaotic, so he had to address the root of the problem. Wang Xiuhui saw the WeChat message and unexpectedly glanced at Gao Chong, but did not accept the money. She simply replied, "No need. Gao Chong, take it. I also need to buy clothes for the kids. Wang Xiuhui, let's talk when you really want to be a good father." She had also come to understand that if Gao Chong could truly change the family's environment this time, she would go back. But if things remain the same as before, then forget it. If the children grow up in such a fearful family environment, it would be better to have a single-parent family. She didn't just come to this realization recently, it was after Li Mingzhe returned that she made her decision. "Dad, you should take a good look at the men's clothing section. I think this one is nice, and this pair of pants, you should try them on." Wang Yu did not take them, but asked in confusion, "Jinbao, what are you doing? Aren't you buying clothes for your sister's children?" "I am buying them, but I also want to buy you a set of clothes. Hurry up and try them on. After we buy, well, go home." Just like that, Wang Yud was half pushed into the fitting room by Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe asked the sales associate nearby, "Can you set up a membership here?" "Yes, we can." The sales associate immediately perked up and began to explain. "If you recharge 1,000, you'll get a 10% discount. 3,000 gives you an 85% discount. 5,000 gives you an 80% discount. 8,000 gives you a 75% discount, and 10,000 gives you a 70% discount, the highest discount being 70%. But this offer is only for first-time recharges. and when you get the discount, the expenditure cannot be less than 50% of the recharge. After a moment, the sales associate cautiously suggested, I see you're buying a lot today, why not get a 5,000 card? You can get an 80% discount. Li Mingzhe pondered for a moment. All right, then help me set up a 10,000 membership card. 10,000. The sales associate was taken aback upon hearing this. She quickly said, oh, okay, please come with me to the cash register. The sales associate walked ahead, trying to keep her expression in check, while quickly calculating how much commission she would earn from this membership card. Besides the 2,000 membership card that a friend of the owner had set up at the beginning, there had never been anyone who set up a 10,000 card all at once. Not to mention 10,000, they hadn't even encountered someone who set up 8,000. Usually the highest membership card setup was only 5,000. Today they had truly encountered a big spender. She led Li Mingzhe to the cash register and said immediately, this gentleman wants to set up a 10,000 membership card. The cashier was also taken aback. Oh, okay. A new card, right? Yes, new card, new card. Chen Fengxia and Gao Zuizhuan beside her both wondered if they had heard incorrectly. What? He wants to set up a 10,000 membership card. Is that real? Gao Chong upon hearing this looked doubtful and focused his attention. The sales associate continued, they are buying a lot of clothes today. Setting up a 10,000 membership card is cost-effective. You can get a 30% discount and also receive gifts. She then turned to push for sales to Gao Zuizhuan. Beautiful lady, we currently have a promotion where you can recharge 500 and get a 95% discount. 1,000 gives you a 90% discount. Would you like to set one up? It's very cost-effective. At that moment, Gao Zuizhuan was not in the mood to think about this. She ignored the sales associate and stared at the cashier opening the account on the computer, asking for Li Mingzhe's information. What is your surname? 3 horizontal and 1 vertical Wang. What is your phone number? Li Mingzhe reported his phone number and then asked, does this card require a verification code when making a purchase? No, it doesn't need one. Oh, all right, sir, do you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Alipay. Li Mingzhe pulled out the payment code and handed it to the cashier. At this moment, Chen Fengxia, Gao Zuizhuan, and Gao Chong's hearts were in their throats. When the payment was successful with a ding and the machine began to print the receipt, Gao Qijuan's face was quite remarkable. A 10,000 payment was actually successful. What kind of family conditions must one have to recharge 10,000 in a clothing store without batting an eye? It wasn't just Gao Zuizhuan who was stunned at this moment. Chen Fengxia and Gao Chong also felt a storm brewing in their hearts. Goodness, how could Wang Jinbao be so wealthy? Is a 10,000 card just something to be recharged at will? All right, sir, here is your membership card. Thank you. Wang Yud changed his clothes and, not seeing Li Mingzhe, made his way to the cashier. Dad, you look quite energetic in this outfit, and it fits perfectly. Zhongxia only then noticed that Wang Yud had actually changed into new clothes and immediately asked what's going on. Why are you trying on clothes? Before Wang Yud could explain, Li Mingzhe chuckled and said, Mom, it was me who asked Dad to try them on. You should pick out an outfit too. By the way, this is the membership card I just applied for. It has 10,000 yuan in it. You can use it. 10,000 yuan. Zhongxia was taken aback and Wang Yud was startled as well. Jinbao, did you just apply for a membership card worth 10,000? Yeah, you child. Why didn't you tell us? Li Mingzhe scratched his nose and said, frankly, if I had told you, you wouldn't have let me apply. You. Wang Yud and Zhongxia were both rendered speechless. Not good, not good. Zhongxia immediately turned to the cashier. Excuse me, can this be refunded? We don't want a membership card. It's unnecessary. The cashier immediately replied, sorry, once the membership is recharged, it cannot be refunded. At this point, Zhongxia and Wang Yud were at a loss. With such a poor family, how could they spend so much money on clothes? To buy 10,000 yuan worth of clothes, how many years would it take to spend that? Li Mingzhe noticed Zhongxia's thoughts and smiled softly. Mom, 10,000 isn't that much. In the future, my sister and the 2 kids can buy their clothes here. And you can buy your clothes for all 4 seasons here too. If you really feel it's too much to spend, just buy a couple of new outfits to wear. Listening to these words, Gao Zuizhuan was already burning with jealousy. She couldn't help but sneer, what a good actor. Which family nowadays can't take out 10,000 yuan? Doesn't he know his own family circumstances? For the sake of face, he spends money on this. It's laughable. Gao Zuizhuan looked down on them, but deep down, she was already twisted with jealousy. She didn't have a brother who could spend money on her like that. Li Mingzhe glanced at her and said, if you can't stand it, then don't watch us so eagerly. Who's watching you? We're just tired from shopping and want to rest here. Saying this, Gao Zuizhuan immediately pulled her child out, followed closely by Chen Fengxia and Gao Chong. As they exited the big market, Gao Zuizhuan kept cursing under her breath. Looks decent, but didn't expect him to be such a show-off. What's there to flaunt, acting like no one can afford it? I look down on such people. They'll do anything for the sake of face. Gao Zuizhuan turned to Gao Chong and asked, don't you think such people must be very insecure inside? Gao Chong had previously thought the same when he saw Li Mingzhe showing off 3 air conditioners. But now he didn't think that way anymore. Wang Xiuhui had once said that her brother's return was a good thing, and now it indeed seemed to be the case. Firstly, Wang Xiuhui's parents' retirement issues no longer required their consideration, and secondly, Li Mingzhe was capable, so their family could benefit from it. However, Gao Zuizhuan could not benefit because he wasn't her brother. That's why she was so envious and angry. Now that Gao Chong wanted to live a good life with Wang Xiuhui, his mindset had changed, and he wouldn't be influenced by Gao Zuizhuan. I don't think Wang Jinbao is showing off. After all, he came back from the magic capital. Even if he's just an ordinary person from there, he's probably wealthier than us, right? Just tearing down a house or land over there is money we can't earn in half a lifetime. Hearing this, Gao Zuizhuan became even angrier. She glared at Gao Chong. What are you talking about? How do you know his family has been relocated? Even if he has been relocated, what's the chance he'll give you a dime? What do you mean by sticking up for him? It doesn't mean anything. I just think Wang Jinbao should be quite wealthy, otherwise Xiuhui wouldn't have made up her mind to divorce me. Turning the conversation, Gao Chong added, but if she wants a divorce, let it be. I can always find someone younger. Chun Fengxia, hearing this, punched Gao Chong lightly. What do you mean? Are you really okay with divorcing her? Why not? She's so lazy and doesn't get along with our family. Now I might as well find someone better. Anyway, I don't want any kids. Looking at Wang Jinbao, he can probably support them. Just like that, when the new year comes, as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, I'll go apply for a divorce certificate. Chun Fengxia wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gao Zuizhuan. Exactly. Get a divorce and find someone else. But you should still bring Man back. What if your new wife can't have a son? This ready-made son is already this big. Don't be foolish and say you don't want him. Gao Chong looked indifferent. Why do I need a son? Look at how high the bride price is now. Raising him, I'd still have to buy him a car and a house for his wife, though I'm not doing it. A daughter is better. Gao Zuizhuan frowned at Gao Chong, momentarily unsure how to respond. Both she and Chun Fengxia could see that Gao Chong seemed to no longer care about Wang Xiuhui or those 2 kids. All right, then you see if you can find someone. If you can't have a son, we'll just go find Wang Xiuhui and bring Man back. Anyway, I support you in this. I've never liked Wang Xiuhui from the bottom of my heart. Gao Chong didn't respond, lighting a cigarette and continuing to shop. Meanwhile, Chun Fengxia, who had been silent, was thinking a lot at this moment. But she still didn't speak, preparing to observe for a while longer. About half an hour later, Li Mingzhe's family came out of the store carrying big bags and small packages. Wang Xiuhui did not follow Li Mingzhe's suggestion to buy 2 outfits for each child, but instead bought 1 outfit for each. Besides that, Zhang Xia and Wang Yud were also urged by Li Mingzhe to buy a full set each. As for Wang Xiuhui, she didn't buy anything. She kept saying that it would warm up after the new year and that she would buy new clothes next year in advance. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Li Mingzhe could only tell her that there was still a lot of money in the card, and she could arrange it as she liked. Jinbao, in the future, don't spend money without saying anything. If I say it, you'll probably get annoyed. It's not easy for you outside, so why spend so much money on us? If it's to spend, let us spend it on you. At this point, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Xia's face. I always say I should spend money on you, but I feel embarrassed since you've come home. I haven't bought you anything yet. You keep bringing things home. Li Mingzhe chuckled. Mom, family affection is priceless. No amount of money can replace it. All right, don't think too much. Once we finish shopping, let's go home. The family slowly walked toward the street with their items, and as they passed the electronics store, Li Mingzhe didn't say a word to them and quietly turned in. Just across the street, Gao Zuizhuan noticed Li Mingzhe going in and immediately paid attention. What's Wang Jinbao sneaking around for? Gao Chong glanced over and frowned. What's it to you? Let's hurry back. Not happening. I have to go take a look. Let's pretend to go check out the home appliances. Gao Zuizhuan seemed to have seized an opportunity and immediately led the child inside. Gao Chong and Chun Fengxia had no choice but to follow them in. Li Mingzhe was unaware that he had already been targeted. As he entered, he found the store owner introducing a refrigerator, and just as he was about to speak, he realized the potential buyers were Xia Mei and Wang Xingli. Oh, what a coincidence, it's Uncle Xingli and Aunt Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia Mei and Wang Xingli immediately turned to look, but upon recognizing Li Mingzhe, neither of them spoke. Not only did they remain silent, but they also shot a cold glance at Li Mingzhe. Standing next to them was a stylishly dressed woman who was currently observing Li Mingzhe with a curious expression. Why are you ignoring me? Are you angry? Li Mingzhe continued with a shameless grin. I didn't intentionally try to steal Weiwei's blind date. I sent Xiaoya back and didn't have lunch with her. Why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with me? Xiamai's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Weiwei is just going on a blind date with her. He never said he liked her, let alone that he wants to marry her. If you want something that someone else doesn't want, just take it. Why do you need to tell us this? Li Mingzhe raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The change in her attitude is quite rapid. And it seems I spoke out of turn mainly because you weren't saying this earlier this morning. I thought since we ran into each other I should explain to you to avoid misunderstandings so you don't come to my house to scold me or yank my hair while sitting on the ground. CMA. You. Oh dear aunt, please don't be anxious, I'm just worried about your health. At your age you can still be so bold, ooh I feel for you. Li Mingzhe rarely took the initiative to be sarcastic, which truly infuriated CMA. In fact, he was rather cunning, but he would restrain himself in front of Zhang Xia and the others, avoiding any trouble. Now that they were not around, Li Mingzhe dared to be a little more audacious. Suddenly the young woman beside them spoke up, so you're Wang Jinbao. Li Mingzhe glanced at her, but remained silent. She had already achieved her aim of annoying CMA and Wang Shengli, and had no intention of lingering any longer. Boss, my things can be delivered now. The owner, who had been too afraid to speak, quickly replied, oh, it's ready for you just outside the door. The driver is waiting in the car, you should go tell him. Li Mingzhe nodded and walked straight out of the store. The young woman who had initially wanted to talk to him now wore a look of anger on her face. He actually ignored me. At the entrance, Li Mingzhe greeted the driver as instructed by the boss, and then went ahead to catch up with Zhang Xia. Gao Zuijuan, following behind, finally understood that Li Mingzhe had bought a refrigerator. Gao Chong had noticed the price of this refrigerator as soon as he entered the store. 11,999. That's just over 12,000. He bought another refrigerator for over 10,000. This left Gao Chong stunned. Now he completely believed that Li Mingzhe's previous actions were not for showing off. He truly had a lot of money. Because he had not made a big fuss about buying anything, it was merely coincidental that they saw it. Gao Zuijuan was also quite shocked. In just a short time of shopping, more than 20,000 had been spent. The things she previously said about Li Mingzhe showing off were no longer suitable to say. However, she still couldn't stand Li Mingzhe. Is this Wang Jinbao out of his mind? Why does he have to buy such good things for that poor family? Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it like this. Chen Fengxiao remained silent upon hearing this, merely looking thoughtfully at Li Mingzhe's back. Li Mingzhe quickened his pace, but noticed that Zhang Xia was anxiously searching for something on the street. At that moment, Li Mingzhe's phone rang. He did not answer, but shouted directly, Mom, I'm over here. Upon hearing her son's voice, Zhang Xia's panic-stricken face gradually returned to calm. Jinbao. Zhang Xia grabbed Li Mingzhe's hand, tightly trembling all over. Where have you been? I thought you were lost again. At this moment, Wang Xiuhui and Wang Yud also came running over from another store, hearing the commotion. Jinbao, why did you just vanish while walking? You scared your dad and me to death. Wang Xiuhui said, looking worriedly at Zhang Xia. Li Mingzhe also noticed that something was off with Zhang Xia. She seemed to be in shock, holding onto his hand tightly, as if afraid he would disappear if she let go. Mom, what's wrong? I just went to that appliance store. Li Mingzhe looked at Zhang Xia's pallor and suddenly recalled the moment he first met her, when she broke down upon mentioning her son, who had been missing for over 20 years. Could it be that she was triggered? Jinbao, why didn't you tell me you were going there? Next time, could you please let me know? Zhang Xia, now appearing like a frightened child, had completely lost her usual composure as a mother. Li Mingzhe quickly reassured her. Okay, Mom, I won't do it again. Zhang Xia gradually regained her calm, but her grip on Li Mingzhe remained tight. Mom, let's go home. Wang Xiuhui exchanged glances with Li Mingzhe, wanting to say something, but it wasn't the right time. While walking back in order to soothe Zhang Xia's frightened heart, Li Mingzhe cheerfully said, Mom, the refrigerator at home is too small, so I just bought a new one. It will be delivered soon. What? You bought another refrigerator? Zhang Xia's expression darkened. You child. If you keep this up, I will really be angry. She seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, releasing Li Mingzhe's hand and reverting to her usual worried motherly self. Jinbao, you've spent all your money on this, so what will you do when you need to find a job after the new year? I know how things are outside. Food, clothing, and housing all cost money. Without money, you can't go anywhere. Your money shouldn't be spent like this. You need to keep some on hand for emergencies. Seeing her return to her usual self, Li Mingzhe felt a sense of relief. He spoke lightly. Mom, I have money. You don't need to worry about me. Let's not talk about how much money you have. It's your business, not mine. If you keep this up, you won't be able to celebrate the new year at home. Zhang Xia's face was cold, clearly serious. At this moment, Wang Xiuhui chimed in. Jinbao, don't borrow money from your friends for the sake of our family's reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe felt both amused and helpless. Sister, it's really not that serious. Actually, I'm doing quite well in Magic City. Wang Xiuhui, we don't believe you at all. You're already 28 years old. After the new year, you'll be 29 and practically 30 in terms of your age. You haven't even bought a car. If conditions were good, wouldn't you have bought one? This. Li Mingzhe opened his mouth, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had intentionally told Wang Rui that he had no car. How could they take it seriously? Wang Zihui's words also awakened Li Mingzhe. He could no longer engage in extraordinary endeavors while maintaining such an ordinary identity. At the very least, he needed to let his parents know a part of his capabilities. That way they wouldn't be upset about him spending money. With that thought in mind, Li Mingzhe decisively said, "All right, sister, since you've said that, I'll get a car tomorrow." The cars from the Magic City couldn't be delivered for the time being, but there was a Bentley parked at the Zhongzhou branch. However, a Bentley would attract too much attention. Thus, Li Mingzhe considered buying a cheaper car. Oh, this left Wang Xiaohui completely stunned. She worriedly said, "Jinbao, I was joking. Don't let my words provoke you into spending all your savings." "I won't. Don't overthink it. Actually, my adoptive father left me more than just a house. What I told Wang Rui was merely to brush him off. Think about it, my adoptive father can afford to adopt children from the Welfare Institute. How could he be a poor man?" By this point, Li Mingzhe had already given them room for imagination. "All right, let's hurry. The driver has loaded the refrigerator and said he would wait for us at the supermarket entrance to take us home." Without saying more, the family hurried home. Upon arriving breathlessly at the supermarket entrance, Li Mingzhe approached the driver. "Master, have you been waiting long?" "Not at all, I just got here a little while ago." "All right, then follow me." At that moment, Aunt Cheng, who was sitting at the entrance of the supermarket, suddenly called out to Li Mingzhe, "Jinbao, did your family buy this refrigerator?" "Yes, indeed." "Wow, why did you buy such a big one?" Aunt Cheng exclaimed. Before Li Mingzhe arrived, she had already inquired about the price of the refrigerator from the driver. While chatting at the supermarket entrance, she had been thinking about which family could afford such an expensive refrigerator. Never did she expect it was Li Mingzhe who bought it. Upon reflection, considering the earlier matters regarding the air conditioner and wine, it indeed matched his style. Either he buys nothing or he buys the best. He isn't big, just for show. "I won't say more, Annie, I have to get home now." "Oh, all right, busy yourself." Aunt Cheng watched Li Mingzhe and the refrigerator delivery truck leave, feeling somewhat envious, and then wandered off to chat elsewhere. She had just integrated into the village gossip network when she saw Wang Shengli and Xia Mei passing by on a tricycle with a large thing standing in the open cargo area. "What did you guys buy on the street?" Someone leaned in for a closer look and discovered the cargo area was filled with vegetables and meat clearly prepared for the new year. "Wow, so much stuff. And there's even wine." Wang Shengli grinned and said, "These are New Year goods. After all, it's almost New Year's Eve." He got out and handed cigarettes to a few men, while someone smiled and said, "Why aren't you drinking Mingzhe? The quality has dropped." Hearing the man's teasing, Wang Shengli forced a smile and didn't respond. Aunt Cheng, however, carefully examined the large thing in the cargo area. "Oh, are you guys replacing your refrigerator?" Siame replied, "Yes, the one at home was a bit small, so we replaced it with a larger one." "Is this a double-door model?" "Yes, it's higher." Siame added, "The previous brand was small, and this brand is a bit more expensive. To be honest, it's safer to use well-known brands for appliances. You can't skimp on this. Cheap ones truly have poor quality." Hearing the implied boasting in Siame's words, Aunt Cheng felt disdainful and asked, "How much did you buy this for?" "Almost 6,000 yuan. But we didn't buy it. We couldn't bear to buy such a good refrigerator. It was Wanxiu who bought it for us." This immediately sparked envy among others. "Oh wow, look at that, raising a daughter is good. She even knows to buy you a refrigerator. Isn't that right? A son just asks you for money." "Has Wanxiu returned?" Siame, who was also glowing with joy, said with a smile, "Yes, she just came back this afternoon. As soon as she got to the street, she bought me a refrigerator." She went home driving the car. While everyone was busy being envious, Aunt Cheng could always see things from a different angle. As she thought about how Li Mingzhe had just bought a refrigerator worth over 10,000, she casually said, "Oh, then your refrigerator is far inferior compared to Wang Yu's. I saw him buy a Siemens refrigerator worth over 10,000 at the supermarket in Trance more than half an hour ago, and it's much larger than yours. Moreover, his was delivered by a special vehicle, while you had to bring yours back yourself." Hearing Aunt Cheng's words, both Wang Shengli and Siame's expressions changed slightly. Wang Shengli furrowed his brow even more. "He bought a refrigerator worth over 10,000. How do you know that? Do you believe what he said? Are refrigerators really that expensive?" In Wang Shengli's view, spending over 5,000 on a refrigerator was already quite extravagant. Buying one over 10,000. He must be insane. This is completely disregarding money. Wang Yu bought it. That's even more impossible. Aunt Cheng immediately retorted, "Why not? The driver I asked said it himself." "You're saying Wang Yu'd spend over 10,000 on a refrigerator?" Siame scoffed, unable to hide her disdain. "You must have misheard." Aunt Cheng was not afraid of others questioning her at all. The more they questioned her, the more spirited she became. "If you don't believe me, go check at his house. Wang Yu doesn't have that kind of money, but Wang Jinbao does. Don't forget, he's from the Magic City, a genuine resident of the Magic City. He installed an air conditioner worth over 20,000 in one go. How could he not afford a refrigerator?" Clearly, the moment Li Mingzhe was mentioned, this argument became very persuasive. Indeed, Wang Yu is poor, but does his son Wang Jinbao lack money? In comparison, Wang Shengli's 5,000-plus refrigerator didn't seem significant. Seeing Siame and Wang Shengli's expressions darken, someone immediately said, Oh, he bought a refrigerator worth over 10,000, but that's not for Wang Yud. When he gets married, that house will be his, and the appliances will also belong to him. If he accumulates too much stuff and it ends up being worth more than the house, Wang Yud might be afraid to live there. Exactly, he's the son, and eventually he will inherit the family's possessions. But Wan Xiao is different, when she buys something for you, that's genuine filial piety, and it can't be compared. Hearing the crowd's consolation, Xiam Mei and Wang Shengli's expressions softened slightly. However, Aunt Cheng, who loved to stir the pot, wouldn't let the matter rest there. She added lightly, haha, Wang Jinbao actually owns a house in the Magic City. Oh, does he really care for this rundown place? Someone nudged her discreetly and quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's not jump to conclusions. What if this Wang Jinbao is just deceiving us? Just because he claims to be from the Magic City doesn't mean he actually is. If a stranger suddenly claims to be from the capital, does that make him from the capital? Aunt Cheng frowned at the person beside her, puzzled as to why they felt the need to flatter Xiam Mei today. Usually when she gossiped about the Xie family, she was quite enthusiastic, speculating and fabricating as the conversation progressed. But today, why were they helping her speak? Before she could figure it out, the topic of the refrigerator was quickly changed. I have to say, your daughter is really impressive. How's her business this year? Xiam Mei slightly calmed her emotions and casually replied. It's okay. She said she made about 700,000 to 800,000 this year. Previously, her business was affected by the masks, but it got better in the second half of the year. Hearing that she made 700,000 to 800,000 despite the bad business left everyone stunned. Wow, your two kids are amazing. I thought Wei Wei was already impressive this year, but I didn't expect Wan Xiao to be even better. I used to think you were just talking about her starting a factory. I never imagined it could be so profitable. How did she do it? Is she running an online store? Xiam Mei shook her head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it seems she's collaborating with an e-commerce company that helps her sell products, and she just pays a commission. She could casually boast about any useful information she learned from Wan Xiao, and the villagers ate it up. Once they hear someone is making money, they shower them with compliments. These young people are really impressive. I don't even understand how online shopping works, and they're already making money online. It's really not comparable. Going to college makes you smart. Indeed, you two are really enjoying life. Your kids are each more impressive than the last. At that moment, Xiam Mei's vanity was completely satisfied. Everyone chimed in praising Wang Rui and Wang Xiao to the heavens. Aunt Cheng, realizing she couldn't interject, stopped bringing up Wang Jinbao. The person who had nudged her earlier to be quiet was now talking about wanting to work at Wang Xiao's factory. Now Aunt Cheng understood it turned out they needed something from her. So that's why they were saying Xiam Mei was no good before, but are now helping her out. They want to find work. Aunt Cheng thought to herself, her face revealing a disdainful expression. Li Mingzhe was unaware that the villagers were gathered around chatting with Xiam Mei and Wang Shengli. Once the refrigerator was delivered and set up, they transferred everything from the old refrigerator into it. Looking at such a luxurious fridge, Li Mingzhe felt it clashed too much with the style of his home. He glanced at the old sofa and coffee table in the living room and suddenly felt an urge to replace everything. But he knew he couldn't do it in his own name anymore. At least he had to prove he was wealthy before making such purchases. Yet he couldn't directly claim to be a billionaire. So he simply called Han Fong. Are you busy these days? Han Fong replied, I'm busy, mister. Li, am very busy. Busy with what? Playing cards and drinking, ha. Han Fong chuckled, mister. Li, since it's a holiday, if you want me to work overtime, you'll have to pay overtime. Li Mingzhe twitched his lips, uninterested in banter. Get me a new car worth 500,000 to 600,000 and make sure to get a temporary license plate. They'll have the finance department transfer the money to you. Also, you were at my home before. What kind of furniture do you think the living room needs? Bring it all over. Just pull it from the furniture factories we collaborate with. Don't bother going to stores. Upon receiving this information, Han Fong immediately stopped joking around. Got it. Mister Li, what's the deadline for this? Bring the car over tomorrow, and the furniture too. The sooner the better. Hearing this, Han Fong couldn't hold back. Tomorrow. Mister Li, are you kidding me? That's a bit rushed. Before Han Fong could finish, Li Mingzhe interrupted. It's set for tomorrow, and the new car you bring over will be yours after I'm done using it after the new year. Huh. Han Fong immediately perked up, meaning the running around fee was a car worth 500,000 to 600,000. Wow. All right. Mister Li, even if I don't sleep tonight, I'll make sure everything is arranged. Li Mingzhe thought for a moment and added, about that furniture, just say it was from your family's furniture factory that went out of business, and I have nothing to do with it. You know how to phrase it right. No need. Han Fong was laughing on the other end of the line. Mister Li, you're doing a good deed anonymously. Enough with the nonsense, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingzhe went home to wait for dinner. After dinner, the two kids wanted to go to the supermarket to buy small fireworks to play with. Wang Xiaohui thought about the upcoming new year and agreed. Sister, I'll go too, Li Mingzhe said. Wang Xiaohui waved her hand. You don't need to go, just wait at home, we'll be back soon. What's wrong? I'm just going to walk off my meal. In truth, Li Mingzhe wanted to take the opportunity to ask about Zhang Xia's situation. But Wang Xiaohui didn't think of that. After pondering for a moment, she said, then leave your phone at home. Why? Li Mingzhe asked, puzzled. So you don't try to pay for anything later. Li Mingzhe was speechless. While others were worried about being taken advantage of, Wang Xiaohui was worried he would spend money on them. My parents won't let me tell you, and honestly I don't want to either. I'm afraid that if I do you'll end up spending money again. Hearing this answer, Li Mingzhe was truly at a loss for words. Money, money, money. It's always about fearing him spending money. What is money anyway? Health is what matters most, okay? Thinking of this, he felt a bit agitated and angrily said, is spending my money in your eyes such a heinous crime? Am I not your biological child? I'm not an outsider, what's wrong with spending my money? But how could Wang Xiaohui understand what Li Mingzhe was saying? Their living environments were different, and so were their perspectives. Having been absent for over 20 years, Zhang Xia and Wang Yud had enough to atone for a lifetime. How could they dare to ask anything from Li Mingzhe? Even if it meant accepting Li Mingzhe's filial piety, they were still unwilling deep down. Jinbao, don't be agitated, we don't treat you like an outsider. We just feel very guilty. We can't compensate you for anything, yet we still trouble you. You might not believe it, but even after so many years I still dream of the little you. On the day you returned I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night. Li Mingzhe had no desire to hear these words. At this moment all he knew was that he had already achieved financial freedom, yet his biological mother was still unable to afford the medicine due to lack of money. This was an absolute humiliation for him. If you treat me as family, then don't hide anything from me when it comes to money troubles. To you money may be the most important thing, but to me family ties are what truly matter. As Li Mingzhe spoke, he subconsciously reached for his phone to transfer money to Wang Xiaohui, but then remembered that his phone was still at home. So he said, when I get back from the supermarket, I'll transfer the money to you. Or you can just give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer a sum of money to you. Wang Xiaohui quickly shook her head. No, Jinbao, that's really not acceptable. Mom and Dad will feel like they're a burden to you. They need time to slowly accept it. Their guilt towards you is much greater than you can imagine. Li Mingzhe took a deep breath and nodded. All right, if Mom and Dad still feel guilty about accepting my money, then you can say it's your private savings, just don't mention that it's from me, is that okay? You wouldn't just watch Mom not take her medicine because she can't afford it, would you? Wang Xiaohui didn't rush to agree. She took a few steps forward, thought for a long time, and finally asked her biggest doubt. Jinbao, although my question might be inappropriate, I really want to know how things are going for you in the Magic City. I'm really worried that you might spend all your money and not have enough for a wedding in the future. If that's the case, we'd really be ashamed in front of our parents. Wang Xiaohui always thought that how much money Li Mingzhe had was none of her business, so she had never asked this sensitive question. But now that Li Mingzhe was constantly spending money on them, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She couldn't sleep well without finding out the general situation. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe immediately explained, Sister, don't worry, my adoptive father is quite wealthy. I actually have many properties in the Magic City. I can't explain everything in just a few sentences. Just remember, the money you spend won't drag me down at all. Wang Xiaohui suddenly interrupted Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, you absolutely cannot sell your house in the Magic City just to support us. Saying this, her eyes turned red and her tone was resolute. If that's the case, then we'll kick you out and disown you. Seeing this, Li Mingzhe softened his tone. Okay, don't worry, that won't happen. After their conversation, they quickened their pace to the supermarket. On the way, the two children were excited, chattering about what fireworks to buy. After purchasing those, they ran into Aunt Chung, who was out for a stroll, and exchanged simple greetings with her. However, Aunt Chung approached directly. The village's streetlights were dim, and Li Mingzhe couldn't see her expression clearly. Jinbao, how are things going with Xiaoya? Not much is happening. Aunt Chung looked puzzled. Aren't you two dating? Li Mingzhe replied, no. Huh, why aren't you dating then? Wang Xiaohui frowned and said, Auntie, you're way too nosy. Do you have to pry so deeply into whether my brother is dating or not? Knowing that Wang Xiaohui was sharp-tongued, Aunt Chung didn't bother to be indirect anymore and began to relay information directly. It's just that I saw Wei Wei leading a pretty girl home earlier, so I thought that Jinbao and that Xiaoya could develop their relationship further without having to consider Wei Wei's opinion. Wang Xiaohui immediately laughed out loud, disdainfully saying, Auntie, does my brother need to consider Wei Wei's feelings when dating Xiaoya? Your words are quite amusing. Aunt Chung immediately explained, I just know how powerful Aunt Xia is, so I came to remind Jinbao on purpose. Besides, Wei Wei has given up on Xiaoya and has a new partner today. Isn't that good news for you? I know that girl Xiaoya, she's a nice girl. Wang Xiaohui knew that Aunt Chung was a peacemaker. Though she said this, she had no idea what was truly on her mind. Thus, she didn't appreciate it at all. She didn't care at all about Wang Rui's matters. Oh, I understand, Andy. You don't need to worry about my family's affairs. You should focus more on seeing what Wang Rui's new girlfriend looks like. Oh, I've seen her. She's quite pretty, dressed like a butterfly. Wang Xiaohui was utterly speechless when Aunt Chung responded so earnestly. She had actually been teasing Aunt Chung about her gossiping, but unexpectedly Aunt Chung didn't catch on and even revealed the content of her gossip. At this point, Wang Xiaohui had lost her patience. All right, Aunt Chung, this has nothing to do with us. Without waiting for Wang Xiaohui to say she wanted to leave, Aunt Chung quickly replied, how does it not relate? I heard from Xia Mei that tomorrow Wei Wei is taking that girl to Wang Chaos wedding feast. A wedding feast? Wang Zuhui's face showed surprise. No way. In what capacity? They haven't even gotten married yet. It's not that one must be married to attend someone else's wedding feast, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for Wang Rui to take a woman he just met to meet everyone in the village the next day? Would her family even agree to that? Just thinking about this made Wang Xiaohui feel it's quite unbelievable. Oh, getting married is not a far-off matter. Although they just started dating, she even stayed over last night. Aunt Cheng's tone became a bit excited as she continued. You, Aunt Xia, and your second uncle specifically went out to have dinner and said they would come back after 10 tonight. Fearing that Wang Xiaohui wouldn't understand, she added in a low voice, they specifically left Wei Wei and that girl at home. Wang Xiaohui felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and she quickly interrupted Aunt Chung from continuing her words. And why are you telling us this? My brother is still here. All right, I won't say anything more. I'm taking the child home now. Leaving Aunt Cheng's gossip trap, Wang Xiaohui turned her head and cautiously glanced at Li Mingzhe. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke. Jinbao, don't listen to Aunt Cheng's nonsense. She likes to talk about these idle matters every day, and she has no filter saying everything out loud. You might not understand as a man, but women love to chat about the gossip of others. Try to avoid her in the future. Wang Xiaohui explained this because she was worried that Li Mingzhe might be negatively influenced by such idle talk. However, although Li Mingzhe was not married, he was old enough to understand these matters. He didn't find it inappropriate, or rather he found it quite interesting. So there really are parents who reveal everything about their sons to outsiders. Even details about bringing a girl home for the night, they have to explain their reasons for leaving. I truly find this hard to understand. It's one thing to discuss with friends and family, but to speak of it openly in the village, what's the difference from ruining Wang Rui's reputation? Moreover, is this really something to be proud of? He simply couldn't comprehend. Wang Xiaohui noticed his thoughts and said, this is certainly something you can't accept. But in the countryside for Wang Rui's parents, this is actually something to boast about. There are fewer girls than boys here, as I mentioned before. This has led to a significant disparity in the number of eligible men and women, which makes it difficult for boys to find brides. You know what Wang Rui looks like? Girls simply don't find him attractive. So if he can find a partner, that's definitely a good thing. Bringing a girl home for the night right after they start dating is even seen as a matter of pride for his family, which is why Wang Rui's parents boast about it. Do you believe it? Many people in the village upon hearing this will not criticize Wang Rui. Instead, they'll praise him for being capable. Li Mingzhe completely couldn't understand. He frowned and asked, what about the girl's side? Do they think the same? Of course not. Wang Xiaohui sighed lightly and said, if the girl's parents knew about this, they would definitely feel embarrassed. This perspective is different, and so the thoughts differ as well. Li Mingzhe shook his head, finding it hard to accept this mindset. To him, regardless of gender, this was not a glorious matter. If this were outside, Wang Rui's parents would be criticized harshly for not teaching their son properly and even condoning his behavior. This is simply outrageous. Li Mingzhe suddenly felt a bit worried. Sister, you won't educate man like this in the future, will you? Wang Xiaohui quickly shook her head. No, I definitely won't. What I just said was just to explain to you it doesn't mean I condone this phenomenon. To be honest, if I had the means, I would really want to send Yuan and Man to the county to attend kindergarten so they wouldn't be influenced by those extreme ideas in our poor rural area. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe nodded, feeling relieved. Sister, it's good that you have this awareness. Honestly, I feel that the atmosphere here isn't very good. It's very necessary to take the children out. Some thoughts may be influenced by the environment, but this environment is truly not conducive to the mental and physical health of children. When they grow up and see the outside world, they might find it very painful. Wang Xiaohui nodded repeatedly, as if she found a kindred spirit. Jinbao, you really are from the Magic City. I've always known that the thinking here is backward, and that staying here will affect the children's future, but I truly have no means. If possible, I think even the county is not enough, at least we need to go to the city, so the children can see a different world. Watching the two children laughing and playing, Li Mingzhe silently committed this matter to memory. He would definitely help Wang Xiaohui, but he hadn't figured out how to do it yet. After all, he still hadn't clarified the situation regarding Gao Chong and Wang Xiaohui, so he couldn't make any plans for now. Sister, do you have any plans regarding your relationship with your husband? Today I heard some things from my husband at the market that felt a bit off. Wang Xiaohui was surprised you noticed that. After a pause, she explained, he told me that he would take me back after he resolves his mother's prejudice against me. Perhaps after you beat him a couple of times it made him seriously consider the situation at home. Today at the mall he was afraid I wouldn't have enough money to buy clothes, so he secretly transferred 1,000 yuan to me, but I refused it. Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding. I see. After hearing her say this, he felt that Gao Chong's words on the street made sense. If Gao Chong could really do as he promised, then giving him a chance was acceptable. Wang Zuhui's emotional matters with Gao Chong were not something he could interfere with, so he remained silent. At Gao Chong's home, Chun Fengxia sat at the door, watching a few children outside running around with sparklers, suddenly feeling a bit nostalgic for the two children. Usually, she found them noisy when they were around her. Now that the children were taken away, she felt an emptiness in her heart. At that moment, a villager chasing after the children passed by her door. Sister, have you eaten yet? Chun Fengxia smiled and replied, I've eaten. Where's Xiao Chong? Him? He is probably upstairs playing on his phone. Oh. Watching the children stop to set off fireworks, the person didn't rush to pursue them, but fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly speaking, Sister, I heard that Xiaohui wants to divorce Xiao Chong. Chun Fengxiao was startled. Who did you hear that from? This. It's been spread all over our village. Everyone says they want to get divorced. Is this true? Upon hearing this, Chun Fengxiao was initially a bit angry, but then she thought that Wang Xiaohui and the two children hadn't been home for many days. Even if she didn't say anything, the villagers would definitely know. Moreover, Gao Chong had been outspoken about the divorce, even boasting that he wanted to remarry. So this matter had definitely been spread long ago. Xiao Chong is going to divorce. But this matter is not easy to say. If they really get divorced, I will never allow Wang Xiaohui to take the children away from me. That is the bloodline of my Gao family. It cannot just be taken away by her. Upon hearing this, the person sighed and quickly said, Sister, don't be confused. This marriage cannot be dissolved. Chun Fengxiao retorted, Why can't they get divorced? So I think about it, how is Xiaohui as a person? Isn't she quite filial to you? Chun Fengxiao remained silent upon hearing this, and the person continued. Actually, I've heard the general reasons why she wants to divorce Xiao Chong. It's said that she found her long-lost brother after more than 20 years, right? After coming back, he immediately supported Xiaohui and beat Xiao Chong. There were several disturbances. Chun Fengxiao initially wanted to refute this, but found herself at a loss for words. Because the fact is just that, and there is no need to elaborate on the details. Sister, to be honest, if you agree to their divorce because of this, then you truly are confused. Let me say this, Xiaohui is indeed remarkable. She's managing everything at home and taking care of 2 children. I won't speak about how Xiao Chong is, as you being a mother certainly know better than I do. Just think about it, if they were to divorce and you get the children as you wish, who would take care of them? What kind of woman do you think Xiao Chong could find for his second marriage? What if the new partner brings her own children? Even if she isn't divorced, if she doesn't bring children, do you think she would just come in and take care of yours? Wouldn't she want to have her own? By then you'd still have to cater to her. Let's not talk about that. Nowadays, getting remarried isn't a disgrace at all, and the bride price can easily exceed 200,000. Upon hearing this, Chun Fengxiao was genuinely moved. She knew that even in a second marriage it was possible to demand a bride price. Moreover, it could be even higher than what is asked for a first marriage. She had previously supported Gao Chong's divorce purely out of dislike for Wang Xiaohui, neglecting what kind of woman he might marry next. Now that someone had pointed it out so bluntly, she had to ponder over it. However, despite thinking this in her heart, Chun Fengxiao still said, Not everyone can demand over 200,000. To some people don't ask for a single cent. Oh dear sister, what are you thinking? People nowadays are incredibly shrewd. Who wouldn't want money if they could have it? For instance, my cousin's child, he's on his second marriage. The woman brought a girl who is already 4 or 5 years old and immediately asked for 188,000, not including the 3 gold items. Chun Fengxiao was taken aback. Really? Why would I lie to you? Do you think this is a joke? Nowadays, second marriages are treated like first ones, and they even have a wedding feast. If you don't believe me, just ask around. If you let Xiao Chong divorce Xiaohui, you'll definitely regret it. As she spoke, she noticed a few children running off in the distance. Sister, I won't talk to you any longer. I've said what needs to be said, so think it over carefully. I'm going to see the children now. After the person left, Chun Fengxiao was still in a daze. She sat at the door for a while, carefully pondering the earlier conversation, and had already formed her own judgment. In fact, she wasn't unaware of the market situation. She just always thought those things wouldn't affect her. But now reflecting on it, if Gao Chong really divorced Wang Xiaohui, it could indeed lead to unforeseen situations. Thinking this, she could no longer sit still and immediately moved the stool back into the house, heading upstairs. Chonger. Chun Fengxiao knocked on the door repeatedly. Gao Chong, who was chatting inside, quickly hid his phone under the blankets as if he had done something wrong. What is it? Are you sleeping? Not sleeping, or what do you want? Open the door or I have something to ask you. Gao Chong reluctantly opened the door and then lay back down under the covers. Chen Fengxiao sat on the edge of the bed. Chonger, let me ask you, are you determined to divorce Wang Xiuhui? Gao Chong didn't even look up, continuing to fiddle with his phone. Do you really not want either of the two children? Gao Chong immediately replied, don't want them, they can stay with her. They'll have another one later. Have you found a suitable partner yet? What? Gao Chong initially didn't grasp the meaning, but once he understood, he raised his voice. Mom, what are you talking about? If I had already found someone, wouldn't that mean I'm cheating? Yes. Chen Fengxiao felt a bit awkward. Can you keep it from Xiuhui and find someone to bring home, so I can see how she is? Upon hearing this, Gao Chong immediately sat up from under the covers. Mom, what kind of play are you trying to pull at? I'm not divorced from Xiuhui yet. If I bring someone home, now what does that count as? Chen Fengxiao shrugged indifferently. Cheating is cheating, besides, aren't you not planning to keep those two children? Her words left Gao Chong speechless. Mom, just tell me what you really want to say. Why don't you just come out with it? I really don't want to hear you talk about all this nonsense. Chen Fengxiao had nothing to hide from her son, saying directly, just bring the person home first. I want to see what she is like, and then find out if she wants a bride price. You? Gao Chong wanted to retort, but suddenly thought of something and held back. He changed his tone. What are you thinking? Nowadays, who gets married a second time without asking for a bride price? Just like my childhood friend Mingzhe, his first wife ran away, right? He found a second wife and she asked for 260,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengxiao shivered. What? When did that happen? You don't know? Oh right, Mingzhe's family didn't agree. Who has over 200,000 lying around these days? Chen Fengxiao quickly said, Chonger, you can't find someone who demands a high bride price. We can't even come up with 30,000 right now. Gao Chong didn't care, saying, I don't care if I will definitely try my best to lower the bride price. If it's only 100,000, would you disagree? If that doesn't work, you'll have to help me borrow some money. Oh, I only have a few thousand on me, and I need to save some for working next year. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengxiao was troubled. Even if it was just 100,000, she couldn't come up with it. Can't you find someone who doesn't want a bride price? No bride price. Gao Chong laughed as if he had heard a joke. Are you kidding? Nowadays, even a fool would ask for a bride price. Mom, what are you thinking? Chen Fengxiao was getting anxious. Can't you find someone based on your abilities? I don't have that ability. If you have the ability, go find one for me. Gao Chong said this and directly burrowed back under the covers, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation with Chen Fengxiao. Don't sleep, let's talk a little more. No more talking, what is there to talk about? I'm going to see if I can find you a daughter-in-law. Don't disturb me. Gao Chong's words left Chen Fengxiao confused, and she exclaimed, What? Didn't you say you wouldn't discuss this until the divorce? Why are we talking about it now? Just casting a net. If I catch something, can't I just not bring it home? Gao Chong was indeed chatting under the covers, and he was indeed talking to a woman, but this woman was merely an actress he had selected. He planned to hire a woman to come home and scare Chen Fengxiao. That way she would realize how good Wang Xiuhui was. Mom, don't worry, once I divorce, I'll immediately bring someone home for you to see. But you shouldn't be idle now. I'll find a way to get me some bride price money. Hearing Gao Chong speak so seriously, Chen Fengxiao began to panic. She sat on the edge of the bed, not leaving, and began to ponder. At her age, would she really have to deal with a new daughter-in-law? What if the new one is hard to please? Would she really have to serve them tea? Wait, what if there's a bride price? Whether she can even be brought home is uncertain. Even if there's no bride price, what if she has a child? That would be difficult to manage. Chen Fengxiao muttered, suddenly feeling that her life was becoming more and more troubling. When Wang Xiuhui was around, she had no such worries besides disliking her. At least she had everything organized, the meals cooked, and Chen Fengxiao merely had to wait to eat. Now, thinking about growing old and how these good days might be lost, she felt a heavy weight in her chest. Chonger, how about you don't get divorced? Just live well with Xiuhui. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong poked his head out from under the covers. What's going on? Didn't you say you couldn't stand her? Why do you suddenly think she's good just because I mentioned needing a bride price for a new marriage? I'm telling you, I won't look back. I still remember what her brother Wang Jinbao said about us. And don't you forget how he came to our house and beat me up. Listening to Gao Chong recounting the old grievances, Chen Fengxiao felt a bit angry, but as she thought about the potential downsides of Gao Chong remarrying, she suddenly realized that the previous matters weren't as important anymore. She spoke up, Chong, actually when I think about it carefully, what Xiuhui's brother said has nothing to do with her, it wasn't her words. As for Wang Jinbao hitting you, that's actually your sister's fault. If she hadn't said not to let Xiuhui and the kids in, and kept them outside for hours, Wang Jinbao wouldn't have gotten so angry to hit you. If this had happened to your sister, you would definitely be angry too, right? Gao Chong looked bewildered, furrowing his brow. Mom, did you take the wrong medicine today? Did you take blood pressure medicine tonight? Hearing you say these things makes me feel uneasy all over. How about we go to the hospital tomorrow? Or we could go now if it's really urgent. Chen Fengxiao, rarely changing her mind, immediately glared at Gao Chong when she heard his teasing tone. If you don't want to find, then go ahead and find someone else. I'm curious what kind of person you can find. After saying this, she got up and left Gao Chong's room. Mom, you need to close the door when you leave. Chen Fengxiao didn't look back as she went downstairs. She was unaware that a hint of joy appeared on Gao Chong's face after she left. After closing the door, Gao Chong murmured to himself, "Truly, it seems like heaven is helping me." I wonder who whispered in her ear that a second marriage still requires a bride price. But there's some truth to that. A second marriage indeed requires a bride price now. Yet that's definitely not enough. If Xiaohui comes back now, she'll surely still be the same as before. To completely change her mind, it seems I'll have to put on another show. The next day? Today was the wedding day of Secretary's son Wang Chao. Their banquet was held at a restaurant in the town. Every household invited by the secretary remembered this and rushed to the venue early to pay their respects and enjoy the feast. Wang Yud, who had previously said he would go, was naturally not idle. It was only a little past 10 when he got the money ready, preparing to set off with Li Mingzhe. "Bring back a package of hot pot base when you return. We'll have hot pot tonight." "Got it," Wang Yud replied and rode off on his electric bike. "Dad, aren't we going a bit too early?" "Not too early, we need to be seated by 11. The agritainment established by the secretary was conveniently located in a park. There were already many people there, and with someone getting married, it was even more bustling. Upon arriving, Li Mingzhe parked the vehicle and followed Wang Yud inside. Wang Yud greeted acquaintances and hurried to stand at the gift table. However, coincidentally, when the secretary glanced over, he immediately noticed Wang Yud's figure. "Yud." The secretary grabbed Wang Yud's hand as he was about to take out money, pulling him away from the table. "Didn't I tell you? You can come for the meal, but I won't accept the gift money. If you insist on contributing, I will have to throw you out today." The old secretary was very adamant, refusing to let Wang Yud pay. Knowing that the old secretary would be busy today, Wang Yud didn't want to waste his time and hurriedly said, "Then let me ask you, when Xiaohui got married, why did you come to pay a gift?" "That was different. I like that girl Xiaohui. She grew up before my eyes. Of course, I had to contribute something for her wedding. You see what you just said? How can you give a gift without expecting one in return? When Xiaohui left, you gave money. Now for Xiao Chao's wedding, you won't let me return the favor. Aren't you just asking others to talk behind my back? In fact, it shouldn't have been the secretary's turn to contribute for Zhuhui's wedding." But at that time, Wang Yud's family was in poor economic conditions, and after losing his son, the villagers also pointed fingers at him, so not many people came to the banquet. Upon hearing this situation, the secretary naturally came with money and people to eat just to comfort Wang Yud. Of course, in addition, the secretary helped Wang Yud a lot, including the issue of Wang Shengli seizing Wang Yud's land. But the reason the land was taken away was that Wang Shengli was too unscrupulous and Wang Yud didn't want to pursue it, so the matter just passed. However, the secretary's kindness to Wang Yud was something he always remembered. "It's not that I'm blaming you, we're not from the same family, so you shouldn't give me a gift." Seeing that the secretary was still refusing, Li Mingzhe simply said with a smile, "Uncle, if you don't accept this money today, I'll feel ashamed to eat. I haven't had the chance to experience a banquet here in Modi yet, so don't deny me this opportunity." Wang Yud immediately chimed in. "Yes, look how Jin Bao is saying it. Are you still not going to accept the money? If you don't accept it, we'll really leave." With this, the secretary felt he couldn't refuse anymore. "All right, since Jin Bao has spoken, let's do this. Just give me the amount you are supposed to contribute." Wang Yud seemed to see through the secretary's thoughts and quickly shook his head. "No, I'll give it directly to you. What if you misremember and note it for someone else?" Although he said this, he didn't really mean it like that. The secretary directly asked him for the money because he wanted to see how much he would contribute. He was afraid that Wang Yud would give too much. Previously, when Xiaohui got married, since he wasn't a close relative, he only gave 200. But this time Wang Yud took 1,000 just to repay his kindness. How could that be? "I'm not foolish enough to that extent. Just give it to me, and I'll have him note it down for you." No, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll take it over myself to him." The two continued to pull and tug, and the secretary, feeling anxious, directly reached into Wang Yud's pocket for the money, resulting in the 1,000 yuan being revealed. "I knew you wouldn't only contribute 200. The secretary frowned, and seeing the courtyard filled with people, pulled Wang Yud into a private room. "Yud, what are you doing this for? Don't I know what your family situation is? Aren't you slapping me in the face by doing this? If you dare to secretly give 1,000 yuan in gifts today, I'll tie a stone to you and throw you into your courtyard." Seeing that the main goal had now been exposed, Wang Yud simply stated, "Let me put it this way, I actually know you're worried about Xiao Chao's issue to the point of turning your hair gray. But I can't help you too, so I thought I'd just contribute a little more." "Who are you listening to? What issue could Xiao Chao possibly have?" The secretary looked unhappy and directly pulled 200 yuan from Wang Yud's hand. I will only accept this much, not even a dime more. After saying this, the secretary walked directly out, placed the money on the gift table, and then brought over a box of Jinwan. I'm done talking with you, I'm busy. Without waiting for Wang Yud to speak, the secretary shoved a cigarette into Wang Yud's hand. He then turned to Li Mingzhe with a smile. Jinbao, you two can find a place to sit later. Okay, uncle. After the secretary left, Wang Yud led Li Mingzhe to stand by the river in the park for a while. He gazed at the river, hands behind his back, seemingly lost in deep thought. Li Mingzhe had never seen him with such a visible frown and immediately inquired, Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. You're worried about Secretary Wang's issue, right? Being exposed by Li Mingzhe, Wang Yud couldn't help but sigh again. Alas, I can't be of help. I originally thought I could contribute 1,000 yuan as a gesture, but who would have thought he guessed it? Hearing this, Li Mingzhe became interested and asked, Dad, what happened at the secretary's house? Can you tell me about it? Wang Yud sat on the bench by the river and sighed. His son Wang Chao seems to have failed in his business and owes quite a bit of money outside. I heard that this wedding was initially planned to be held after the new year, but it was moved up to before the new year to settle debts. By the way, he even sold his car just to pay off his debts. Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding and asked, what kind of business did he fail in? Wang Yud replied, I heard it was some sort of e-commerce doing business online. But unlike your operational model, he was his own boss. But it was precisely because he was his own boss that he encountered such a big setback. Isn't this precisely aligned with his expertise? If it were something else, Li Mingzhe might not be of any assistance, but if it's about losing money in e-commerce, he could indeed lend a hand. Dad, if you can help him, why you definitely help. Wang Yud said without hesitation, of course. If I don't help, who will? I must help you, Wang Bo. Oh, I see now. Hearing Li Mingzhe's tone seemed off, Wang Yud questioned, Jinbao, what do you mean by that? It's nothing, Dad. Do you remember my friend Han Fong? Of course I do. He's coming over today. They'll let him know about the situation. Maybe he can help the secretary's son. Upon hearing this, Wang Yud was momentarily stunned, completely taken aback. How can he help? But he quickly exclaimed, right? Xiao Han is in e-commerce. I remember you mentioning that he is a leader in Wang Rui's company. Li Mingzhe nodded. Yes, the company Han Fong is with is very powerful with a wide range of business. They have branches in many provincial capitals across the country. If he is willing, he can definitely help. Wang Yud's spirits lifted repeatedly, saying a few good words. However, after a moment of thought, he expressed concern. But what can Xiao Han do to help him? Wang Chao owes quite a bit of money now, and he probably can't do e-commerce anymore. Dad, you don't need to worry about that. Han Fong has ways to help him if he wants to. Seeing Li Mingzhe's calm demeanor, Wang Yud's anxious heart gradually relaxed. Indeed, I don't understand the ins and outs of this. Since you say so, it should be feasible. But Jinbao, are you confident that Xiao Han can help Wang Chao? Noticing Wang Yud's lingering uncertainty, Li Mingzhe smiled. Dad, don't worry. I have a great relationship with Han Fong. As long as I ask, he will definitely help. Oh, Wang Yud nodded, contemplating. Then we should treat him to a meal later, bring some gifts. We can't just ask him for help without anything in return. Haha, that depends on whether he has time. From what I know, he is quite busy. The two were smoking by the river when a BMW suddenly sped into the park from the other side, attracting a lot of attention. Bored Li Mingzhe was also drawn to the sound. Upon looking, he realized it was Wang Rui's car. Wang Rui stepped out looking spirited and walked straight to the passenger side, opening the door. In the gaze of many, a pair of legs in high heels and black stockings appeared. Following that, a woman with yellow hair and heavy makeup got out of the car. The two of them just stood there, drawing a lot of gossip. Many present were from Xiao Wang Zhuang, so they naturally recognized Wang Rui. Moreover, the woman was dressed far too provocatively, wearing black stockings in the middle of winter, giving off an inexplicable suggestive vibe. Lastly, Wang Rui wasn't even as tall as this woman. Wife, wait here for a moment while I go park the car. Wang Rui's words dropped many jaws. He just called her his wife. The woman in black stockings sweetly nodded, okay. Then Wang Rui went to park the car at the entrance of the farmhouse while the woman in black stockings stood still, tightening her coat. She glanced at Li Mingzhe and immediately froze. Oh, this guy is so handsome. To put it mildly, she thought Li Mingzhe looked like he walked out of an idol drama. Although Li Mingzhe was dressed quite ordinarily, just standing there, his aura was undeniable. He had height and looks. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion today, she would have really wanted to ask Li Mingzhe for his contact information. She even began to regret not meeting him a day earlier. But then she thought if she hadn't met Wang Rui in the county yesterday, she wouldn't be here. But if a man has no money, being handsome is useless. Thinking of the beautiful future Wang Rui had described, the woman accepted reality. After all, wanting a better life can't just rely on a man's looks, it still needs to consider the money in his pocket. After parking the car, Wang Rui immediately dragged the woman around to greet familiar faces in the village. Naturally, the elders praised him, showering him with compliments, saying how capable he was. This sounded delightful to the woman in black stockings. After a round of greetings with the banquet, not yet seated Wang Rui didn't want to sit inside anymore and pulled the woman to walk by the river. Li Mingzhe had long since withdrawn his gaze by the river and was now seriously discussing important life matters with Wang Yud. Jinbao, we're not letting you spend money out of distance. Mostly we feel that since you are not married and have no settled future, we hope you consider this aspect with the money you have now. Marriage is a big deal. In our family, without 20 or 30,000 in cash, don't even think about getting married. You need a car and a house, and the bride price has to be at least 100 to 200,000. And this is in the countryside. If you go to the big city, I estimate 20,000 won't be enough for a wedding banquet, right? At this moment, Wang Rui and his girlfriend in black stockings were sitting intimately on a bench diagonally opposite Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe was completely oblivious to this situation and said with a smile, "Dad, you really don't need to worry about my marriage. I can handle it myself. When I get married, you and Mom just need to sit on the stage and wait for tea, that's all." Wang Yud's face turned serious. "That won't do. Jinbao, after all, I'm a father. When you get married, I have to contribute a little." Saying this, Wang Yud began to think carefully. Our family really doesn't make money from this land. Every year we put in effort and money yet barely recover the capital. So, I'm planning to lease out a few acres of land after the new year for others to farm. That way they can pay me a few thousand a year. I see you don't even have a partner yet. It will probably be several years before you get married. In these years, I should be able to save up 2,000 to 3,000. Li Mingzhe felt warm inside and smiled. "Dad, if you're saying that, then you should indeed save a little. When the daughter-in-law comes to visit, you have to give a little gift, right? A gift is a gift, but I'm saving this money to help you buy a car. If that's not enough, we can also use it for a down payment." Li Mingzhe lit a cigarette for Wang Yud and straightforwardly said, "Dad, I have a house. Don't worry about helping me with the car. I already bought one. The car just arrived today." Before the smoke reached his mouth, Wang Yud exclaimed, "What? You bought a car? When did you buy it?" "Just yesterday." Li Mingzhe quickly explained, "Didn't my sister say I had no car? So I bought a car overnight just to avoid you not believing I have money." Hearing this, Wang Yud immediately couldn't sit still. "You child, why didn't you let me know about such a big thing as buying a car?" Perhaps feeling that even if he told him it wouldn't help, he quickly asked, "Did you pay in full or take a loan?" "Full payment." "Oh. What's wrong, Dad?" This was different from what Li Mingzhe had anticipated. "Aren't you afraid I don't have money to buy a car?" He thought that upon hearing this, Wang Yud would be very happy. But their thoughts were clearly on different levels. "It's not that I'm unhappy, I just feel." Wang Yud started, but didn't know how to express himself. Although families with sons often say that getting married costs a lot of money, draining family resources, and even needing to borrow tens of thousands. However, in his case, his son didn't need his help, which made him feel uneasy. He had always felt indebted to Li Mingzhe, unable to repay it, thinking that perhaps he could help a little during Li Mingzhe's wedding. But now Li Mingzhe already had a house and a car, and he, the biological father, hadn't contributed a single cent. This was something difficult for someone with traditional values like him to accept. "Oh, Wang Jinbao, you bought a car too." Wang Rui, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't hold back any longer. He walked up to Li Mingzhe with his hands in his pockets, looking down on him. "What car did you buy?" Li Mingzhe glanced at him without saying a word. Wang Rui, unable to contain his curiosity, urged, "Come on, what kind of car did you buy?" "Why should I tell you?" Li Mingzhe replied somewhat impatiently. "Hey, look at you being so stingy, not even daring to say what car it is. You're not lying, right? You didn't buy a car at all." Wang Rui had a knowing look on his face. His girlfriend in black stockings was standing beside him, looking at Li Mingzhe with a scrutinizing gaze. Wei. Seeing that Wang Yud seemed to want to speak up for him, Li Mingzhe quickly stopped him. "Dad, let me talk to him." With that, he leaned back against the bench, wearing a half smile as he looked at Wang Rui. "I bought a new car." "Duh. Who buys a car that isn't new?" Wang Rui reflexively responded. Then he thought of something, immediately averted his gaze, and glanced at his own car with a hint of guilt. "That's not necessarily the case. From what I know, some people love to buy second-hand cars to save face, yet insist they bought new ones." Li Mingzhe had a knowing expression. Wang Rui was immediately annoyed by this. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying someone buys second-hand cars to save face?" "Hey, I didn't name anyone. Oh, I just said some people." Then Li Mingzhe looked surprised. "Wait a minute, why did you get anxious when you heard that? You didn't just take that personally, did you? You're talking nonsense." Wang Rui raised his voice instantly. "You're the one who bought a second-hand car to show off." His defensive remark attracted quite a few glances from those nearby. Even his girlfriend in black stockings shot him a surprised look. Wang Rui realized belatedly that he had overreacted. He looked around and lowered his voice. "Wang Jinbao, you just wait. I want to see what kind of junk car you can buy." With that, he directly wrapped his arms around the woman and walked away. Even though they were about to start serving food, he didn't care at all, as his intention was never about the food. His purpose today was to show off. He had a beautiful woman by his side. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Why are you so angry? His girlfriend in black stockings asked in confusion. Wang Rui took a few steps forward, confirming that no one else could hear him, and then spoke. It's nothing, I just can't stand him. That person just now is my nemesis. I'll tell you, my ex-girlfriend was taken away by him. He's very cunning. What he said earlier was deliberately aimed at you being here. Including what he said about buying a car. He only said it to us, but in reality, he didn't buy anything. He's envious that I bought a car worth over 300,000, and he's been trying to make me look bad. The woman nodded, surprised that someone as handsome and refined as Mingzhe could be so scheming. She believed Wang Rui's words wholeheartedly. It's just how people are. Oh, when others think you're doing well, they will find ways to bring you down. Alright, if he tries to provoke you again, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Don't stoop to his level. Got it. Wang Rui suddenly kissed the woman. Yanli, you're wonderful. Chow Yanli smiled shyly, pushed Wang Rui away, and glanced at the few kids staring this way in the distance. Be careful, there are so many people in this park. Let them look, who I have thick skin anyway. Wang Rui, seeming unbothered, boldly slipped his hand under Chow Yanli's skirt. Disgusting. The two openly flirted in the park, drawing murmurs from several nearby women. Wei really is something. With so many kids around, he's just touching her like that. Oh, he doesn't care about losing face. I feel embarrassed for him. It's like he's never seen a woman before. Another woman chimed in. Keep it down, we don't want his mom to find out. Otherwise they'll say we're sour grapes, because we can't have what they have. TCH. Enough already. I really can't bear to watch. Around 11 o'clock the secretary called everyone to the table for dinner, and Mingzhe and Wang Yud were also summoned. Mingzhe was originally supposed to sit with Wang Yud, but was inexplicably assigned to a table of all young people, which included Wang Rui and Chow Yanli. This small private room only had 3 tables, while more than 10 other tables were in a huge dining hall. Mingzhe didn't recognize anyone here. Before the dishes were served, the young people at the table were all engrossed in their phones. Mingzhe was equally bored and could only send a message to Han Feng asking how things were going. But after a while, Han Feng hadn't replied. Come on, you sit at that table. Someone suddenly took the boy next to Mingzhe away and seated him at another table. And the chair next to Mingzhe was taken away as well. At this moment, Chow Yanli crossed her legs and glanced at Mingzhe as they were now sitting next to each other. They sat awkwardly for over 20 minutes before the dishes began to arrive. Someone asked if they would drink, and Mingzhe declined, stating that his car had just arrived today and he would be driving, so he definitely wouldn't drink. The other men at the table had all been drinking. They were toasting each other, and Wang Rui didn't forget to show off his affection, serving food and kissing her cheek. Chow Yanli's legs in black stockings swayed back and forth intentionally or unintentionally. Being this close made it impossible for Mingzhe not to notice. As nearly half of the dishes were served, Wang Chao led the bride over to toast at this table. Upon seeing Wang Chao approaching, Wang Rui immediately made a joke. Chaozi, I hope there's no plain water in that cup of yours. Don't try to fool us, buddy. No, I really have liquor. If you don't believe me, smell it. Wang Chao said as he extended the cup towards Wang Rui, but Wang Rui clearly wasn't going to smell it. With one hand holding the wine glass and waving the other, he said, Hey, I don't care if there's liquor in there or not. Today you are the host, and you're the biggest here. Just remember to come over later and drink with us. If I don't get you drunk today, I'm not going home. Wang Chao laughed heartily at this. All right, no problem. I'll come over right away. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with Mingzhe, Wang Chao hurriedly finished his toast and immediately went to the next table. He was bound to come back since there were several of his classmates and people from his village at this table. Today he was there to drink with these people. A few minutes later, Wang Chao returned with a cup and plopped down right next to Mingzhe. Come on, today everyone must eat well and drink well. Wang Chao, dressed in a suit and with a flushed face, clearly had already been drinking a lot before coming. As soon as the classmates saw Wang Chao sit down, they were all excited, knowing that the battle of drinking was about to begin. The man who had been pouring drinks for everyone at the table immediately said loudly, If Wang Chao doesn't get drunk today, everyone here is responsible. Wang Chao was slightly tipsy and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Come on, get me drunk. I'll just sleep this afternoon. Drinking too much this afternoon is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything at night. Before everyone could laugh, someone immediately chimed in. No way, our Chao Gu is famous for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. A few classmates quickly brought up Wang Chao's embarrassing stories, making his face turn red. Don't talk nonsense, my wife can hear that over there. Ha ha ha. They chatted happily, making Mingzhe feel quite out of place at the table. At this table, apart from Wang Rui, he didn't know anyone else. Seeing that these people were about to start drinking, he who wasn't drinking felt it was unnecessary to stay. Thinking this, Mingzhe took the initiative to speak. You all drink well. I've eaten enough, so I'll head out first. Hey, wait a minute, brother. Wang Chao inquired. I was just about to ask, you look a bit unfamiliar. Which village are you from? I am from Shaowang village, Mingzhe replied. You are also from Xiaowang village. Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Li Mingzhe, yet still unable to recall when such a person appeared in the village. Before he could ask further, Wang Rui interjected, Chaozi, I bet you definitely know him. Really? Wang Chao looked bewildered, staring at Li Mingzhe and unable to recognize him. Don't think too much. Let me tell you, he is Wang Jinbao. Wang Rui spoke as if revealing the name of a significant person, and after mentioning Li Mingzhe's name, he smiled with a knowing look. This left Wang Chao's classmates beside him puzzled. Could there be something more to this? Wang Chao suddenly realized, oh, you are Wang Jinbao. Li Mingzhe smiled and nodded, immediately raising his cup of plain water. Wang Chao, congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a love as sweet as honey and a harmonious union for 100 years. Ah, thank you, brother. Wang Chao hurriedly clinked glasses with Li Mingzhe and downed his drink. Just when he thought it was over and Li Mingzhe could leave, Wang Rui provocatively spoke up. Wang Jinbao, this won't do. We're all drinking, and you're having water. What's that about? Chaozi is the main groom today. You don't want to drink with him. You really don't understand the situation, do you? Hearing Wang Rui's deliberately challenging words, Li Mingzhe frowned slightly. If it weren't for the joyous occasion, he would have wanted to retort. But he held back. He immediately explained to the stunned Wang Chao, brother, I'm really sorry, I have to drive today, so I can't drink. Oh then. Before Wang Chao could even express understanding, Wang Rui started to pick on him again. What car do you drive? An electric bike. You don't even have a car, so what are you afraid of regarding drunk driving? Aren't we all here driving? Today we're all here to accompany Wang Chao drinking. Wang Chao felt the atmosphere getting tense, and he quickly spoke up. No need. Jinbao is not familiar with me. This is our first meeting. There's no need to force a drink. If he could drink, he would have done so already, right? Wang Rui was about to speak again when Wang Chao immediately waved his hand. Wei, don't make it difficult for him. Li Mingzhe had naturally heard about the situation between him and Wang Rui and understood the animosity, but he didn't want the two to argue. Originally, Wang Chao was trying to mediate, but Wang Rui, who seemed to have drunk too much, suddenly turned his attention towards Wang Chao. Chaozi, it's not that I'm criticizing you. I'm trying to give you face. Why are you defending him? Him not drinking today is deliberately disrespecting you. I'm not unaware he came here today riding an electric bike with his father. I can understand that you don't know the situation, but you can't blame me, can you? How am I making things difficult for him? Wang Rui's words left Wang Chao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Chao awkwardly laughed a couple of times and quickly apologized. Wei, don't hold it against me. I have too much going on today. I drank too much and spoke foolishly. I was wrong. How about this? I'll drink a cup as punishment, okay? What punishment? At this moment, Wang Rui inexplicably pouted, refusing to give Wang Chao an easy way out. Chaozi, let me ask you, if I consider you a brother, what do you consider me? You actually defend an outsider. You tell me, do you consider me a nobody? Wang Chao was at a loss for words. He quickly explained, No, Wei, you're overthinking. I didn't mean it that way. Let's not talk about this. Let's enjoy our drinks, all right? As he spoke, he sought help from his classmates. Right, didn't you guys say you wanted to drink me under the table? I'm waiting for that. Of course we'll drink you under the table. Come, I'll toast you a drink. His classmates received the signal for help and immediately started to liven things up with toasts, but unexpectedly Wang Rui stubbornly interrupted them, standing up and saying, Hey, don't rush. Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. Chaozi, let me ask you one question. Do you not regard me highly? Wang Rui's face was flushed, his body swaying slightly, continuing to pick a fight. Wang Chao was taken aback and quickly said, No, how could I mean that? Wei, you're really overthinking. Li Mingzhe at this moment was no longer in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat quietly watching what kind of frenzy Wang Rui would unleash. Wang Rui didn't disappoint him, suddenly raising his hand and smashing a plate. The plate crashed onto the dining table with a loud bang, instantly drawing the attention of many people. The atmosphere escalated dramatically. Wang Chao was now so embarrassed that he felt like digging a hole to hide in. Even Chao Yanli beside him coughed awkwardly a couple of times, looking around. Wang Rui seemed oblivious to the situation around him, lost in his own world of face. Chaozi, let me ask you, do you still want my help, Do you still want to settle your debts? I want to think about it. Wang Chao moved beside Wang Rui, trying to push him back to his seat. Wei, you really misunderstood my intentions. I truly don't look down on you. He leaned close to Wang Rui's ear and whispered, Wei, give me some face. It's my wedding today. Don't let my relatives and friends see me as a joke. These pleading words were only heard by him and Wang Rui, but Wang Rui seemed to go mad and refused to give him this face. He even pushed Wang Chao away, yelling, I give you face, but you have to give me face first. You tell me, what did you just say? What do you mean I'm making things difficult for Wang Jinbao? Oh, in your eyes, making him drink is making things difficult for him, right? No. Wang Chao was now truly at a loss for words. Before he could finish, Wang Rui interjected, What if I am making things difficult for him? Should you be the one to point fingers here? I came here today to give you face. As Wang Rui spoke, his tone shifted, even taking on an arrogant air. Although it sounded uncomfortable, Wang Chao was definitely trying to defuse the situation. He quickly lowered his voice again. I know you are giving me face. Wei, don't make a scene. I'm truly very embarrassed right now. Look, everyone is watching. What should I do with you acting like this? I don't care. As Wang Rui spoke, he grabbed the bottle of white liquor from the table and began to chug it down, a scene that would make even seasoned drinkers gasp. He spilled half the bottle while drinking most of it, not even reaching his mouth, choking himself and looking utterly ridiculous. With that little alcohol down, Wang Rui became even more spirited. At that moment, Li Mingzhe's phone rang. It was a call from Han Fang. Hello, Li, I've arrived at your place. Oh. Li Mingzhe glanced back at Wang Rui, who was smashing the liquor bottles, and asked, is the car here? It's here. I had a busted beauty from the dealership. Bring it over. Li, where are you? Why do I see your house locked? I'm at a farmhouse on the street, drinking at a wedding. After a pause, Li Mingzhe added, I'll send you my location to drive over here, okay? All right, should I bring the busted beauty with me? Li Mingzhe replied speechlessly, is she important? Li, if you think she's important, then she is important. Li Mingzhe didn't want to engage in Han Fang's petty thoughts. When you come over later, make sure to conceal my identity. It's best if Wang Rui doesn't know who you are. Who is Wang Rui? Han Fang didn't know at first, but then recalled. Oh, I remember now. You mean that employee from the headquarters who bought the second-hand BMW. Exactly, that's him. When you arrive here. Li Mingzhe then discussed how he would help Wang Chao before hanging up the phone. While he was chatting on the phone, the dining table had already become a chaotic scene due to Wang Rui's antics. No one knew what had gotten into him today, making him so frantic. Chaozi, let me ask you one question. If you don't seek my sister's help, who else can you turn to? If she's unwilling to help you, who else would be willing? Who else can help you? The man was 3 parts drunk, performing until tears flowed from you. At this moment, Wang Rui was visibly more than 3 parts drunk. However, logically speaking, he shouldn't be this intoxicated. In other words, he was intentionally going mad under the guise of drinking. He aimed to embarrass Wang Chao. As for the reason, it was probably known only to him. Yes. Wei, you were right. I am not asking anyone else now, just you and your family. Give me some face, let's talk somewhere else. Otherwise, how can others eat this meal with you acting like this? What do you say? Wang Chao felt utterly helpless, losing face and having to placate the troublesome Wang Rui. Li Mingzhe truly couldn't believe Wang Rui's drinking ability was this poor. He hadn't drunk much today, and last time at his house he drank no less than this, yet didn't lose control like this. Unable to watch any longer, he walked up to Wang Chao and said, Brother, I just saw that a table outside seems to be causing a ruckus too. Why don't you go check it out over there? It'll help you resolve things here. Wang Chao was stunned by the words. He sensed that Li Mingzhe was genuinely trying to help him and immediately said, Oh sure, I'll go check outside now. Having said that, he no longer cared about Wang Rui and hurriedly left the small room with only 3 tables. All right, stop pretending. You drank a few cups and ended up like this. You can't be serious. This is unacceptable. Li Mingzhe looked at Wang Rui with evident disdain. Wang Jinbao, who do you think you are? Whether I pretend or not is none of your business. Wang Rui saw Li Mingzhe and started spewing insults, his drunkenness fading slightly. Li Mingzhe was baffled. I really wonder what deep-seated grudge do you have against Wang Chao that you need to disrupt his wedding? And you even brought your girlfriend. Don't you feel embarrassed? Isn't it awkward for her? Li Mingzhe's latter remark struck a chord with Chao Yanli, who had long felt so embarrassed that she wanted to leave. Yet Wang Rui's commotion made it seem like a fight was about to break out at any moment, and she didn't dare to go out and hide, fearing Wang Rui would come after her for retribution. Wang Jinbao, stop meddling. Whether my wife feels embarrassed or not is none of your concern. You should be thinking about how to sleep with Xiaoya. Hearing Wang Rui's utterly uncouth remarks, Li Mingzhe furrowed his brow. If Xiaoya knew you were this kind of person, she probably wouldn't have even wanted to meet you back then. At this moment, Wang Rui, holding Chao Yanli, scoffed. She can see whoever she wants, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not interested in her anymore. But you be careful of wearing a green hat. As soon as he said this, everyone nearby broke into a cold sweat. Although others didn't know the story behind it, any man who hears this phrase would likely lose their reason. However, this sentence seemed to have no effect on Li Mingzhe. He simply chuckled softly. You don't need to worry about that, you should focus on your own relationship first. Chao Yanli looked at Li Mingzhe's elegant and polite demeanor, then at Wang Rui, who was short and inept while cursing, and suddenly felt a wave of disgust rise within her. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Rui had some money, she really wouldn't want to be with someone like him. The secretary rushed to the private room upon hearing the news, surveyed the situation in the room, and approached Wang Rui with a gentle expression, asking, Wei, did you drink too much? How did it end up like this? I thought with the secretary here he would tone it down, but Wang Rui, seemed to have his eyes glued to the ceiling, snorting coldly as he spoke. Secretary, it's not that I drank poorly, it's that Wang Rui made me drink poorly. I'm here today. What attitude did your family show me? I really don't want to say it out loud. The secretary looked perplexed and glanced back at Wang Chao, exchanging a simple look. Wei, is there some misunderstanding here? He knew his son well and understood that Wang Chao wouldn't dare give Wang Rui a cold shoulder. What misunderstanding could there be, eh? He keeps defending Wang Jinbao, telling me not to make things difficult for him. What have I made difficult for him? Wang Rui was unyielding and continued to ask loudly. Uncle, let me ask you, with Wang Chaos online store failing and being stuck with hundreds of thousands of goods aside from my sister Wanqiu, who else can help him? That's right. The secretary nodded in agreement. I really can't think of anyone else to ask besides Wanqiu. As long as you know this, it's good. Wang Rui, with his nostrils flared, remained proud. However, he then abruptly shifted his tone. But today Wang Chao truly hurt my feelings. I regarded him as a brother, but he treated me like nothing. So Uncle Wang Chao will tell you both, clearly my family won't help with this matter anymore. Naturally, both Wang's secretary and Wang Chao were alarmed upon hearing this. Wang Chao looked panicked. No, Wei, don't be angry. Previously, I was the jerk as the older brother. I shouldn't have said those things. I can drink 3 cups as punishment, how about that? As he spoke, Wang Chao immediately went to open a new bottle of wine. However, Wang Rui scoffed disdainfully, saying mockingly, No, I didn't ask you to drink. I can't afford to drink with you. Hey Wei, we are all from the same village. How can you say such things? The secretary, being a village official, had dealt with villagers for a long time and was naturally calmer in handling matters. He noticed Wang Rui's attitude. Wang Rui was clearly uncomfortable because he saw Wang Chao speaking up for his arch-nemesis Li Mingzhe. Furthermore, considering that Wang Chao currently needed something from his family, he was originally a top-tier guest. Why should he endure such humiliation? Thus he acted arrogantly. In this situation, even he, a village secretary, had to bow his head and admit defeat. Wei, I see that today is your brother Chao who offended you. Don't say anything about not helping, you just tell me directly what you want from Wang Chao to move past this. I know you two have been close friends since childhood. Today is his wedding, you want to help Wang Chao gain some face, not truly intend to make things difficult for him. The secretary's intention of reconciliation was quite evident, and he had already given Wang Rui an opportunity to step down from his earlier outrageous behavior. However, was Wang Rui someone who would stop when things were going well? He clearly was not. How could he easily let go of the chance to put the Wang secretary's family in a pinch in front of so many people while still appearing powerful? Uncle, if you're asking me this, then I have to think carefully. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Rui's eyes shifted, clearly harboring a belly full of mischief. How about this? Let Wang Chao slap himself twice as a way to atone for not giving me face before. How does that sound? Upon hearing Wang Rui's words, the entire private room instantly erupted in discussion. Many people's expressions changed. Even the usually steady Wang secretary couldn't maintain his composure at this moment. Wang Chao was getting married today, he was the groom, and everyone was supposed to uphold his dignity. But Wang Rui actually said for him to slap himself in front of everyone. Wang Rui must have lost his mind. Even Chao Yanli couldn't stand it any longer, frowning and saying, Wang Rui, have you drunk too much? Why would you have him slap himself? Is it really necessary? This matter is simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Wang Rui is clearly trying to make things difficult for Wang Chaos family. The reason he gave for this is because of Li Mingzhe. Wife, you don't understand. Some people need to be disciplined. Otherwise, even at this point, he still can't tell the difference between big and small Wang. Wang Rui is now both venting his anger and showing Wang Chao who's boss. He wants Wang Chao to know that their family isn't just casually helping out. Helping him a little by recommending a path is fine, but he needs to correct his attitude from now on. It would be best if he could bow and scrape when he sees Wang Rui's family, so he can feel that his vanity is being satisfied. The man who had been toasting with Wang Rui at the dinner table could no longer hold back. Wang Rui, we are all elementary school classmates with Wang Chao. Isn't this a bit too much? It's just a minor issue. Today is Wang Chaos wedding day, so let's tone it down. His words echoed the sentiments of many. Everyone was puzzled as to why Wang Rui insisted on making Wang Chao lose face on this day. In his frenzy, Wang Rui showed no regard for anyone's feelings. My conflict with him is not something you can speak on. Wang Rui immediately shot back, stepping in front of the uncertain Wang Chao. Wang Chao, you surely know about my conflict with Wang Jinbao. If you speak up for him today, that's just slapping my face. If you want my help, just slap yourself twice. I think that should be very reasonable, right? Wei, you. Wang Chao forced a smile, and everyone could see he was desperately trying to endure. This was simply too humiliating for him. Secretary Wang couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just as he was about to speak up again, Li Mingzhe, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone's attention turned to Li Mingzhe. He had a look of enlightenment. Wang Rui, you've really taught me a lesson. Without you in the entertainment industry, it would be an endless night of darkness. Hearing Li Mingzhe's sarcastic remarks, Wang Rui directly pointed at him. Wang Jinbao, you should manage yourself better. You can sit here and watch the show, so watch properly, and don't be a nuisance. Just wait, I'll find an opportunity to deal with you severely. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe laughed heartily. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Wang Rui looked at Li Mingzhe's radiant smile and felt increasingly displeased. He couldn't be bothered to talk to him any further. Wang Chao, make a move. Didn't you ask me to forgive you? If you don't slap yourself, then go slap Wang Jinbao twice. This would settle the matter. Wang Chao certainly wasn't going to choose to slap Wang Jinbao. At this moment, he slightly lowered his head, looking quite distressed. Just when he decided to raise his hand to resolve this farce, Li Mingzhe suddenly spoke to him. Wang Chao, today is your wedding day, and since I'm here for the meal, I should give you a gift. Before the meal, my dad told me about your situation. I know you failed with your online store and are now in dire straits, drowning in debt. My wedding gift to you today is to help you get through this tough time. What? Wang Chao looked up in shock. He stared at Li Mingzhe in disbelief, as if he hadn't understood, and hurriedly confirmed, You mean you can help me? Yes, I can help you. A glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. Then how will you help me, eh? Li Mingzhe responded seriously. I'll help you clear out the stock you have piled up, and can lend you some money to pay off your debts. Hearing such specific help, Wang Chao couldn't help but swallow hard. If Li Mingzhe could truly do what he said, it could be said that he was his savior. But is this really true? He hardly knew Li Mingzhe and naturally couldn't tell whether what Li Mingzhe said was true or false. Though Li Mingzhe seemed much more reliable than Wang Rui, Wang Rui's family was at least from Shao Wangzhuang, and everyone knew that Wang Wanqiu and her husband were in e-commerce. From his perspective, it was most likely that Wang Wanqiu would be the one to help. However, before Wang Chao could speak, Wang Rui continued to berate, Stop blowing hot air. What can you, a small company's failure in operations, offer to help? Are you planning to sell your house in that rural area of Modu to help him? I see you're quite the pretender, saying such unrealistic things just to oppose me. Trash. Wang Rui's words instantly struck a blow to Wang Chao. At this moment, he truly dared not easily take sides. He was afraid that what could be resolved with a few slaps could become unsolvable if he chose a side. Secretary Wang also didn't dare to act rashly now, but his intuition told him that Li Mingzhe probably wasn't boasting. Because just by looking at Li Mingzhe, he could tell he was a calm person who wouldn't say anything outrageous. Don't worry, you'll soon see how I'm going to help him. Just as he finished speaking, Li Mingzhe's phone rang. It was Han Fong calling. Pressing answer, Li Mingzhe directly said, You can come in now, in this innermost private room at the entrance. Then he smiled at Wang Rui. You should know there's someone named Han Fong in your company, right? Han Fong. Of course I know, he's our company's vice general manager. Wang Rui instinctively replied, but then he realized something. He put down his crossed legs and almost stood up. What do you mean? Are you saying that Manager Han is coming? Li Mingzhe didn't answer, but stretched lazily under the gaze of everyone. Soon after, Han Fong, dressed in casual attire, walked in. He instinctively scanned the room and then stood next to Li Mingzhe. What's going on here? Why does it look like you're about to fight while eating? Han Fong deliberately spoke in his hometown dialect. Seeing that the visitor was indeed Vice Manager Han from Modu, Wang Rui's expression changed dramatically. He immediately stood up from his chair. Han. Manager Han, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Wang Rui said as he reached out to shake hands with Han Fong, but Han Fong took a step back, looking disgusted. Who are you? Li Mingzhe reminded. He says he's from your company's operations department. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui quickly introduced himself. Manager Han and Wang Rui from the operations department too. We should have met at the annual meeting this year, he. At this moment, Wang Rui wore a flattering smile, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Really? Then I have no impression of him. Han Fong displayed an attitude that completely disregarded Wang Rui. Everyone in the private room watching the show could tell that Han Fong was a big shot in Wang Rui's company. Otherwise, how could the previously arrogant Wang Rui suddenly become submissive? Who is this person? Why does it feel like Wei Wei sees him like a rat sees a cat? Didn't you hear Wang Jinbao just say? They are from the same company, and this person seems to be Wei Wei's boss. Oh my, isn't Wei Wei's boss from the magic capital? Why does he sound like he isn't too far from here? Who knows, maybe he's from around here. Han Fang's appearance and Wang Rui's reaction naturally sparked a lot of discussion. Hearing Han Fang's words, Wang Rui forced a smile. President Han, it's normal that you don't remember me, very normal. After all, we have so many people in the operations department. Isn't that right? Huh? Without waiting for Han Fong to respond, Wang Rui cautiously asked again, President Han, is your hometown also around here? How did you think of coming here to have fun? Wang Rui knew that Han Fong was from the neighboring county. He also already learned from Li Mingzhe's words that Han Feng was definitely called here by Li Mingzhe. But he wanted to hear Han Feng admit it personally, because he simply couldn't believe that Li Mingzhe had such clout to bring Han Feng here twice. If Li Mingzhe was so influential with Han Feng, then he really had to weigh his relationship with Li Mingzhe if he wanted to work at Mingzhe Network in the future. Otherwise, what if Li Mingzhe really played tricks? You have to know that Han Feng is the vice president of the headquarters, and firing a small operator is just a matter of saying it. Oh, wasn't it my friend Xiao Wang who asked me to come? He said it was inconvenient without a car at home, and asked me to find someone to send a car to him, so I came over. By the way, how did I hear Xiao Wang say that you bought a new car with the money you earned in the company this year? Was it a BMW 3 Series? Upon hearing this question, Wang Rui's heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. Why did Han Feng suddenly ask such a sensitive question? How should he answer this? Yes. Just as Wang Rui hesitated, and didn't dare to speak, Han Feng said, no wait. I think I saw your car in the Magic Capital. Your 3 Series isn't new, is it secondhand? Han Feng's shocking words instantly attracted the attention of Chao Yanli. What? Wang Rui's car is secondhand? No way. Not only her, but even those from the same village were taken aback by Han Feng's remark. Who in Xiao Wang village doesn't know that Wang Rui bought a BMW worth over 300,000 this year? But now someone actually said his car is secondhand. The price difference between new and secondhand is too vast. The key point is that Wang Rui clearly said it was a new car. How could that be? Wei Wei clearly said that car is new. Exactly, I really heard it. He said that car costs over 300,000. Wei Wei's parents said the same. How did it suddenly become secondhand now? This is too much. Some people at the neighboring tables began to whisper, and Wang Rui at this moment also experienced the awkward situation that Wang Chao faced earlier. But faced with the questions from the knowledgeable leaders, how could Wang Rui dare to lie? He simply couldn't tell the truth at this moment. He couldn't even refute. Han. President Han, it's not convenient to talk here. How about we go outside? After holding it for a long time, Wang Rui managed to squeeze out this sentence. Wait a minute. Han Feng brushed off the matter. Then he turned to Li Mingzhe and asked, Xiao Wang, who is the person you mentioned on the phone? Who do you want me to help with difficulties? Li Mingzhe looked at Wang Chao. Wang Chao, this is the vice president of Mingzhe Network at the headquarters in the Magic Capital, named Han Feng. He is also a very good friend of mine. When I said I would help you earlier, I meant for him to help you. Oh. Wang Chao was astonished and quickly greeted Han Feng. I know Mingzhe Network, I know. Although Mingzhe Network's headquarters is in the Magic Capital, the influence of its branches in various places is also significant. Especially the branch in Zhongzhou, which has almost captured the entire e-commerce lifeline of Zhongzhou, even reaching a monopolistic level. Unless it's particularly small online store owners, otherwise anyone with a physical factory or a slightly larger business basically knows about Mingzhe Network. It is precisely because of this that Wang Chao didn't need anyone to explain. He immediately understood Han Feng's status. This is the vice president of Mingzhe Network's headquarters. Wanting to help him clear some goods is simply too easy. Here is my business card. Han Feng sized up Wang Chaos attire. Are you getting married today? Yes, that's right. Well, then contact me after you're done, no problem. Wang Chao nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, holding a very minimalist business card in his hand, as if he were dreaming. In the past, he would never have imagined that he could connect with the higher-ups of Mingzhe Network. Moreover, it was the person himself handing over the business card. Just this point, he could brag about it. Li Mingzhe felt that everything that needed to be said had been said and the issues had been resolved, so there was no need to continue chatting at Wang Chaos' wedding banquet. I've also eaten enough. Wang Chao, I'm sorry for interrupting your wedding banquet. Li Mingzhe said as he looked at the secretary. Uncle, you all can carry on with your business. A friend has come, so I will go out and accompany him for a while. All right, Jinbao, when you're done eating, go out and digest a bit. Secretary Wang and Wang Chao couldn't possibly refuse. Secretary Wang hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Li Mingzhe's hand, his face filled with gratitude. Jinbao will come find you at home tonight, when I'm free. Li Mingzhe smiled and nodded, okay. The father and son warmly sent Li Mingzhe and the others off. Wang Rui hurriedly followed behind Han Feng, and just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and immediately turned back. Yanli, wait here for me. I need to handle something outside, I'll be back soon. Chao Yanli frowned, can't I go? Don't go, that's our company's big leader. I need to talk to him for a bit. As he spoke, Wang Rui quickly glanced outside, and Han Feng and Li Mingzhe had already exited the farmhouse's main entrance. All right, then I'm going first. Leaving Chao Yanli behind, Wang Rui ran after them. This made Chao Yanli, who was left behind, very unhappy. Now that Wang Rui had left, what reason did she have to stay here? No, I still have to follow and see. Could it be that his car is really secondhand? If the car is secondhand, then it's not just a matter of money, but Wang Rui is someone who doesn't speak the truth. This matter could be serious. She even began to doubt whether Wang Rui's claim of earning over $1 million a year and about to buy a house in the magic capital was all false. With this in mind, Xiao Yanli immediately set off to catch up. As they exited the farmhouse, Li Mingzhe noticed that several women and children from behind were actually following them, all from Xiaowang village. Such big news happening in front of them, of course they were curious. Jinbao, what happened? At this moment, Wang Yud had just learned from the table that Li Mingzhe's private room had smashed the wine table. He hurriedly checked on Li Mingzhe. Are you okay? Did you guys get into a fight? Dad, it didn't escalate into a fight. It was just Wang Rui smashing a wine bottle. Oh. Wang Yud nodded and asked again why. Li Mingzhe briefly explained, and Wang Yud frowned as he looked at Wang Rui. Wang Rui clearly showed no signs of being drunk now. This further proved that the scene he caused earlier was intentional. However, as the matter had passed, Wang Yud didn't want to say more. He asked Li Mingzhe, so you finished eating? Are you full? To be honest, I'm about half full, haha, Li Mingzhe replied frankly. Upon hearing this, Han Fong first greeted Wang Yud, calling him uncle, then smilingly asked Li Mingzhe, shall I add more food for you later? There's food in the car. Li Mingzhe was taken aback at this, instinctively glancing at the BMW 5 Series parked not far away with a temporary license plate. Upon closer inspection, he saw a woman in the driver's seat seemingly playing with her phone. Seemingly understanding something, Li Mingzhe immediately glared at Han Fong. Han Fong chuckled, while Wang Yud was completely oblivious to their implication. Alright, the car has been delivered. If you're fine, send her off. The her Li Mingzhe referred to is the woman who drove the BMW 5 Series here. Han Fong winked, saying, don't you want to take a look at her? I brought her here. What's so interesting? Li Mingzhe wore a look of exasperation. If it weren't for Wang Yud's presence, he would have really wanted to hit Han Fong. However, it was precisely because of Wang Yud's presence that Han Fong knew Li Mingzhe wanted to conceal his identity, which made him so audacious. Seeing Li Mingzhe's displeasure, Han Fong immediately restrained himself. He added, but you can't send me away right now. My furniture hasn't arrived at your house yet, and the truck is still parked at your doorstep. Isn't anyone home? No. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe immediately called Wang Xiuhui and learned that home was empty because she and Zhang Xia had taken the kids to the street to change clothes. One of the clothes bought yesterday had its zipper broken as soon as they got home. However, they were almost home now. Sister, when you get back, open the door and let the movers bring in the furniture. As for the rest, I'll explain to you later. After hanging up, Li Mingzhe turned to Wang Yud and said, Dad, how about I head home first? Alright, go ahead, I'm not finished here yet. After a brief exchange, Wang Yud immediately returned to the table to continue drinking. Meanwhile, Wang Rui took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Han Fong and started inquiring, Mr. Han, what is your relationship with Wang Jinbao? Isn't he from Mingzhe Network? Why are you so nice to him? Hearing this, Han Fong stretched lazily and began to spin a tale. Little Wang is my lifesaver. When I was at my wits' end, he made sure I had food and drink, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to survive in Modu, let alone become a vice president. Han Fong was not lying. If it weren't for Li Mingzhe hiring him, he indeed wouldn't have been able to make it in Modu. However, Wang Rui found this hard to believe. How could this be possible? Han Fong was an old employee of the company. Although he didn't know for how long Han Fong had been employed, he at least knew that Han Fong had been there for many years. But now he claims Li Mingzhe provided him with food and drink. This sounded absurd. Could it be that Han Fong knew Wang Jinbao before joining Mingzhe? Despite having many doubts in his heart, Wang Rui found it inappropriate to press further on this matter. Oh, it sounds like he's quite important to you. While saying this, Wang Rui was calculating that he probably really shouldn't go against Wang Jinbao in the future. Otherwise, he might really end up on the receiving end of some ill treatment. He absolutely must secure this job with Mingzhe. Hee. Han Fong chuckled lightly, but did not respond. At this moment, Xiao Yanli seized the opportunity and actively stood next to Wang Rui. Han Fong noticed her long, straight black stockings and couldn't help but whistle. He asked Wang Rui, is this your girlfriend? Wang Rui was too busy to chastise Xiao Yanli for her bold intrusion and could only respond a yes. Not bad, I didn't expect you to find such a girl. Although Xiao Yanli was heavily made up, she was indeed quite attractive, at least scoring a 6 or 7 out of 10. In the countryside, she would definitely stand out. After just a glance, Han Fong withdrew his gaze and said to Li Mingzhe, go check on your car. Following Li Mingzhe's instructions, Han Fong arranged for a BMW 5 Series. This car fully met Li Mingzhe's budget of 5 to 600,000 and had a certain prestige. Especially when compared to Wang Rui's second-hand 3 Series, it seemed significantly more upscale. I went through quite a bit of trouble to get this car over from the county so quickly. This car hasn't been registered yet, so you can just use a temporary license plate for now. Li Mingzhe had no objections. He walked up to the car, and a well-endowed beauty quickly got out of the driver's seat, slightly bending forward and saying, hello, Mr. Wang. Han Fong had an amused expression, as if he were just waiting to enjoy the show. Wang Rui, on the other hand, couldn't help but gulp and stared intently at her chest, his imagination running wild. Although Chao Yanli was quite pretty in front of this alluring lady in professional attire, she seemed to pale in comparison. What are you looking at? Chao Yanli frowned and asked Wang Rui. Li Mingzhe shot a glance at Wang Rui and turned to the beauty, saying, "Please put on your coat." The beauty was taken aback, and while pulling up the zipper of her down jacket explained, "I'm sorry, mister. Wang, the air conditioning is on in the car, and it's a bit hot." Then turned the temperature down. Li Mingzhe had long been unfazed by such little tricks. He opened the car door and took a seat in the driver's seat. The beauty quickly got into the passenger seat. Chao Yanli looked at Li Mingzhe's brand new BMW 5 Series, her heart racing. This was what it meant to be wealthy. "All right, Han Feng, let's head back." "Okay." Han Feng didn't drive. He had left his car near Li Mingzhe's place. So at this moment, he also got into Li Mingzhe's car. Once the car drove away from the lakeside park, Chao Yanli began to confront Wang Rui. "Wang Rui, didn't you say your car was new? Then why did that person say your car is secondhand?" Wang Rui felt a bit guilty, but naturally denied it. "You believe whatever others say. This car is definitely new. Didn't I just tell you that person is a senior leader in my company? If he says it's secondhand, do I dare to contradict him and say it's new? Then do you think I can still keep my job?" Wang Rui spoke with considerable emotion, trying to muddle through, but Chao Yanli was no fool. She wouldn't be intimidated by Wang Rui and felt that his words were completely baseless. "Wang Rui, you're such a prideful person. Oh, would you really remain silent in front of so many people just to avoid offending a leader? Do you believe what you just said?" Wang Rui loved to show off, and she had figured that out yesterday. Today during the meal, he was also trying to seem impressive only to get slapped in the face easily. She increasingly found it hard to respect someone like Wang Rui who lacked taste. Now that she realized Wang Rui might be deceiving her, she certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye. She needed to get to the bottom of this. "If you insist it's a new car, then show me your purchase records. If that's not possible, show me your transfer records. As long as it's indeed a new car, even just a record of chatting with the 4S dealership would suffice to prove it." But how could Wang Rui produce that? Under such pressure, Wang Rui got anxious and retorted, "What do you mean? Are you determined to argue with me today? Does it really matter if it's a new or old car? Let me ask you, are you with me for the money? Otherwise, why do you care so much about this?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yanli truly laughed. Wang Rui had no self-awareness at all. She asked directly, "Is there anything about you besides money that would make me like you?" These words struck right at Wang Rui's pride. They made the onlookers from the same village who were keeping a distance gasp. Wow, she really dares to say that. Is Wei Wei going to be so angry he dies? As expected, Wang Rui immediately cursed, "Damn bitch." Saying this, he actually raised his hand to slap her. A loud slap startled the women. They quickly rushed forward to mediate, saying, "Oh, Wei Wei, you can just talk, why resort to violence? Exactly how can a man hit his wife? Now look who's still daring to hit their wife." The women pulled Chao Yanli to the back and began scolding Wang Rui. But Wang Rui, already on edge, could not hear their words. He shouted furiously, "I did hit her, so what? What use do I have for a gold-digging woman like her? Do I lack women if I have money?" At this moment, Wang Rui wore a disdainful expression, feeling that Chao Yanli was no different from those women for sale. At this moment, Chao Yanli completely exploded. She angrily shouted, "Wang Rui, you are truly not a man." As she spoke, she didn't know where her strength came from and directly pounced on Wang Rui, scratching and clawing at him easily, using her nails to tear his face. Several women rushed in to separate them, pretending to pull Chao Yanli, but in reality, they were controlling Wang Rui. After a chaotic scene, Wang Rui's face was marked with several bloody scratches. His hair, which he styled to look taller, had also been significantly pulled out by Chao Yanli. Li Mingzhe, unaware of what was happening to Wang Rui, drove back to the village, passing by the information base without stopping. "Hey, whose new car is this? The license plate isn't even on. Did it pass by our village? Wait, isn't that Wang Jinbao driving? Is it? I didn't see clearly. It's him. Look, the car just turned in there. Isn't it really? Where did he get such an expensive car?" People were discussing Li Mingzhe's new car, while Xiame, sitting among them and eating melon seeds disdainfully, said, "What's the big deal? It's like you've never seen a BMW before. Wang Jinbao surely doesn't know where he borrowed this car from. How could he afford such an expensive one?" A man in his 40s chimed in, "Do you know how much that car costs? It's a BMW 5 Series worth 500,000. So expensive. That really can't be Wang Jinbao's. If he could buy this car, he would have driven it back from the time he returned. He wouldn't have to wait until now." Xiame nodded. "Isn't that right? You all should stop guessing, it's making it sound like he's so wealthy." At that moment, a man coming from Li Mingzhe's house suddenly brought some news. "Did you know that Wang Yu's family got a lot of new furniture? I saw a sofa, a table, a coffee table, stools, all new. They are currently moving it into the house. Where did he get the money for all this? Is Wang Jinbao getting married?" Xiame looked incredulous. "No way. Who is he marrying? My son isn't even married yet. How could he possibly get married?" The man couldn't take her remark any longer and hurriedly told others, by the way, he didn't just buy that furniture. There are still 2 BMWs parked outside. Wow, those 2 cars together must be worth at least 1 to 2 million, right? Wang Jinbao doesn't seem like a wealthy person. How come everything he does is something only the rich can manage? Hearing what the man said, many people's curiosity was piqued. Is that true? The man replied with a stern face, look, why would I lie to you? Then I need to go take a look. Someone unable to contain their excitement stood up and headed towards Li Mingzhe's house. Soon after, 3 or 4 others followed suit. Mingzhe, why aren't you going? Someone asked intentionally. Xiame scoffed, looking down on it. Why should I go? Am I that bored? Although she said that she was indeed curious. However, she wouldn't go. It wouldn't take long before someone would come back to explain the situation. She was waiting to hear what kind of commotion was happening at Wang Yu's house. The information base lost 5 or 6 people, but there were still many elderly men and women. They continued to munch on melon seeds and peanuts, chatting while looking forward to the new year. Meanwhile, a few gossipers arrived at the road in front of Wang Yu's house, seeing a medium-sized cargo van parked there from a distance. The door of the house was wide open and several people were busy with something. As they got closer, they realized it was indeed all new furniture. At this time, several curious neighbors had gathered around. Even Chang'ani, who was not a neighbor, looked on with envy. Hey, what are they doing over there? Someone asked Chang'ani for details. She immediately replied, can't you see? They're just replacing the old furniture with new ones. I must say Jinbao is really thoughtful. He noticed that the furniture at home was old and replaced it all with new. Look, they're even replacing the bed with a new one. In fact, the bed was bought at Han Fang's own discretion. Li Mingzhe initially only intended to replace the furniture in the living room. However, after bringing everything over, Li Mingzhe looked at his parents' bed and his sister's bed and felt that it was indeed necessary to replace them. He wouldn't change the one upstairs because it was newly bought. Although the bed only cost a few hundred yuan, it was still usable. Wow, is that true? Why is Wang Jinbao so wealthy? Just look at this furniture, it doesn't look cheap. Chung Auntie nodded in agreement. She could not feel any jealousy towards Wang Yu's family at all, as the gap was simply too large. Li Mingzhe was too wealthy, and he didn't flaunt it, so she couldn't feel envy. She was now just envious, liking Li Mingzhe more and more. Chung Auntie pointed at the brand new BMW 5 Series and said, that's not all. A Wang Jinbao also bought a car. Look, that one. What? That car is new for Wang Jinbao. Isn't that a borrowed car? Hearing something bigger, everyone hurriedly gathered around Chung Auntie to inquire. Chung Auntie said helplessly, who said it's borrowed? That's a new purchase. Someone explained, just now, when Wang Jinbao drove the car back, everyone was guessing. Guessing? Who can guess so inaccurately? Think about it, who could lend you a new car without a license plate? Chung Auntie refuted directly, and I asked him just now, that is indeed his new car. Not only that, but the car that Wang Jinbao's friend is driving is also a BMW. Chung Auntie's tone was slightly agitated, as if she were talking about her own relatives inexplicably sharing in the glory. They continued to linger in front of Wang Yu's house for a while, satisfied after seeing what kind of furniture it was, before quickly sharing all the news they just heard back at the information base. Wang Jinbao is truly low-key. He usually doesn't show off, but when he does, it's truly impressive. Who can say otherwise? Moreover, he never announces anything in advance. We only find out after it's done. Indeed, he's not the same as people around here. As everyone continued to praise Li Mingzhe, Xie Mei naturally felt very unhappy. What's the big deal? You all look like you've never seen the world. Is it just because he bought a BMW? My son-in-law drives a Mercedes worth 50 to 60,000 too. Now BMWs and Mercedes are everywhere. Oh, what's so special about it? You all are the only ones treating cars as a big deal. Xie Mei munched on melon seeds, rolling her eyes, clearly looking down on the situation. Upon hearing her words, everyone felt a bit displeased. When did BMWs and Mercedes become so commonplace? If it weren't for Wang Rui bringing back a BMW this year, would she dare to speak such arrogance? If it weren't for her daughter marrying someone who owns a factory, would she dare to speak so boldly? Her few words had instantly offended everyone. Because apart from the Xie Mei family, no one in the village could afford a car worth over 300,000. Who would feel good hearing such ostentatious remarks that looked down on others? Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Xie Mei frowned and asked, what's wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? Why are you all looking at me like that? Things are indeed different now. The secretary has to seek us out for help. In the past, he was always speaking well of Wang Yud, but now he's come seeking us instead. You really shouldn't be unconvinced. Xie Mei was not at all intimidated nor afraid of angering others, because her family was genuinely thriving. If not now, then when should one show off? Otherwise, should they just watch the Wang Yud family flaunt their wealth? Hee. Indeed, our village has the richest family. You dare say BMWs and Mercedes are everywhere. We can't even say that. We still have to take out loans for our 15,000 car. Someone sarcastically remarked at Xie Mei, but she remained unfazed, because she knew that these people simply couldn't compare to her. Why get angry at those who are beneath her? CMA clapped the sunflower seed shell in her palm, stood up, and continued, take your time. Isn't your Xiao, who just starting college? First get the car sorted out, then go buy a house outside. Just wait, in a few years rural houses won't even be looked at anymore. If you want to marry a wife, a bride price of over 200,000 is just the start. You at least need a house in the county. CMA spoke casually, but her words struck a nerve with those who had sons. Damn, did she just say a house in the county? How dare she? To have a car and a house in the county along with a bride price, wouldn't that be over 1 million? The person who said that turned quite pale. If what you say is true, we fathers with sons wouldn't be able to survive. CMA wasn't afraid of offending them. She continued, what do you mean, we can't survive? Isn't this the trend? Now some people are already demanding a house in the county. Whoever has the capability can marry, and those without it shouldn't even think about marrying off their sons. CMA's words were infuriating, and at this moment many of the sons who were still unmarried felt a surge of anger. CMA was being too ostentatious. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, those who had gone to the street for a meal at a farmhouse started returning one by one. CMA said, all right, you all chat here, I'll head home for a look. My son should be back from dinner with his wife by now. However, she hadn't walked 2 steps when someone brought news about Wang Rui. Wei Wei's mother, why are you still here? The speaker hastily stopped his vehicle, looking anxious, as if something had happened. Before CMA could respond, someone asked what happened. What's going on? The person quickly said, oh no, Wei got into a fight with his wife on the street today. The police are already here. What? With his wife? Upon hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. Everyone knew how difficult it had been for Wang Rui to find a wife. Having finally brought one home, how could he possibly have gotten into a fight with her? What nonsense are you talking about? CMA was immediately alarmed, quickly turning to the person. How could my son possibly fight with his wife? Oh, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just go ask around. Many people saw it. Today during the incident with Wang Chao, he first argued with Wang Chao and even wanted Wang Chao to slap him, saying that if he didn't, he wouldn't let Wang Chao help him. Then Wang Chao didn't slap him, and I don't know how Wang Rui ended up arguing with that girl again, using the foulest language, even calling her a slut, and then they started fighting. Oh dear, at that time, even several people couldn't pull them apart. Wei Wei's face was scratched up like a cat's, blood everywhere. The person finished speaking in one breath, leaving everyone stunned. Just then, someone who had returned from a wedding on the street confirmed, is that what happened? Receiving confirmation, the overwhelming news left CMA frozen in place, her face pale. Oh no. Wouldn't this mean her daughter-in-law was bound to leave? How could such a scene unfold just after having dinner? This is utterly humiliating. Someone quickly asked, why did Wang Rui let Wang Chao slap himself? Was he drunk or something? Drunk. He was very sober. It was intentional. It sounded like it started because of Wang Jinbao. He kept saying that Wang Chao was disrespectful to him and even smashed the table. The later arrivals added, oh, and I remembered Wang Rui's boss even said that Wang Rui's car was a second-hand car, not a new one at all. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at CMA. Earlier, CMA's words had offended many of them, and now that her family was in trouble, they couldn't wait to stoke the flames. So someone deliberately asked, wasn't Wei Wei's car a new one? It is a new car. How could it not be? CMA absent-mindedly responded, wanting to head home, but after taking a few steps, she turned back to ask, where are they now? At the police station. Yes, at the police station. Now CMA had no desire to stay here. She hurried home, while quickly pulling out her phone to call Wang Rui. After she left, intense discussions naturally erupted here. How arrogant they were before, now they were equally embarrassed. Karma comes swiftly, doesn't it? Deserved. Exactly. Turns out Wang Rui bought a second-hand car. Wow, he sure pretended well. Someone said to those who had just returned from the banquet, do you know what she just said? She said now BMWs and Mercedes are everywhere. Look at her boasting just because she has a little money. Why didn't she say this last year? Not just that, didn't she just say that even the secretary has to seek her family for help? Her son made Wang Chao slap himself on his wedding day. Isn't that absurd? Even if he was drunk, that's still ruthless. To offend the secretary so severely in one go, I wonder if her family can still laugh it off. Everyone was exchanging words, eagerly waiting to see the CMA family's misfortune. There's no helping it. If her family were as low-key as Mingzhe, not deliberately targeting anyone, no one would have said anything. But with CMA flaunting and looking down on others, everyone would dislike her. Thus, one should not be overly arrogant, or they will naturally invite calamity. At Wang Yu's home, 2nd floor, Han Fong pulled Mingzhe into the 2nd bedroom, smiling. As he said, Li Zong, think it over. If you like her, we can leave her for you today. If you think it's inconvenient at home, just go to a hotel on the street. Why are you so insistent on pushing her onto me? What is her relationship with you? Being in the position of a CEO, naturally means being surrounded by people who are adept at flattering and fawning over me. Thus, Mingzhe is quite sensitive to such matters. He would never accept this kind of flattery, as it is likely to give others leverage against him. Han Fong chuckled. Li Zong, you truly cannot escape your keen eye. This is my cousin, and she has never been married. I was just thinking about you being in the countryside surely without any entertainment. Using your hands all the time is definitely not acceptable. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe quickly coughed twice. What are you talking about? Oli Zong, I am doing this for your benefit. Just for tonight, I will let her go tomorrow. Don't be fooled by her somewhat seductive outfit. I instructed her to dress this way. The purpose is to let you see her shining points. In fact, she is a very reserved girl. Han Fong was fervently promoting his cousin, leaving Li Mingzhe with a headache. Reserved. Can someone who is reserved accept this kind of situation? Li Mingzhe could not believe that Han Fong had not discussed what might happen with the girl beforehand. If she were a reserved girl, would she agree to engage with a man she had never met before? Li Mingzhe did not believe Han Feng's nonsense. Although he was not particularly devoted, he at least would not juggle multiple partners at once. He would only interact with one at a time. Therefore, he was neither a fickle person nor someone who would engage indiscriminately. He would absolutely not touch a woman with unclear intentions. All right, I don't want her. Take her away. Don't bring me such chaotic things in the future. Han Fong was still unwilling to give up Li Zong. Are you really not considering it? She is in a cup. As he spoke, Han Fong gestured at his chest, as if describing a rare treasure. Get lost quickly, Li Mingzhe said irritably, and directly pushed the door open and left. The beautiful woman was waiting in Li Mingzhe's room, and she became nervous the moment Han Fong walked in. Bro, why are you here? Where is your leader? Han Fong shrugged. There's nothing I can do. He wasn't interested in you. Forget it. My leader has seen too many beauties in the Magic City. Hearing this, the beautiful woman inevitably felt some disappointment. Just wait here. I'll call you back in a bit. After all the furniture was moved into the house, Wang Yud finally returned, riding his bike unsteadily. Today the secretary had a good drink with him, nearly getting him unable to come back. Upon returning home, seeing the yard filled with old furniture, Wang Yud was naturally dumbfounded and quickly inquired about what had happened. He almost thought someone had come to collect a debt and cleared out the house. Wang Xiuhui explained that Han Fong had brought these pieces from a defunct furniture factory, leaving Wang Yud even more stunned. Xiaohan, why didn't you take these to your own home? Why bring them here? Uncle, my own place has been renovated long ago. I don't need these at all. Han Fong smiled and said, you don't need to thank me. I brought them over for Xiao Wang's sake. If thanks are to be given, it should be for having such a good son. I have things to do, uncle. Since you are back, we will be leaving now. Han Fong called down the bus to Beauty, and the two got into the car amidst the warm send-off and crowding from Wang Yud's family. Oh dear, you guys rushed over and are leaving without eating. This makes me feel so embarrassed. You didn't eat when you came back either. Zhang Xia and Wang Yud both had disapproving expressions, but Han Fong naturally did not care about this. Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You all go ahead and don't see us off. I have some urgent business. Upon hearing that Han Fong had urgent matters, they naturally did not insist on keeping them and quickly let them go. Looking at the yard full of old furniture, Li Mingzhe said, why don't we move all of these to the empty room upstairs? There definitely isn't enough space downstairs. Wang Yud agreed, and the family began to busy themselves with the furniture. After everything was sorted out, Wang Yud was exhausted, and having drunk quite a bit, collapsed onto the new bed to sleep. Zhang Xia looked at the refreshed appearance of the house, feeling immensely happy. Jinbao, your friend has a really good relationship with you. How much do you think all this furniture is worth? You should estimate, and he'll keep track. We need to pay them back slowly later. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe smiled and said, Mom, there's no need. Han Feng's family is wealthy. Just look at the car he drives. This little amount of money doesn't mean anything to him. I will repay the favor, so you don't need to worry about it. Zhang Xia felt uneasy about accepting it this way. Jinbao, this isn't right. Even if it was a clearance sale, it should still be worth quite a bit, right? How can we just accept it as a gift? Li Mingzhe took a sip of water sitting on the genuine leather sofa and smiled. Mom, my relationship with him is special. He is living in my house in the Magic City. Rest assured he is repaying my favor and won't ask for money. Also, don't always think I am broke or something. I just bought a car to prove I have money, and from now on we will go out by car. Wang Xiuhui had heard Li Mingzhe explain this to her last time, so she was more accepting. She also helped Li Mingzhe explain Mom Jinbao isn't someone who puts on a front. If he didn't have money, he wouldn't be able to do all this. Just rest assured, take your medication quickly and don't miss a dose. Yesterday, Li Mingzhe had sent Wang Xiuhui 30,000 yuan to ensure she kept an eye on Zhang Xia taking her medication. Through these gestures from Li Mingzhe, Wang Xiuhui had truly accepted that he was not lacking in basic needs. Although she was not very willing, she genuinely had no way to refuse. After all, they had no capacity to do so. If they continued to refuse Li Mingzhe's kindness, it would only make him feel that they did not regard him as family. That would genuinely hurt Li Mingzhe's feelings. All right, I understand. Zhang Xia looked at her two children, feeling immensely joyful. Remembering the difficult days of the past, she couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. Jinbao, whenever you have the chance, take me and your dad to pay respects to your adoptive father. If there was no opportunity to meet while alive, we must at least go and pay our respects after he has passed. You must go to your adoptive father's grave every year. You must never forget this kindness of raising you. Li Mingzhe nodded. After sitting in the living room for a while, Li Mingzhe also felt tired and wanted to go upstairs for a nap. However, at this moment, he received a WeChat message from Xiaoya. Xiaoya, are you free today? Li Mingzhe pondered for a moment with his phone in hand, contemplating whether he should reply to this message. But before he could make up his mind, Xiaoya sent another message. Do you want to go to the county to watch a movie together tonight? I bought 2 tickets for the 7:30 show. If you are willing to come, I have good news to share with you. Li Mingzhe couldn't help but reply, what good news? Xiaoya, I will tell you when we meet, he. After some thought, Li Mingzhe felt there was no harm in going. One reason was that Wang Rui was no longer pursuing Xiaoya and had found a new love. The other was that after Han Feng's revelation today, he truly felt a stirring in his heart. Alright, he had to admit that the woman from today had indeed stirred his thoughts in that direction. After all, he was a perfectly normal man. So, Li Mingzhe, where are you? Xiaoya, I am at home. Li Mingzhe, send me your location, I will come to pick you up. Location will pick you up. After receiving this message, Xiaoya was filled with excitement and began to bounce around in the yard. Aunt Feng, Wang Jinbao agreed to go watch a movie with me. Xiaoya screamed without any concern for her image, overwhelmed with joy. Xiaoya's mother hurriedly told her to lower her voice. You little brat, why are you shouting so loudly? Don't you want the whole village to know you are going on a date today? Aunt Feng's face lit up with joy. What? You really got in touch with that Wang Jinbao. That's great. You don't need me to be the matchmaker anymore, you two can meet now. Xiaoya didn't bother saying anything else. She arranged to meet Li Mingzhe in an hour and hurried to wash her hair and take a shower. Aunt Feng, equally excited, told Xiaoya's mother, sister-in-law, I must tell you, I've met Wang Jinbao, and he is much better than that Wang Rui. And that boy is so handsome. He has a house in the city, a proper household registration. Don't worry, I have a very good impression of this boy. He is sensible and low-key. Compared to Wang Rui, he is simply in a different league. Seeing that Xiaoya's mother was skeptical, Aunt Feng hurriedly added, Hey sister-in-law, don't think I'm just flattering him on purpose. Xiaoya is my niece, I wouldn't lie about this. Let me tell you, Wang Jinbao is the most handsome and the best match I've seen in our family. Even if Xiaoya has to pursue him, I would fully support it. Xiaoya's mother raised an eyebrow, looking half convinced. Hearing your praises, he sounds like a celestial being. I really want to see what this boy looks like. You don't usually praise the male candidates this much when matchmaking, do you? Although she asked, Xiaoya's mother knew that Aunt Feng was reliable. Aunt Feng always spoke honestly in matchmaking, never exaggerating, at most downplaying a few flaws and letting the girl see for herself. Otherwise, if the flaws were mentioned, the other party might not even agree to meet. With this in mind, she asked Aunt Feng, so does Wang Jinbao have any flaws? Well, hearing this, Aunt Feng thought carefully. She really couldn't think of any flaws of Li Mingzhe. After all, they had only met once, so she didn't know him very well. Oh, if I had to mention a flaw, I feel like his family might not have much money. The last time I saw him, he and his father were both dressed quite ordinarily. However, I remember seeing him get into a very expensive BMW last time, probably worth over $1 million. But I don't think it was his car. Hearing this, Xiaoya's mother nonchalantly replied, whether or not he has money isn't that important. Nowadays, as long as a person is willing to work hard, they won't end up too badly. As long as he doesn't indulge in vices, being a bit poor temporarily isn't a big deal. Aunt Feng nodded. Actually, I'm not too sure about this either, since I don't know much about his family. By the way, it seems he really doesn't have a car. Didn't Xiaoya mention that he had Wang Jinbao drop him off? Wang Jinbao said he doesn't have a car, and both times his sister came to pick him up on a tricycle. Xiaoya's mother didn't care much about this anymore. If this boy really has a house in the city, but no car, that's fine. When Xiaoya gets married, I can just give her a car as a dowry, right? I can still afford a car worth 200,000 if I grit my teeth. She said this and reminded Aunt Feng, hey, don't let Xiaoya know about this, and don't let that boy know either. We need to first see what his family thinks. Aunt Feng nodded emphatically, completely agreeing. Okay, I understand your meaning. While the two chatted in the yard downstairs, Xiaoya hurriedly finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. After a flurry of preparations, Xiaoya finally selected an outfit that she considered the most beautiful and suitable for a date. It also accentuated her figure. She admired herself in the mirror, feeling very satisfied. She had curves in all the right places. Over the years, she really hadn't dressed up so seriously. She even checked her nails meticulously. On the other side, Li Mingzhe had also taken a shower and changed into new clothes. He wasn't dressing up specifically for the date with Xiaoya. He had just moved furniture today and was sweating profusely. Feeling that it was about time, Li Mingzhe went downstairs to inform Zhongxia and Wang Xiuhui. What? You're going to watch a movie with Xiaoya? Wang Xiuhui suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide and round, as if she had heard some astonishing news. Zhongxia also looked surprised. Jinbao, why did you suddenly think of going out to have fun with Xiaoya? Do you think Wang Rui will find out? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhui immediately interrupted, "Mom, what are you talking about? Jinbao dating Xiaoya has nothing to do with Wang Rui. Don't let that rascal CMA influence you." After saying this, Wang Xiuhui immediately turned to Li Mingzhe and expressed her support. "Jinbao, just go, don't feel burdened. If his family dares to say anything, just watch me tear her apart." In the past, Wang Xiuhui would still address CMA as aunt. But now it was different, thinking about how she dared to bully Li Mingzhe. Wang Xiuhui wished she could go up and fight her. Zhang Xia also came to understand at this moment. Yes. Jinbao, I was just afraid that CMA would cause trouble, but I shouldn't think like that. We are in the right, so we have nothing to fear. We never stole Wang Rui's partner, so there's nothing to worry about. Li Mingzhe nodded in agreement. Mom's sister, I'm going now. Seeing that Li Mingzhe was going to drive his new car, Wang Xiuhui was very supportive. At the same time, she couldn't help but cautiously ask, "Jinbao, are you coming home to sleep tonight?" Hearing this, Li Mingzhe instinctively replied, "He'll come back." Wang Xiuhui immediately became anxious. "Oh, why are you coming back? It'll be late after the movie. Take your identity with you. If Xiaoya agrees, you should just stay out tonight." Hearing Wang Xiuhui's blatant hint, Li Mingzhe was somewhat amused and exasperated. What is this? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. He did have that thought earlier, but as long as Xiaoya didn't have that intention, he wouldn't say anything. However, after Wang Xiuhui mentioned it, he felt that if he returned tonight, Wang Xiuhui would probably be sorely disappointed. "Alright, sister, if you think it's too late to let me in, then after I drop Xiaoya off, I'll just stay out." Li Mingzhe teased Wang Xiuhui on purpose. Hearing this, Wang Xiuhui felt both shy and anxious. How could her own brother be so naive? Doesn't he understand what this means? She couldn't directly say that he should go to a hotel with Xiaoya, right? Just when she was feeling overly frustrated, Li Mingzhe burst into laughter. Wang Xiuhui then realized that Li Mingzhe was deliberately joking with her. "Jinbao? You?" Wang Xiuhui's face immediately turned red. Ha, sister, you are too funny. I understand. I'm almost 30 years old. Do you think I'm still a child? You should hurry and go." Wang Xiuhui was at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed to look at Li Mingzhe again, and pulled Zhang Xia back home. There was no way she could say these things to her elder sister who hadn't grown up with her younger brother. Moreover, being inherently reserved, she was already doing her best to give a clear reminder. After Xiaoya finished packing, she took a glance at the door and felt immense joy in her heart. Sister Fang and Xiaoya's mother had also come to the door to look towards the village entrance. "How did he come?" Xiaoya's mother asked. "I don't know, he just said he's here to pick me up," Xiaoya replied joyfully. Even if Li Mingzhe was riding an electric bike to pick her up and then taking her to the town to catch a bus to the county, she would still be willing. "Oh." Xiaoya gazed at the village road, suddenly remembering something, and hurried upstairs to grab her ID card. "Mom, if I'm late tonight, I might not come back," Xiaoya reported directly. Hearing this, Xiaoya's mother was taken aback. "Where are you going to stay if you don't come back tonight? This is just the first time you're meeting him. Please don't be deceived. You must come back tonight. If you don't, your dad will break your legs." Girls and boys are ultimately different. Seeing her daughter so infatuated, Xiaoya's mother was truly furious. She knew Xiaoya was pursuing Li Mingzhe, but she hadn't expected that on their first date, they would be considering sleeping together. This is simply too inappropriate. I'm telling you, girls must remain a bit reserved. I know young people today are quite open-minded about these matters, but you can't let the boy think that you are too easily obtainable. Otherwise, he won't value you, do you understand? Xiaoya's mother spoke very correctly, and Xiaoya naturally understood this principle. "Mom, don't worry, I know how to handle it. Wang Jinbao is different from Wang Rui. And to be honest, even if I said I wouldn't come home tonight, I doubt Wang Jinbao would agree." Xiaoya's mother didn't know Li Mingzhe very well, she hadn't even met him, so she naturally didn't believe it. How could that be? If such a beautiful girl like you takes the initiative, what reason would a man have to refuse? Let me tell you, you're not a child anymore. Don't be foolish. This matter should happen naturally. I'm not being futile, I just think you shouldn't let others feel that you're cheap. Xiaoya nodded with a smile. "Mom, I understand what you're saying, don't worry." While the three were talking, a BMW pulled up in front of Xiaoya's house. But since Xiaoya had her back, Li Mingzhe couldn't see her face clearly. So he tentatively honked the horn, immediately catching the attention of the three. When Xiaoya turned around and confirmed it was him, Li Mingzhe got out of the car. "Oh, isn't that Wang Jinbao?" Sister Fang finally reacted, walking up to Li Mingzhe's car with a look of surprise. "Aunt Fang, what a coincidence." Li Mingzhe smiled and greeted her. "Not a coincidence at all, we're waiting for Xiaoya right here." "Oh right, this is Xiaoya's mother," Sister Fang quickly introduced. When Li Mingzhe's gaze came over, Xiaoya's mother also returned to her senses immediately. "Hello, auntie." "Oh, hello." Xiaoya's mother looked at Li Mingzhe, and for a moment she was a bit dazed. She now truly understood why both Xiaoya and Sister Fang liked Li Mingzhe so much. To be honest, she had some doubts initially. The more they praised him, the more she felt it was unlikely. But upon seeing Li Mingzhe in person, that doubt vanished instantly. Because Li Mingzhe looked just too handsome. If she said he was delicate, he didn't have that feminine vibe. If she said he looked tall and thin, he wasn't that kind of bamboo pole. In short, she really couldn't find a single flaw in Li Mingzhe's appearance. Jinbao, whose car is this? Sister Fang asked with a smile, looking at the temporary license plate on the windshield. Li Mingzhe replied, "Oh, I just bought it today." "Oh, you just bought it?" Sister Fang was pleasantly surprised. She originally thought Li Mingzhe didn't have much money, but now it seemed he was indeed low-key. Sister Fang could tell that Li Mingzhe wasn't the type to show off, so this discovery was a complete pleasant surprise for her. "Jinbao, don't mind Annie being nosy, but I'm just curious why you didn't buy a car earlier, especially with the new year approaching." Thinking that this was someone Xiaoya liked, even if asking this question might offend Li Mingzhe, she had to clarify. But before Li Mingzhe could reply, Xiaoya protested. "Aunt Fang, why are you asking such personal questions?" Before Xiaoya could finish speaking, Li Mingzhe interrupted with a smile. "It's fine, this isn't personal for me. Annie, I bought a car because I felt it was inconvenient to go out without a car. It's fine for short distances, but it's quite troublesome for longer ones." Li Mingzhe casually explained, and Sister Fang got the answer she wanted. She further felt from the bottom of her heart that Li Mingzhe was a low-key, reliable young man. "Oh, I see." Xiaoya didn't want to waste time, so she turned to Sister Fang and her mother, saying, all right, don't ask anymore, we need to go have fun now. Wang Jinbao, let's hurry and go." Xiaoya actively sat in the passenger seat next to Li Mingzhe. Seeing this, Li Mingzhe greeted them and got into the car. "Annie, we're leaving now." All right, you guys go ahead." Watching Li Mingzhe's 5 Series drive away, Sister Fang couldn't help but smile widely. "Sister, do you know how much this car costs?" Xiaoya's mother guessed. "It should be around 300,000 to 400,000, right? How could it be that cheap? This is a BMW 5 Series, over 500,000 on the road." "Oh." Xiaoya's mother was somewhat surprised. "So it's even more expensive than Wang Rui's family car." "Of course." Sister Fang was getting happier the more she thought about it. "Look at this kid, he's so stylish, and his family has money. Where can you find someone like that in our family?" "That's true." Xiaoya's mother completely agreed, but she felt a mix of joy and worry in her heart. "But do you think a kid with such conditions would look at our ordinary family? He's still a resident of Mo City. He must have countless houses in Mo City." Sister Fang didn't get overly excited. She fully understood Xiaoya's mother's concerns. Why think about that so early? Let the two kids get to know each other first. It was currently 3:30 in the afternoon. Li Mingzhe took Xiaoya straight to the county. In the car, Xiaoya sat in the passenger seat, her heart racing. She secretly glanced at Li Mingzhe, marveling at how high his nose bridge was. Xiaoya even thought to herself, if they could have a daughter in the future, she would definitely be very beautiful, right? Li Mingzhe asked, "What good news do you want to tell me?" A question from Li Mingzhe brought Xiaoya back to reality. "Huh. Oh. Xiaoya immediately leaned closer to Li Mingzhe. "Did you know that Wang Rui has a new girlfriend?" Li Mingzhe replied, "Yes." "Well, did you know that he got into a fight with her today?" "My." Li Mingzhe was somewhat surprised. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoya continued, "Today I went out and coincidentally saw Wang Rui and his girlfriend get out of a police car and enter the police station together. Do you know? Wang Rui's face was covered in blood and his girlfriend really hit hard." Hearing this, Li Mingzhe asked, "How do you know they went into the police station? Because they fought?" Xiaoya blurted out, "Because I followed them in." Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe chuckled softly and said nothing. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoya immediately became sensitive. Hey, you don't think I'm being nosy, do you? Although I am a bit curious, it's a woman's nature, okay? It's mainly because Wang Rui left such a deep impression on me, and since I happened to witness it, I definitely want to know what happened." Listening to Xiaoya's explanation, Li Mingzhe smiled lightly and said, "You're quite interesting." Xiaoya's straightforward and carefree personality made her seem uncomplicated. Li Mingzhe didn't like women who were too scheming, so he felt quite comfortable around her. "Huh, you find me interesting." Xiaoya blushed a little upon hearing this. Normally she wasn't so talkative, but today she was just too happy and excited, so she spoke more. When she was in Wang Rui's car earlier, she didn't want to say a word. After that, there was a brief silence in the car. Xiaoya recalled what Li Mingzhe had said to her earlier. "Hey Wang Jinbao, didn't you say you had a girlfriend? Why are you still willing to come out with me to watch a movie?" Li Mingzhe countered, "Then why did you ask me out?" "That's because I know you don't have a girlfriend." Li Mingzhe nodded, "So that's my answer." Xiaoya was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly couldn't see through Li Mingzhe, but it didn't matter. Both of them were clear and innocent, and there were no entanglements. "By the way, what movie do you want to see?" "Any movie will do." Sensing something was off, Li Mingzhe glanced at her. "Didn't you say you had already booked movie tickets?" Xiaoya, looking down at her phone, confidently replied, "If I hadn't said that, would you have come?" "Okay." Li Mingzhe had nothing more to say. With the movie tickets booked, the two decided to go to the mall for a while. "Can you accompany me to buy some clothes first, Before Li Mingzhe could respond, Xiaoya added, "I'll pay for myself, no need for you to foot the bill. Hey, don't refuse." After saying these 3 sentences, it was clear that Li Mingzhe's opinion was useless. He had no other plan, so he could only nod, all right. Upon arriving at the mall and parking the car, Xiaoya took the initiative to link her arm with Li Mingzhe's. Feeling the occasional soft touch, Li Mingzhe was surprised and said, "I didn't expect you to have curves." Hearing this, Xiaoya blushed and shot Li Mingzhe a glare. Pervert. Although she said this, she held her arm even tighter. Li Mingzhe had to admit that Xiaoya was indeed more proactive and bold than most girls. But she didn't seem like the type to play around with men. Inside the mall, Li Mingzhe passively followed Xiaoya to buy a cup of milk tea first. Then the two of them sipped their drinks while browsing clothing stores. However, Xiaoya wasn't one to dawdle while shopping, as she would immediately try on anything she liked after a quick look around, and her pics looked great on her. Li Mingzhe sat there and carefully admired her figure. As expected from a model, her physique was indeed impressive. "Wang Jinbao, what do you think of this outfit?" Xiaoya came out in a very elegant and luxurious long dress, prompting Li Mingzhe to nod repeatedly. "Not bad. This outfit is suitable for more important occasions and has a lot of character. Your figure can definitely carry it off. Add a pearl necklace and change your shoes. The ones you have on don't match." As he spoke, Li Mingzhe earnestly went to the shoe section to pick out a pair and then grabbed a pearl necklace from the accessories section. After Li Mingzhe matched Xiaoya according to his aesthetic, the entire outfit indeed approached perfection for her. Even Xiaoya was stunned by her own appearance. Oh my! Some outfits really need accessories, shoes, and hair to complement them, otherwise anyone wearing them would appear ordinary. But at this moment, under Li Mingzhe's coordination, the outfit was instantly elevated. "Wang Jinbao, you really know how to put together an outfit. I never would have guessed." Xiaoya stood in front of the mirror, extremely happy and satisfied with her reflection. Even the sales associate couldn't stop praising her, and it was clear that her compliments were sincere. "Miss, this dress is simply tailored for you by our designer. You look stunning in it. Also, we only have one of each size in our store. The M size was sold yesterday, and this is the only S size left. So beauty, you really shouldn't hesitate today. Otherwise you might not know how long you'll have to wait if you miss out." Xiaoya had no reason not to buy this dress, so she straightforwardly said, "Okay, wrap this one up for me later. I'll go try on that set again." As Xiaoya said this and was about to go back to the fitting room, a man suddenly called out to her, "Xiaoya." Upon hearing someone call her Xiaoya, instinctively turned her head. "Xiaoya, it really is you." The man was dressed in designer brands, his hair slicked back. He was accompanied by a woman who had clearly undergone excessive cosmetic surgery. After recognizing Xiaoya, the man abandoned his girlfriend and approached her to chat. "Who are you?" Xiaoya sized the man up, seeming to struggle to recall who he was. "I'm Yao Hongjie." Upon hearing his name, Xiaoya looked surprised, seemingly unable to believe it. She then coldly responded with an, "Oh, you've changed so much, or I didn't even recognize you." Saying this, Xiaoya deliberately walked over to Li Mingzhe. "Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Wang Jinbao." Although it wasn't true, Li Mingzhe did not contradict Xiaoya, instead politely nodding at Yao Hongjie. "Oh, you have a boyfriend now?" Yao Hongjie's face was unable to hide his disappointment upon hearing this. He scrutinized Li Mingzhe from top to bottom, not concealing his surprise in his tone. "I thought you would find someone wealthy. So it seems your standards aren't that high after all." Upon hearing Yao Hongjie belittle Li Mingzhe, Xiaoya immediately retaliated without hesitation. "You don't really think I looked down on you back then because you were poor, do you?" Yao Hongjie retorted. "Then what else could it be?" Xiaoya rolled her eyes. "You really are as confident as ever." Yao Hongjie, seemingly unfazed by Xiaoya's attitude, replied, "I might not have been impressive before, but now I'm doing quite well." As he spoke, he deliberately showcased his watch worth 50 to 60,000. However, Xiaoya, having seen many wealthy people in the city, wasn't particularly impressed. But Xiaoya didn't pretend to ignore it. Instead, she exaggerated. "Wow, you're so rich now. What do you do these days?" "Ahem. I haven't done much, just started a transportation company," he replied. Although he could tell Xiaoya wasn't genuinely praising him, he still felt somewhat proud of his situation. At least with the little money he had, he could still attract women. Yao Hongjie then asked, "Xiaoya, what does your boyfriend do?" "Him? He doesn't have a job," Xiaoya lied without batting an eye. Yao Hongjie's first reaction was disbelief. Really? A man like him doesn't work? As he spoke, Yao Hongjie couldn't help but scrutinize Li Mingzhe again, discovering that he was indeed wearing no brand-name clothes from head to toe. Seeing this, he actually believed it a little. Yao Hongjie couldn't help but speculate, "You don't support yourself through a woman, do you?" Li Mingzhe didn't answer immediately, but looked at Xiaoya. The previous words were all concocted by her, so surely she had prepared for the rest too. Sure enough, as he glanced over, Xiaoya cheerfully chimed in, "See, this is your lack of experience. He doesn't have a job because he doesn't need one. He owns many properties in the city and earns tens of thousands every month just from rent. According to what you just said, he must be living off his properties." Xiaoya's words almost made Li Mingzhe burst out laughing. However, to cooperate with her, he kept silent. Who would believe that? Xiaoya, when did you become so concerned about appearances? Xiaoya shrugged, believe it or not, but I can't guarantee that everything I say is the absolute truth. Alright, enough chit-chat, I'm going to change clothes now. After saying this, she playfully rubbed against Li Mingzhe's arm. Wait for me a bit, I'll be done soon. Ahem. Li Mingzhe coughed, lightly acknowledging her. This scene made Yao Hongjie feel quite sour inside. After all, Xiaoya was the goddess he pursued back in high school. Just then a woman beside him who looked like she had undergone plastic surgery asked jealously, Hongjie, who is that girl? She's my classmate from high school. The plastic surgery girl raised her fake eyebrows and asked, so you two dated before, right? Before Yao Hongjie could explain, Xiaoya suddenly turned back. Who dated him? Back in high school he pursued me, but I rejected him and deleted him from my WeChat long ago. Saying this, Xiaoya pulled Li Mingzhe aside and whispered, this guy is difficult to deal with, you just ignore him until I come out to rescue you. Li Mingzhe turned to look at her somewhat puzzled. Why rescue me? He's not pursuing me. Haha, you don't know, this guy is incredibly arrogant, he will definitely try to belittle you soon. If possible, it's best if there's no trouble. Just wait here for me, okay? After sharing her little secret, Xiaoya winked at Li Mingzhe and gave a cold glance at the woman next to Yao Hongjie before finally going to change clothes. The woman looked at Xiaoya's sexy and curvy figure filled with envy and jealousy. Seeing Yao Hongjie's gaze follow Xiaoya, she was even more furious. What are you looking at? Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Why are you still looking? How about you add each other on WeChat and pursue her again? The plastic surgery girl clearly got angry, her eyes cutting like knives at Yao Hongjie's face. Yao Hongjie glared at her, but couldn't say a word. The reason he didn't retort was that he indeed wanted to add Xiaoya back on WeChat. She was beautiful in high school, and now she had blossomed even more. But with a fierce woman beside him and a rival in front, Li Mingzhe could only think about it. After Xiaoya went to the fitting room, Yao Hongjie glanced at Li Mingzhe and mockingly asked, how could someone like him possibly own property in this city? The plastic surgery girl scoffed. You believe everything she says? I could say I own a place at the Bund too. Do you believe that? Hearing them openly discuss him, Li Mingzhe rubbed his nose and stayed silent. Because he actually did own property at the Bund, and it was 2 units. However, he would never reveal it. He had never been one to flaunt his wealth. Moreover, these 2 weren't worth showing off to. Indeed, Xiaoya must be afraid I'd look down on her boyfriend, which is why she said that on purpose. He probably really doesn't work and depends on his family. Saying this, Yao Hongjie displayed a look of disdain, adjusting his custom-made suit in front of the mirror. He still looked quite confident. He may not be as handsome as Li Mingzhe, but he was wealthy. At that moment, the plastic surgery girl casually scanned the clothes on the rack and happened to see Xiaoya come out in a different outfit. She intentionally raised her voice and said, sigh. There aren't many new styles here, none look good. I should have waited a while to come back. There's nowhere to spend money, huh? Hearing the plastic surgery girl showing off, Xiaoya cheerfully responded, sister, I suggest you try a different store, you might find something you like. The plastic surgery girl instantly became sensitive, glaring. Who are you calling sister? Huh, aren't I older than you? Oh my bad, I thought you were older than me. Xiaoya wore a mischievous smile. After saying this, she walked over towards Li Mingzhe. Seeing her like this, the plastic surgery girl felt her nose, which had been enhanced, was about to break from anger. Suddenly she thought of something and immediately told the salesperson, do you still have the velvet one that she was wearing earlier? I want one too. The salesperson was taken aback. That was the last piece. However, fearing the plastic surgery girl would refuse, she quickly said, we can get it for you, but it will take a few days as we need to restock. A few more days. The plastic surgery girl immediately became displeased. No way, I want it today. Doesn't she have one on? I just want that one. Hearing this, the sales staff showed a difficult expression. Sorry, miss, the one earlier has already been claimed by that lady. Has she already paid? No. Yes. If she hasn't paid, then what's the issue? Verbal claims don't count. The plastic surgery girl held her head high, looking arrogant. Don't forget, I'm a supreme member here. She has already changed out of it, just wrap it up for me. And you have her accessories here too, right? Get me a full set from head to toe. As the sales staff looked troubled, Li Mingzhe suddenly spoke up. Do you know what first come first served means? Oi. The plastic surgery girl glanced at Li Mingzhe and coldly huffed. I don't know what that means. I only know that supreme members have privileges. Oh. Li Mingzhe raised an eyebrow and turned to the salesperson. Is there a privilege for members to snatch someone else's clothes? In fact, there was no such privilege. Unless you were the boss. If you say you won't sell to someone, then you won't sell to them. Therefore, the plastic surgery girl's argument was absolutely untenable. Seeing that things were about to escalate, the salesperson quickly tried to compress the time, saying, Miss, how about we arrange to bring one over from the city for you tomorrow? No. The plastic surgery girl flatly refused. I want it today. If you bring it tomorrow, I might not like it anymore. Buying clothes is all about the thrill of something new, right? The salesperson was at a loss, saying, well, I'm afraid we really cannot satisfy your request. If that's the case, you might as well go to the store in the city to buy it. Hearing this, the cosmetic surgery girl immediately exploded. What do you mean? Are you trying to kick me out? When you asked me to recharge my membership, why didn't you try to kick me out then? Oh, now you want to kick me out. The cosmetic surgery girl, unable to back down, simply went wild. She pushed Yao Hongjie and said, are you dead or something? Didn't you say money could make the world go round? You need to think of a solution quickly. I want that one. Xiaoya looked at the cosmetic surgery girl with a bewildered expression, pretending not to hear her nonsense. She asked Li Mingzhe, how does the set look? Li Mingzhe took a serious look and nodded, not bad, quite casual, suitable for when you go out. Xiaoya was overjoyed. Then I'll take this one too. All right, just these 3 sets, I'll wear them directly, let's check out. As soon as the salesperson took the clothes, Yao Hongjie spoke up, Xiaoya, why don't you let us have that outfit you just picked? My girlfriend also likes that piece. Xiaoya pretended not to understand. What do you mean? If she likes it, go ask the salesperson for it. What do you need to ask me for? I already decided to buy that outfit. Yao Hongjie cleared his throat. The salesperson said, there's only that one left. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes widened. Then I definitely can't give it to you. Yao Hongjie didn't really want to help the cosmetic surgery girl snatch a piece of clothing, as Xiaoya had her eyes on it first. Even if they put pressure on the salesperson, it was unlikely they would do something so morally questionable. Seeing Xiaoya's firm attitude, he was also at a loss. So he turned to the cosmetic surgery girl, how about we forget it? I feel like you can't wear that size anyway. Just look down at your waist. Hearing this, the cosmetic surgery girl naturally exploded, shoving Yao Hongjie hard and shouting, do you know what you're talking about? Oh, so you're looking at this vixen now and finding me displeasing, right? They'll tell you must get me that outfit or we're breaking up right now. Hearing the word break up, Yao Hongjie got a bit anxious. He knew that today he had to get that outfit, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Xiaoya, you saw it too, right? I really have no choice here. How about for the sake of being classmates, you give me a favor and let me have that outfit? Xiaoya remained silent, instead exchanging a glance with Li Mingzhe. Her eyes twinkled as if she had come up with an idea, saying playfully, sister. Oh no, younger sister, do you really want that dress? But I really like it too. How about this? I can let you have that dress first. However, you need to buy the clothes I picked today for me. What do you think? Before they could respond, Xiaoya continued, don't worry, it's not expensive. Don't you have money with nowhere to spend it? See, now you have a place to spend it. And I believe you're not short on this little money, right? The cosmetic surgery girl, flattered by Xiaoya, unconsciously raised her head. She still had a few thousand on her membership card, so she indeed wasn't short on this little bit of money. Recalling how Xiaoya looked in that outfit, she felt she would look just as good in it. Moreover, she had insisted on buying the same style earlier, and now that she was given this opportunity, she naturally had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would seem like she was short on money. With that in mind, she readily agreed, fine, let's do it your way. Take the clothes you like to the counter, and I'll pay. All right. Xiaoya beamed with joy and hurried to the counter, while also giving Li Mingzhe a knowing glance. Although they hadn't known each other long and logically had no tacit understanding, Li Mingzhe inexplicably understood her glance. Taking advantage of Yao Hongjie and the cosmetic surgery girl not paying attention, Li Mingzhe picked a few more pieces of clothing according to his taste and brought them to the counter. Now there were more than 3 sets. Seeing that the cosmetic surgery girl seemed to notice this behavior, Xiaoya quickly said with a smile, younger sister, the clothes in this store aren't cheap, so make sure you have enough money later. The cosmetic surgery girl crossed her arms and nonchalantly replied, if I don't have enough, I'll just recharge. After all, Yao Hongjie is rich. Yao Hongjie was somewhat reluctant, but he put on a very generous front. Well, I can just recharge another 5,000 if needed. Once the cashier entered all the clothes, she immediately addressed the cosmetic surgery girl, miss, your total is 6,500 yuan. 6,005. Both the cosmetic surgery girl and Yao Hongjie were shocked. They immediately went to check the clothes Xiaoya had chosen. The cosmetic surgery girl immediately noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute, why are there 2 more coats? Didn't you say you didn't have these 2 earlier? And this piece I don't think was included either. Since she was caught, Xiaoya simply admitted, yes, I just picked this one. I can't help it, younger sister. I'm not as lucky as you to find a rich guy like Yao Hongjie. My boyfriend and I are broke, and I wouldn't dare buy these without your help. Li Mingzhe suppressed his laughter and nodded beside her. Hearing this, Yao Hongjie looked at the eager gazes of the salespeople and felt he had to pay. Now was his chance to show that he was wealthy. Who knows, maybe Xiaoya would want to add him on WeChat after seeing his money. After all, what she wanted her impoverished boyfriend couldn't provide. Just as the cosmetic surgery girl was about to speak, Yao Hongjie directly agreed, all right, let's do it like that. He'll recharge another 5,000. He added to the cosmetic surgery girl, we're not short on this little money. Although he only had over 30,000 left on his card, Yao Hongjie still forced himself to act rich. The money was quickly spent, but after the new year it would be fine. Just as Yao Hongjie was pulling out the payment code, the cosmetic surgery girl suddenly became anxious. Hey, are you really going to recharge? Of course I'm going to recharge. You agreed, how can I go back on my word? Saying this, Yao Hongjie provided his membership phone number and indeed recharged 5,000 yuan. Once all the money for Xiao Ya's clothes was settled, she unceremoniously asked the salesperson, could you help us deliver the clothes to the car? We're still going shopping, and it's inconvenient to carry so many clothes. The salesperson immediately agreed, no problem, no problem. Having bought so many clothes, although she didn't pay for them, without her this achievement certainly wouldn't have been possible. So she deserved this little privilege. Then let's go. Thank you. Xiao Ya smiled brightly, waved goodbye to the cosmetic surgery girl and Yao Hongjie, and left with the clothes. Meanwhile, the cashier promptly wrapped up the clothes that the cosmetic surgery girl had snatched with great difficulty. Miss, here are your clothes. The cosmetic surgery girl looked at the bag containing the clothes and shoes, feeling inexplicably displeased. Wait, I need to try this outfit on first. The salesperson had a bad feeling when she heard this, and sure enough, when the cosmetic surgery girl came out in the outfit, her expression had changed. Why does this dress look so unflattering on me? The clothes that originally fit Xiao Ya perfectly looked quite strange on her, making it even a bit difficult to lift her arm. Not to mention her little belly that was already encircled by a layer of fat. Yao Hongjie, who had spent quite a bit of money, shook his head and sighed. I warned you long ago, you definitely don't wear the same size as her. While this trip has accomplished nothing, several thousand have just disappeared. Yao Hongjie was in a bad mood, and the cosmetic surgery girl was even more on the verge of a breakdown. She was so angry that she wanted to tell the salesperson to return the clothes. But how could the salesperson agree to return items that had already been sold? After a dispute, the salesperson only offered one solution: to get an M size from another store. However, the time frame was no longer the one they had initially discussed. You want me to come back next weekend? Have you lost your mind? 6 days from now, it's New Year. The salesperson immediately replied, that's perfect. You can wear this to pay New Year visits. Hearing this, the cosmetic surgery girl nearly exploded with anger. Yet she had no choice but to accept this reality. In the end, both of them left the clothing store, each carrying a belly full of anger. By the mall's railing, the cosmetic surgery girl increasingly fumed. Damn it, several $1,000 just to be treated like a beggar. Not even a few $1,000 and still have the nerve to go shopping, aren't they ashamed? Naturally, she was talking about Xiao Ya and Li Mingzhe, but the two of them could not hear her. Li Mingzhe and Xiao Ya, along with the salesperson helping to carry their things, had just placed the clothes in the car, and the three of them were walking towards the elevator. The salesperson, having seen Li Mingzhe's car, couldn't help but say, handsome guy, you really are low-key. I feel like you should actually be richer than Mr. Yao, just that you don't show it. Oh, so you thought I was poor before? Not really. It just didn't look like you were as wealthy as Mr. Yao. But to be honest, you can't judge a person's wealth just by appearances. Some people are just low-key hiding their wealth, while others are eager to flaunt their money on their bodies. In fact, most of the latter are the ones who don't have much money but love to show off. Listening to the salesperson's insights, Xiao Ya chuckled and asked Li Mingzhe, did you want to charge a few $1,000 on a card to slap his face when you heard Yao Hongjie's words? Li Mingzhe thought for a moment and replied, well, I did have that thought. Primarily, he was in a county area of Zhongzhou, and his businesses and friends were not here, so he couldn't rely on their support. So to resolve some issues, he truly had to spend money. However, Xiao Ya's reverse operation today really taught Li Mingzhe a lesson. In the past, spending more money to slap them in the face was just a thing of the past. Now, spending the other party's money to slap their face is the real way to kill with a dagger to the heart. Haha, do you think you were wrong? With that few $1,000, wouldn't it be better to buy something else? Li Mingzhe nodded in agreement. You've got some clever ideas. The three returned to the mall, and the salesperson greeted them before quickly heading back to the store. Before even entering the store, she hurriedly said to the salesperson standing at the door, you definitely wouldn't believe it, that guy who was dressed so ordinarily just now drives a BMW 5 Series. Although it's not exactly a luxury car, it's still a good car, at least one that someone with an annual salary of several $100,000 would buy. So it indicated that Li Mingzhe still had some strength. Really? I couldn't tell at all. Yes, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Moreover, that guy seems to really own a house in Magic City. What that beauty said was not a lie. The two were gossiping while the cosmetic surgery girl waiting outside the neighboring store for their drinks became restless. When Yao Hongjie returned with the drinks, she immediately shared the information she had overheard with him. However, Yao Hongjie had a look of disbelief. How do you know that car is his? What if he borrowed it? The cosmetic surgery girl couldn't take in Yao Hongjie's words. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She now felt that Xiao Ya was doing it on purpose. She stood up with the drink in her hand. Let's go find them. Yao Hongjie was speechless. Are you out of your mind? What do you want to see them for? I want to see if that guy really has money. TSK, get up quickly, let's go. There was no way around it. The cosmetic surgery girl insisted on going. Yao Hongjie could only follow behind her, searching for Li Mingzhe and Xiao Ya in the mall. But it didn't take long before she actually found them on the first floor. At that moment, Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya were completely unaware that someone was following them. As they passed by a jewelry store, Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at the necklace inside the glass wall. She took a quick look at the price, and it was over 80,000. She instantly thought that this necklace was not beautiful at all. But Li Mingzhe noticed her action and directly pulled her back. Do you like this? Xiaoya shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't like it, I don't like it. Li Mingzhe knew she was indeed interested and directly told the salesperson standing at the door, please take that necklace down, we want to try it on. Huh? Xiaoya panicked. What are you doing? We're not buying it, why try it on? Saying this, she waved her hands apologetically at the salesperson. No need to bother, thank you. But Li Mingzhe walked straight into the store. He repeated to the salesperson, take it down or we definitely want to try it on. To prevent the salesperson from thinking he couldn't afford it and refusing to let them try, Li Mingzhe even placed his car keys on the counter. Sure enough, upon seeing the BMW car keys, the salesperson felt much more reassured. Some were taking the necklace, while others were pouring water for Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya. Xiaoya, looking apprehensive, whispered, do you realize that if you don't buy it later, you won't have a way to back out? They're definitely going to push you to buy it hard. It's fine if I can't back out, then I just won't. Why bother? It'll really be awkward later. As Xiaoya calculated her finances in her heart. Although she still had a small amount of savings, she absolutely couldn't bear to spend it all on a diamond necklace. Li Mingzhe smiled lightly. No need to feel awkward, I'll buy it for you. What? Xiaoya's eyes widened. You said you would buy it for me. Although I don't live off rental income as you said earlier, I can manage here in Magic City. This amount of money isn't a big deal for me. Xiaoya listened to Li Mingzhe's words, dazedly accepting the water cup handed to her by the salesperson, Wang Jinbao. Li Mingzhe, I don't know why, but when that comes out of your mouth, I don't find it strange at all, nor do I think you're boasting. On the contrary, I feel it suits your temperament very well. Li Mingzhe smiled without speaking. Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, then why do you want to buy it for me? Wasn't I the one who insisted on asking you out today? It wouldn't make sense for you to spend money on me. She asked this question with her heart racing, her face filled with anticipation. Li Mingzhe knew what answer she wanted and casually leaned against the counter, responding, didn't you say I was your boyfriend back in the clothing store? Since I'm your boyfriend, isn't it normal for me to buy you a necklace? Xiaoya was so excited she almost jumped up just as the salesperson had already brought the necklace over. Beauty, let me put this on for you. As the necklace was placed around her neck, Xiaoya had no time to admire it. Her mind was filled with the fact that Li Mingzhe had agreed to be with her. Come on, this is just too thrilling. The saying that girls pursue boys is like a layer of gauze is truly not a lie. Thinking this, a blush crept onto her face. Seeing Xiaoya wearing the necklace, Li Mingzhe nodded in satisfaction. Not waiting for the salesperson to begin the sales pitch, he directly said, looks good, let's pay. Upon hearing this, the salesperson felt like they could faint from happiness. This transaction was just too quick. After the payment was made, Xiaoya hadn't yet returned from her blissful state to reality. First, she had successfully pursued Li Mingzhe, and in the blink of an eye, Li Mingzhe had bought her an $80,000 necklace. Who wouldn't be dazed by that? Quick, pinch me. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoya took Li Mingzhe's hand and held it tightly, not letting go. Several salespeople enthusiastically saw them off at the door, watching the two figures depart, filled with envy. A necklace that had been displayed for over a year was sold in less than 10 minutes. Tisk, that guy is really handsome and generous. Yeah, and that girl is beautiful too. She's really lucky to find someone both handsome and wealthy. I'm so envious. Me too, me too. The cosmetic surgery girl who had been observing the situation outside saw that Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya had walked far away and immediately asked the salesperson, hey, what did those two just buy? What did those two just buy? They bought a diamond necklace. What? The woman who had undergone cosmetic surgery was stunned. The salesperson nodded, saying, yes, we didn't expect it either, we thought he was just trying it on. The salesperson then asked, sir, madam, would you like to buy the same diamond necklace? Hearing this, and recalling how Xiaoya had scammed him out of several thousand yuan, he was furious enough to consider calling the police. Look at them. They buy a necklace worth 90,000 yuan without hesitation, yet you complain about spending 5,000 on clothes. Are you even a man? Damn it, looking glamorous on the outside, but useless on the inside. This phrase was actually a double entendre. Feeling provoked, Yao Hongjie was furious and even thought about hitting back. But then he remembered that other women had left him once they realized he was no good, so he held back. This was also why he had been able to tolerate the woman who had undergone cosmetic surgery. She turned and stormed towards the mall exit, saying, damn it, I'm so fed up with this. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya noticed it was already 5 o'clock and decided to find a place to have dinner. At this time, the dining spots in the mall weren't crowded. In a corner, they sat down and began to order. Just as they were ordering, Li Mingzhe suddenly heard voices coming from the next table, and they were quite loud. Hey Chang'e, why do we have to eat at a place like this? This place looks incredibly expensive. Mom, keep your voice down. This is a public place. Isn't this your first time meeting someone? Shouldn't you pick a nicer place? Do you think everyone is like Xiaohui? Curiosity piqued. Li Mingzhe peeked through the wooden partition and indeed saw Gao Chong. And sitting across from him was Chun Fengxia. Huh, why were these mother and son dining here? It didn't seem like something they would do. Just as he was puzzled, he noticed a woman approaching Gao Chong's table. This woman was in her 30s, dressed fashionably, wearing makeup and having permed hair. Oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. Hello, auntie. The woman immediately greeted Chun Fengxia. Chun Fengxia stood up with a smile, saying, hello, hello, hello. Gao Chong quickly introduced, Mom, this is Mingming, as I mentioned. Oh, very nice, very nice. Though she said this, Chun Fengxia didn't really think so. The woman, named Mingming, quickly began to order once she sat down. I've ordered, you see if there's anything else you want to eat. Xiaoya noticed that Li Mingzhe's ear was almost pressed against the wall and said, are you listening? Shoo. Li Mingzhe whispered, I'm fine with whatever you just finish ordering. The person next door is my brother-in-law that seems he has something going on, so don't disturb me for now. After explaining the situation, Xiaoya handed the menu to the waiter and began to eavesdrop. After Gao Chong's table ordered 6 or 7 dishes, Mingming went to the restroom, leaving Gao Chong and Chun Fengxia alone at the table. As soon as she left, Chun Fengxia immediately began to speak. Chong, what kind of person have you found? There are just 3 of us and she ordered so many dishes. She clearly doesn't know how to manage her life. What nonsense are you talking about? The old house is about to collapse. You want me to live there? It should be noted that Wang Xiaohui had never suggested living in the old house during all these years since she married in. Moreover, after Wang Xiaohui married into the family, Chun Fengxia never said anything, yet Wang Xiaohui renovated the room downstairs for her, which was hardly inferior to their wedding room upstairs. Yet this woman hadn't even stepped through the door when Gao Chong said he wanted to kick her out. How could she agree to that? Gao Chong immediately reassured, Mom, please don't get excited. Don't worry, we can tear down that old house and build you a new 2-room bungalow. It won't be convenient for you to live with us young ones. Living alone is better for you and for us. Gao Chong's words truly infuriated Chun Fengxia, causing her blood pressure to rise. She had no appetite left for the meal. Fine, I can see it now. Oh, I really have a good son. So now that you're marrying a new daughter-in-law, you've forgotten about your mother, haven't you? Fine, fine, fine. Oh, I can't afford this meal. I'm leaving you two. Take your time eating. With that, Chun Fengxia picked up her things and walked out. Gao Chong chased after her, while Mingming calmly sat in her seat, showing no intention of leaving. The dishes happened to be served just then, so she simply started eating alone. Xiaoya, after hearing all this, quietly asked, is your brother-in-law introducing his girlfriend to the family? No, this is just a play acting. Li Mingzhe, after hearing everything, understood that Gao Chong was indeed preparing for Wang Zui's return home. It's all right, let's eat our meal. Witnessing this scene, Li Mingzhe felt more at ease about Wang Zui's situation. It was apparent that Gao Chong seemed to have genuinely awakened. After finishing dinner, they strolled around the mall for a while. Xiaoya was worried about losing the necklace, so she took Li Mingzhe with her to put it in the underground parking lot. The movie doesn't start for another half an hour. Shall we sit in the car for a while? Xiaoya suggested. Li Mingzhe didn't mind. The two sat in the car, and Li Mingzhe reclined his seat back quite a bit. Then he half lay down to rest. The inside of the car was quiet, with their breathing sounds echoing. Xiaoya felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Before arriving, she wasn't this excited, as Li Mingzhe hadn't yet indicated he was willing to be her boyfriend. But now it was different. They had already verbally confirmed their relationship. Turning up the air conditioning a bit, Xiaoya took off her jacket. Li Mingzhe closed his eyes to rest, seemingly unconcerned about what she was doing. The silence between them felt awkward, prompting Xiaoya to take the initiative to start a conversation. So Wang Jinbao. Li Mingzhe didn't open his eyes. Xiaoya asked, why have you never posted anything on your WeChat moments? Li Mingzhe replied, I don't use WeChat moments. Then do you look at WeChat moments? I hardly ever do. I'm not interested in other people's lives. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya seemed a bit disappointed. Ah, then you seem so uninteresting. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe opened his eyes and sat up straight. Why does not browsing WeChat moments mean you're uninteresting? Xiaoya instinctively leaned back, timidly saying, well, I just think if you don't have even this bit of curiosity, your daily life must be very dull. Li Mingzhe smiled, but didn't respond. Realizing her judgment might not be accurate, Xiaoya added, maybe you're just someone who doesn't like to share. Actually, I don't dislike sharing. I just don't like sharing online. You don't understand me now, but you'll know later. As Li Mingzhe said this, he tried to lie back down. Xiaoya suddenly grabbed the front of his shirt, catching Li Mingzhe off guard, and his body froze in midair. Then how can I get to know you if you don't say anything? The air suddenly fell silent. The two locked eyes, and it felt as if the thin layer of paper between them was becoming increasingly fragile. The first intimate gesture requires an opportunity. Xiaoya looked forward, her beautiful eyes already signaling her anticipation. Li Mingzhe, not being a naive young man, naturally understood Xiaoya was actively giving him a chance. As the hormones surged, he also closed the distance and leaned in for a kiss. At the moment their lips touched, he felt all the blood in his body boiling, rushing to one particular place. As a normal male, he had already reacted as expected. Ugh. Xiaoya clumsily responded to Li Mingzhe, feeling completely out of breath, and after a moment, she suddenly pushed him away. I am going to suffocate. Xiaoya leaned against the seat, gasping for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly. At this moment, the craving within Li Mingzhe had been completely stirred up. He leaned close to Xiaoya again, curiously asking, "You don't know how to kiss?" Xiaoya's cheeks flushed red and her gaze darted away. "I do." "Then you don't know how to breathe." While saying this, Li Mingzhe's gaze had already landed on Xiaoya's chest. Xiaoya instinctively covered her chest, her face reddening like a monkey's. "But wait for me to practice a bit more. Also, this is a parking lot, you mustn't get carried away." Seeing Xiaoya's clearly defensive reaction, Li Mingzhe became slightly more sober. He realized he couldn't rush things. He cracked a window open and turned off the air conditioning, feeling the heat lessen. Feeling a bit calmer, Li Mingzhe turned to look at Xiaoya and noticed her shy demeanor, which didn't seem like that of a seasoned veteran in the dating scene, leaving him puzzled. "Xiaoya, how many boyfriends have you had?" This question seemed to stump her. After pondering for a few seconds, she bashfully asked, "Does online dating count?" Li Mingzhe couldn't help but chuckle. He thought she would give some astonishing answer. So he asked, "When you say online dating, do you mean just dating online or meeting in real life after getting to know each other online?" Xiaoya earnestly replied, "Just dating online." Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe instantly understood. It turned out Xiaoya wasn't just a dating veteran, she had never dated anyone in reality. Li Mingzhe had suspected this earlier, but thought it was unlikely. Now that Xiaoya confirmed it herself, he was completely sure. "That definitely doesn't count. Seeing you so proactive and bold, usually, I thought you had plenty of experience. Turns out you only have theoretical knowledge." This was of course good news for Li Mingzhe. Xiaoya seemed a bit unconvinced by this remark. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly caught sight of Li Mingzhe's pants and directly poked at them. "So you really?" Xiaoya looked up and suddenly found Li Mingzhe staring intently at her. There was something in his eyes that she couldn't quite comprehend. It felt like he could devour her in the next second. Oh no. Xiaoya suddenly realized she had gotten herself into trouble. Before Li Mingzhe could pounce, she hurriedly said, "Let's watch a movie first. I've already bought the movie tickets." With that, she tugged at her clothes and got out of the car, leaving Li Mingzhe behind. Once she got out of the car, she felt disoriented and wanted to sneak away, but looking left and right, she didn't know where to go. "No, wait, he is already my boyfriend. Am I overreacting? Will he think I'm playing hard to get? And I read online that men can't hold it, and otherwise it will be bad for them. This can't be done in the car." While Xiaoya was brainstorming, Li Mingzhe had already gotten out of the car and brought her handbag down from the car. "Here." Well, thank you." Xiaoya took the bag and hurriedly glanced at Li Mingzhe's pants, her mind a whirlwind. She didn't know what to do next. "Let's go." "Where to?" Xiaoya instinctively asked. "To watch a movie." "Isn't the show about to start?" "Now we're going to buy some popcorn, and we'll just be in time for the ticket check." Oh. Xiaoya nodded repeatedly and immediately walked towards the elevator. She walked quickly ahead, not daring to look back. Fortunately, Li Mingzhe acted as if nothing was wrong, not asking any more questions. Once they entered the cinema and the movie started, Xiaoya's heart gradually calmed down. Holding popcorn in her arms, she handed it to Li Mingzhe and whispered, "Do you want some?" "You go ahead, I don't like snacks." Oh. Halfway through the movie, she had almost finished the small portion of popcorn. Li Mingzhe glanced at her serious expression while watching the movie and took the initiative to hold her hand. He wouldn't kiss or touch her in the cinema since the projectionist could see everything. Xiaoya felt both happy and excited enjoying the movie. But once it ended, her heart started to feel uneasy again, because what followed was the real decision of whether or not to go home that night. After leaving the cinema, Li Mingzhe avoided the crowd and stood in a corner of the mall. He asked seriously, "Are you free today?" Xiaoya forced herself to stay calm and looked up at Li Mingzhe. "What kind of free are you asking about?" Li Mingzhe was caught off guard by her retort. "What other kind could there be? Tonight we're staying at a hotel. Do you agree?" I agree." Xiaoya's voice was barely a whisper. Upon receiving a definite answer, Li Mingzhe chuckled lightly, and their destination immediately changed to the couple's hotel across the mall. After getting the room key, while looking for the room, Li Mingzhe noticed Xiaoya's hesitant steps and directly pulled her into his embrace. "Now that we're here, you have no chance to back out. No man would let you go." Xiaoya was obviously nervous and trembling, yet she said, "I'm already 26 and not a child. Today, I didn't plan to go home anyway." Hearing this, Li Mingzhe was quite satisfied. He would never force a woman to sleep with him. He opened the door and inserted the power card. Upon entering, Xiaoyao exclaimed, "So this is what a couple's room looks like." After changing her shoes, she immediately began to explore the Japanese-themed room. Li Mingzhe adjusted the air conditioning, took off his coat, and drew the curtains. Xiaoyao, pretending not to care, was actually so nervous that her heart raced. Just as she put down her bag, Li Mingzhe had already walked up behind her. She had just turned around when Li Mingzhe directly picked her up and placed her on the table behind. Li Mingzhe was already tall. With Xiaoyao sitting on the table, she was now even shorter than him. Now she had to look up at Li Mingzhe. But she didn't know that her somewhat confused and nervous expression had already ignited the fire within Li Mingzhe. The atmosphere was like boiling water, and just as Li Mingzhe was about to make a move, Xiaoyao hurriedly said, wait a moment, the light is too bright. I'll go turn off the lights." Xiaoyao was flustered as she tried to buy herself a little time, as she was simply too nervous. But just as she got off the table, Li Mingzhe grabbed her, and with an inexplicable force pushed her down onto the bed. "Let me turn it off," Li Mingzhe said as he followed her onto the bed. The lights were quickly dimmed by Li Mingzhe, and before Xiaoyao could react, she was pinned beneath him. After a passionate entanglement, Xiaoyao was completely conquered by Li Mingzhe's gentleness and strength, nestled sweetly in his embrace. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe found it hard to believe the small pool of blood on the sheets. In fact, he had slept with no less than 30 women, and aside from one in college who was a virgin, he hadn't met anyone intact since returning to the country. Moreover, he had no particular fetish about virgins, so he wasn't very concerned about these matters. But today, Xiaoyao truly surprised him. He even felt a bit of joy. This was her first time. It was only after seeing the pool of blood that he understood why Xiaoyao was so nervous and shy. Because she had never had practical experience. "Xiaoyao, if I don't marry you, you won't do anything rash, right?" Li Mingzhe asked this because he felt that such a beautiful girl who hadn't been in a relationship would definitely be quite conservative in this regard. But now that he had taken her first night away without giving her a result, she probably wouldn't be able to accept it, right? Xiaoyao immediately became alert upon hearing this, glaring at Li Mingzhe. "Wang Jinbao, you won't just dump me tomorrow, right?" No, that certainly won't happen. I just don't have a clear timeline for marriage, and I feel that you women are definitely aiming for a result. If it's just about money, then I wouldn't care, because for me, things that can be solved with money aren't really issues." But he was afraid of encountering someone who wanted a home. That would be much more troublesome. "The reason I'm asking you this is that I'm worried you want to get married early, and if I don't agree, it might hurt you." Upon hearing Li Mingzhe's response, Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that's good. Don't worry, I don't want to get married early either. Let's just date for now. Who knows, maybe in a couple of years you'll have plans, and we can get married then. To be honest, you might think I'm too proactive, not like a good woman, but I'm willing to give you this quickly because I know you're not a scumbag. I realized this from the first time I saw you. To be precise, I fell in love with you at first sight." Li Mingzhe suddenly interjected, "Are you sure it's not just lust?" Hearing this, Xiaoyao shot him a glare. "What are you talking about? Is that wrong? Fortunately, I'm bold, otherwise I wouldn't have known you had such a great figure and so much muscle." As she spoke, Xiaoyao touched Li Mingzhe's chest muscles and abs, and just when she was about to touch his legs, Li Mingzhe suddenly held her hand, leaving it in an indescribable place. "Why are you?" Xiaoyao was startled and wanted to retract her hand, but it was clearly too late. Li Mingzhe leaned close to her ear, his voice a bit husky. "As adults, we must take responsibility for our actions." And so the two of them continued their entanglement. In the end, Xiaoyao was so exhausted that she didn't even have the strength to get up and wash. They both fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Xiaoyao immediately went to take a shower. Just as she stepped in and started washing, Li Mingzhe followed her in. He even shamelessly said, "Let's take a bath together." Xiaoyao's first reaction was to refuse, but Li Mingzhe didn't give her that chance, and in the bathroom, he had his way with her again. When she came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, she felt as if her legs were about to give way. "Now I finally understand why novels talk about not being able to get out of bed. Wang Jinbao, I never realized you were such a lecher." Xiaoyao was truly at a loss. It was only now that she understood this was entirely a physical activity. The key was that she was just cooperating, yet she was already this exhausted, while Li Mingzhe seemed as energetic as ever. "Wait a minute, don't men have something called post-nut clarity?" Li Mingzhe stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, but Xiaoyao instinctively took a step back. "You? That's enough. I haven't eaten yet." She had already been tormented by Li Mingzhe to the point of fear. Hearing this, he chuckled and responded to her earlier question. "Do you know there's a term called the more you fight, the braver you become? That's one of the benefits of regular exercise." Xiaoyao was truly convinced. When breakfast was served, she hurriedly filled her stomach and fell asleep from exhaustion. At 11 o'clock, after resting while the two checked out of the hotel. After leaving, they had lunch at the mall and bought a jade bracelet for Xiaoya's mother before heading back home. On their way back, they were noticeably closer than when they arrived, and Xiaoyao was no longer so reserved. On the road, Wang Xiuhui made a phone call. Li Mingzhe simply turned on the speakerphone. Hello, sister. Jinbao, where are you now? I'm on my way back. What's up? Is there something? Nothing, don't rush back just yet. Wait a little while before coming back. Li Mingzhe was puzzled why. It was at this moment that Li Mingzhe noticed that Wang Xiuhui seemed to be hiding while making the call. But she was unwilling to elaborate, saying, "They'll tell you later, just don't come back yet. I'll call you when it's okay to come back." Saying that, she immediately hung up the phone. Xiaoyao brought up the navigation and said worriedly, "It seems like something has happened at your home. I need to go back and take a look. I'll drop you off at your doorstep, then I'll leave." "Okay," Xiaoyao nodded, then added anxiously, "Be careful and let me know what happened later." After dropping Xiaoyao off at home, Li Mingzhe quickly turned back. Before he could reach his home, he saw that the front door was open. Going inside, it seemed that some guests had arrived. There was a box of milk in the living room along with 2 bags of fruit. As soon as Li Mingzhe appeared, the people sitting in the living room all turned to look at him. "A Jinbao? You?" Wang Xiuhui hesitated. She hadn't expected him to return even after telling him not to. "Oh, so this is Jinbao." The guests were a middle-aged couple looking to be in their 50s. The man had dark skin and was under 1.7 meters tall, while the woman dressed somewhat stylishly, sporting short hair indicating she led a rather refined life. The speaker was the woman, who immediately stood up, her gaze towards Li Mingzhe filled with admiration. "Oh my, I must say, sister, seeing is believing. Your son is really handsome. Come, sit down, kid." Li Mingzhe initially thought something was wrong at home, but it turned out to be just 2 unexpected guests bringing gifts. Feeling relieved, Li Mingzhe smiled and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Xia introduced, "Jinbao, this is your aunt and uncle." Hearing this, Li Mingzhe called out to each of them, making Zhang Zhuyun smile widely. "Oh, this child is just wonderful. Sister, brother-in-law, you are truly fortunate. The heavens made you go through hardships first, but now they've compensated you. You say you raised him. How could this child turn out so well?" Although Zhang Zuyun's words made Zhang Xia and the others uncomfortable, they had no way to refute it since it was the truth. Truth is often not so pleasant to hear. Li Mingzhe smiled and said, "Aunt, that's hard to say. If I had always stayed at home, things might have been quite different. Who knows, maybe our family would have already moved to the city by now." Zhang Zhuyun chuckled. "Oh, you don't know, do you? Your parents don't have any big aspirations, and they're unlikely to run a business. Without a business, how could they afford a house in the city? They might not even afford to send you to college." Zhang Zhuyun spoke bluntly, and Lu Zhigua, beside her, coughed twice, reminding her that her words were a bit too much. At this point, Wang Xiuhui had already rolled her eyes to the heavens. "Aunt, you're right. If our family doesn't have the capabilities you do, otherwise you wouldn't have stopped visiting us the year Jinbao went missing. After that, you prospered and moved to the city without even telling us. If Jinbao hadn't come back, how would we have had the chance to see you, let alone receive the gifts you brought?" Wang Xiuhui said sarcastically, her words clearly hitting Zhang Zhuyun hard. Li Mingzhe also seizing the opportunity to pick up on her words. "Xiuhui, look at what you're saying. You were still young back then. Oh, what did you understand? You don't know we were too busy running a business outside to have time to come back, and we changed our phone numbers long ago, so we really didn't know your situation." Zhang Zhuyun didn't care whether her excuse was valid. She just boldly stated it. At this moment, Li Mingzhe understood why Wang Xiuhui had specifically emphasized he shouldn't go home. The 2 people in front of him were definitely here for him. Wang Xiuhui laughed. "And how did you know Jinbao was back when you don't even know our situation?" "We didn't send anyone to notify you, did we?" Zhang Zhuyun was momentarily taken aback by Wang Xiuhui's words. After a pause, she explained, "Oh, you see, there's no wall in this world that doesn't let the wind through. Besides, Jinbao coming home is a big deal. Oh, I didn't need to ask. Naturally, someone from our side would inform me. As soon as I heard the news, I came over okay." Having finished speaking, she didn't care about what others might say and immediately asked Li Mingzhe, "Jinbao, I haven't asked you yet, what's your educational background?" Li Mingzhe replied, "I have a diploma from a vocational college." Zhang Zhuyun was taken aback. She thought that since Li Mingzhe grew up in Shanghai, he would at least have a bachelor's degree. How could it only be a diploma? In fact, this was something Li Mingzhe deliberately made up. He went abroad for high school and returned after graduating with a bachelor's degree to pursue a master's. But he wouldn't tell Zhang Zhuyun. Informing such a person would only lead to trouble. "So what does your adoptive family do?" Li Mingzhe replied, "They don't do much, they work in a factory. Otherwise, how could they have gotten cancer without money for treatment and just passed away?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuyun believed him almost completely. "Oh, it seems you come from an ordinary family in Shanghai." Li Mingzhe nodded. "That's exactly right. There are many poor people in Shanghai." Zhang Zhuyun clearly didn't know how to respond, because Li Mingzhe's personal situation was far worse than she had expected. She had heard people say that Li Mingzhe was from Shanghai, owned a house there, and after returning home, had been generous, buying many things for the family, thinking that he must have at least a few million. But it seemed that was not necessarily the case. If Li Mingzhe was from the countryside in Shanghai, then perhaps he wasn't even as well off as they were. Thinking of this, she found Li Mingzhe less agreeable to the eye. So Jinbao, Zhang Zhiyun leaned back on the sofa, her attitude undergoing a subtle change. When you weren't here, I had already spoken to your parents about introducing someone to you. That girl is my sister-in-law's daughter. She has a bachelor's degree, is beautiful, and comes from a good family. No need for that. Li Mingzhe directly interrupted her. Thank you for your kindness, aunt, but I already have a girlfriend. Right, Jinbao, went to the county with that girlfriend today. Wang Xiaohui quickly interjected, clearly not wanting to hear Zhang Zhiyuan's endless chatter. She didn't let Li Mingzhe come back, because she knew Zhang Zhiyuan was here to stir up trouble. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiyuan said, girlfriend. But you're not married yet. To put it bluntly, today she's your girlfriend, but who knows if you'll break up tomorrow, right? Now don't even mention that they aren't engaged yet. Even those who are married can split up at any time. Wang Xiaohui really couldn't take it anymore. And what are you talking about? Jinbao just started dating, and you're saying things like this. According to your logic, if Peng Wei gets married tomorrow, who knows if he'll be divorced the day after? You should hurry up and find him a new partner. Being confronted like this by a younger generation, Zhang Zhiyuan's face couldn't hold up anymore, and Zhang Xia immediately scolded Xiaohui. How can you speak to your aunt like that? Did you go outside to see if the kids are back with snacks? Don't just stay here. Wang Xiaohui was naturally reluctant, but seeing Zhang Xia continuously signaling her, she had no choice but to get up and leave. As soon as she left, Zhang Xia immediately tried to maintain Zhang Zhiyuan's dignity. Yuan, don't be angry, Xiaohui is just spoiled by me and doesn't know how to speak properly. Don't hold it against her, don't act like a child. Zhang Zhiyuan snorted lightly, not giving Zhang Xia a smile, and even said, no wonder you were driven out by your in-law's sister. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you didn't educate her well. Zhang Xia awkwardly responded, not wanting to argue with her, but Li Mingzhe had no intention of giving her face. And so you came here today to introduce a partner for me, right? Zhang Zhiyuan replied, yes, your brother Peng Wei is getting married tomorrow. You should go over and let that girl take a look. Li Mingzhe didn't say anything, but looked at Zhang Xia beside him. Mom, are we going to attend the wedding tomorrow? Yes, your aunt and uncle have come to invite us, so we definitely have to go. Oh. Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding, then asked, did aunt come to my sister's wedding? This question made everyone's expression change. She. Zhang Xia found it difficult to answer for a moment. At that time, Zhang Xia couldn't reach Zhang Zhiyuan, so they didn't come at all. Not only did they not come, but they didn't even give any money. Wang Yud had basically not spoken during this time, but his expression was enough to show that he was still bothered by this matter. Zhang Zhiyuan was Zhang Xia's sister, so he couldn't say much. Since she came, he couldn't just drive her away. However, deep down, he was really angry about this. Because they had no conflicts with Wang Rui's family, it was normal for Wang Xingli not to come, but what about Zhang Zhiyuan not coming? Even if she heard about it later, she would know about it, and why didn't she even make a phone call to ask? Isn't that just a blatant indication that she didn't want to have any dealings? This was also why Wang Xiaohui's attitude was so poor. Some things don't just pass once they're over. And Li Mingzhe could guess the general situation from Zhang Xia and Wang Yud's reactions. At this moment, Zhang Zhiyuan and Lu Zhigua exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Li Mingzhe to ask this crucial question. Jinbao, why are you asking this? We didn't come when your sister got married, but now we're specifically coming from the city to invite you, right? Look, we even brought gifts. Zhang Zhiyuan was clearly a bit guilty, as she even took the time to mention the gifts she brought. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe smiled. And since you've brought the gifts, but we haven't opened them, you can take them back. When my sister got married, you didn't give money or show up. How can you expect us to go to your son's wedding? Also, you said you specifically came from the city to invite us, right? Don't you think you should notify your relatives back home about such things? Li Mingzhe also realized that Zhang Zhiyuan was indeed calculating. She didn't give a single cent before, but now she was coming to ask for money. It's important to know that once their family accepts the invitation, Zhang Xia, as the elder aunt, would at least have to contribute 1,000 yuan, right? When Li Mingzhe pointed this out in just a few sentences, both Zhang Zhiyuan and Lu Zhigua couldn't keep their composure. I'm telling you, Jinbao, how can you say such things? Didn't I explain it to you before? We moved, so we didn't know about Xiaohui's situation. Of course, no matter what, we definitely did something wrong, but don't make it sound like I'm here to take advantage. We're not short of this little money. Zhang Zhiyuan's face turned stern, clearly angry. Zhang Xia quickly tried to soothe her feelings, but was interrupted by Li Mingzhe. And alright, we won't mention the past anymore. Li Mingzhe first said something that Zhang Zhiyuan wanted to hear, then seriously added, since you're not short of this little money, you must be lacking in something else. How about this, so we can go over for a meal, but we won't give any gift money. Can you accept that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiyuan's eyes widened, and before she could catch her breath, Li Mingzhe continued, if you want face and feel that your family hasn't given money, I have another solution. Zhang Zhiyuan suppressed her anger. Go ahead. Li Mingzhe smiled, and continued, the solution is that you take out the gift money we need to bring today, and then we'll directly give it tomorrow at the wedding. Whatever amount you give will take that. How does that sound? You. Zhang Zhiyuan was so angry that she pointed at Li Mingzhe, speechless. At this moment, Lu Zhigua coldly snorted and said to Wang Yud, brother-in-law, your child is truly impressive. He can say such things. Hey, I must clarify that what I say only represents me and not my parents. I haven't lived with them since I was young, so don't blame my upbringing on them. I admit my words may not sound pleasant, but you all have to handle these matters properly, right? This is about marriage. If you don't come, how can we be expected to go and still give money? That doesn't make sense anywhere, does it? Li Mingzhe's words made both Zhang Zhiyuan and Lu Zhigua unable to sit still. The couple's faces turned ugly and they couldn't squeeze out a single smile. They thought that Zhang Xia and Wang Yud would be easy to bully, so they came over today to talk a bit and see Li Mingzhe, but unexpectedly they were rendered speechless by him alone. Fine. Zhang Zhiyuan almost spat this word out through clenched teeth. You shouldn't argue with a child, Zhang Xia anxiously said, just as she saw Zhang Zhiyuan open her bag and pull out a thick stack of cash. Then she counted out 1,000 yuan from that money. With a cold face, she slapped the money on the table. This is the 1,000 yuan I didn't give at Xiu Hui's wedding. I'm compensating you now. At this moment, Li Mingzhe felt a bit of admiration for Zhang Zhuyan. Why? Because a normal person would have been driven away by anger. Yet this aunt whom he had never met was still sitting there, and she actually took out the money that was supposed to be given earlier. Just this alone already surpassed many others. You know, what are you doing? Jinbao is just a child with a temper. Since you mentioned Peng Wei's wedding, we will definitely go. No need, just take the money back. No way. Zhang Zhuyan, like a petulant child, stuffed the money back into Zhang Xia's hands. Since the matter has been made clear, we must do what we should do, otherwise we would be criticized by a junior for not knowing how to handle things. I have made up for this money, and it makes me feel better inside. I know I was wrong before, but now I've done what I needed to do, and you all must come tomorrow. Zhang Xia responded, come on, we will definitely go, don't worry. Alright, I have written the address here, we will see each other tomorrow morning. As she spoke, Zhang Zhuyan stood up with Lu Zhigua, not intending to stay any longer. Zhang Xia followed them out, saying a few more words, and saw the couple off to their car. In the car, Lu Zhigua asked in confusion, why did you give them money? That brat said that. Do you really need to give him money? Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself for no reason? Lu Zhigua felt that since Li Mingzhe had already torn the face, they could just leave directly without needing to leave them a spot. But now with Zhang Zuyan's insistence, they would have to think of this matter again tomorrow, which was already bothersome. What do you know? Zhang Zhuyan snorted coldly, her face filled with calculation. By giving this money back, we are ultimately gaining something. If Peng Wei is coming now that he is married, won't he come when he has a child? And in another 2 years, when Peng Li gets married and has a child, there will be even more occasions. Hearing Zhang Zuyan's words, Lu Zhigua suddenly had a new perspective. Originally, they had planned to let Zhang Xia's family directly give the wedding gift, which would have earned them a few thousand. But since Li Mingzhe exposed it, that plan was naturally no longer feasible. However, now thinking about continuing this relationship, as the aunt of the child, Zhang Xia would definitely contribute at least 1,000 each time, which made Lu Zhigua feel much better. You are still clever. He couldn't help but praise her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuyan wore a satisfied expression and didn't forget to tease Lu Zhigua. With your brain, you would only be thinking about this one time. I am playing the long game, understand? Tomorrow we will let them see the grandeur of Peng Wei's wedding, making those rural folks envious. If Zhang Xia knew what Zhang Zhuyan was calculating at this moment, she would definitely be unable to accept it. Wang Yud lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, and asked Zhang Xia, are you really going tomorrow? Zhang Xia replied, yes. Since the money has been given, how could we not go? Upon hearing this, Wang Yud fell silent. Wang Xiuhui saw that Lu Zhigua's car had left and immediately brought the child back. After understanding the situation, she naturally couldn't help but criticize Zhang Zhuyan. I don't know how she can be so shameless to actually make up the money. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't take this money. She treated me to dinner for free, and I wouldn't want to go. Zhang Xia said to Wang Xiuhui, let's go together tomorrow. Although your aunt does things poorly, at least she came here, and now that she has given the money, we cannot deny her face. Let's just think of it as a trip to the city for some fun. Seeing that Zhang Xia seemed to indeed value this sisterly bond and wanted to give face, Li Mingzhe followed up. Yes, sister, I will drive tomorrow, let's go together. If you don't want to eat, just take Yuan to the mall to shop around while I go eat with mom and dad. Wang Yud suddenly said, I won't go, I have to stay home to keep watch. They say there is a meeting in the village tomorrow. Alright, just nice, we won't exceed the capacity with 5 of us. Wang Xiuhui wanted to say something else, but seeing Zhang Xia looking a bit lost, she held her tongue. Fine, tomorrow, I will take the 2 kids to have some fun in the city. After making arrangements, Wang Xiuhui pulled Zhang Xia to the room to see if there were any nice clothes, and if not, they planned to go shopping in the afternoon. Oh right, Jinbao Yu, and that girl Xiaoya. Li Mingzhe knew what she wanted to ask, and nodded. Yes, we are officially together now. Really? That's great. I was actually thinking of introducing someone to you. I didn't tell you earlier, but there were a few people in our village who wanted to introduce you, and I turned them all down. I have been thinking about how Xiaoyao likes you. If you two can be together, there's no need to look for anyone else. Talking about this matter felt like a great joy for the family, causing a smile to appear on Wang Yu's face. Jinbao, when will you let that girl come to our house for a meal? Li Mingzhe replied, Dad, let's discuss it later. The new year is approaching, and everyone is quite busy now. All right, just remember this matter. Remembering that the issue had been resolved without informing Xiaoya, Li Mingzhe took out his phone. Indeed, on WeChat, there was a message from her expressing concern. Xiaoya, is everything okay at your home? Li Mingzhe replied while typing, it's fine. It's just a relative I haven't contacted for a long time suddenly inviting us to the city for a wedding banquet. Xiaoya, are you also going to the city tomorrow? Did you agree? Li Mingzhe, yes. Xiaoya, what a coincidence, haha. I am also going to the city tomorrow to attend a high school class reunion. How are you getting there tomorrow? Xiaoya, I'm taking a classmate's car, it's convenient. Li Mingzhe, okay. A few minutes later, Xiaoya sent another message. I feel a bit unwell, I think I might be sick. Li Mingzhe, what symptoms do you have? I miss you so much that it hurts, that must be lovesickness, haha. Li Mingzhe. In the afternoon around 3 o'clock, the secretary came with Wang Chao, both of them carrying a lot of gifts. Yid. Upon seeing Zhang Xia, the secretary quickly greeted her sister-in-law. Wang Chao followed behind and called out, Uncle Aunt. Oh my goodness, why did you bring so many things? Zhang Xia was taken aback by this grand gesture. It's not much, Jinbao saved Wang Chaos' life, what does this count for? The secretary instructed Wang Chao to put the things down, saying, Come, just put them here. Upon seeing Wang Yid, the secretary explained, Sorry Yid, we originally planned to come yesterday, but there were some matters at home, and by the time we finished it was already 8 or 9 o'clock. We thought it would be too late for you to stay up, so we didn't come. Wang Yid smiled broadly, welcoming the two to sit down. It's all right. Weddings are a big deal, it's understandable that you are busy. Sit down, I'll call Jinbao down. Li Mingzhe came down from upstairs and chatted with the secretary and Wang Chao for a while. As they chatted, Wang Chao couldn't help but ask, Jinbao, your network is really impressive. You even know someone like General Han. So your e-commerce operation in the Magic City is surely not bad. Li Mingzhe explained, Not really, I am just in charge of a small company's operations. Meeting General Han was purely a matter of coincidence. You are definitely being modest. The support General Han gives me is entirely due to your influence. If it weren't for you, he definitely wouldn't help me. Just based on this, I feel your relationship is not simple. Wang Chao wasn't as foolish as Wang Rui. He could hear from General Han's words that Han was willing to help him largely because of Li Mingzhe. And for General Han to come to such a remote village for Li Mingzhe, it certainly implied a deep friendship. This friendship, if not one of life and death, must involve some interests. Because no one would help you for no reason, and in such matters, even close relatives might not be so open-hearted. Wang Chao had gained profound insight from his own entrepreneurial failures. When there is nothing going on, everyone is okay with each other, but once it comes to needing financial help, that's when it tests people's character. Naturally, people of Han's caliber would not help just anyone. So even if Li Mingzhe didn't say it, Wang Chao could vaguely sense that Li Mingzhe was certainly not as simple in the Magic City as he claimed. It was even less likely that, as rumored, Li Mingzhe only had one rural house in the Magic City. Otherwise, why would Han use his position to help him? After all, helping him would not earn any money, and there was even a risk of losing money. Haha, brother, you really overthink this. If you want to say my relationship with him is not simple, I should say he is my tenant. Li Mingzhe said this casually, but it startled Wang Chao. Sure enough, it should be noted that someone like Han with an annual salary of at least several million, if not tens of millions, how could he possibly live in the countryside? Even if he didn't buy a house in the Magic City, he wouldn't rent a bad one, right? Now Li Mingzhe actually said that Han is his tenant. This at least revealed a key piece of information, which is that Li Mingzhe has a large house near the headquarters. This house, without needing to see it, one could tell it starts at least 5 million. With this thought, Wang Chaos' gaze towards Li Mingzhe subtly changed. He knew that this young man in front of him, who was about the same age, had an absolutely extraordinary identity. However, since Li Mingzhe was unwilling to elaborate, Wang Chao tactfully did not press further. Oh, no wonder. Now I get it. Wang Chao scratched his nose and suddenly blurted out, Jinbao, can I come to the Magic City to find you and hang out with you next year? With me, eh? Li Mingzhe was taken aback and instinctively said, but I'm just a small operator, how can you hang out with me? Since Wang Chao had guessed that Li Mingzhe's identity was not ordinary, he would naturally not easily give up this opportunity to get closer. He knew clearly that as long as he seized this connection with Li Mingzhe, his future days would definitely not be bleak. At least it's better than starting a business chaotically like a headless chicken. Wasn't I running an online store before? I didn't do well because I lacked experience, and that's why it failed. So I want to find a company to learn about operations first and accumulate some experience. But then again, I don't know many people in Magic City, so I was thinking, can I try to get into your company? Wang Yud and the secretary both looked at each other with anticipation. They thought Wang Chaos' idea was quite good. Having two people leave together would provide some support. However, this small request posed a bit of a challenge for Li Mingzhe. If he took Wang Chao with him to Magic City, wouldn't that risk exposing his identity? Even if he arranged for Wang Chao to work in a similar company, being in the same Magic City meant that with a little inquiry his identity might be revealed. Until he was prepared to expose his identity, Li Mingzhe truly did not want to dig this pit for himself. But since the other party had already spoken, he couldn't outright refuse. So Li Mingzhe asked, if you want to learn about operations, you actually don't have to go to Magic City. You can do it in Zhongzhou as well. I can talk to Hanfang later and have him arrange for you to go to the branch office in Zhongzhou. That way it's closer to home. Now that you just got married, I don't recommend you taking your wife to Magic City, because to be honest, the cost of living there is indeed higher than it is in Zhongzhou. Just think about it. What will you do if your wife gets pregnant next year? The secretary nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Parents naturally don't want their children to go too far. Moreover, Magic City is not an easy place to navigate. Yeah, Chaozi Jinbao is right. If you can learn operations in Zhongzhou, then just learn it there. Traveling so far, it costs a lot of money just to come back, and I've heard that renting a single room over there costs around 1,000 yuan with nothing included. Wang Chao thought for a moment. This seems okay. Li Mingzhe's words were very reasonable, and he had already opened his mouth to let Hanfang help, which was already quite good. If he could join Mingzhe network in Zhongzhou, there would indeed be no need to go to Magic City. All right, Jinbao will listen to you. He'll go to Zhongzhou. Li Mingzhe nodded. Good, I'll let Hanfang know later and see how he can arrange it for you. Wang Chao replied, all right. At that moment, the secretary suddenly invited, Yud, why don't you and your family come to my house for dinner tonight? Without waiting for Wang Yud to respond, the secretary immediately cut him off. You mustn't decline. Jinbao has helped Wang Chao so much, we should show our appreciation. Wang Yud quickly replied, what's there to appreciate? You've already brought so many things. Isn't the sentiment enough? No, Yud, we need to drink together properly. There were too many people yesterday. I couldn't keep you company alone. Today is different. Come to my house. Your Jinbao has returned home and helped our little Chao. Don't you think that's fate? In the past, our village folks mocked you and I helped you. Now the village folks are mocking me. You should help me in return. Shouldn't we drink together for this reason? With that, the secretary's words resonated with Wang Yud's heart. It was indeed time to drink. All right. Wang Yud nodded. Then tonight our family will bother you. Oh my, what do you mean by bothering? I can't even finish the dishes I've prepared for the banquet. It's really a help for you to come and help me out. Upon hearing this, Wang Yud and the secretary exchanged smiles. After sending the two away, Wang Yud informed Xiao Hui about this matter, asking her to bring the children home by 4 o'clock as they needed to go to the secretary's house to help with cooking around that time. With 5 people going out for dinner, they couldn't just show up and eat. They had to help out a bit. At Wang Shengli's house, besides Wang Rui's BMW, there was also a Mercedes-Benz parked at the door. At this moment, Wang Rui was lying on the sofa, his face wrapped in bandages, staring blankly at the ceiling. Wang Wanxiu was sitting at the door of the living room, silently listening to Xian Mei's complaints. Wanxiu, what do you think we should do? I originally thought Wei Wei would definitely get a girlfriend this year, but unexpectedly, he got beaten up. Why are these little girls so cowardly clawing at your brother's face? This is unacceptable. What's disfiguring? People nowadays are really bad. Oh my god. Wang Wanxiu's husband Huang Liangcai was upstairs on the phone, and even he could hear Xian Mei's wails, which made him feel quite embarrassed. All right, let's not talk about this. I have something to do now. After hanging up, Huang Liangcai came downstairs. He said somewhat unhappily, Mom, I was on the phone just now. Can you keep your voice down? Xian Mei's cries stopped abruptly. She instinctively looked at Wang Wanxiu. Did her son-in-law dare to talk to her like that? Wang Wanxiu, upon seeing this, glared at Huang Liangcai. However, Huang Liangcai felt that he hadn't said anything wrong. He pulled a stool over and began speaking. Isn't it just a wife? Is it really that hard to marry one? Mom, to be honest, don't take it the wrong way. If this is still Wei Wei's lack of ability. Others without a car or house can still date. Why can't he? This is still a matter of personal ability. Xian Mei was momentarily speechless by Huang Liangcai's words, but she couldn't directly confront him and instead looked at Wang Wanxiu. But Wang Wanxiu, upon hearing this, still said nothing, her face showing signs of impatience. In fact, she also felt Huang Liangcai was right. She was also at a loss regarding Wang Rui's situation. I'm not very interested in Wei Wei's personal issues right now. I'm just a bit curious. The village secretary initially said he was seeking help from us. Why is he now relying on someone else and doesn't need our help anymore? Wei Wei, can you tell me about this? I'd like to know. Hearing this, Wang Rui seemed to come back to life. But lying on the sofa, he remained motionless, speaking weakly. Wang Jinbao seems to know our company's vice president. He asked him for help. The vice president of Mingzhe network. Huang Liangkai asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Qinwen," Wang Rui replied. "It's the vice president from the headquarters Hanfang." "Oh." Huang Liangkai nodded in understanding, suddenly saying, "That doesn't make sense. I mentioned this to Qinwen before. He clearly said he couldn't help the company make losses as there are profit regulations in place. The things in my factory are also in cooperation with him, so he wouldn't use that as an excuse to fool me. Moreover, the vice president you mentioned must mainly manage the business at the headquarters. For the business in Zhongzhou, he would also have to arrange it through Qinwen. Plus, since this matter has no profit and might even incur losses, the Hanfang you mentioned, even if he is the vice president of the headquarters, shouldn't be able to do this right." After hearing Huang Liangkai's words, Wang Rui suddenly sat up, as if resurrected. He turned his body towards Huang Liangkai, his tone filled with a hint of hope. "What do you mean? Are you saying that Wang Chao might not be able to pull this off?" "Normally, it would definitely be impossible to accomplish. Because if Hanfang dared to do this, it would surely violate the company's regulations. The main issue is that we don't know how he intends to handle this matter." Wang Rui seemed not to hear Huang Liangkai's latter words. He quickly walked over. "What if I report this to the general manager or the president?" Huang Liangkai gave Wang Rui a sidelong glance. "I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your position, how would you even get in touch with the general manager or the president? Moreover, what if Hanfang finds out you reported him? Do you think you can still work at Mingzhe Network?" Wang Rui was completely unheeding of this advice. He was having a hard time and wouldn't let others have it easy either. Originally, he could have stepped on Wang Chao, but after Li Mingzhe called Hanfang over, the situation flipped, and worse, his girlfriend found out his car was secondhand. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in this state? Ultimately, all of this was thanks to Li Mingzhe. Now that he knew of a chance to ruin everything and prevent Li Mingzhe from helping Wang Chao, he would rather hurt 1,000 enemies than damage himself 800. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. "No way, I have to do this." Wang Rui suddenly approached Huang Liangkai. "Brother-in-law, we have a company group, and the general manager is in our group. What if I change my WeChat to add him and then report him anonymously?" Huang Liangkai frowned and glanced at Wang Rui, counter-questioning, "Are you sure you want to do it this way?" "Absolutely. I just can't stand that Wang Jinbao." Wang Rui's face wrapped in gauze obscured his expression, but his tone was crystal clear. He was determined. "All right then." Huang Liangkai didn't want to get too involved in this matter. After all, it wasn't his concern. "Then go ahead and give it a try." Upon receiving Huang Liangkai's approval, Wang Rui immediately took out his phone, captured a screenshot of the general manager's WeChat ID, and intentionally changed his alternate account to a beautiful avatar. Then he sent a friend request. Not long after, Zui Yongfu, the general manager responsible for the internet sales department, approved Wang Rui's request. Wang Chaos batch of down jackets needed to go through the internet sales department to be sold online. Therefore, reporting to Zui Yongfu was absolutely feasible. Thus, Wang Rui, in the tone of an informed person, revealed that Hanfang was willing to help sell the down jackets at a loss. On Zui Yongfu's side, he appeared completely unaware of the situation. He asked, "When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed?" Wang Rui immediately typed back, "That's probably because Manager Han didn't dare to tell you, as it's against company policy." Zui Yongfu replied, "Got it, I'll ask him about it." Wang Rui was overjoyed and deliberately followed up with, "General Zua, if this is Manager Han's relative, can he operate this way?" Zui Yongfu replied, "That's not allowed either. He doesn't have that authority." After receiving Zui Yongfu's affirmative response, Wang Rui was instantly thrilled. The feeling of meddling in someone else's good fortune was incredibly satisfying. After all, if even the general manager didn't acknowledge this matter, how could a mere vice president manage to pull it off? Haha, now Wang Chaos plans are definitely going to fail. Wang Rui felt a cloud of gloom lift, replaced by a sense of schadenfreude. By interfering in this matter, he was also interfering with Li Mingzhe's affairs. Wang Rui even speculated that his actions might well create a rift between Li Mingzhe and Hanfang. After all, Hanfang publicly agreed to this matter, and now it can't be accomplished. Wang Jinbao is definitely going to lose face, hahaha. Thinking of this, Wang Rui could hardly sit still. He wanted to rush to Wang Chaos' house to leak this information. He asked, "Sister, brother-in-law, are you eating at home tonight?" Wang Wanqiu replied, "Not necessarily." No, brother-in-law, you can't leave tonight. Let's have a bottle of Dream Blue together with Dad." Wang Rui immediately tried to persuade. Hearing this, Huang Liangkai crossed his legs. "If there's nothing going on tonight, then you can eat here." "All right, brother-in-law, you sit. I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes," Wang Rui said as he left, not caring whether others would ask about his appearance wrapped in gauze. Huang Liangkai noticed Wang Rui's current state was completely different from when he arrived that afternoon, and exclaimed, "Wang Rui was half dead before. How did he suddenly become so lively? Is he really that concerned about the Wang Jinbao affair?" Xianmei interjected, "If you don't know how bad that Wang Jinbao is. If you knew, you wouldn't think that way." Huang Liangkai had previously been unaware of these matters, and Wang Wanqiu hadn't informed him. But at this moment curiosity got the better of him. Mom, could you enlighten me? Wang Rui left the house heading towards the supermarket. Before he reached the supermarket, he suddenly saw Li Mingzhe's family chatting and laughing as they walked towards the east end of the village. Seeing this, Wang Rui's curiosity was ignited. He followed from a distance until he saw Li Mingzhe's family turn into the alley by the secretary's house. Are they going to the secretary's house? Wang Rui initially intended to turn back, but thinking that Li Mingzhe might be going to the secretary's house made him quite displeased. With this thought, he didn't hurry to catch up, but instead bought 2 packs of Zhongzhou cigarettes. Then he bought a box of milk and headed towards the secretary's house. Just as Li Mingzhe's family sat down and exchanged pleasantries, Wang Rui arrived with his items. Uncle Chaozi. The secretary and Wang Chao looked at this person with a gauze-wrapped face, initially unable to recognize him, but Wang Rui immediately introduced himself. I am Wei Wei. I'm here to apologize to you. Wang Xiuhui, upon seeing Wang Rui's appearance, couldn't help but laugh as she recalled the incident. The matter of Wang Rui and his girlfriend getting into the police station had spread overnight. Even those who weren't gossipers had heard about it. Even Wang Chaos' new bride had heard about it. While the men talked, the 2 women felt it was best to retreat to the kitchen, but they were actually keeping a close eye on what Wang Rui was up to. Oh, Wei Wei is here. The secretary responded and looked at Wang Chao. Yes, uncle. Wang Rui noticed Wang Chao remained silent, clearly unwilling to engage with him, so he placed the milk in the corner by the living room door. Then he began to apologize. Chaozi, I'm really sorry. I was drunk yesterday and said some nonsense. Please don't hold it against me. I truly regret what I said afterward, fearing you might not want to talk to me in the future. Hearing this, Wang Chao didn't even glance at Wang Rui. He sat next to Li Mingzhe shelling sunflower seeds. Haha, how could I dare not talk to you? Who are you? Now that you're doing so well, who wouldn't greet you? If anyone dared to ignore you, wouldn't you just go over and flip their table? Wang Chao gave Wang Rui a cold shoulder. Wang Rui's disruptive behavior at the wedding and how he made himself hit himself were still fresh in Wang Chaos' memory. It was a situation he could never forget. Hey Chaozi, your words just show you're still angry. But I can understand if I were in your shoes, I'd definitely be angry too. Maybe it was because Wang Rui's face was covered in gauze that he wasn't afraid of others seeing his expression. His skin was indeed exceedingly thick. Chaozi, the reason I came today is not only to apologize, but also to tell you that I spoke to my brother-in-law about your situation, and he will definitely do his best to help you. From now on, your matters are my matters. We brothers have no overnight grudges. Right. Wang Chao looked at Wang Rui astonished. He simply couldn't fathom how Wang Rui could say such things. Wei Wei, it seems you really might have been drunk yesterday. Don't you know that Jin Bao has already found someone to help me? Do I still need your help now? Wang Rui heard this, but didn't rush to refute. He chuckled and pulled a chair to sit next to Wang Chao. Then he placed his hand on Wang Chaos' shoulder, appearing quite intimate and friendly. It was as if yesterday's events had never happened. I say, Chaozi, you're just too impatient and inexperienced. Why do I say this? Let me ask you, have you ever considered that although General Han promised you, can you be sure he can make it happen? It's true that General Han is the deputy general of our main company, but the decisions he makes must first consider the interests of our company. I don't know what price he gave you for this batch of down jackets, but I can assure you that if he accepted it, it would definitely violate company regulations. So promising you is one thing, but whether it can be accomplished is another. Wang Chaos' expression gradually changed upon hearing this. In fact, this was his greatest concern, because he knew himself that this batch of down jackets was overpriced. And Han Fong was willing to help him even at a price higher than his purchase cost, just to alleviate the pressure of his entrepreneurial failure debts. Moreover, Han Fong also promised Wang Chao that after selling this batch of down jackets, he would only take a portion of the commission for the company, and the extra money beyond the cost of purchasing the clothes would be given to him. This essentially meant that Han Fong was helping him sell clothes for free. The commission he collected was merely a formality, and in reality, it wouldn't even cover the operational costs of a live broadcast. One could even say that Han Fong was subsidizing the company's costs to help him. However, the company did not belong to Han Fong. He was merely a deputy general, so what he was doing definitely did not comply with the rules. Now that this matter was pointed out by Wang Rui, Wang Chao suddenly felt that it might not work out. He knew that Wang Rui was an employee of Mingzhe Network. If he were to expose this, it might put Han Fong in trouble. Thinking of this, Wang Chaos' eyes grew sharp. Wang Rui, what do you mean? You aren't going to report General Han, are you? No, why would I report him? He is our deputy general. If I report him, what good would it do me? Wang Rui casually defended himself, and then said, Chaozi, I'm telling you this because we grew up together. I hope you won't blindly trust certain people. Saying this, Wang Rui deliberately glanced at Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe noticed his gaze, but did not react. He only wanted to know what trick Wang Rui was up to. Wang Rui continued. Whether this matter can succeed with General Han is still uncertain. After all, good things don't just fall from the sky. I can tell you that my brother-in-law is at my house right now, and he is a good brother with Qin when the general manager of the Zhongzhou branch of Mingzhe network. Although my brother-in-law may not be as powerful in helping you as Han Fang promised, he can definitely get it done. After hearing this, Wang Chao felt quite conflicted. He knew that Han Fang's help was definitely risky. If this matter were to fail, he might not be able to turn things around for years. Seeing that Wang Chao seemed to be swayed by his words, Wang Rui took the opportunity to press on. Chaozi, why don't you go to my house and ask my brother-in-law now? He might not be having dinner at my house tonight. He might leave soon, so you must seize this opportunity. If you miss this chance, to be honest, I don't know if you'll have another chance to contact him later. The more paths and opportunities we have, the better. You mustn't be foolish. Wang Rui's words were like an enchanting drug continuously pouring into Wang Chaos' mind. He was sitting there now, his mind a muddled mess, and had stopped speaking. The secretary quickly reminded Wang Chao, think it through. General Han can help you all because of Jin Bao. Moreover, he is willing to take this risk for you. Don't you want to trust him? He only said this much because Wang Rui was present. Before Wang Rui, he didn't want to sound too certain. He could only remind Wang Chao, who was lost in a maze, to not be confused in a moment of folly. After all, to be honest, after yesterday's events, he felt that Wang Rui was not trustworthy. If he didn't trust Wang Rui, he certainly couldn't trust his brother-in-law. They kept saying they would help, but they never said how. They only mentioned asking if it was possible, and in the end it was just a matter of a single sentence. If it doesn't work out, they might be treating this matter too seriously, and that would be disastrous. Li Mingzhe had remained silent, quietly observing Wang Chao. He would respect Wang Chaos' personal decision. Thinking of something, he sent a message to Han Fang. Just then Wang Chao suddenly spoke up. Wang Rui, you can go back. I don't need your family's help. I still trust Jin Bao and General Han more. Wang Rui almost jumped upon hearing this. He anxiously said, are you okay? Are you out of your mind? You don't trust me, but you want to trust an outsider. And I've explained the pros and cons to you, right? I'm about to go back and tell my brother-in-law if you want to find me again later, there won't be any opportunities. Listening to Wang Rui's flurry of intimidating words, Wang Chao still decided to trust Li Mingzhe, because he was very disappointed in Wang Rui's character. At least he felt that Li Mingzhe was reliable and wouldn't bring him to the kind of situation he feared. If there is no opportunity, then there is no opportunity. I have already caused a huge disaster. If someone helps me, that is my fortune. If no one helps me, then I deserve it. I accept this. Seeing that Wang Chao had suddenly become confused again, Wang Rui was instantly furious and no longer had the patience he had before. Wang Chao, I see you are really foolish. I'm so sincerely trying to help you, and you actually refuse me. Do you know how difficult it is to get my brother-in-law to come here? You tell me you and my family have no kinship. If he is willing to help you, it's entirely because of my face. Don't you be ungrateful. Wang Rui was getting a bit anxious as he spoke, making Li Mingzhe beside him feel both amused and helpless. He spoke up. Wang Rui, this is the first time I've seen someone begging others to help them. Even a sycophant would only help if the goddess said so. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui shifted his anger towards Li Mingzhe. I'm talking to Wang Chao. What does it have to do with you? Do you have the right to interrupt? Without waiting for Li Mingzhe to react, Wang Chao coldly said, Wang Rui, this is my home. Please do not argue with my guest here. I have already clearly told you what I need. I do not need your brother-in-law's help. Even if General Han cannot help me with this matter, I will accept it. At least Jin Bao is more reliable than you. He wouldn't let me slap myself on my wedding day just because he could help me. Wang Chao had now regained his clarity and was very firm in his stance. Seeing this, Wang Rui knew that he couldn't sway him anymore. Since the face had been torn, he was no longer afraid. After all, he had come to stir up trouble today. Wang Chao, I tell you, your cooperation with Han Fang is definitely not going to succeed. Because our company's general manager already knows about this matter. He has personally told me that this is a violation of company regulations and absolutely impossible. What? Wang Chao found it hard to believe. Seeing Wang Rui so certain, he felt that his only hope was gone. No wonder Wang Rui had said those things earlier. It turned out he already knew this collaboration would inevitably fail. How could you? Wang Chao originally wanted to press Wang Rui further, but then thought it seemed unnecessary. Losing hope, his expression gradually became dim. Is that so? Then I'll call to ask now. Li Mingzhe said calmly, dialing Zui Yongfu's number and putting it on speaker. Wang Rui thought this call was for Han Fang. He sneered, I already said it was Zui Yongfu, who personally told me. He already said it himself. What use is it to find Han Fang again? But at that moment, Zui Yongfu answered the phone. Li Mingzhe has already gotten Han Fang to speak nicely with Zui Yongfu, instructing him to call himself Xiao Wang. However, Zui Yongfu seems to be struggling to adapt. It's Xiao Wang, isn't it? Zui Yongfu's tone is a bit dry. Li Mingzhe speaks up. Yes, hello Zhuozong. I am Xiao Wang. Is there something you need? Zui Yongfu asks. At this moment, Wang Rue is staring at Li Mingzhe's phone with disbelief. He actually knows Zui Yongfu. How is that possible? On what basis could he know Zui Yongfu? Wang Chao is also astonished, looking at the calm Li Mingzhe, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope. Not much. I just heard that the Han Fong from your company is negotiating a deal in Zhongzhou that seems to be a loss. Do you know about it? Zui Yongfu replies, Oh, is it that matter? I only found out about it today. In the courtyard, Wang Chao and the secretary are listening intently. Li Mingzhe then asks, How did you find out? A flash of panic crosses Wang Rui's eyes as Zui Yongfu on the other end says, I heard it from a female employee at the company who mentioned it on WeChat. A female employee? Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe raises an eyebrow and looks at Wang Rue. Wang Rue, that female employee wouldn't be you, would she? Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know whether a male or female? Wang Rui's guilty expression is mostly hidden under the bandage, making it hard to see. But Li Mingzhe knows it must be him. However, he doesn't force the issue. Li Mingzhe asks Zui Yongfu again, Zhuozong, I heard from others that this cooperation might not pass your review and you even need to discipline Han Fang's General Han. Is that true? No, that's absolutely not the case. I've already reviewed it. I've seen the contract sent by Han Fang, and the company can make an exception for your friend this once. Wait, Xiao Wang, who told you this? Hearing Zui Yongfu's words, Wang Rue is unwilling to believe, his voice suddenly rising, as if he stepped on a tail. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would the company make an exception for you? Who do you think you are, Wang Jinbao? This person cannot be Zhuozong. You wait, I'm calling Zhuozong right now. Saying this, Wang Rue, like a madman, immediately turns around and pulls out his phone to make a WeChat call to Zui Yongfu using a different number. As soon as he connects, Zui Yongfu on speaker says, Xiao Wang, wait a moment, I'm answering a WeChat call. Saying this, he hung up. Just as Wang Rue still hasn't reacted, Zui Yongfu answers his WeChat call. Hello. Wang Rue trembles in fear and quickly puts the phone to his ear, but dares not speak. Hello. Why aren't you speaking? Who are you? This voice is exactly the same as the person Li Mingzhe just put on speaker. Wang Rue immediately shows a look of terror. He hurriedly hangs up, and the glance he casts at Li Mingzhe carries a hint of fear. Then he bolts out of Wang Chaos' house as if he has seen a ghost. He keeps muttering, How is it possible? How could he know so many people? Why can Han Fang and Zui Yongfu both contact him? Where does Wang Jinbao get such clout? Wang Rue simply cannot accept his repeated failures and being suppressed by Li Mingzhe shouting as he runs home. How is this possible? Wang Chao is also stunned into silence by this series of twists. After Wang Rue leaves, he hurriedly confirms with Li Mingzhe, Jinbao, does this mean that the head office has confirmed that the proposal from Han Fang is acceptable? Yes, didn't you hear? The superior of Han Fang has said that he has approved it, and he even reviewed the contract. As he speaks, Li Mingzhe smiles. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes with this matter. Once Han Fang sends you the facts of the contract, you sign it and send it back to him. He will then sign and stamp it, and the payment for the goods will be transferred to you. I will definitely make sure you have a peaceful and happy new year. Wang Chao, hearing this, is so overjoyed that he seems lost. His hands have nowhere to place, and in a moment of confusion, he suddenly wants to kneel before Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe quickly reacts and stops Wang Chao. He exclaims, What are you doing? Your dad is still here. Why would you kneel to me? Wang Chaos' eyes redden, and he is extremely emotional. Jinbao, you are truly my savior. I really thought no one could save me. I am so moved. Wang Chao has a lot of gratitude to express, but when the words reach his lips, he cannot say them. His mind is completely in disarray, only thinking of expressing his feelings through kneeling. The secretary also looks grateful. Jinbao, even if I am here, I agree to let Wang Chao bow to you. You are truly our family's savior. You have a good son. Wang Yud steps forward to pull Wang Chao back. No kneeling, that would mess up the generations. If you truly wish to thank Jinbao, it's simple. Just cook a couple more dishes later, and don't hesitate to let us drink good wine. Hearing Wang Yud's words, the secretary nods repeatedly. All right. I will definitely bring out the mitai I've saved for 3 years. Let's all enjoy it. By the way, you both aren't going out tonight, right? If there's nothing going on today, then if we drink too much, we can't go home. Li Mingzhe smiles and agrees. Yes, Wang Chao, if you want to thank me, just offer me a couple more toasts later. Wang Chao naturally has no objections, nodding vigorously, and goes back to the kitchen to ask his mother to prepare a couple more dishes. This dinner tonight is even more joyful than Wang Chaos' wedding banquet. Wang Rue crazily returns home, startling Huang Liangkai and the others. What is going on? CMA is so scared that she first peeks outside the door, and after finding nothing unusual, quickly bolts the door from the inside. Wang Wanxiu, Huang Liangcai, Wang Shengli, and others surround Wang Rue. CMA quickly asks, What happened to you? What triggered you? Speak, child. Wang Rui, after a long silence, finally hugs his head and recounts everything that happened at Wang Chaos House. After listening, Xie Mei, Wang Shengli, and Wang Wanxiu exchange glances, clearly not daring to believe. Wei, that Wang Jinbao must be lying to you, right? Did he find someone to impersonate a leader from your company? Xie Mei frowns and asks. Other than this guess, she truly doesn't want to believe what Wang Rui is saying. Wang Jinbao, an ordinary operator managing to know a Han Feng, is already impressive. How could he possibly know Han Feng's superior to? How is this possible? No, he didn't lie to me. I already called our leader. It was his voice. I also can't believe it's true. That's why I can't accept it. How could Wang Jinbao know so many people? Wang Rui hugs his head, curled up on the stool, feeling as if his head is about to explode. Wang Wanxiu looks at Huang Liangkai beside her. What do you think about this? Huang Liangkai doesn't say anything, but slowly walks to the living room door. He looks up at the sky and thinks, if all this is true, then there's only one possibility. Perhaps this Wang Jinbao is deceiving you all. He is in Modu and is not just some small company's operator. Not a small company's operator. Xie Mei picks up the conversation, frowning tightly. Then what could he be? Huang Liangkai's words immediately open up new thoughts, making the previously collapsed Wang Rui lift his head. Could he also be someone from Mingzhe network? Upon careful consideration of the attitudes displayed by Zui Yongfu and Han Feng towards Li Mingzhe, Wang Rui also sensed an unsettling feeling. Think about it. If he were part of your company, what position would he hold to give orders to your general manager? Moreover, as far as I know, the owner of Mingzhe network is an old man in his 60s or 70s. Since Huang Liangkai is not associated with Mingzhe, he is unaware that Li Mingzhe's adoptive father Li Fuchang has long ceased to manage the company after being diagnosed with terminal cancer. Li Mingzhe had already begun learning to manage the company during his graduate studies at Fudan University. However, both Huang Liangkai and Wang Rui were oblivious to the fact that the actual power within the company had long been in Li Mingzhe's hands. They were even unaware that Wang Jinbao was Li Mingzhe. Regardless, we truly wouldn't have guessed this relationship without him stating it himself. Perhaps Wang Jinbao has business dealings with your company. For instance, he could be the client, or perhaps he works for the government in Modu, etc. These are all possibilities. In any case, his relationship with your company is definitely not just ordinary. Hearing Huang Liangkai's analysis, Wang Rui's head buzzed. If what Huang Liangkai said were true and Wang Jinbao held a significant identity, then he truly cannot afford to offend him. Wei, if you still want to work at Mingzhe Network, I suggest you avoid provoking Wang Jinbao in the future. However, this is predicated on whether you can still work at Mingzhe Network. After all, you have already torn your face with him today, and Wang Jinbao will surely inform the leaders of your company about this matter. So it would be best for you to keep a low profile in the future. Huang Liangkai understood how important this job was for Wang Rui, which is why he spoke up. Although he had never met Li Mingzhe in person, he knew from what Xie Mei had said that Li Mingzhe's methods were certainly not ordinary. At the very least, Wang Rui could gain no advantage under his hands. Since this is the case, then why would he recklessly oppose him? Upon hearing Huang Liangkai's words, Xie Mei suddenly felt a bit at a loss. She still struggled to recognize reality. So will Wei be able to keep this job in the future depending on Wang Jinbao's attitude? Huang Liangkai nodded. Yes, that is certain. Xie Mei, as if she had heard some dreadful news, suddenly sat down on the sofa and cried out, "Oh my God, what kind of situation is this? Why can't we offend Wang Jinbao? Oh, this is truly infuriating." Li Mingzhe remained completely unaware of everything that transpired after Wang Rui returned home. Having drunk heavily at Wang Chaos home, he and Wang Yud returned home laughing and chatting. Early the next morning, Li Mingzhe drove out with Zhang Xia and Wang Xiuhui along with 2 children. Their destination was the downtown area of Zhongzhou, a distance of about 70 to 80 kilometers. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they had already entered the city. "Sister, are you planning to go out for a meal today?" "I definitely won't. I don't want to see our aunt. You can go with Mom." Wang Zui's attitude was very clear. Seeing this, Li Mingzhe no longer asked. "Jinbao, just drop us off outside Wanda. I will take the 2 kids to have some fun." "All right." After temporarily stopping the car, Wang Xiuhui got out with the 2 children. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe headed towards another destination, the Happiness Hotel. By the time the car was parked, it was already 10:30. Upon locating the banquet hall written on the note from Zhang Zhuyan, Li Mingzhe spotted Zhang Zhuyan standing at the entrance to greet guests before he even entered. "Sister, you've arrived." Zhang Zhuyan was dressed quite festively today, a faux smile plastered on her face. Next to her, Lu Jigua took a couple of symbolic steps forward and nodded at Zhang Xia and Li Mingzhe. "You all arrived quite early, right? You came by car, didn't you?" Li Mingzhe replied, "Yes, Aunt." "Oh, I thought you came by bus." Zhang Zhuyan inquired cheerfully, "Jinbao, I just heard that you bought a BMW. Aunt, who told you that?" "I rented the BMW." Zhang Zhuyan was taken aback. "Rented? No way." Li Mingzhe lied without batting an eye. "Why not?" Isn't it normal to rent a car when going home for the new year? Otherwise, isn't it inconvenient? Seeing how seriously Mingzhe appeared, Zhang Zhuyan suddenly became uncertain. She had mentioned to the matchmaker about Li Mingzhe owning a BMW. Now that Li Mingzhe claimed his car was rented, how could she explain this to others? Jinbao, are you kidding me? Who rents a car and then outright states that their car is rented? Wouldn't that be revealing their secret? Li Mingzhe appeared disapproving. And I rented the car just for convenience, not to show off. What's there to reveal? Only someone who wants to flaunt would worry about being exposed, right? Zhang Zhuyan was left speechless, exchanging looks with Lu Zhigua, suddenly unsure of what to say. Li Mingzhe's words always seemed to carry an unpredictable sense of logic. Why don't we stop standing here and go inside? Let's go in and sit down. After bringing Zhang Xia and Li Mingzhe into the banquet hall, Zhang Zhuyan began to show off. Sister, look at this banquet hall. Do you know how much just the venue fee costs? How much? Zhang Xia asked. 30,000. Only 30,000. I feel like such a large place with such beautiful decorations, it should cost more than 30,000, right? Zhang Zhuyan looked at her as if she were a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? This is just the venue fee, not including food, drivers, photographers, hosts, etc. You actually think 30,000 is too little for renting this shabby place for a day? Sister, if you say you've never seen the world, you still think this is cheap. If you say you've seen the world, Li Mingzhe couldn't listen any longer. Chuckling, he said, Aunt, this price is inflated. Normally, if you're hosting a wedding banquet here, you wouldn't need to pay for a stage fee, right? Did someone take advantage of you? Zhang Zhuyan, who intended to show off to Zhang Xia, suddenly became displeased after hearing Li Mingzhe's words. Zhuyan, come here quickly. But before she could retort, new guests arrived at the entrance. Zhang Zhuyan turned around and immediately put on a smile, welcoming them. Oh, why did you come so early? Finally able to find some peace, Li Mingzhe took Zhang Xia to find a place to sit. It was still early before the meal began. Bored, Li Mingzhe opened his phone and sent a message to Xiaoya. Have you arrived in the city? After sending, Li Mingzhe transferred 3,000 yuan to Wang Xiaohui. Sister, have fun with the kids. You rarely come, so let the children eat or play whatever they want, don't hold back. Wang Xiaohui initially didn't want to accept it, but after glancing at the children, she gritted her teeth and accepted it. Then she replied to Li Mingzhe, Okay, I understand, thank you, brother. At this time, Xiaoya also replied to the message. I haven't arrived yet, but I already want to go back. Li Mingzhe asked, What happened? Xiaoya replied, I feel that this class reunion is a bit off. Many people brought their partners. Before Li Mingzhe could think of a response, Xiaoya added, Let me show you our classmates' group chat. As she spoke, she sent a screenshot of the WeChat group. The general content of the chat was that several people brought their partners, urging Xiaoya to bring hers as well. However, when Xiaoya said Li Mingzhe was busy, someone remarked whether it was that he was too embarrassed to come, and there were even hints that he couldn't present a suitable partner. They even made a joke that generally beautiful girls' boyfriends are either chubby or very ordinary. This was directly speculating that Xiaoya's partner was unattractive. Xiaoya said, Did you see that? Isn't this a class reunion? Why does it feel like a partner flaunting party? This is really quite bizarre. That Feng Yulan in the group, she has always opposed me since school, and even after so many years since graduation, she is still competing with me. I really don't want to deal with her. Looking at Xiaoya's complaints, Li Mingzhe asked with concern, So are you all having lunch? Xiaoya, are you free? Didn't you go to the wedding banquet already? Li Mingzhe, it's fine, I'll just pay the money later. I can skip the meal here. Xiaoya, let me think about it. To be honest, I don't really want those women to see you. What if they see how handsome you are and try to flirt with you? Li Mingzhe, then let them flirt. Xiaoya. While they were chatting, Zhang Zhuyan suddenly brought a few people over and directly sat at Li Mingzhe's table. You all sit down first, I'll go greet the guests. Among the people brought by Zhang Zhuyan, there was a middle-aged couple and two young women. One of the women appeared to be in her 30s, holding a baby a few months old with a small child standing beside her. The other one looked younger, around 25 or 26, dressed in a gentle and charming manner, making her quite attractive. As the four adults sat down, they all turned their gaze towards Li Mingzhe, their eyes filled with a hint of scrutiny. Li Mingzhe merely glanced up and then averted his gaze. He was already accustomed to the attention of others. The group began to whisper among themselves. After a few minutes, Li Mingzhe felt the atmosphere was somewhat strange, and he looked up at the family again. With so many tables in the banquet hall, why did they come over here? Mom, should we go for a walk? Bored to the point of dozing off, Zhang Xia replied, You go ahead, I'll sit here for a while. Oh, okay then. Li Mingzhe stood up, deciding to go buy a bottle of ice-cold Coke. However, just as he stood up, the young woman glanced at him with evident admiration, seemingly quite pleased with his looks and height. After Li Mingzhe left, she said softly, Sister, I think he's good. All right, I'll let our aunt know. The woman holding the baby immediately got up, moving even faster than Li Mingzhe, and approached Zhang Zhuyan first. Miao Miao has taken a liking to him and wants to chat with that boy. That's fine, I'll go talk to him. Zhang Zhuyan said, immediately blocking Li Mingzhe, who was about to leave the banquet hall. Jin Bao, where are you going? Li Mingzhe, I'm going out to buy a bottle of water. Zhang Zhuyan quickly said, wait a moment, take that girl with you, it's just right for you two to chat alone. Li Mingzhe looked confused. Who? He turned around and finally saw the girl Zhang Zhuyan mention, the one who had just sat at the same table with him. What? Did he unknowingly get matched just now? And are you mistaken? Didn't I tell you I have a girlfriend, eh? Zhang Zhuyan pretended not to hear Li Mingzhe's words. She quickly walked up to Deng Miao Miao and whispered a few words before bringing her to Li Mingzhe. Jin Bao, this girl is the university student I told you about with a bachelor's degree. Her name is Deng Miao Miao. You should have a good chat with her. All right, you two go out for a walk. Don't forget to come back for dinner later. Li Mingzhe was utterly exasperated. He grabbed Zhang Zhuyan, who was trying to leave, feeling a bit annoyed. And how can you not respect my opinion at all? Didn't I tell you that I have a girlfriend? So I won't go on blind dates. In front of Deng Miao Miao, Li Mingzhe had to make himself clear. He thought Deng Miao Miao would feel awkward and say she didn't want to chat anymore after hearing this, but unexpectedly, before Zhang Zhuyan could speak, she spoke up. Wang Jinbao, right. I suggest you keep an open mind. After all, no one knows what the future holds. Moreover, we're just having a simple chat. There's no need for you to feel guilty. After a pause, she added meaningfully, if your girlfriend gets angry over such a small matter, then she is too petty. Li Mingzhe, what does this mean? This girl is really a green tea type. If you knew your boyfriend was going on blind dates behind your back, wouldn't you be angry? Is this even a matter of being petty? What does her impolite tone mean? Before Li Mingzhe could say anything, Zhang Zhuyan actually began to echo Deng Miao Miao's words and started lecturing Li Mingzhe. Miao Miao is right. Why are you so clueless? Just chatting for a bit won't hurt you. Let me say something you might not want to hear. If you lack the courage for this little thing, how can you achieve anything big in the future? Li Mingzhe was utterly dumbfounded. Are these two people with distorted values coming together? Fine, if he can't provoke them, he can avoid them. Yes, and I probably won't achieve anything in the future. So don't worry about me. I'm going out to buy water, thanks. After saying that, Li Mingzhe ignored Deng Miao Miao and turned to leave the banquet hall. Zhang Zhuyan wanted to keep Li Mingzhe, but saw him not looking back at all, instantly feeling displeased. This child, how can he have no manners at all? Deng Miao Miao, however, seemed completely unconcerned about Li Mingzhe's attitude. She even comforted Zhang Zhuyan a bit and said, Aunt, you're busy today. Don't worry about me. I can handle it myself. Zhang Zhuyan understood the situation and knew her niece was capable. All right, I won't interfere, you handle it. But I must tell you this, Wang Jinbao is indeed a local from Modu. As for how many properties he has in Modu, I can't find out. Just handle it well yourself. Deng Miao Miao nodded. Got it, I'm leaving now, Aunt. After leaving the banquet hall, she immediately chased after the direction Li Mingzhe had taken. Excuse me, which way did the tall, handsome guy in the black down jacket go? Oh, he said he was going to buy ice water and went to the first floor. Okay, thank you. Deng Miao Miao immediately took the elevator and went after him. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhe was completely unaware of all this. At that moment, he was in the hotel lobby preparing to go to a nearby convenience store to buy water. Xiaoya just happened to message him on WeChat. Hello. Xiaoya, hee, what are you doing now? Are you bored? Li Mingzhe, it's okay, I went out to buy water. It was quite boring at first, but something bizarre happened just now, so it's not boring anymore. What happened? Li Mingzhe briefly mentioned the blind date incident, causing Xiaoya to start cursing on the other end of the line. Xiaoya, this woman is something else. She actually said I'm petty and wants to steal my boyfriend. No wonder I felt something was off earlier. My right eyelid kept twitching. It turns out the problem was here. No, I'm going to find you later. You should come with me to my classmate gathering, or I really won't feel at ease with you. Listening to Xiaoya's words, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but smile. He bought a bottle of ice-cold Coke. Wait a moment, I need to pay. Suddenly Deng Miao Miao came up and handed over her payment code. Thus the bottle of Coke ended up being paid for by her. Li Mingzhe frowned. What are you doing? Deng Miao Miao wore a sweet smile. Nothing, just treating you to a drink. No need, thank you. Li Mingzhe directly placed the water in front of her, then went to fetch another bottle for himself. Only after confirming that he had paid did he feel at ease taking the water away. However, Deng Miao Miao followed closely behind Li Mingzhe with that bottle of water. Li Mingzhe frowned. What are you following me for? Aren't you going back to the hotel? I'm going back to the hotel too. Then you are mistaken, I'm not going back yet. I'm on the phone with my girlfriend. Li Mingzhe said this plainly, expecting Deng Miao Miao to back off. After all, what woman would easily let go of someone who was entangled with her boyfriend? But to his surprise, upon hearing this, Deng Miao Miao showed no sign of embarrassment. She even leaned close to Li Mingzhe near his phone, saying, Then I'll wait for you to finish your call. This bottle of iced cola is for you. Girls should drink less iced beverages. It's not good for your health. With that, she shoved the water into Li Mingzhe's arms and walked away casually. Li Mingzhe watched Deng Miao's retreating figure in shock. This girl really has strong psychological resilience. After tossing the water she gave him into the trash, he continued his phone call with Xiaoya. You heard what just happened, right? That girl is really something. Xiaoya replied. You wait for me, I'm coming over right now. Damn it, how dare she try to steal my man. At this moment Xiaoya's anger was off the charts. She could even imagine herself tearing Deng Miao's hair out. However, since Xiaoya had not yet entered the city, it would take her several more minutes to reach the hotel. After hanging up, Li Mingzhe decided to sit on a sofa in the lobby for a while. He truly did not want to encounter a woman like Deng Miao. Yet just as he was enjoying his iced cola, Deng Miao suddenly reappeared. You just threw away the water I gave you. Is this how you treat a girl's feelings? Li Mingzhe felt a shiver down his spine from her words. In truth, Xiaoya was already quite proactive, but her approach was completely different from Deng Miao's. Xiaoya's initiative was measured, and she knew when to hold back. But Deng Miao's persistence was bordering on harassment. Think what you want, Li Mingzhe said, immediately getting up preparing to return to the banquet hall. There were more people inside, so Deng Miao probably wouldn't harass him in front of his family. Wang Jinbao, wait a moment, can't you give me a few minutes? Let's get to know each other. If it doesn't work out, I won't bother you anymore. Li Mingzhe was genuinely annoyed. He stopped turning to look down at Deng Miao. He directly shot back. Haven't you ever seen a man before? As expected, his words caused a subtle change in Deng Miao's expression. She clearly did not expect Li Mingzhe, who seemed so refined, to hurt a girl like this. Wang Jinbao, I must explain, I just think you meet my criteria for a partner, which is why I'm being so proactive. How have I turned into such an inferior woman in your eyes? She looked defiant with just the right amount of grievance in her eyes, as if she possessed a special charm that made men instantly regret their words. But Li Mingzhe was certainly not the type of naive young man. He had encountered many women, and there were at least 100 who hadn't made it to his bed. He would absolutely not give a chance to a scheming girl like Deng Miao. Let me explain, you do not meet my requirements. Even if I didn't have a girlfriend, I would never be interested in you. Did you understand that? Li Mingzhe's face was cold as he finished speaking and walked away. This time Deng Miao did not cling to him like a stubborn adhesive. As the elevator doors closed, Li Mingzhe let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, that woman is really annoying. Returning to the banquet hall, Zhongzhou looked at Li Mingzhe with surprise. Hey, where's Miao? Why didn't she come back with you? I don't know, I didn't see her. With that, Li Mingzhe walked straight over to Zhongxia. At this moment, she had already given the gift money. Mom, I might not be here for dinner later. After you finish eating, I'll have my friend come pick you up to find my sister. Where are you going to eat? Zhongxia asked. I might go to another restaurant. Oh, then go ahead, it's fine, and don't worry about me. Li Mingzhe replied, okay. As he exited the banquet hall, he ran into Deng Miao, who was looking down at her phone. As the two were about to pass by each other, a man in the corridor stared at Li Mingzhe for a couple of seconds before suddenly calling out, Hey, General Manager Li, what are you doing here? Li Mingzhe tensed up, startled by the title. It really is you, General Manager Li. I thought I recognized the wrong person. The man's words instantly caught Deng Miao's attention. She instinctively looked over. When Li Mingzhe noticed that Deng Miao was already paying attention, he quickly pulled the man who called him away. Hey, General Manager Li, what are you doing? His voice faded around the corner, leaving Deng Miao standing there deep in thought. If she was not mistaken, the person just now seemed to be part of the hotel's management. How could he address Wang Jinbao as General Manager Li? Li Mingzhe took him to a corner of the stairs, and after confirming that no one was following, let out a sigh of relief. Fang Jiala also turned back to look bewildered. What's wrong? You look like you're escaping from debt. Did Mingzhe's network go bankrupt? Li Mingzhe coughed lightly at the words and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. That person just now was my pursuer, and I told her my last name was Wang. With you suddenly calling me General Manager Li, how am I supposed to explain that to her? Oh, a pursuer. Fang Jiala looked as if he understood. He was somewhat familiar with Li Mingzhe. Whenever Li Mingzhe came to Zhongzhou on business, he always stayed at hotels. Fang Jiala worked at one of the hotels where Li Mingzhe frequently stayed. After an unexpected incident, Li Mingzhe ended up knowing him. He never expected to run into him here today. Glancing at Fang Jiala's name tag, Li Mingzhe exclaimed, You changed jobs. Yeah, if you want a higher salary, you have to change jobs. Oh, that's great. General Manager Li, why are you here today? I'm here to attend a wedding banquet. Li Mingzhe chatted with him for a few moments, but fearing his identity would be exposed, he reminded, By the way, Fang Jiala, if anyone asks about my identity, you mustn't say Mingzhe Network is mine, because I told people here that I work for a small e-commerce company. No matter who asks, you do not reveal my true identity. What? Fang Jiala looked as if had just heard a huge revelation. General Manager Li, oh no. Wang Zong, what are you playing at? Are you going incognito? Why are you hiding your identity? Li Mingzhe smiled wryly. Well, it's a long story. I don't have time to explain everything to you now, but just don't call me Wang Zong. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Fang Jiala laughed, haha Xiao Wang. I got it. Don't worry, I will definitely not let it slip. No, I definitely won't let it slip, haha. Li Mingzhe seriously patted Fang Jiale's shoulder saying, brother, you need to be more reliable. If I hear that someone knows my true identity, I won't let you off. Seeing Li Mingzhe's half-smile, Fang Jiala immediately sensed a hint of danger. He quickly put away his slightly frivolous demeanor saying, got it. Xiao Wan, you can trust me to get things done. Although Li Mingzhe wasn't his superior, and they weren't in the same industry, Fang Jiala absolutely believed what Li Mingzhe said due to his status. After confirming everything with Fang Jiala, Li Mingzhe immediately called Xiaoya. Don't come over here, I'm on my way to find you. I've already arranged things with my mom. After the communication, Li Mingzhe received the dining address sent by Xiaoya on WeChat. Why is it this place? It's no wonder Li Mingzhe was surprised, as the location of Xiaoya's class reunion was actually Zhongzhou, a place he had visited many times. This is a quaint and charming traditional Chinese restaurant with good food and service, and Li Mingzhe knew the owner. Previously, due to mask mandates, the business at Zhongzhou had plummeted and the owner nearly went bankrupt. If it weren't for Li Mingzhe's strong support, Zhongzhou would no longer exist. Will I expose my identity if I go there? Forget it, I have to go regardless. Even if my identity is exposed to Xiaoyu, it's fine as long as I don't let her talk about it. With that thought, Li Mingzhe felt better about it. He turned on the navigation and drove straight to Zhongzhou. Fang Jiala was just about to go to the restroom when, as Li Mingzhe predicted, he was blocked by Deng Miao Miao in the corridor. Deng Miao Miao glanced at Fang Jiala's work badge and spoke gently, Manager Fang, can I ask you something? Seeing that he was being stopped by a beautiful woman, Fang Jiala immediately perked up. Sure, what do you want to ask? He replied with a face full of righteousness. It's nothing much. I just heard you call that Wang Jinbao Manager Li. Why is that? Isn't his last name Wang? Fang Jiala was taken aback by her words and immediately became alert. Despite standing before a beautiful woman, he hadn't forgotten Li Mingzhe's warning. After thinking for a moment, he cleared his throat and began to fabricate. Beautiful lady, you misunderstood. I called him Manager Li not because his last name is Li. Manager Li is his gaming username. When I first met him, he went by that name, so I got used to calling him that. But I initially thought his last name was Li too. Hearing Fang Jiale's explanation, Deng Miao Miao seemed a bit skeptical. Especially when she noticed Fang Jiale's evasive gaze, she felt that he was lying. However, she had no evidence. So Deng Miao Miao could only nod knowingly and then ask, do you know what he does? Oh, I know this, he's in e-commerce. Fang Jiala thought to himself that this should be okay to say, right? Oh, Deng Miao Miao asked again, do you know he's from Magic City? I know. What's his situation in Magic City, do you know? Fang Jiala immediately shook his head. I really don't know, I met him in Zhongzhou. Oh, okay then. Seeing Fang Jiale's response, Deng Miao Miao estimated that she wouldn't be able to extract any more information. What she was most concerned about was whether Li Mingzhe had money in Magic City. However, since Fang Jiala didn't know about Li Mingzhe's situation in Magic City, she saw no need to ask further. Just then Zhang Zhuyan suddenly approached with Deng Miao Miao's sister. Hey Miao Miao, if Wang Jinbao doesn't want to talk, don't bother asking around here. Honestly, doesn't he just have a house in Magic City? Thinking it over, there was nothing remarkable about it. Hearing this, Fang Jiala felt a belly full of secrets wanting to spill out. How could this woman say that the wealthy second-generation heir Li Mingzhe with nearly $1 billion in assets only had one house? What a joke. It's not just about his net worth, alright. Just one of Li Mingzhe's luxury cars costs over 10 million. Zhang Zhuyan, unaware of Fang Jiale's internal thoughts, continued, moreover, he only has a diploma. He probably doesn't match up to you at all. Who? Are you talking about someone with a diploma? Fang Jiala couldn't help but interject. It was fine to discuss identity, but discussing education should be alright, right? Who? Zhang Zhuyan looked at Fang Jiala, who seemed a bit excited with a puzzled expression. Deng Miao Miao then chimed in, she's talking about that Wang Jinbao. Fang Jiala, with a face full of disbelief, immediately began to clarify. I'm seriously drunk. How could he possibly only have a diploma? He graduated from Stanford with a bachelor's degree and is an overseas student. He returned to pursue a master's degree at Fudan. Are you saying he only has a diploma? Where did you hear that from? Deng Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Jinbao studied at Stanford for his undergraduate degree and a master's degree at Fudan. These two schools, which one of them isn't prestigious enough to outshine a lot of others? Zhang Zhuyan also looked dumbfounded upon hearing this. Although she didn't know what Stanford was, she understood that Li Mingzhe was an overseas student. What? How did he tell me he only had a diploma? Zhang Zhuyan looked completely puzzled, unable to grasp the situation. Which of these two people was telling the truth? Did he tell you that himself? Fang Jiala asked. Zhang Zhuyan replied, yes. He told me that in person yesterday. This made Fang Jiala realize. So Li Mingzhe had concealed his educational background. Damn, doesn't this expose his information? But he also didn't say not to mention his education, right? Fang Jiala was also a bit anxious. He initially held back when he heard Zhang Zhuyan say Li Mingzhe only had one house, but when it came to education, he completely didn't think that much. Now that he had let it slip, what to do? I probably mixed up the person. He seems to only have a diploma. The one I mentioned is someone else. Fang Jiala began to salvage the situation, saying to Deng Miao Miao, beautiful lady, just pretend I never said anything that can affect your judgment. Actually, I don't know much about Xiao Wang. I only know he's from Magic City, and we met while playing games. I probably misheard when I heard someone bragging and confused it with him. If there's nothing else, I'm going to the restroom. Just as Zhang Zhuyan was about to ask again, Fang Jiala quickly added, if you need something, ask the waiter. I really have to go. After saying that, Fang Jiala hurriedly slipped away, leaving Zhang Zhuyan and Deng Miao Miao's sister looking at each other in confusion. What does that mean? Why is it one moment he has a diploma and the next he's an overseas student? Which one is true? Zhang Zhuyan thought of Zhang Xiao. By the way, isn't my sister inside? Can't I just ask her? Deng Miao Miao thought for a moment and judged, Auntie, this Wang Jinbao is probably lying to you. Why, oi? Deng Miao Miao replied, based on my intuition. Just as Zhang Zhuyan was about to ask, she suddenly remembered something and said, I heard someone say yesterday that Wang Jinbao bought a BMW, but when I asked him today, he said it was a rental. Do you think this kid has spoken a single true word? Hearing this, Deng Miao Miao's curiosity about Li Mingzhe grew even stronger. She now felt that Li Mingzhe was very likely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. And now that you've said this, I understand in my heart. These two matters, he must be deceiving you to keep you from knowing his true situation. But don't worry about it, you've already been troubled enough before. I'll handle the rest myself. Whether she has a girlfriend or not is not the main point. Just then someone called Zhang Zhuyan. She nodded in response, all right, Miao Miao, just take care of it yourself. I need to hurry and attend to the guests now. Okay. Xiaoya, who changed her destination, soon arrived at Changzhou building. Her classmates parked the car, and as soon as Xiaoya stepped out, she noticed several classmates already standing outside. Xiao Wenyao is here. And that one Meng Yun. Xiaoya walked up with her classmate Meng Yun smiling and greeting everyone when she suddenly spotted a familiar face, Yao Hongjie. Since this was originally a high school reunion, Xiaoya was not surprised to see Yao Hongjie. She just remembered the incident from a couple of days ago where she had tricked him, which made her want to laugh. At that moment, she even felt a bit sorry for him. Yet Yao Hongjie seemed to have forgotten about that incident, greeting Xiaoya with a smile, as if there were no hard feelings. As soon as he spoke, Feng Yulan and the girl next to her burst into laughter. Xiaoya frowned slightly, looking at her high school nemesis Feng Yulan, unsure of what she was going to say next. However, Feng Yulan was not in a hurry to speak. It was the girl beside her, Ji Yao, who couldn't hold back first. At that moment, she watched with amusement and teased, I say, Yao Hongjie, why are you still so dull when you see Xiaoya? Hasn't so many years passed? Do you still like Xiaoya? Cough, cough. Yao Hongjie, feeling flustered, reddened a bit. What nonsense are you talking about? That's all in the past. I already have a girlfriend now. If it were 2 days ago, he might still have had that thought upon seeing Xiaoya. But since he met Li Mingzhe and realized how generous he was, he wisely dispelled that idea. Because he knew there was no chance of that happening. In the face of absolute power, even the most ordinary man would feel insignificant. Ji Yao asked with a smile, then why didn't you bring her today for us to see? She has something on today, or it's inconvenient for her to come. Besides, you guys didn't say in advance that you were bringing partners. This sudden attack, who can be prepared for it? Yao Hongjie effectively countered Ji Yao's words, leaving her unable to tease him further. After all, this was indeed a suggestion from her and Feng Yulan at the last minute, so they were definitely in the wrong now. Ji Yao pouted, no longer wanting to talk to Yao Hongjie. But feeling bored, she turned to Xiaoya, smiling and saying, Xiaoya, what about you? You must have a boyfriend, right? I do. Yao Hongjie has met him. He has met him. Ji Yao looked at Yao Hongjie in surprise. Her curiosity suddenly ignited. What's he like? Yao Hongjie, I want comment, don't ask me. Yao Hongjie said with an impatient look and walked into Changzhou building. Isn't this just bringing up the past? Everyone knows Xiaoya was Yao Hongjie's high school goddess. Now they come to ask him this question. If he answers, that would be a miracle. Hey. Humph. Ji Yao was rejected by Yao Hongjie, and then turned her gaze back to the main subject. Xiaoya, is your boyfriend coming later? He should be coming. I'm not sure. Not sure. Did you tell him? If you say he won't come, that would really be disrespectful to you. Being a woman, Xiaoya knew exactly what Ji Yao was up to. So she smiled and said, face can't be eaten. My boyfriend is busy and doesn't have time to watch you all show off your love. I can handle the eye irritation all by myself. Ji Yao seemed to have caught Xiaoya in some error. Hey, what you said is not nice at all. What do you mean by eye irritation? Meng Yun sensed that the atmosphere was off and immediately changed the subject. By the way, why aren't you guys going in? Isn't it unnecessary for 4 or 5 people to come to pick someone up? Seeing Xiaoya not saying anything, Ji Yao could only explain to Meng Yun, "Oh, I don't know what happened. It seems that the private room Wu Rui booked is gone. They are probably negotiating now. Haozi and the others have already gone in and are waiting." As she spoke, Ji Yao's face lit up with excitement. "In a bit, Yulan's boyfriend will also be coming. Meng Yun, you must know her boyfriend is really handsome and also wealthy." "Really?" Meng Yun was surprised. Could it be fake? Ji Yao seemed to be talking about her own boyfriend, looking very pleased. At this moment, Feng Yulan, who had been quiet, showed off her newly done nails in front of her. Then she slowly said, "Ji Yao, you shouldn't speak too soon. What if Xiao Wenyu's boyfriend is even more handsome and richer? We haven't seen him yet, so that's all uncertain." Upon hearing this, Ji Yao's face displayed a hint of disdain. "Yulan, at this point, do you still need to be low-key? Who doesn't know your boyfriend is 6 feet tall and earns $1 million a year?" Xiaoya immediately chimed in, "Hey, I don't know." She then deliberately asked Meng Yun, "Do you know?" Meng Yun chuckled dryly and shook her head. Ji Yao rolled her eyes at this, looking speechless. "What I'm saying is an exaggerated way of speaking. Of course, not everyone knows. How do we know if your statement is just an exaggeration or if the whole statement is exaggerated? Stop saying he's 6 feet tall. When he arrives, if he's wearing height-increasing shoes, it's all over." Xiaoya deliberately argued with her. Ji Yao became agitated at Xiaoya's taunts. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think everyone likes to show off like you? You said he needs height-increasing shoes to be 6 feet tall. Are you talking about your boyfriend? I've seen Yulan's boyfriend long ago. He's someone you couldn't compare to even if you switched boyfriends 10 times. Xiaoya was not as agitated as Ji Yao. At this moment, she clicked her tongue, looking puzzled. "What I said is not about your boyfriend. Why are you so excited? You speak of him so well, don't tell me you like him too." Before Ji Yao could retort, Xiaoya continued, "I suggest that even if you do like him, don't show it so clearly, otherwise your good friend will guard against you." This mental attack directly broke Ji Yao's defenses. She was so angry, she almost wanted to come up and tear Xiaoya's mouth apart. Feng Yulan also couldn't help but want to speak, but just then her boyfriend arrived. Hubby Feng Yulan's voice immediately became high-pitched as she rushed over. Xiaoya turned her head to take a look, and indeed the newcomer looked about 6 feet tall, dressed in a suit with a slender frame. Although his appearance was slightly inferior to Li Mingzhe's, paired with that suit and physique, he was indeed outstanding. At least in Xiaoya's eyes, he could barely be considered a handsome guy. Ji Yao also suppressed her fierce expression, came in front of Xiaoya, and asked, "So how is it? Are you stunned? If he isn't handsome, why are you staring so long?" Xiaoya looked at Ji Yao in confusion. "Are you mistaken? Everyone is idle. Even if a dog passes by, I'd be curious to see what it's doing. Oh, why would I stare for just a few seconds? You're just trying to show off. Honestly, I really feel like you're acting like this person is your boyfriend." Ji Yao's expression changed, as if Xiaoya had hit upon something. However, Xiaoya didn't have time to appreciate her expression. She took out her phone and sent a message to Li Mingzhe, "Where are you?" In just a few seconds, Li Mingzhe sent over his location. Xiaoya opened it and saw that Li Mingzhe was only 3 traffic lights away. That means he would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Just as Xiaoya was wondering if there were any parking spaces left, Feng Yulan suddenly appeared with her boyfriend. "Xiaoya, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Yin Xinran. This is my classmate, Xiao Wenya." Yin Xinran presented himself as a gentleman, extending his hand towards Xiaoya. "Hello, Xiaoya." Xiaoya pretended not to see his hand, forcing a fake smile. "Oh, hello." Yin Xinran retracted his hand, but didn't seem angry. However, Feng Yulan was somewhat displeased. She frowned and said, "Xiaoya, didn't you see my husband wanted to shake hands with you?" Xiaoya was taken aback by her words. I thought you would mind. If you don't mind, I will make up for it now." Saying this, Xiaoya immediately reached out to grasp Yin Xinran's hand and shook it twice. "Hello, handsome." Xiaoya's actions immediately infuriated Feng Yulan. "Xiao Wenya, what do you mean by this?" Xiaoya feigned innocence. "I meant nothing. Didn't you say I shouldn't shake hands? Now I haven't I? You aren't seriously angry just because I shook hands with your husband, are you?" "You." Feng Yulan glared at Xiaoya, momentarily speechless. At this moment, Meng Yun leaned over curiously and asked, "Yulan, so you're married?" Before Feng Yulan could respond, Yin Xinran quickly explained, "We aren't married yet, we are still dating." "Oh." Meng Yun nodded in understanding. "Sorry, I thought you were married." "It's fine, misunderstandings are normal." Yin Xinran continued, glancing at Xiaoya a few more times as if to clarify for her. Xiaoya's appearance and figure were truly outstanding, especially compared to the ordinary women present, making her even more striking. But Feng Yulan seemed displeased as she pouted, disregarding the classmates around her, and cooed, "Honey, why do you need to explain so clearly? Isn't getting married just a matter of time?" Yes. Yin Xinran sounded slightly perfunctory. Feng Yulan noticed, but didn't press further, as that would seem too demanding. It's better to be restrained outside, or else Yin Xinran might get angry. At that moment, Wu Rui, who had gone inside to book a private room, came out. He looked dejected. "Sai, there's no private room for us anymore. The one I booked earlier suddenly had a light go out and won't be fixed until the afternoon. It seems we really won't have a spot today. Hearing this, Feng Yulan let out a disappointed, "Ah, no way. I wanted to eat the dishes here today." Ji Yao chimed in. "Yeah, where else can we eat if not this place?" Upon hearing this, Yan Xinran suddenly spoke up. "Let me try you. I know the manager here." "You know the manager here?" Wu Rui was delighted and filled with hope. "Then let's go ask again." So Wu Rui, along with Yan Xinran, Feng Yulan, Ji Yao, and others, all went back inside. Meanwhile, Xiaoya stood in place waiting for Li Mingzhe. After a few minutes, Ji Yao came out and called to the few classmates waiting outside. "Let's go, we have a private room now." Meng Yun was quite surprised. Wow, as soon as he went, it really worked. Looks like connections do make a difference. The other classmates echoed. Indeed, it seems Feng Yulan's boyfriend is quite capable, knowing the manager here. He must be wealthy. Connections are one thing, but I bet he also slipped some money. As the group continued talking and walked inside, Xiaoya remained standing in place. "Meng Yun, you go in first. You'll wait for my boyfriend." "Xiaoya, why don't you go in and greet the classmates first?" "I saw several classmates inside still yet to come out. If you go in with your boyfriend later, you might not have time for him if it's crowded." Xiaoya shrugged nonchalantly. "I can't be bothered with them. Since my boyfriend is here, he is the most important to me." A helpful male classmate noticed that Xiaoya and Meng Yun weren't planning to leave and reminded them, "You don't need to wait here. The private room number has been sent in the group chat. Hurry inside, but it's too cold outside." Meng Yun immediately pulled Xiaoya. "Let's go in first. You can come back out soon." Seeing the male classmate still waiting for her to go in, Xiaoya could only helplessly go in with Meng Yun. Li Mingzhe, who was just one traffic light away, passed by a clothing store and thought for a moment, "I can dress normally usually, but today I should put in a bit more effort." So he found a parking space to temporarily stop and went in to buy some clothes before coming out. Li Mingzhe recalled Xiaoya's earlier words and realized that today's gathering was probably not that simple. Thus, he remained more vigilant. After parking the car, the moment Xiaoya met Li Mingzhe, her eyes lit up and she cheerfully approached him. "Wow, let me see whose man this is. He's really handsome. No wonder that girl is bothering you. Who wouldn't be attracted to him? This coat you're wearing really suits you." Li Mingzhe, hearing Xiaoya's flattery, playfully pinched her nose. "All right, I bought this outfit specifically to attend your class reunion. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't dress like I'm going to a fashion show." Seeing that it was already 11:30, he said, "Okay, let's go in." With that, Li Mingzhe walked in with Xiaoya to Changju building. Little did they know their interactions outside had already been clearly observed from a third-floor window. "Did you all see Xiaoya's boyfriend clearly?" "I couldn't see clearly, but he seems to have good taste in clothing." "What car does he drive?" "Did you see it?" A few gossipers crowded by the window, including Ji Yao. Feng Yulan, sitting at the table, snorted. "Humph, look at you all. It's like you've never seen the world. We'll see clearly once they come up. Oh, what's the fuss about with so many people crowding there?" She always disdained Xiaoya's ability to be the center of attention wherever she went, feeling quite jealous. Hearing her words, Ji Yao immediately sat back down. The others gradually sat back down as well, with someone countering. "Weren't you guys saying there was a law online that beautiful women usually date ugly men? That's why we're so curious." Just then, Xiaoya and Li Mingzhe walked in. She entered and asked, "What are you all talking about? Who's ugly?" As soon as Li Mingzhe appeared, the entire table of over 20 people fell silent. "Wow. Xiaoya, where did you find this partner? Is he some kind of celebrity?" Li Mingzhe, dressed in a khaki coat paired with his handsome face, made women think of a certain foreign star. There was no way around it, or Li Mingzhe's charisma was simply too outstanding, drawing all eyes toward him. Even when he usually dressed casually, just sitting there without saying a word could captivate many, let alone today, when he had put in a little extra effort. "Yes, Xiaoya, your boyfriend is so handsome. You are really lucky. Indeed, handsome guys tend to like beautiful women." Sob sob. Many women displayed envious expressions at that moment. Regardless of gender or age, who could resist the sight of handsome men and beautiful women? Ji Yao and Feng Yulan remained silent. Although their expressions didn't show outright envy, their gazes were still fixated on Li Mingzhe. Xiaoya graciously accepted everyone's compliments and smiled as she pulled Li Mingzhe to a seat. Once seated, she said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my boyfriend Wang Jinbao." Li Mingzhe smiled and said, "Hello, everyone." "Oh, hello. Am I that incompetent? I feel so lucky to be dining at the same table as such a handsome man." "Then you better eat a lot during the meal. It's definitely going to be delicious today." Right, he looks too appetizing." A saying someone looks appetizing doesn't seem like a compliment, does it? Regardless, as long as you understand what I mean. At that moment, a woman suddenly said with a sigh, "I suddenly feel that I shouldn't have married so early. Is it too late for me to divorce and find someone else now?" Someone responded to her joke, "Even if you divorce, it seems unlikely you'll find someone as handsome as that, right?" The woman glared, "Can't I speak the truth?" Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. After Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya arrived, the atmosphere in the private room instantly became lively. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and there was no awkward silence. Several girls were openly discussing Li Mingzhe while others were concerned about Xiaoya's feelings. By the way, Xiaoya, do you mind us discussing your boyfriend? Feel free to chat. You can even talk about the color of his underwear. Xiaoya said while deliberately putting on a mischievous expression. After all, he's my man, you can't have him. Ha ha, look at Xiaoya's cheeky face. Who wants to tickle her? I do. I even want to give her a good beating. Everyone joked, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, Feng Yulan, who should have been the center of attention, couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly coughed and said in a rather discordant tone, "Aren't you all eating? Let's order the dishes first. Can we fill our stomachs just by chatting?" Ji Yao also chimed in, "Yeah, I'm starving. Let's hurry up and order." Only then did everyone shift their attention from Li Mingzhe. When it was time to order, someone asked, "Are we splitting the bill today?" To which Feng Yulan replied, "Does this little amount even need to be split? My husband is treating today. You can order whatever you like." This remark naturally drew everyone's flattery. Many male classmates started to shout, "Wow, so generous. Feng Jie is so generous. Brother-in-law is generous too. Everyone can order freely today. We must give Feng Jie some face." Someone joked, "If we're not splitting, you should have said so earlier. I would have brought my wife and kids to enjoy this meal. Look at you, so pathetic. Why don't you bring your parents too? Hey, I can just take some home for them later, right? Wow, you're really something." Wu Rui asked Feng Jie, "Can we drink a bottle of Moutai today?" Feng Yulan was taken aback by the question and didn't respond, but looked at Yan Xinran. This table, including drinks, would barely cost 2,000, adding a bottle of Moutai would exceed the budget significantly. Yan Xinran smiled, "We can drink, but I doubt they have it here. Check the menu and see if they have it. If not, we can't drink it." Someone chimed in, "What's the most expensive drink here? Let's get the most expensive one." Feng Jie, "Does your boyfriend mind?" Feng Yulan replied, "He doesn't mind. Oh, what's there to mind? It's not like I'm paying." Though she said this, she secretly looked down on her classmates who seemed eager to take advantage. No wonder they're all struggling. So poor. Although Feng Yulan still relied on her man for support, it didn't stop her from looking down on others who lacked capability. "Ha ha, just kidding. How could we order the most expensive? Let's just get 2 bottles of Gujing Gongjiu. 1 bottle of Gujing and 1 bottle of Haijilan will do." After ordering most of the dishes, they handed the menu to the waiter. At this point, the topic shifted. Since Yan Xinran was paying, naturally people began to praise him. "While you all are busy admiring Xiaoya's boyfriend, I think Feng Jie's partner is even more handsome. He exudes the aura of wealth. Do you understand? Exactly, he's not one of us classmates. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed that he's treating us today. Then we should all toast him more later." Feng Yulan said, all right, we're all classmates. It doesn't matter who treats." Satisfaction of her vanity followed, and she intentionally added, "Mainly because my husband knows the manager here, we can get a discount on the meal." "There's a discount? That means your boyfriend has a special relationship with the manager of this place." Wu Rui replied, "Of course. You don't know how long I negotiated with that manager, but as soon as Yan Xinran came, we immediately got a private room. But I heard this room was booked by someone else too. I don't know how they'll resolve that." Upon hearing this, everyone began to shower Yan Xinran with compliments about his wealth. The women told Feng Yulan how lucky she was to find such a good partner. "Oh, you guys are just saying whatever. Isn't this quite normal?" Feng Yulan was happily receiving the admiration of her peers, but when she caught a glimpse of Xiaoya and Li Mingzhe, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, huddled together looking at their phones, and laughing, anger bubbled up inside her. She immediately signaled Ji Yao beside her. The two had been close friends for nearly 10 years since high school, and with just a glance Ji Yao understood. So she cleared her throat and suddenly spoke, "Well, if we're talking about wealth, I feel that the richest person here isn't Yan Xinran, but Xiaoya's boyfriend, right? Although I don't know what he does or what car he drives, just by his attire it's evident his family background is impressive." Hearing this, Yao Hongjie, who had hardly spoken, nearly choked on his drink. Of all people, why attack Li Mingzhe? Aside from Xiaoya, he was the second person who knew that Li Mingzhe was indeed quite wealthy. As for how much he was worth, he didn't know, but ever since he saw Li Mingzhe casually wearing a nearly $100,000 necklace, he had quietly labeled him as a wealthy person. But he also clearly understood that Li Mingzhe was the type who was wealthy, yet very low-key. Yao Hongjie murmured, "It's over. Ji Yao has really kicked a steel plate this time." Xiaoya sensitively noticed that Ji Yao had diverted everyone's attention to Li Mingzhe, and she immediately frowned. She certainly understood Ji Yao's intentions, but she wouldn't indulge the other party. Xiaoya directly retorted, "How can you tell he is wealthy? You don't even know what he does or what car he drives, yet you assume he has money." As she spoke, Xiaoya rolled up Li Mingzhe's sleeve, saying, "He doesn't even have a watch on his wrist. Can that be called rich? Oh, did you just say his outfit looks expensive? Then how poor must you be to think someone is rich just based on their clothes?" Ji Yao was immediately flustered by Xiaoya's retort. Seeing that her classmates were all focused on her reaction, she blushed and said, Why are you being so aggressive? I said he was wealthy, not that he wasn't. Do you really need to attack me like this? Xiaoya glanced at her. You don't need to play the victim with me. Ooh, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, my boyfriend is definitely not as capable as Feng Yulan's boyfriend. We just want to enjoy a meal without comparing ourselves to you guys. Ji Yao's face flushed red as Xiaoya humiliated her in public, and she wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words. If she said anything more, she would break down. This was no longer the school days. Everyone had entered society, and many had already started families, so they couldn't act like children and shout. Just when she felt extremely awkward, Yan Xinran suddenly noticed a tag hanging out from the back of Li Mingzhe's neck. He thought for a moment and immediately exposed Li Mingzhe, saying, Bro, you just bought that outfit, didn't you? Why haven't you removed the tag? As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at Li Mingzhe. The clothes are newly bought. The tag hasn't been removed. This information was enough to spark their imaginations. Which tag? Li Mingzhe instinctively looked at the sides of his pants. However, when he lowered his head, Xiaoya indeed saw a tag peeking out from his sweater. Oh, it's right there. It's on your neck. The people sitting opposite could see it. At this moment, over 20 people were staring at Xiaoya, helping Li Mingzhe remove the tag. Feng Yulan almost laughed out loud upon seeing this scene. She gently nudged Yan Xinran, indicating he had done well. She wanted to see how Xiaoya would get out of this situation. Yan Xinran, of course, had no good intentions. He deliberately said in a joking tone, Bro, I guess you won't be returning that outfit anymore, right? The others didn't dare to interject and quietly watched Li Mingzhe, feeling embarrassed for him. However, Li Mingzhe himself showed no signs of discomfort. He saw the tag in Xiaoya's hand, casually took it and placed it in front of him, saying, To be honest, I bought this outfit specially before coming here to eat. I was afraid of dressing poorly and embarrassing Xiaoya. Li Mingzhe didn't find anything awkward about it, but everyone else thought he was being too honest. It was normal to buy clothes for a specific occasion, but you shouldn't really tell everyone. Now everyone looked at Li Mingzhe differently. Many even cast sympathetic glances at Li Mingzhe, feeling that it was too embarrassing and too humiliating. Perhaps knowing that Li Mingzhe was wealthy, Xiaoya didn't view this as a matter of showing off. She casually checked the back of Li Mingzhe's neck in front of everyone. She even asked, You've removed your other tags, right? Don't let another tag pop out during the meal. Li Mingzhe confidently replied, No, I've removed them all. This one just slipped out. Someone whispered, My goodness. Xiaoya and her boyfriend's mental fortitude is too strong. Yeah, if it were me, I'd die of embarrassment. Feng Yulan at this moment covered her mouth, looking like she was watching a show, and couldn't help but say, Xiaoya, it's been so long since we last met. You're still so impressive, and your boyfriend is quite remarkable too. I admire you. I really admire you. Xiaoya smiled lightly, completely ignoring her. After this awkward incident, Yan Xinran and Feng Yulan's status was instantly solidified at the top. Both of them unanimously believed that the people who affected their presence this time were Li Mingzhe and Xiaoya, but now they had no chance at all. Especially Feng Yulan, she could hardly contain herself and immediately started chatting with Ji Yao. This was simply too satisfying. Seeing Xiaoya embarrassed, she felt happier than if she had found 10,000 yuan. But in fact, only the two of them thought this way. After watching the joke, Feng Yulan also felt much happier. She suddenly placed the diamond ring on her hand in front of her, and in a voice that wasn't too loud nor too soft said to Yan Xinran, Darling, you bought me a ring. When are you going to propose to me? I've been waiting all this time. Upon hearing this, people immediately focused on the ring on her hand. Some curious girls even got up and walked over to Feng Yulan's seat, asking, Did you buy a diamond ring? Let me see. Oh wow, it's quite shiny. Other girls couldn't help but gather around. A few surrounded Feng Yulan, asking, How much did you buy it for? Oh, it wasn't much after the discount. It was just 26888. Wow, that's over 20,000. Someone responded, Sigh. I haven't even bought a diamond ring. My 3 gold pieces cost over 30,000. Me too. When I got married, my husband said diamonds don't hold their value. With that money, it's better to buy gold, so I didn't buy one. The girl felt like she might have said something wrong and immediately explained, Hey, I'm not talking about you. Everyone's family situation is different. If you don't have money, your options are limited. You affluent people can definitely buy whatever you want. To be honest, if I had such good fortune as you, I would also buy a diamond ring worth 1,000 or 2,000 to wear. Yulan, you are really too happy. The women all cast envious glances. Feng Yulan's vanity was once again satisfied, but she didn't notice that Ji Yao beside her looked rather displeased. Xiaoya, on the other hand, didn't even glance at Feng Yulan and directly started playing mobile games with Li Mingzhe under the table. Feng Yulan felt that if she hadn't angered Xiaoya, then her boasting wasn't effective enough. At this moment, she couldn't help but take the initiative to ask, Xiaoya, has your boyfriend bought you a diamond ring? Me? Xiaoya raised her head, looking puzzled. No, why would he buy me a diamond ring? A male classmate who brought his wife was not fond of Feng Yulan, and at this moment was being pinched a few times by his jealous wife, feeling quite displeased. Seeing Feng Yulan about to elaborate on the topic, he couldn't help but retort, "Hey Fengjie, everyone knows you're happy, you don't need to flaunt it. You know Xiaoya's boyfriend doesn't have much money, why are you asking on purpose? Is buying a diamond ring that important? You don't live your life based on diamond rings." A man nicknamed Little Chong chimed in, "Exactly. It's not a crime for someone to be broke. We are broke too. You can't keep speaking with ulterior motives." Hearing people inexplicably start to defend Li Mingzhe, Yao Hongjie couldn't help but respond softly. Is there a possibility that Xia Wenya and her partner simply don't care what others say about him being broke? On the contrary, he might even be afraid of being accused of being wealthy. Little Chong asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? Why do you feel like you know something?" As he spoke, Xiao Chong glanced at Li Mingzhe, suddenly recalling something, and turned to ask, "Yao Hongjie, by the way, I remember someone said you know Xia Wenya's partner, right? Then tell me what's the situation with him. Why does he look so impressive yet now seems so cheap?" "Cheap?" Yao Hongjie couldn't help but chuckle. "You're mistaken. He's deliberately making you feel like he's broke. Think about it. Who buys new clothes without removing the tags?" If Li Mingzhe heard Yao Hongjie think like this about him, he would surely be both amused and bewildered. He didn't remove the tag simply because he forgot after driving. He said he bought the clothes for this occasion. Do you really believe that? If others can do it, he definitely can't. Yao Hongjie seemed to know Li Mingzhe very well, which made Xiao Chong even more curious. "Why are you so sure?" Xiao Chong was getting anxious. "Hey, you're not telling me what his background is. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me?" At this moment, Yao Hongjie's whispers had already attracted a few others who were listening closely. But he was so engrossed in his story that he didn't notice. Seeing Xiao Chong anxious, he simply revealed what he knew. Zioya's partner drives a BMW 5 Series. It's not a luxury car, but it's not bad, right? Moreover, in my judgment, just because he drives this car doesn't mean his income is only in the range of several $100,000 a year. Xiao Chong was captivated, still processing the fact that Li Mingzhe drove a 5 Series and noticed that Yao Hongjie had more to say. He hurriedly asked, "Why do you think that?" Yao Hongjie continued, "Because just a couple of days ago I saw that guy buy Xiaoya a diamond necklace for 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Did I hear that wrong?" Before Yao Hongjie could respond, Wu Rui, who had been eavesdropping, immediately asked in front of everyone, "Xiaoya, I heard your boyfriend bought you a 100,000 yuan necklace. Is that true? Did you wear it today?" His rapid-fire questions left Yao Hongjie in awe. But since he had already let it slip, Yao Hongjie couldn't let him take it back. Wu Rui's question instantly shifted everyone's focus from the previous tag incident to this new revelation. The women, upon hearing Wu Rui's words, all looked skeptical. "A necklace for 100,000 yuan. Is that for real? No way. Exactly, is it true?" Everyone stared at Xiaoya, waiting for her response. "Oh." Xiaoya was taken aback, retorting, "Who told you that?" She hadn't mentioned this to anyone except her family and Mingyun. Mingyun quickly shook her head after Xiaoya looked at her, indicating that she wasn't the one who leaked it. Wu Rui immediately pointed out it was just Yao Hongjie who said it. Xiaoya was a bit dumbfounded as she looked at Yao Hongjie. "How did you know about this? Surely Li Mingzhe didn't tell him, right?" Everyone immediately turned to look at Yao Hongjie, who felt awkward under their gaze, realizing that there was no way to brush it off. So he simply admitted, "Because after you all left, I asked the salesperson at that store." Upon hearing this, Xiaoya showed a look of surprise. She was somewhat speechless. "I didn't expect you a guy to be so gossipy." She intended to say a few more words against Yao Hongjie, but then remembered how she had cost him several thousand yuan that day, so she held back. Everyone at the table hearing this missed the key point they wanted to know. Wu Rui didn't care whether Xiaoya would call him gossipy. He continued to inquire, "Xiaoya, from what you said, your boyfriend really bought you a 100,000 yuan necklace, right?" Xiaoya denied no. Hearing this, Feng Yulan and Ji Yao both breathed a sigh of relief amid their uncertainty. They immediately began to whisper among themselves. "I thought it was true. It sounded so plausible, and he even said he asked the salesperson." What a boast. Ji Yao quickly added, "I bet Yao Hongjie is trying to help Xia Wenya tell a lie to make her look better than you. Otherwise, why would he say Zioya's partner bought her a diamond necklace right after you mentioned a diamond ring? Isn't that obvious?" Feng Yulan found it quite reasonable and shot a disdainful glance at Yao Hongjie. Is this Yao Hongjie still not giving up? He's still thinking of helping her. The key is that Xia Wenya doesn't even appreciate his efforts. So disgusting. Upon thinking this, Feng Yulan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yao Hongjie really lacks ambition. While everyone was discussing, Yao Hongjie's face was already flushed. Zioya's denial made everyone think he was lying. But he knew it was true. He had heard the salesperson say it okay. Just when he was feeling awkward, he didn't expect Xiaoya to add, "Yao Hongjie was wrong. My necklace was bought for 88,000, not 100,000. Hey, Xiaoya, are you serious? Did your boyfriend really buy you such an expensive necklace?" Some still didn't believe it. After all, they had just finished laughing at Li Mingzhe for not even wanting to remove the tag from his new clothes, and now someone said Li Mingzhe bought Xiaoya an 88,000 yuan necklace. Isn't this a bit too much of a contrast? After all, a diamond necklace is not a necessity like a gold ring, so whether one has it or not doesn't affect marriage. A decent family buying a diamond ring worth 30 to 50,000 for their fiancé would already elicit envy from many women. To suddenly spend nearly 90,000 on a necklace that's not essential is truly not something an average family would do. It's fine if you think I'm joking. Anyway, I'm not trying to show off with this. Xiaoya's words subtly reconfirmed the fact and hinted at Feng Yulan. She originally didn't plan to compete with someone like Feng Yulan, but unexpectedly, it was revealed by Yao Hongjie. Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, the students exchanged glances frequently. Especially among the female students, they were excitedly gossiping. Just as Feng Yulan had been flaunting her diamond ring, Xiaoya suddenly admitted to having an 88,000 yuan diamond necklace. And she said it so passively. If it weren't for others asking, she wouldn't have planned to mention it. At this moment, Feng Yulan's expression soured as she felt that the surrounding classmates seemed to be secretly watching her. She felt extremely embarrassed at that moment. Originally, this meal should have been split equally, and she had intentionally let Yan Xinran pay the bill to make everyone think she was doing well. So logically, this class reunion should have centered around her and Yan Xinran. But unexpectedly, Xiaoya, just like in school, was being cheap, always trying to overshadow her. Thinking about all the past events, she couldn't help but publicly question Xiaoya. So you really have an 88,000 yuan necklace, right? Then why don't you wear it out? I'm here saying my husband bought me a diamond ring, and you're saying you have a diamond necklace. What do you mean by that? Is this intentional? I'm starting to suspect that you and Yao Hongjie planned this together to put on a show. Everyone already is boyfriends, yet still flirting with Yao Hongjie. How shameless. Feng Yulan's radical statement silenced the entire private room. Everyone looked at Feng Yulan with a hint of disbelief. Was it really necessary? Wasn't what she said a bit over the top? Xiaoya, having heard this, could no longer ignore her calmly like before. She frowned slightly, staring directly at the emotionally charged Feng Yulan. At that moment, Yao Hongjie stood up in shock, exclaiming, "Feng Yulan, are you out of your mind? When did I ever flirt with Xiaoya? We haven't been in contact since we graduated high school." Li Mingzhe, who had been silent for a long time, also decided not to remain a passive observer. If his girlfriend was accused of flirting and even having 2 boats in the water, and he stayed silent, it would be as if he was watching others bully Xiaoya. "Bro, don't get worked up, sit down first." Yao Hongjie glanced at Li Mingzhe in surprise. He didn't expect Li Mingzhe to speak up at this moment. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yao Hongjie gradually calmed down and sat back down. He wanted to see what Li Mingzhe would do. Then Li Mingzhe calmly looked at Feng Yulan and said, "First of all, your statement is quite strange. Xiaoya never intended to compare herself with you. The fact that I accidentally leaked that I bought her a diamond necklace is also not a big deal. Why is it that others don't see anything wrong, but you think she is colluding with Yao Hongjie? Can I interpret this as you are capable of such actions, which is why you think it's possible? After all, a person's perception determines their speech." Without waiting for Feng Yulan to reply, Li Mingzhe turned to everyone present and said, "Secondly, everyone gathered here today surely aims to enjoy a pleasant meal together. Xiaoya considers you all as good old classmates and even friends, which is why she brought me along to let us get to know each other. As for whether or not I bought that necklace, it really doesn't matter. Xiaoya and I don't need to prove anything to anyone, right? Yes. Right, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a meal? Whether or not there is a necklace is indeed unimportant. Exactly, Feng Yulan is just too unaccustomed to seeing others doing well. She can brag, but if others are better than her, she thinks they are lying. That's really too much. It's truly absurd. Exactly, today is just about everyone gathering for a meal. There's no need to say those unnecessary things." Some spoke in agreement, while others whispered among themselves. Everyone strongly resonated with Li Mingzhe's words. After all, today is supposed to be a class reunion, not a competition of wealth and happiness, so it shouldn't come to this. All right, several dishes have already been served. Everyone hurry up and start eating, don't just chat. Hearing everyone agreeing with Li Mingzhe and criticizing her, Feng Yulan was dumbfounded. "You all." She originally wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Yan Xinran. Yan Xinran quietly said, "Forget it, just don't say anything. What you said earlier was indeed a bit too much. If you really had intentions, you should have been more tactful. Your earlier questioning was completely unfounded, and instead made people think you had ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Feng Yulan felt entirely wronged and immediately sought help from Yan Xinran. "What should I do?" "Don't worry. I have my ways to make him lose face." Everyone started to eat, and their attention was diverted to the dishes. Yan Xinran said this while also picking up chopsticks to eat. At this moment, Wu Rui transformed into a servant, pouring wine, going around to refill drinks for the gentlemen. Li Mingzhe, having to drive back to the village, naturally couldn't afford to hire a driver for the long journey, so he politely declined. Yan Xinran, who had been secretly observing Li Mingzhe, suddenly smiled and asked, "Brother, may I ask what you do for a living?" Based on your demeanor and temperament, you don't seem like one of us working-class folks. Li Mingzhe calmly replied, not at all, I'm just a worker at an e-commerce company. On the other hand, you look like a small boss. As he spoke, Li Mingzhe glanced at the Rolex watch that Yin Xinran had unintentionally revealed on his wrist. Yin Xinran smiled lightly. Not at all, brother, you're mistaken. I'm just an employee as well, but I'm a manager, that's all. Oh, Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding. Seeing that Li Mingzhe didn't continue to ask, Yin Xinran frowned slightly, but quickly returned to his normal expression. He spoke again, so which e-commerce company do you work for? Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe retorted, are we in the same industry? If not in the same industry, how would he ask such detailed questions? It was as if Li Mingzhe could mention any name and he would know which company it was. Actually, I'm from a headhunting company. So if it's a large company in Zhongzhou, I would know, but if it's a smaller one, I might not know. Yin Xinran then smiled and asked, but I see you're quite generous, so you probably wouldn't be from a small company, right? Everyone looked at Li Mingzhe and Yin Xinran in astonishment as they chatted. After all, just a moment ago, the girlfriends of these two gentlemen had a conflict, and now they could actually sit and chat amicably. However, they sensed a hint of both parties engaging in a subtle battle. Although they appeared peaceful in conversation, there was actually a significant underlying tension. Li Mingzhe chuckled and slowly said, brother, you're sounding a bit like you're showing off. I see the Rolex on your wrist worth over 70,000 and you are buying meals and diamond rings for your girlfriend, yet you say I'm the one being extravagant. Look at me, I have nothing in my hands, not even anything valuable. And that diamond necklace was actually just to make my girlfriend happy, so I reluctantly bought it. In reality, it's just made of small diamonds, not worth anything. I even regret it a bit now. Li Mingzhe's words instantly drew everyone's attention to Yin Xinran's hands. That watch of Yin Xinran's actually costs over 70,000. They had only vaguely felt that Yin Xinran's watch should be expensive, but they didn't expect Li Mingzhe to directly state the price. Xiaoya looked surprised. Jinbao, you actually know the price. That's impressive. Hearing this, Yin Xinran felt secretly pleased that he didn't even need to mention the price of his watch, but hearing Xiaoya's words brought him back down from his pedestal of vanity. Why did Li Mingzhe know the price just from a glance? Did he also have a Rolex? Or was he very knowledgeable about them? Realizing this, he couldn't feel pleased anymore. Yin Xinran began to test. Brother, it seems you have a deep understanding of luxury goods. By saying that, I feel you are the wealthiest one here today. I feel a bit like I'm dancing with a big sword in front of Guangong for inviting everyone to this meal. Li Mingzhe picked up a slice of cucumber for Xiaoya, and then laughed as he replied, I don't know if you've heard this saying. The ones who understand luxury cars the best are often not the owners, but those who cannot afford them. Many of the gentlemen present found this statement very reasonable and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, I feel like I'm being hinted at. Don't say it really is like that. For example, even though I can't afford a Porsche, I still look at every new model that comes out. Haha, I don't look at Porsches, I look at Bentleys. Li Mingzhe added with a smile. Yet just because we can't buy them doesn't mean we can't look more right. His words directly explained why he was able to guess the price of Yin Xinran's watch at a glance. But Yin Xinran naturally didn't believe it. That saying online only represents a portion of people, and having Li Mingzhe say it sounded more like humility. Li Mingzhe spoke, cunningly refusing to admit he had a bit of money, which instead indicated that he was wealthy. Because this reflects the low-key psychology of the rich in contrast to the showy psychology of the poor. Realizing this, Yin Xinran deliberately said in a joking tone, brother, don't be modest. You're definitely wealthy. Why don't you treat us to this meal? They'll save some money for gas for my car. Hearing this, Feng Yulan's expression instantly changed. What? Yin Xinran suddenly said he wouldn't be paying the bill. She had already made a statement earlier. How could she just say she wouldn't pay? What would her classmates think of her? No, darling, let us pay for the bill. Feng Yulan's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone to hear. She then leaned closer and whispered to Yin Xinran. Dear, please don't say that. How can I face my classmates if you do? They will think you are untrustworthy. Yin Xinran no longer cared about that, because these people weren't his classmates. He only wanted to confirm one thing, whether Li Mingzhe was truly poor or just pretending to be. If he was truly poor, then he would be relieved. But if Li Mingzhe was pretending to be poor, then he couldn't show off too much either, otherwise wouldn't he just look like a clown in their eyes? Just let me see how he reacts first. If he agrees to pay, I can simply say, I was joking, right? I'm just trying to find out if he has any money. Haven't you always looked down on that Xiaoya? Upon hearing this, Feng Yulan deliberately glanced at Xiaoya's reaction and noticed that Xiaoya seemed equally astonished, unable to accept the sudden turn of events. Seeing her expression and understanding Yin Xinran's good intentions, Feng Yulan immediately calmed down. All right, I'll follow your lead. Although Li Mingzhe didn't know exactly what Yin Xinran was thinking, he understood that Yin Xinran was definitely trying to test him. So he deliberately put on a distressed expression. Brother, your words are a bit too sudden. You don't believe me when I say I'm broke, yet you want me to pay the bill. Li Mingzhe looked awkward. The problem is I can't refuse, otherwise ID seems stingy. Let me check my balance for a second, as he took out his phone. This meal can't be less than 2,000, right? Someone chimed in about that, yes. Probably needs around 2,000. Li Mingzhe continued his act, so, can we just share a bottle of wine? Huh. It's just that after the new year, I'm really feeling the pinch. Seeing Li Mingzhe's unconvincing reaction, Yan Xinran thought to himself that he had indeed overestimated Li Mingzhe. Otherwise, how could he even suggest people drink less at the table? What normal person would have that kind of shamelessness? If he were genuinely Loki, he wouldn't be able to do this, right? This was too much. Unless he had a masochistic tendency and enjoyed being looked down upon. Seeing this, Yan Xinran's mood lightened considerably. He laughed heartily. Brother, I was just joking. I already said I'd treat. How could I let you pay? Everyone eat and drink well, and if the wine runs out, just order more. It's all on me today. Hearing this, the few men drinking also sighed in relief. There were over 10 men present today, but one bottle would barely suffice. 2 bottles would only be barely enough. Thanks, Manager Yan. You're so generous, Manager Yan. Wu Rui led the praise for Yan Xinran's generosity, and the meal continued. Yan Xinran whispered to Feng Yulan. It's basically confirmed that he's genuinely poor. That diamond necklace matter was probably fake. Rest assured that woman isn't living better than you. Yan Xinran's confident words to Feng Yulan made her feel less upset, and her mood improved significantly. After concluding that Xiaoya was definitely lying, Feng Yulan felt more relaxed. In a cheerful mood, she exclaimed, everyone must eat to their heart's content today. If you don't have enough, just order more. Don't feel shy just because we are classmates. Wu Rui replied, Sister Feng, don't worry, we definitely won't be polite. Today everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. It's just this one meal, and if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Okay. All right. No problem, we will definitely give Sister Feng and Manager Yan face today. The crowd responded cheerfully, and the boys dug into the ribs and pork knuckles with gusto. Feng Yulan shot a glance at Xiaoya and couldn't help but mock. My husband wouldn't be someone who can't even pull out 2,000 and still brags about spending 90,000 on gifts for his girlfriend. Realizing Feng Yulan was provoking a fight again, many pretended not to hear and continued eating. Xiaoya, however, couldn't contain herself. Feng Yulan, are you done yet? If I had known you cared so much about my diamond necklace, I should have brought it out for you to see, so you wouldn't have to keep making disgusting remarks. Just then the waiter opened the door, and the manager of Zhongzhou building suddenly walked in. Seeing an outsider enter, Feng Yulan temporarily held back her words. You all seem to be having a great time in here, the manager of Zhongzhou building said with a smile, then brought over a fruit platter from the waiter and placed it in front of Yan Xinran. Manager Yan, this fruit platter is for you. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll bring another one. Everyone turned to look at Yan Xinran. Yan Xinran immediately stood up and said, Oh manager, you're too polite. You already gave me an 8% discount. How could I accept this? How about you send over another platter of fruit? Just place an order, it shouldn't be complimentary. Lu Yu exchanged pleasantries with Yan Xinran, then said, All right, I'll have someone bring another one. Yan Xinran emphasized, remember to place the order. Sure, I'll place the order. Lu Yu wore a warm smile addressing the large table. You all take your time, if you need anything, just call the waiter. Seeing her classmates' astonishment, a sense of satisfaction surged in Feng Yulan's heart. She felt it was absolutely right to have called Yan Xinran today. Choosing this restaurant was even better, otherwise others wouldn't see her boyfriend's impressive side. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he was about to walk out when he suddenly caught sight of Li Mingzhe sitting there. He immediately stopped and took a closer look at Li Mingzhe. Oh, is that you, Manager Li? Li Mingzhe looked at him and smiled slightly. Lu Yu. He had remained silent earlier, thinking that if Lu Yu recognized him, he would be exposed. To his surprise, Lu Yu had indeed noticed him. However, he had prepared for this beforehand. If someone recognized him, he would just confess to Xiaoya later. After all, he couldn't hide this identity forever. There would come a day when it would be revealed. Lu Yu was filled with unexpected joy as he hurried over to Li Mingzhe. Oh, Manager Li, when did you come to Zhongzhou? Why didn't you let me know you were coming for a meal? If I had known this was your class reunion, Lu Yu appeared flustered, seemingly looking for a way to remedy the situation. In that case, Manager Li, this meal is definitely on the house. Not only will the drinks and dishes be free, but I'll also serve you all the new dishes we've added to the menu since you last visited. The people at the table were dumbfounded, not understanding why Lu Yu would act this way towards Li Mingzhe. Yan Xinran and Feng Yulan were equally astonished and at a loss. What's going on? What's the situation? Someone whispered, their face filled with astonishment. After hearing Lian Ye's sincerity, Li Mingzhe chuckled lightly. Actually, there's no need to overcomplicate things. You can bring the dishes up for me to try, but the previous orders won't be fully waived because today I'm not paying the bill. Upon hearing that they wouldn't be exempt from the bill, Yan Xinran immediately wanted to retort Li Mingzhe. What's this? Why pay when you can eat for free? Is Li Mingzhe out of his mind? But upon careful consideration, Yan Xinran understood the reason behind it. He's doing this just to deliberately annoy me. On the surface, Li Mingzhe appeared calm and indifferent, but in reality, he harbored deep grudges and was quite sinister. Otherwise, why would he deliberately say that the bill couldn't be waived? Lian Yu was stunned for 2 seconds and then noticed something from Yan Xinran's face. He immediately guessed that Yan Xinran must have offended Li Mingzhe. He promptly nodded in agreement. All right, mister. Li, I'll follow your instructions. I'll arrange that for you right away. Do you have any other instructions for now? Seeing Lian Yu's exaggerated respect towards Li Mingzhe, even using the word instructions, many people were secretly astonished. As they snapped back to reality from their shock, they began to speculate about Li Mingzhe's true identity that could make Lian Yu treat him with such respect. Is Xiaoya's boyfriend a shareholder of Zhongzhou building? Who knows? But didn't the manager just say it was the boss who instructed it? I estimate he must be some sort of relative of the boss. No, I feel it's not just that simple. Even if he were the boss' son, he wouldn't have such treatment, would he? Besides, he clearly doesn't look like the boss' son. Just as everyone was quietly speculating, Li Mingzhe pondered for a moment before speaking up. How about this? Can you bring me 2 bottles of Matai? I heard a few brothers earlier saying they wanted to drink Matai, but I didn't see it on your menu. Lian Yu quickly responded, Mister Li, we indeed don't have Matai in our restaurant. However, since you've requested it, I'll definitely arrange it within 20 minutes. Please eat first, I'll go arrange it right now. Saying this, Lian Yu hurriedly left the private room. As soon as he left, those who had jokingly said they wanted Matai all wore faces of surprise and joy. Wow, he actually ordered Matai. Wasn't that just a joke earlier? Wu Rui cautiously said, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. We were just joking about wanting to drink Matai. 1 bottle is too expensive, it's almost equivalent to the cost of this entire table of meals, let's forget it. Li Mingzhe smiled gently. It's fine, I'll treat you all for the 2 bottles of Matai, you don't need to feel burdened. Wu Rui still hesitated. That's not too good, is it? 2 bottles of Matai are too expensive. Really, it's fine. The price of the wine is just a number, but your friendship with Xiaoya is priceless. If you should drink, then drink. If you're unwilling to drink this time, I won't treat you next time. Li Mingzhe spoke casually, his smile like a warm spring breeze, instilling no sense of pressure at all. Now Wu Rui didn't know what to say. He looked at the classmates drinking together, all of them appearing quite at a loss. Xiaoya noticed their burden and suddenly smiled. Wu Rui, I remember you used to snatch my drinks back in school. I chased you up 2 flights of stairs and told the homeroom teacher without fear. Why is it that now, after so long in society, you're hesitant about drinking? This doesn't suit your style. Mentioning funny stories from high school, the entire private room burst into laughter. Wu Rui also felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head, laughing along. All right, when the wine arrives, if you don't drink, just take it home and drink it, just don't let it go to waste here. Xiaoya's few words made Wu Rui accept the Matai, and the atmosphere in the private room became cheerful and harmonious again. However, not everyone present could blend into this joyful atmosphere. Yan Xinran could only cover her embarrassment by drinking water. Feng Yulan pretended to eat the food in her bowl, unable to maintain her previous arrogance. In front of Li Mingzhe, all her ostentation seemed dull and colorless. Soon Lian Yu entered the room with the waiter carrying 2 bottles of Matai. Everyone seems to be enjoying the food. It seems our restaurant's dishes are satisfactory. After placing the newly served dishes and wine on the table, Lian Yu walked to Li Mingzhe's side, looking respectful. Mister Li, I've brought the wine for you. Please enjoy it. Consider it as our boss treating you. All right, thank you for that. Li Mingzhe was completely unreserved. Everyone was stunned at this scene. Over 4,000 yuan worth of Matai, just given for free. Li Mingzhe must have a significant influence. Wu Rui, who was curious, couldn't help but ask, Manager, what is his relationship with your boss? Did he save your boss's life or something? Wu Rui's half-joking question made everyone burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Lian Yu asked for Li Mingzhe's permission, and after receiving it, Lian Yu smiled and said, There's no need to hide this from everyone. A couple of years ago, during the serious domestic mask incident, our restaurant was closed for several months. Then Mr. Li came to our aid, lending 2 million to our boss, which allowed our boss to recover and survive. You could say if it weren't for Mr. Li, Zhongzhou building would have long gone bankrupt. Wu Rui was stunned. 2 million. The expressions of everyone looking at Li Mingzhe instantly changed. They all knew that Li Mingzhe was somewhat wealthy, definitely different from ordinary people, but who would have thought he could casually lend out 2 million? This is simply not normal wealth. Lian Yu even added, moreover, Mr. Li didn't charge a single cent in interest. Speaking of this, I feel my life was saved by Mr. Li as well. Without his money, our boss wouldn't have survived, and neither would I. At that time, our boss couldn't even pay salaries. Lian Yu expressed his gratitude, which made Li Mingzhe feel a bit awkward. Originally, he thought Lian Yu would only briefly mention it, but he didn't expect him to even disclose how much help was provided. Enough, Lianyu. This is all old news. Hurry up and go out, we still need to eat. Quickly bring all the new dishes up, if you don't I'll be full soon. As soon as Li Mingzhe spoke, Lianyu immediately closed his mouth and took the waiter out. Meanwhile, everyone in the private room began to ask Li Mingzhe all sorts of questions about what he does and how he got so wealthy. However, Li Mingzhe only casually explained a couple of things and brushed them off. Although everyone knew Li Mingzhe was intentionally being vague, everyone present understood that this was simply his style. They couldn't help but sigh internally. Once again, wealthy people are indeed all low-key. A few men drinking suddenly found the Haiji lawn in their glasses less appealing, clamoring to open the matai. Wu Rui also didn't hold back, quickly opening the matai and pouring it for everyone. Yan Xinran had completely lost her earlier momentum. She sat in her chair, shoving her Rolex watch into her sleeve, feeling embarrassed to show it. He knew that this watch worth over 100,000 was nothing in the face of Li Mingzhe's wealth. Now he understood why Li Mingzhe could tell the price with just a glance. Who knows, maybe he has countless Rolexes at home. Originally displeased with Feng Yulan, a classmate at this moment began chatting in a small group on their phones. After lamenting Li Mingzhe's wealth, good looks, low-key demeanor, and explosive charisma, someone couldn't help but steer the topic towards Xiao Ye's rival Feng Yulan. Did you see Feng Yulan's expression? She looks like she's eating something disgusting, haha. I bet she's cursing Xia Wenyao in her heart right now, haha, it's hilarious. This is what happens when you're too arrogant. If Feng Yulan had a boyfriend, her tail would be up in the sky by now. She probably wouldn't even look at us with her nose. Of course, her boyfriend is just a high executive. If he were like Xia Wenyao's partner, she definitely wouldn't even look at us. Haha, even if she wouldn't look down on us, she would still bring people to flaunt in front of us. Don't you know her? The women's private group chat was lively while everyone at the table was enjoying their meal. The men drinking were exchanging toasts and having a great time. However, the previously uneasy Feng Yulan received several text messages at this moment. When she opened them, she found that they were discussions about her in a small group chat. After carefully reading each message, Feng Yulan was so furious she was shaking all over. She looked up to find the people chatting in the group, and indeed they were either smiling while playing on their phones or exchanging glances with each other, occasionally stifling laughter. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her anger. She stood up suddenly. What do you mean by this, you lot? A bunch of cheap people. Talking behind my back. A few people in the small group were taken aback. This is terrible, there's a mole among us. Quickly stop the communication. But now it is already too late. The person involved, Feng Yulan, already knew everything. She raised her hand and pointed at one of the women, saying, Zhao Yafang, you are truly despicable. How could you be two-faced, pretending to be a good friend to me? At being called out, Zhao Yafang's face instantly flushed red. In front of so many people, she was momentarily speechless. However, Feng Yulan would not let her off easily, continuing in anger, don't think that just because you were chatting in the small group, I don't know. You said my husband is not as good as him, so let me remind you to face reality. Take a good look at what kind of person your husband is, and still have the audacity to point fingers at me. The him Feng Yulan referred to was naturally Li Mingzhe. Seeing that Feng Yulan had disregarded the bigger picture, Zhao Yafang was also provoked, slamming the table and arguing back, with Feng Yulan instantly turning the scene chaotic. Seeing this, Li Mingzhe sighed silently. He felt that this once pleasant class reunion was close to falling apart. Xiaoyao also felt a bit of a headache, but she didn't know how to mediate. Yan Xinran suddenly spoke up, Feng Yulan, what are you doing? Can you please calm down? With this commotion, how could they continue eating? It was originally just a matter of comparison, but now it felt like sitting on pins and needles. The key was if Lianyu found out, he would lose all face. But the more he feared it, the more it came true. Just as he finished speaking, Lianyu came in with the dishes. At this moment, Feng Yulan, who had already lost her cool, was too preoccupied to heed Yan Xinran's words and wanted to throw something at Zhao Yafang. You love to show off so much, didn't you realize that even a little of what others casually reveal surpasses you? Aren't we just stating the facts? Zhao Yafang was not one to shy away from trouble, and she argued back, her face red with anger. Hearing this, Feng Yulan was so furious she nearly went insane, suddenly shouting, fine. Since you all want to see me make a fool of myself, I won't let you. Originally, today's meal was supposed to be paid for by my husband, but now we want pay. You poor folks can go Dutch. We won't eat either. Feng Yulan now seemed to be possessed, saying whatever came to her mind. As soon as she said they wouldn't pay, Zhao Yafang immediately responded, fine, let's go Dutch. Who cares if you treat us? If you treat us, who knows how many times you'll bring this up later. And you call us poor. It seems you don't know your own background. Thinking you're above others just because you're with some rich guy, have you thought about what would happen if he dumped you? You might not even be better off than us poor folks. Zhao Yafang's barrage of words almost made Feng Yulan jump up. She instinctively reached for her bowl to throw at Zhao Yafang, only to be stopped by Ji Yao. Yulan, calm down. Don't you care about Yan Xinran's situation? However, in her volcanic rage, Feng Yulan couldn't hear any of this and suddenly pushed Ji Yao away, yelling, "Get out of my way." Ji Yao stumbled from the push and fell to the ground. But Feng Yulan didn't care what she did. She once again aimed to throw her bowl at Zhao Yafeng, only to be seized by Yin Xinran, who slapped her in public. Smack. That's enough. Yin Xinran's expression was slightly angry. This sudden slap left everyone in shock. Even Zhao Yafeng, who was originally furious, was now stunned. Yin Xinran actually slapped his girlfriend. Has he gone mad? In the stunned silence, Xiaoya exclaimed, "Wow." Just as Feng Yulan was recovering from the slap, she turned to glare fiercely at Xiaoya. "Xiao Wenya, is this what you wanted? Are you happy to see me like this?" Xiaoya, hearing this, pouted and exchanged a glance with Li Mingzhe, not responding. She knew that whatever she said would only provoke Feng Yulan further. "Don't go crazy," Yin Xinran shouted, then explained to the table, "Don't worry, since I said I would treat today, I will definitely pay for it. But with things ending up like this, I can't eat now. They'll pay the bill and leave you guys continue eating." With that, Yin Xinran looked at Lian Yu. "Manager Lian, please take me to pay the bill." "Oh, okay." Lian Yu, who had just taken a couple of bites, quickly reacted, stopping the serving and preparing to leave with Yin Xinran. However, Yin Xinran was not in a hurry to leave. Before he left, he walked over to the side, where Ji Yao was quietly crying. "Let's go." Saying this, he also took Ji Yao's hand. This move astonished everyone, including Li Mingzhe. In front of so many people, he didn't take his girlfriend's hand, but went to take his girlfriend's friend instead. What kind of dramatic plot twist is this? Ji Yao's reaction was even more shocking. She actually did not refuse, but openly accepted and stood beside Yin Xinran. This undoubtedly dealt another heavy blow to Feng Yulan. She looked at Ji Yao, then at Yin Xinran, as if suddenly realizing something. "You two are actually having an affair." Feng Yulan had long suspected something, but because she never caught any hard evidence, she had been turning a blind eye. But she never expected that they would expose their relationship at this moment. Hearing this, Yin Xinran showed no signs of guilt. He directly struck at her heart. "Feng Yulan, you're too vain. I've long had enough of you. After paying for this meal today, let's not keep in touch anymore. The things I bought for you won't be taken back. You better take care of yourself." After saying this, Yin Xinran took Ji Yao and left. At this moment, all previous conflicts and grievances became irrelevant. Feng Yulan was completely mad. "Yin Xinran, you bastard. You!" She shouted angrily, grabbed her bag, and chased after them. The waiter silently closed the door, and the entire private room fell into a deathly silence. With 3 fewer people, they were a bit unaccustomed. "So are we still eating?" someone asked. Li Mingzhe replied, "Of course, why not eat? Didn't someone just go to pay the bill? There are still several dishes on this large table that haven't been served. If we don't eat, isn't that a waste? Right, Xiaoya?" Xiaoya, still reeling from the dramatic scene, heard Li Mingzhe ask her, and immediately stammered in reply, "Yes, yes." Soon someone walked to the window, looked outside, and hurriedly reported Feng Yulan's boyfriend left with Ji Yao. Before everyone could start discussing, the person added, Feng Yulan also took a taxi and left. Hearing this, everyone felt at ease to eat and chatted about gossip without restraint. Even the waiters in the private room couldn't help but join the discussion. After finishing the meal, they said goodbye to Xiaoya's classmates and sent her off to Meng Yun's car, marking the complete end of this class reunion. Li Mingzhe sent Xiaoya a WeChat message, "Don't tell anyone about what happened at Changzhou building today. They'll explain it to you later." Xiaoya replied, "Okay. I suddenly feel like I'm the main character in a drama. Originally ordinary boyfriend turns out to be a domineering president." Li Mingzhe responded, "I look ordinary." Xiaoya replied, No. Compared to my classmates, you're simply outstanding. You are the crane." Li Mingzhe smiled at the message from Xiaoya. "I want to say more. I need to drive to pick up my mom and sister now." Once in the car, Li Mingzhe called Wang Xiaohui. "Sister, did you pick up mom?" Li Mingzhe had originally planned to let Han Feng pick up Zhang Xia to find Wang Xiaohui. But Han Feng said he couldn't leave at noon. Li Mingzhe thought it would be too troublesome to have someone else pick up, so he arranged with Wang Xiaohui via WeChat, asking her to take a taxi to find Zhang Xia. "I picked her up, but I didn't go myself. A mom came with someone else." "I'm still at Wanda now? I was just about to ask you what's going on. Didn't you say you were with Xiaoya? How did another girlfriend pop up?" "Jin Bao, don't you dare step on multiple boats." Wang Zuhui's tone revealed some worry. At first, Li Mingzhe was confused, but after thinking it over, he realized who it was. "Sister is the girl you mentioned wearing a dress." Yes, that's her." "Okay, I got it. I'm on my way to find you now." After hanging up, Li Mingzhe opened the navigation, feeling a bit more angry. This Deng Miao Miao is really something. Not able to break through to him, she actually thinks of attacking Zhang Xia. A woman who resorts to such underhanded tactics. Even without Xiaoya, Li Mingzhe wouldn't give her a chance. Such a person is too scheming, and Li Mingzhe simply looks down on her. Arriving at Wanda, Li Mingzhe parked the car and headed straight to the second floor. "Jin Bao, that's the girl," Wang Xiaohui said. Li Mingzhe looked over upon hearing this and found Deng Miao Miao trying on clothes with Zhang Xia. However, she was not trying them on for Zhongxia, but for herself. And do you think I look good in this dress? Good, good. Your skin is fair, you look good in anything. Wang Xiaohui asked Li Mingzhe, Jinbao, what is the background of this girl? It looks quite extraordinary. Sister, did you notice that too? Li Mingzhe asked in surprise. Of course. Men understand men best, and women understand women the most. Wang Xiaohui looked at Deng Miao Miao and said, to be honest, this girl has some impressive skills. When she arrived just now, I thought I would thank her and she would leave after that, right? But what happened? She actually said she wanted to buy 2 pieces of clothing but couldn't choose for herself, so she asked our mother to help her. You say a young person buying clothes must be shown by someone young. What does it matter to her to ask our mother who is in her 50s or 60s? Can their aesthetic be the same? She didn't say to let me see, and she just said to let our mother take a look. I suspect she has ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but give Wang Xiaohui a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Sister, I admire you. Wang Xiaohui ignored Li Mingzhe's flattery. Looking at Deng Miao Miao, Wang Xiaohui felt a lingering worry in her heart, always sensing that the visitor had ill intentions. What exactly is her background? Is she some kind of romantic debt you left behind? Li Mingzhe answered honestly. No, she is the blind date that my little aunt introduced to me. He briefly recounted what had happened at the hotel. Wang Zihui's gaze towards Deng Miao Miao changed at that moment. Wow, she is really impressive. If she uses her methods to enter our family, wouldn't it turn everything upside down? Wang Xiaohui looked fearful and said she was going to find Zhongxia. No, I have to make sure our mother comes out of this enchantment, otherwise she might really be charmed by her. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe did not stop her, but honestly followed behind Wang Xiaohui with the 2 children. He knew that no matter how cold he was towards Deng Miao Miao, she would not give up. So it was very appropriate for Wang Xiaohui to handle it. Mom, Jinbao is back, let's go. Off. Oh. Zhongxia came back to her senses and immediately said to Li Mingzhe, Jinbao, it was Miao Miao who brought me here. Yes, I already knew. Li Mingzhe smiled slightly at Deng Miao Miao to express his gratitude. Zhongxia did not forget to bid farewell to Deng Miao Miao, saying, Miao Miao, thank you. We have to go home now. Deng Miao Miao smiled generously. Hee. It's okay, Annie, we can see each other again after the new year. Good, come to my house to play then. Zhongxia seemed to like Deng Miao Miao a bit, even actively inviting her. Deng Miao Miao naturally agreed repeatedly. Just as Wang Xiaohui was pulling Zhongxia to leave, Deng Miao Miao suddenly spoke up. Wang Jinbao, can I add you on WeChat? Maybe I will really go to your house to play after the new year. Li Mingzhe said nothing but glanced at Wang Xiaohui. Wang Xiaohui understood immediately and said, Oh Miao Miao, why don't you add me instead? Jinbao might not be at home after the new year. When you come over later, just contact me directly. Deng Miao Miao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly agreed. Okay sister, then I will add you. After adding WeChat, Li Mingzhe successfully led Zhongxia and the others away. When he saw that Deng Miao Miao did not follow them, Li Mingzhe inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. You know, this kind of gentle, persistent pursuit is the most terrifying. Fortunately, she did not continue to chase after them. Li Mingzhe began to understand the truth of the matter. Mom, what is going on? How did you end up getting mixed up with her? Are you talking about Miao Miao? When I was having dinner at your little aunt's, Miao Miao was sitting with me. Li Mingzhe pressed for more, and then Zhongxia continued, this girl is really not bad. She is beautiful and knows how to talk. I quite like her. Mom, I didn't ask you to praise her. Li Mingzhe said somewhat speechlessly. He could see that Deng Miao Miao had really charmed Zhongxia completely. Otherwise, how could she casually express such a long list of opinions about Deng Miao Miao? Oh, you want to know how we ended up at the mall together? After I finished eating, you were taking too long, and then she asked me, so I told her. Then she said she happened to want to come to the mall to play, and brought me along, so we came together. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe frowned and said nothing. The process of this matter sounded quite reasonable. Although he knew Deng Miao Miao's intentions, Zhongxia wouldn't know what she would at most think that Deng Miao Miao liked Li Mingzhe and wouldn't feel that there was anything inappropriate about being close to a 50 or 60-year-old person. Jinbao, I know you are already with Xiaoya. But I think about it, your little aunt is right. If you and she don't work out, you can't hang all your hopes on one tree. You just don't contact Miao Miao for now. If there are really any changes later, and she is still available, you two can see how it goes together. Don't you think? Zhongxia's words left Li Mingzhe with no way to refute. After all, her reasoning was not without merit. However, he still clearly expressed his stance. Sure. But Mom, she has some schemes. If you encounter her again in the future, don't always think she might be your future daughter-in-law. Okay, I know, Sai, she is in the city, and with us leaving, who knows when we will come again. I just want to see her, but there's no way to meet. Don't worry, your mom isn't that naive to think of every girl she meets as a potential daughter-in-law. Hearing what Zhongxia said, Li Mingzhe finally felt at ease. As they drove out of the underground parking lot and headed home, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but ask Wang Xiaohui, sister, who added whom? I added her. Did she agree? Let me check. Wang Xiaohui took out her phone and said she didn't agree. Oh, for some reason Li Mingzhe felt that Deng Mao's tactics were not so simple. This woman gave him the feeling that she could stir up something at any moment. However, they were already on the way home, so there probably wouldn't be another opportunity to meet. Thus Li Mingzhe put his mind at ease. Upon returning to the village, just as he drove to the doorstep and saw that familiar two-wheeled electric vehicle, Wang Xiaohui exclaimed, "Gao Chong is here." Everyone got out of the car, and before they could open the door, Gao Chong had already opened it from inside. Mom Xiaohui Jinbao. Gao Chong had changed from his usual delinquent appearance to a humble and respectful demeanor. Moreover, Li Mingzhe could see a hint of unease on his face. Zhang Xia responded, and Li Mingzhe nodded at him. Wang Xiaohui frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" I came with our mom to pick you up. Isn't tomorrow New Year's Eve? So this is to take someone away." Wang Xiaohui did not respond, but bypassed Gao Chong and led the children inside. At that moment, Chen Fengxia was standing in the courtyard looking anxious. Seeing Wang Xiaohui come in, she immediately showed a flattering smile. "Xiaohui. Ouch, Yuan man. My dear grandchildren, grandma has come to take you home." Chen Fengxia bent down smiling kindly as she reached out to the two children, who however were not responsive. The two children hid behind Wang Xiaohui, looking at Chen Fengxia with suspicion. They had not forgotten the last time when Chen Fengxia and Gao Zuizhuan locked them out. Seeing this, Chen Fengxia forced a smile and said, "Look at these two kids, so stubborn they won't even acknowledge their grandma. All right, let's go inside and talk in the living room." Zhang Xia said. Wang Yid stood at the living room door exchanging a look with Zhang Xia. Everyone took their seats in the living room, while Wang Xiaohui placed the clothes and toys she bought for the children in her room. In fact, Chen Fengxia and Gao Chong hadn't been there long. Wang Yid hadn't even had the chance to call Wang Xiaohui to explain the situation. He was too busy listening to Chen Fengxia's endless apologies. It was precisely because he saw their attitude was somewhat acceptable that Wang Yid did not chase them away. After all, Wang Xiaohui was not yet divorced, and Chen Fengxia was still family. Everyone sat silently, and Chen Fengxia took the initiative to break the ice, beaming as she praised Li Mingzhe, saying, "Jinbao, ever since you came, this home has changed dramatically. I thought I had come to the wrong door today. Look at how grand this living room is. And this air conditioner, refrigerator, and bed." Even though he knew they had come to reconcile, Li Mingzhe did not show any favorable expression. After all, he still remembered the last incident. Besides, he wasn't sure if Gao Chong had done enough to address the issues. He responded with a somewhat dismissive tone, "Well, this is to say that in the countryside a family still needs to have a son, otherwise the conditions are poor and the married daughters get bullied." Hearing Li Mingzhe's words, Chen Fengxia's smile froze, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Wang Xiaohui had not yet come out with the children, she knew Wang Xiaohui was still angry. After thinking that saying so many irrelevant things was useless, she decided to be straightforward. So she cleared her throat and deliberately raised her voice so that Wang Xiaohui could hear, saying, "In-laws, I know you can't just forgive me for those past matters. I am now being straightforward. I came today to take Xiaohui home. During the time Xiaohui has been away, I have thought a lot. At first, I didn't think I was in the wrong. I'm not afraid to say it, or I thought it was because Jinbao came back that Xiaohui became more assertive. Later, while strolling around the village, seeing the daughters-in-law of other families and hearing idle gossip, I suddenly understood, among the girls who married into our village, Xiaohui is indeed the best. Daughters-in-law today are not like those in the past. Back then, when my mother-in-law said one, I had to comply. I thought when I became a mother-in-law, I should do the same. But now I realize that times have changed. If I continue to act that way, no one will want to be my daughter-in-law to serve me. So Xiaohui, listen carefully in there. I came today not because Chong wanted to come, but because I asked him to bring me. I just want you to hear my true feelings and know that I genuinely realize my mistakes. I am here sincerely to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohui, who had been listening intently in the room, felt a bit moved. Her once domineering mother-in-law was now actually admitting her mistakes. It was known that in the past, no matter how outrageous her actions were, she never found fault in herself. She always believed others were to blame. So hearing Chen Fengxiao say this, she was indeed surprised. But this was not enough to sway her heart. Did they think a couple of soft words could bring her back? Why should she? Since she had made the decision to stay at her parents' house for a long time, she would not easily return. Outside, Chen Fengxia continued, "Xiaohui, I assure you that I will never yell at you again, and I will also return Chong's salary card to you." Previously, Gao Chong's salary card was always held by Chen Fengxia. She used the excuse of helping the young people control their expenses to take Gao Chong's salary card, making it so that Wang Xiaohui had to consider others' opinions even when buying groceries. But now that she returned the salary card, Wang Zuhui's life would indeed become much easier. At least she wouldn't be under Chen Fengxia's control when purchasing things. But this was just the beginning of Chen Fengxia showing her sincerity. "Xiaohui, I know you are a good child, kind-hearted and filial, so I am at ease letting you take care of me in my old age." As she spoke, Chun Fengxia took out a savings book from her pocket. "This is my savings accumulated over most of my life. Oh, I am now giving you this coffin fund to let you take charge of the family." When she took out the savings book, both Wang Yud and Zhang Xia's expressions changed. Wang Xiuhui even came out of the room, looking at Chun Fengxia in disbelief. "Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Zuhui's heart softened after all. She knew that since Gao Chong's father passed away, the family's financial source primarily relied on Gao Chong. Chun Fengxia, an old woman, had become very insecure, which was why she managed Gao Chong's money, if she was afraid that in the future they wouldn't have money to deal with any issues. Chun Fengxia valued money as her life, yet now she was actually taking out her hard-earned savings. Wasn't this equivalent to handing over her life? "I'm not doing anything. Oh, I just want to tell you I really understand now. I will change all the things I did wrong in the past. I am at ease letting you keep this money. It will also put you at ease." Hearing this, Li Mingzhe couldn't help but look at Gao Chong. To be honest, he couldn't imagine what Gao Chong had done to make Chun Fengxia change so much. The degree of change was so exaggerated that, to put it dramatically, it was like someone who had been in prison for over a decade had been released and transformed. How could Chun Fengxia change so drastically in just a few days? If one were to say it was an act, Li Mingzhe couldn't see any hint of performance. There was no need for her to act to this extent, as it could easily backfire. Chun Fengxia's promises were not empty words, but were backed by tangible commitments. Not only was Wang Xiuhui moved, but even Wang Yud and Zhang Xia were shaken. They could truly see Chun Fengxia's remorse. "Chong's mother, you." Zhang Xia wanted to say that Chun Fengxia should take back the savings book, but Chun Fengxia's determination was stronger than she had imagined. "In-laws, you don't need to persuade me. I understand now that it is best to give this money to Xiuhui. In the future, I will try to meddle less in her and Chong's affairs and let the young ones handle it as they wish." After saying this, Chun Fengxia looked at Wang Xiuhui again. "Xiuhui, would you be willing to forgive me?" As Wang Xiuhui hesitated on how to respond, Gao Chong spoke up. "Xiuhui, in front of Dad, Mom, and Jinbao, I promise you that apart from holidays, I will no longer drink. In the future, I will work hard to earn money and make sure to smoke less and drink less. If I go back to how I treated you before after bringing you back today, you can let Jinbao come and beat me." After saying this, Gao Chong took out a piece of A4 paper filled with writing from his pocket. He handed it to Zhang Xia, saying, "Mom, this is the guarantee. I wrote it home. It has already been signed and sealed. This is for you. If I fail to live up to what I said above, you can take Xiuhui back at any time, and I will definitely not protest." Zhang Xia carefully read the writing on the paper, finished reading, looked at Gao Chong, and then passed the paper to Wang Yud and Li Mingzhe for a glance. Now their sincerity was genuinely laid out. Wang Xiuhui understood that she had to return today. Not to mention that tomorrow was New Year's Eve. She also truly saw Chun Fengxia and Gao Chong's determination and sincerity. The opportunity to step down had been presented. She had no reason to refuse. Thinking this, Wang Xiuhui slowly spoke, "Mom, Gao Chong, I will go back with you. I will go and tidy things up now." With that, Wang Xiuhui immediately got up and went into the room. Gao Chong wore a look of joy, and Chun Fengxia let out a long sigh of relief. "Xiuhui, I knew you had a kind heart. You would definitely forgive me. Today, seeing the tremendous changes here and the children dressed in new clothes while holding those toys, I can tell that Wang Xiuhui has been living very comfortably at home." Originally, she was worried that if Wang Xiuhui had a good life at home, she might not want to return, but it seems that Wang Xiuhui still has no intention of getting a divorce. Thus, Chun Fengxia felt relieved. At the same time, she secretly reminded herself to never let Wang Xiuhui suffer again and not to let her get so angry that she would talk about divorce with Gao Chong. Otherwise, not only would Gao Chong lose the relatively Mingzhe from Modu, but he would also lose his virtuous wife. If he brought back some strange creatures from the county, then she would truly have no good days to speak of. Now she no longer expected Wang Xiuhui to serve her. She just hoped that Wang Xiuhui wouldn't drive her out. Otherwise, what would be the point of an old woman living alone in that old house? After Wang Xiuhui tidied up her things, Li Mingzhe moved the luggage to his car and then asked Chun Fengxia to drive away the tricycle. Gao Chong rode his own electric bike alone. He personally sent Wang Xiuhui and the children back to ensure that Chun Fengxia and Gao Chong understood that Wang Xiuhui had someone backing her. Watching the BMW speeding ahead, Chun Fengxia drove alongside Gao Chong and asked, "Chong, what kind of car is Wang Jinbao driving? It looks quite expensive to me. Must be over 2000, right?" Gao Chong snorted lightly. "Over 2000. Mom, what are you thinking?" "What? Did I say too much?" "You said too little. This car could buy two that are over 2000. Upon hearing this, Chun Fengxia couldn't help but click her tongue. Goodness, is it really that expensive? Wang Jinbao must be really wealthy. Gao Chong agreed. Indeed, he is rich, or I can see that now. Mom, you must remember not to make things difficult for Xiuhui anymore. If my sister tries to stir up trouble when she comes home, don't pay her any mind. You need to remember one thing: you will be living with your daughter-in-law, not with your daughter. And those words she says will only create conflict between you and Xiuhui. Do you understand? Chun Fengxiao interjected. Got it. After sending Wang Xiuhui home, Li Mingzhe sat at home for a while before leaving. As he was leaving, Wang Xiuhui came out to see him off, and Li Mingzhe, in front of Chun Fengxiao and Gao Chong, directly said, "Sister, if anyone bullies you or Yuan in the future, remember to call me." Wang Xiuhui felt warm inside, knowing that Li Mingzhe was trying to support Chun Fengxiao. Okay, I understand, brother. If it weren't for Li Mingzhe's presence, she might have just endured it all her life. But now everything is different. After sending Wang Xiuhui off, upon returning home, Li Mingzhe heard Wang Yud on the phone. After he hung up, Zhang Xia said, "It's really surprising that the third uncle actually called us all for dinner." Li Mingzhe approached and inquired, "What happened?" Wang Yud explained, "Oh, your third uncle called me just now saying he heard you came back and invited us to have a reunion dinner at his place tomorrow on New Year's Eve. Are we going?" "Yes, I already agreed to it." Zhang Xia suddenly sighed. Indeed, when you are poor, no one cares about you, but when you are rich, you have distant relatives in the mountains. Hearing Zhang Xia's words, Wang Yud glanced at her, somewhat displeased. "Why do you say that? Isn't it normal? Who wants to deal with poor people? Besides, at the time of Zhuhui's wedding, Yongyi came and the money was given too. Now he just invites us to a reunion dinner. What's the big deal?" Zhang Xia said, "I didn't say anything, did I? Look at how defensive you are. I just feel that in previous years no one contacted us during the new year, but now that Jin Bao is back, someone is reaching out." Wang Yud said nothing, sitting on the living room bench, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that the two elders appeared a bit unhappy, Li Mingzhe asked again, "Where does the third uncle live? Is it also in our hometown?" Wang Yud replied, "Not exactly. Your third uncle and his family moved to the county." "Oh, so we will be eating in the county tomorrow?" "Yes." Zhang Xia suddenly remembered something. "If we go tomorrow, does Jin Bao still need to pay New Year greetings to Yongyi after the New Year?" "Logically he should, since he is Jin Bao's uncle." Wang Yud said, then fell into thought again. "Wait, since they moved away, Yuan hasn't come to our house to pay us New Year greetings. Xiuhui hasn't visited him either, so logically Jin Bao doesn't need to go to his place either." Li Mingzhe asked, "Who is Ziyuan?" "Your third uncle's son, Wang Ziyuan." "Oh." Li Mingzhe nodded in understanding. He knew that in rural areas the New Year greetings were still taken quite seriously. His adoptive father had no siblings, so he had never visited relatives during his childhood. However, he knew about this from his classmates who would visit their relatives for New Year greetings with their parents. After chatting for a while, Xiaoya sent a message. "Xiaoya, Jin Bao, are you free tonight? Want to go set off fireworks together?" Li Mingzhe, "Where to?" "Xiaoya, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Are you going or not?" Li Mingzhe thought for a moment. He had no plans for the night, so he replied, "Sure." "Xiaoya, great, I'll go buy fireworks on the street now." Li Mingzhe, "I have nothing to do this afternoon. Oh, can I join you?" After replying to the message, Li Mingzhe asked Zhang Xia, "Mom, I'm going to buy something on the street. Do you need me to buy anything?" I can't think of anything for now. You go ahead. If I remember something, I'll call you." Li Mingzhe, "Okay." Leaving the house by car, he headed directly to Xie village to find Xiaoya. He had thought it would just be her, but upon arrival he found out there was also a young man in his 20s joining them. "Jin Bao, this is my cousin Xie Enian. He works in the same e-commerce company as you in operations." Xie Enian looked quite handsome, standing around 176 centimeters tall. Although not exceptionally handsome, he was still quite pleasant to look at. Before Li Mingzhe could say anything, Xie Enian grinned and said, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Huh. Hello. Li Mingzhe was amused by Xie Enian calling him brother-in-law and urged them to get in the car quickly. Once in the car, he learned that Xie Enian hadn't graduated from university yet and was currently in his senior year. Xie Enian cheerfully asked, "Brother-in-law, I heard my sister say that you are also working in e-commerce operations in Modu. Which district are you in?" "I'm in Huangpu district." Hearing this, Xie Enian's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, I'm also in Huangpu district. He quickly asked, "Brother-in-law, where do you live? Are you renting with others?" Without waiting for Li Mingzhe's answer, he started sharing his own situation. "I'm renting a 2-bedroom apartment with someone. The landlord said he wants to sell it, so after the new year I have to find a new place to rent. If you are also in Huangpu district, we can rent a 2-bedroom apartment together. It would be more comfortable. What do you think?" "I didn't share an apartment with anyone." Xie Enian was puzzled. "So do you live in an apartment, or what?" Li Mingzhe noticed that Xiaoya was trying hard to stifle a laugh and asked, "Did you not tell him I'm a local from Magic City?" "What? You're from Magic City?" Xie Enian's eyes nearly popped out at this revelation. He leaned forward in the back seat, staring at Li Mingzhe, and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really from Magic City? Then do you not even need to rent a place? Is your house not in Huangpu district?" If it weren't for Li Mingzhe driving, Xie Enian would have reached out to shake him in his urgency. Seeing him about to lose his composure, Xiaoya gave his head a light slap. "You're a grown man, can you not be a bit more composed?" "I'm just curious." Li Mingzhe, just finishing driving, chuckled. Yes, my house is in Huangpu. I don't need to rent. Hearing this answer, Xie Yinian displayed an expression of immense envy. But he soon became somewhat perplexed. Wait a minute, brother-in-law, you're a local from Magic City. Why are you celebrating the new year here with us? Following this, Li Mingzhe briefly explained his background. After listening, Xie Yinian couldn't help but open his mouth wide in shock. He was completely astounded. This is too fantastical, right? You could totally be on the news for this. After buying fireworks, Li Mingzhe drove them back to Xie village. As Li Mingzhe was about to leave, Xiaoya reminded him, after dinner, if you're free, come over quickly, we're going to set off fireworks. Okay. Li Mingzhe then drove to Gaolu village. When he was buying things earlier, he had intentionally bought a bunch of small fireworks and lanterns for his nephew and niece to play with that night. Jinbao, come in and sit. Gao Chong quickly welcomed Li Mingzhe into the yard. At that moment, Wang Xiuhui and Chen Fengxiao were busy cooking in the kitchen. Wang Xiuhui was cooking while Chen Fengxiao assisted, and Gao Chong was watching the kids. Uncle. The two children ran over, abandoning their toys upon seeing Li Mingzhe, who greeted them with a beaming smile. He then set down the things he bought for them, letting the two little ones stretch their heads to examine them. Upon seeing so many fireworks, the children were instantly filled with joy and began to jump around. Jinbao, why did you buy so much stuff? Gao Chong pointed at the pile of items on the living room table. We already have everything at home. Wang Xiuhui and Chen Fengxiao also walked out of the kitchen upon hearing him. Li Mingzhe smiled and said, it's nothing, just some inexpensive trinkets I picked up while I was out. Isn't it just to create a festive atmosphere for the new year? Chen Fengxiao said a few polite words, urging Gao Chong to pour water, while Wang Xiuhui murmured that Li Mingzhe was wasting money, though the smile on her face betrayed her. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere in the house, now Li Mingzhe felt relieved. Chen Fengxiao asked Jinbao, don't go back tonight, just eat here. We're cooking something in the pot, don't leave tonight. Li Mingzhe laughed and declined, no, my parents should be cooking now too. I'll just drink some water and leave, thank you, Annie. Seeing Li Mingzhe's firm refusal, Chen Fengxiao no longer insisted, saying, oh okay. There are snacks on the table, eat some, I'll go back to the kitchen to cook. After saying that, Chen Fengxiao went back into the kitchen. She and Wang Xiuhui were busy inside, while Li Mingzhe sat down in the living room. Gao Chong handed him a cigarette with a grateful expression. Jinbao, thank you so much for taking such good care of Wang Xiuhui and the two kids these past few days. He now understood that this suddenly appeared brother-in-law was not a burden at all, but rather a real benefactor. If there were any difficulties in the future, he would surely help Li Mingzhe, a bit out of respect for Wang Xiuhui. This gave Gao Chong immense reassurance. It was no wonder he thought this way, as people naturally tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Thus, because of the feeling of being elevated by Li Mingzhe, he would definitely treat Wang Xiuhui even better. For women, a capable maternal family is far more intimidating than her own gentleness and virtue. Brother-in-law, I think you will do better than I do. After all, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Li Mingzhe's appropriate affirmation and encouragement also inspired Gao Chong. He immediately said, Jinbao, rest assured. I know what I should do in the future. With Xiuhui following me, although she may not enjoy great fortune, I will do my best to let her enjoy a good life and never let her suffer. Li Mingzhe nodded at these words. It was enough to say these things briefly, because no matter how beautiful the words are, if no actual action is taken, they are meaningless. Picking up the cup of hot water, Li Mingzhe blew on it. Just then a man in his 30s entered Gao Chong's house. Xiangzi, oh, we have a guest at home. The man walked in with his hands in his pockets, swaying as he walked with no proper demeanor. Wang Xiuhui glanced at him and then withdrew her gaze. She didn't need to greet someone who often came. Gao Chong stood up to greet him and offered him a cigarette. The man directly asked, who is this? Oh, this is my brother-in-law. The man pondered for a moment upon hearing this. You have a brother-in-law? How come I never heard you mention him before? Without waiting for Gao Chong to explain, he nonchalantly added, forget it, no need to ask about that idle talk. I came to ask what your plans are after the new year. Are you thinking of changing jobs? Gao Chong's current job was unloading goods for others in the town, doing manual labor with a salary of nearly 3,000. Sometimes if the work was plentiful, it could be a bit over 3,000. When there's not much work, making just over 2,000 a month is considered good. Although this salary isn't much in the countryside, without having to pay rent, it's enough to support a family of 2 children for the time being. However, the reason Wang Xiuhui couldn't even afford clothes for the children was that Gao Chong had previously spent all his earnings on smoking and drinking. This had caused Wang Xiuhui to be in an extremely tight situation. Change jobs. Do you have any good leads? Gao Deming didn't keep it a secret and said directly, well, I came to find you, so I definitely have. Let me tell you, I just went through a lot of effort to find a boss who runs a factory in the county. The factory makes cosmetic bottles and stuff, and I heard the work isn't tiring at all, plus they provide food and accommodation with a salary over 4,000 a month. Gao Chong was immediately intrigued upon hearing this. Really? In such a small rural county, the usual salary is just over 2,000 and 3,000 is usually for hard labor. If he could find a job in the county that pays over 4,000 and provides food and accommodation, that would indeed be a great opportunity. Why would I lie to you? I'll see if I can arrange a meeting with that boss tomorrow, and if I can, I'll take you to meet him. Gao Chong immediately responded, okay, Deming, thank you. When the conversation reached this point, Gao Deming had an expression as if he had something else to say, but was holding back. Gao Chong noticed this and asked, what's up, Deming? Gao Deming let out a hiss, seemingly not satisfied with Gao Chong's reaction, and stood up as if to leave. Li Mingzhe was also confused by his behavior. Deming, hey, where are you going? Gao Chong stepped forward and pulled Gao Deming back. What's going on? You're not saying anything. Gao Deming turned back with an expression of exasperation and glanced at Gao Chong. Xiangzi, didn't I already tell you earlier? That's someone I had to work very hard to get to know. You're just going to say thank you, and that's it. Do I really have to say it outright? Gao Chong said awkwardly, quickly apologizing. Oh, Deming, I was confused just now. Wait a moment. Saying this, Gao Chong hurriedly entered the storage room and came out with 2 packs of cigarettes. Deming, thank you for remembering me with such a good thing. I appreciate your kindness, brother. With a beaming smile, Gao Chong stuffed the cigarettes into Gao Deming's arms, expecting him to accept them gladly. However, to his surprise, Gao Deming merely glanced at the cigarettes and pushed them back, clearly dissatisfied with this gesture of gratitude. Xiangzi, aren't you being a bit stingy? Just 2 packs of cigarettes and you think you can brush me off? Do you have any idea how many gifts I've given? This is a relationship I formed only after giving you 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of fine liquor. Gao Deming said, no longer wanting to waste words with Gao Chong, pushing him away and turning to leave. Now Gao Chong was anxious. He certainly didn't want to give up such a good job opportunity. He quickly stepped forward to block him, saying, hey, Deming, I understand. You take these for now. Tomorrow I'll go out and buy more for you. I only have a few packs of cigarettes at home, and I really don't have any more. Upon hearing this, Gao Deming's expression softened slightly. He sized Gao Chong up and frowned, saying, Xiangzi, you're really doing poorly, aren't you? When you drink, aren't you quite boastful? Why do you seem clueless when it comes to this matter? Saying this, he reluctantly accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes. All right, let's talk tomorrow. Come to my house tomorrow. Sure. Gao Chong immediately agreed. After seeing him off, he returned to the living room. Li Mingzhe was somewhat perplexed by the previous scene. Brother-in-law, is this person trying to extort you on purpose? Otherwise, why would he actively introduce you to a job and then directly say you didn't give him any benefits? In Li Mingzhe's view, Gao Chong wasn't begging him, he was just warm-heartedly helping out. So it didn't make sense for Gao Chong to mention kindness, while also implying it was too little. It looked like he was trying to scam something. Jinbao, that's not the case. He's my childhood friend. He probably noticed I was earning less at home and wanted to help me out. Actually, his visit was timely. I was also thinking of changing jobs after the new year to earn more and improve our family's living conditions. Hearing this, Li Mingzhe could only nod. After all, he didn't know Gao Deming and was unaware of their relationship dynamics. Gao Chong's willingness to help also showed he was determined to change himself. If there was really anything inappropriate, Li Mingzhe would find a way to help him. All right, maybe this is just how they handle matters directly around here. I've finished my drink, I should head home now, Li Mingzhe said as he got up, heading to the kitchen to say goodbye to Wang Xiuhui and Chen Fengxia before driving home. After getting home and finishing dinner, he texted Xiaoya, who replied that her family hadn't finished cooking yet. So Li Mingzhe planned to wait a bit before heading over. Taking a walk or chatting outside after dinner is a must-have entertainment activity for the elderly. Staying at home is simply too dull. Accompanying Zhang Xiao, she muttered about how there wasn't much salt left at home and needed to buy a bag from the village supermarket. The mother and son made their way to the village road. That evening, many children were playing outside while adults stood behind watching, gathering in groups for conversation. There seemed to be noticeably more households setting off fireworks in the distance, and the village was particularly lively. Are you all chatting here? Zhang Xia politely greeted a group of 3 to 5 people. Xiamei glanced at Zhang Xia but didn't respond. The others laughed and asked Zhang Xia, what are you up to? I'm going to buy a bag of salt. We're out at home. Oh, for such a small matter, can't your son Jinbao just drive you? Is it really necessary for you to run this trip? The woman speaking was plump, and Li Mingzhe had seen her around the village but had never spoken to her. He didn't even know her name. But what Li Mingzhe did know was that this plump woman was mocking Zhang Xia. Hearing this, Zhang Xia wasn't angry as she smiled and said, well, I just finished dinner and wanted to stretch my legs a bit. All right, you all continue chatting here. The plump woman said, go on. Zhang Xia and Li Mingzhe walked a little further, and once they were distanced from them, Li Mingzhe asked, Mom, how did they treat you before? Thinking back, Zhang Xia couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Before, they wouldn't even talk to me and your dad. They waited until we left to start gossiping. Now they at least talk, but their words still carry some ulterior motives. Seeing that Li Mingzhe seemed to have thoughts, Zhang Xia added, Jinbao, this is normal in rural areas. If you live well, others will envy you. If you live poorly, others will bully you. So it's best to keep the ups and downs of family life behind closed doors. Letting others know is not a good thing. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known that those who hadn't spoken for years could suddenly act as if nothing had happened and be very warm. Li Mingzhe nodded in response. He was unaware that after he and Zhang Xia left, Xia Mei and the others had begun targeted discussions. Look at Zhang Xia. Now that she has a son, she's even taken the initiative to greet us. Isn't that right? She's just flaunting her son Wang Jinbao, afraid that people in the village don't know. Seeing Zhang Xia quiet and not talking much, she actually has a tendency to show off, but her way of doing it is different from ours. She shows off unintentionally to us. Upon hearing this, Xia Mei scoffed dismissively. Let her show off. Tomorrow the third brother is inviting us both to the county for dinner. I want to see how she shows off. She's relying on her son to turn her fortunes around. When a poor person suddenly becomes wealthy, deep down they're still a poor person. Tomorrow when we get to Wang Yangyi's place, they'll have some good treats for her. The plump woman immediately reminded her. Hey, didn't you say that Wang Jinbao was causing trouble for Wei Wei? If you blatantly push her, would Wang Jinbao be willing? Indeed, if he gets that leader to make things difficult for Wei Wei, aren't you afraid that Wei Wei might lose such a good job? Hearing this, Xia Mei immediately raised her voice. He dares. If he dares to make Wei Wei lose her job, he'll find someone to demolish his house. Wang Jinbao only has a little money from living off his parents. Our family also has money. Both my children are successful. Before Wang Jinbao emerged, his family was nothing. In previous years, the third brother always invited our family for dinner, but this year it's only because Wang Jinbao came back from the Magic City that they invited the Wang Yud family. Honestly, I don't even want to go to this dinner tomorrow. Just seeing that Wang Jinbao makes me sick. He thinks he's from the Magic City and acts all arrogant, not even saying a word to us. What is he trying to show off for? Others echoed, saying that Li Mingzhe thought he was all that just because he was from the Magic City. They remarked that Wang Yud and Zhang Xia were now also strutting about proudly. But in reality, this was all just their own perception. Excessive jealousy leads to psychological distortions, making their views skewed. I'm not chatting with you anymore. I'm heading home early to wash up and sleep. They'll update you about the situation after I return from the county tomorrow. The plump woman nodded repeatedly. All right, just don't forget. We'll be waiting here in the evening for you to come back and report the results. Li Mingzhe followed Zhang Xia home after buying salt, then drove to find Xiaoya. Soon they headed to the destination for fireworks, accompanied by the third wheel Xiaoyan. The flat landscape offered a clear view with hardly any obstructions, allowing them to see the fireworks set off by distant households. The festive atmosphere grew more intense. The three of them braved the cold night wind, letting off fireworks haphazardly, while Xiaoyan and Xiaoya recorded plenty of videos. Li Mingzhe gazed at the dazzling fireworks above, suddenly reminded of his adoptive father. In his childhood memories, he used to play with his adoptive father during the New Year. But now he was no longer around. Lost in thought for a while, Li Mingzhe suddenly felt a dampness at the corner of his eye. Before long, the fireworks they brought were nearly finished. They played until nearly 9 o'clock, when Li Mingzhe finally drove the two back to the village. After Li Mingzhe drove away, Xiaoya suddenly sent a message. Do you want to watch a movie, eh? Seeing the message, Li Mingzhe slowly pulled over to the side of the road and replied, now. Xiaoya, yes, at my place. I have a projector. Li Mingzhe, isn't it inappropriate to go to your house? What should I say if your parents see me? Xiaoya, they're out dancing and haven't come back yet. Upon reading this, an inappropriate thought flashed through Li Mingzhe's mind. Once that thought crossed his mind, he didn't hesitate and immediately turned around to find Xiaoya. Li Mingzhe didn't drive directly to Xiaoya's door, but parked in an inconspicuous corner of her village. Li Mingzhe opened the door. You really came. Xiaoya quickly rushed downstairs and swiftly pulled Li Mingzhe into the courtyard. Then Xiaoya closed the door and led Li Mingzhe straight upstairs. It's fine, just take off your shoes and come in. Wait a moment, let me adjust the projector. Li Mingzhe glanced around Xiaoya's room. It wasn't too tidy, but it wasn't exactly messy either. Suddenly he noticed Xiaoya's bra lying atop some disheveled clothes. That sight made his blood rush. But there was no hurry. Where's the bathroom? He'll go to the bathroom. Xiaoya quickly pointed him in the right direction and then returned to adjust the projector. By the time Li Mingzhe returned, Xiaoya had already picked out a movie. She had also changed into her pajamas. Come on. Xiaoya invited Li Mingzhe to the bed, where a small table full of snacks was set beside it. Once they crawled under the covers, Xiaoya immediately nestled into his embrace. Don't worry, my parents actually know about you. If you're afraid of an awkward encounter, they'll sneak you out later without them seeing you. By the way, I'll hide your shoes first. My mom might come home looking for me and see them. Saying this, Xiaoya got up to put away Li Mingzhe's shoes, then dove back into the blankets. Inhaling the fragrance of Xiaoya's hair, the projector's light flickered, and the dim room's atmosphere had already been set. Li Mingzhe was not exactly a paragon of virtue, especially since this was his girlfriend. Within minutes of the movie starting, he couldn't help but reach out to embrace her. She squirmed, trying to push his hand away. How about we watch the movie first? What movie? In a situation with just the two of them, how could Li Mingzhe focus on the movie? If he could calmly watch, there would be something wrong with him. Before their intimate moment could conclude, Xiao Ya's parents returned. Just as Xiao Ya had anticipated, her mother came straight to her room. Xiao Ya, Li Mingzhe and Xiao Ya immediately stopped what they were doing, both straining to listen to the sounds outside. Xiao Ya, flustered, dared not make a sound. Xiao Ya's mother called out once, then directly turned the doorknob, only to find the door locked. Why did you lock the door? Mom, I'm watching a movie. What do you want? Xiao Ya tried her best to make her voice sound normal. Hearing the door was locked, Li Mingzhe inexplicably felt relieved. Xiao Ya shot him a glare. Thankfully, the movie was playing in the room, perfectly masking the sounds from the bed. It's nothing, just wanted to ask about you and that Wang Jinbao. How was the fireworks today? She quickly replied, it was great, really great. I'll tell you more tomorrow. I'm on a video call with him right now. Don't disturb us, okay? Upon hearing they were on a video call, Xiao Ya's mother sensibly gave up her intention of entering the room. Oh, got it. With that, she went downstairs. Once Xiao Ya clearly heard her mother go downstairs, she let out a sigh of relief. As she caught her breath, she scolded. What were you doing? I was just talking. Blocking her mouth after some entangled moments, Xiao Ya's anger dissipated. What replaced it was a rosy hue on her face. Suddenly, someone in the village set off fireworks very close to Xiao Ya's home, and the loud bangs temporarily drowned out all other sounds. Li Mingzhe pressed down on the accelerator, then suddenly asked, do you want to watch the fireworks? Oh. I don't know. At that moment, Xiao Ya was completely lost in her thoughts, unable to focus on anything else. Li Mingzhe asked no further, simply pushed the blanket aside, lifted her, and placed her by the window. Xiao Ya stood behind the curtains, looking confused. What fireworks are there to see now? The temperature of the air conditioning in the room had already risen. Li Mingzhe wasn't worried about her feeling cold. He stood behind her and whispered, look outside. With Li Mingzhe's guidance, she finally understood what he meant. Outside the cold winter window, the fireworks burst into brilliant bloom. Inside the room, it was as warm as spring. After successfully slipping out of Xiao Ya's house, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Driving home, Li Mingzhe felt exhausted. He thought his parents would be asleep, but as soon as he parked the car, Wang Yud opened the door immediately. Daddy, why aren't you asleep yet? It's fine, I'm not tired. I wanted to wait for you to come back before I sleep. Though he said this, weariness was evident on his face. In the past, Wang Yud and Zhang Xia would be in bed by 9, but today they were still awake at nearly midnight. Upon entering the house, Li Mingzhe noticed that the lights in their room were already turned off. In the living room, a single light remained on, with Wang Yud sitting alone on the sofa waiting. Li Mingzhe realized he was waiting for him to return home safely. Feeling warm inside, Li Mingzhe's tone was slightly reproachful. Dad, why didn't you call to ask when I'd be back? If I hadn't come home tonight, would you have waited all night? If it weren't for the fear of being caught by Xiao Ya's parents the next day, he might have actually fallen asleep there. Wang Yud smiled and explained, I know young people like to stay up late and play, so I didn't want to disturb you. Seeing Li Mingzhe return home, his heart finally settled. Now that you're back, hurry up and get some sleep. I'm going to sleep too. With that, he limped into the room. Late at night, Li Mingzhe hastily washed up and crawled into bed. The next day, after breakfast and tidying up the house, he prepared to drive out. Just then, Han Feng called. President Li, do you remember the tea supplier in Zhongzhou? It's the one that collaborated with our company before selling that Huangshan Maofeng tea. Oh, I recall a bit. Their boss name is something like Niu, right? I remember he sold several million during a few hours in Feifei's live stream. Yes, that boss is Niu Fengmao. I had dinner with him yesterday, and he wanted to visit you after knowing you were also in Zhongzhou. He said he wanted to bring you some tea. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe pondered for a moment. Let's skip the visit. Today is New Year's Eve, we can talk after the holiday. But President Li, he's in the county today? After the holiday, everyone will be flying around, and he might not have time. The key is that he wants to bring you a gift. You're at home, so it's perfect to let Uncle Wang taste the tea. Hearing that Niu Fengmao was already in the county and thinking about needing good tea for guests during the new year, Li Mingzhe agreed. All right then. I happen to be going to a relative's house in the county for lunch, so let him find me there. Okay, no problem. After hanging up, Li Mingzhe sent the address to Han Feng and set off. It was only a bit over 40 kilometers to the county, but due to heavy traffic during the new year and stopping to buy some things, Li Mingzhe took over an hour to arrive. Approaching 11 o'clock, Li Mingzhe arrived at the neighborhood of his third uncle Wang Yangyi's house, according to his parents' instructions. Meanwhile, Wang Shengli's family was already sitting on their sofa. Xianmei had just sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries before starting to gossip. Yongi, let me tell you, when that Wang Jinbao arrives, you need to watch what you say in front of him. This kid is not easy to deal with. Wei Wei has stumbled quite a bit in front of him. Look at Wei Wei's face, he got it from him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyi chuckled coldly. Oh really? Then I must see today just how hard it is to deal with him. As his third uncle, he should be respectful when he sees me. What can he do otherwise? Oh, Siamai's expression was exaggerated. Yongyi, don't underestimate him. He won't take you seriously at all. Take me for example, I'm his second aunt, and he still scolds me without hesitation. Previously I went to his house to confront him about stealing Wei Wei's blind date, and what happened? He just kicked me out. He even pointed at me and scolded. Oh, just thinking about that incident makes my heart ache. Siamai didn't stop at just talking, she even clutched her heart, as if merely mentioning it would reopen old wounds. Wang Rui watched Siamai's performance from the side, suppressing laughter as he played with his phone. Hearing this, Wang Yongyi's wife Chuanfang was also surprised. Is Jinbao really that arrogant? Does he dare to scold his elders? Yes indeed. You know, this kid has finally come back. We definitely want to dote on him, but he thinks he's from the magical city and too good for us, looking down on us rural folks. He even boasts about having a house in the magical city and claims that Wei Wei's car is inferior to his. It really makes me furious. If I talked about all the things he stirred up in our village, I could go on for a day. Wang Yongyi believed Siamai's words held some truth. Hearing that Mingzhe was such a person even before meeting him, his impression of him had already dropped to an all-time low. After listening to Siamai's distorted tales for a while, he could no longer endure it. His expression turned slightly angry, and he let out a heavy cold snort. Fine. He'll see just where this magical city person finds his superiority. Even if he grew up in the magical city, he still has the blood of the Wang family flowing through him. His roots are still with the Wang family. When he arrives, I will have a good chat with him. Chunfang felt that Siamai was exaggerating. Hearing that Wang Yongyi was already planning to confront Li Mingzhe, she quickly reminded him, he's here for the reunion dinner, don't say anything unpleasant later. Even if he behaved like that in his hometown, he might not do so here. After all, it's his first time here in many years, you should maintain a good attitude. Based on her understanding of Siamai, the facts could be quite different from what she said. Therefore, she wouldn't fully believe Siamai's words. Wang Yongyi ignored Chunfang's advice, believing that Sia's words were certainly not baseless, so he was now waiting for Wang Yu to bring Li Mingzhe over. Not long after, Li Mingzhe found the correct door number. After confirming it, he stepped forward and rang the doorbell. They're here. Chunfang hurriedly went to open the door and immediately spotted Li Mingzhe. Elder brother, sister-in-law. Hey Chuanfang, Zhang Xia immediately said to Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, quickly greet them. This is your third aunt. Hello, third aunt. Li Mingzhe politely greeted. Chunfang quickly ushered the three of them inside. Seeing the fruits Li Mingzhe was carrying, Chunfang said courteously, oh, you brought something, no need for that. When you leave, you can take something with you. Oh, we have plenty at home. It's fine, but it's Jinbao's first visit, so he should bring something. Saying this, the three of them changed their shoes and entered the house, immediately spotting Wang Shengli's family of three. Li Mingzhe pretended not to see them and first greeted Wang Yongyi. Hello, third uncle. So this is Jinbao. Wang Yongyi sized up Li Mingzhe a few times and gestured for them to sit down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the initial awkward greeting phase had passed. After Chunfang poured the tea, she immediately went to the kitchen to busy herself. Zhang Xia and Siamai followed her to help. The living room was left with just these few men. Feeling bored, Li Mingzhe didn't want to initiate conversation, so he grabbed some sunflower seeds and peanuts from the snack platter. Wang Yongyi then spoke up. It's been a few years since we've seen each other, right? How have you been lately? Is your health good? All good, just that my foot isn't working well, so I can't do much. Wang Yu replied. Wang Yongyi glanced at Li Mingzhe and continued. Then your life must be even harder now. Not really. Wang Yu looked at Li Mingzhe. Isn't Jinbao back now? So life at home hasn't worsened, in fact it's slowly getting better. This kid is filial, he has taken good care of the family. The villagers praise me, saying I've finally come into good fortune. By the way, I wanted to call you about this matter before, but somehow you didn't answer. Wang Yongyi showed a surprised expression. Did you call me? I didn't know that. He pulled out his phone and checked his call log. Sure enough, there was a missed call from Wang Yu. He then said, oh, I must have been too busy those days to notice my phone. Li Mingzhe glanced at Wang Yongyi, judging in his heart that Wang Yongyi was lying. Wang had made several calls, how could he not know? But the reason for not answering the call was probably known only to him. Wang Yu didn't continue to ask about the phone call and chatted with Wang Yongyi casually. Suddenly Wang Yongyi turned the conversation toward Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, I heard you were adopted by someone from the magical city, right? Yes, third uncle. He further asked, are you planning to return to the magical city and settle there? I haven't thought this through yet. Seeing Li Mingzhe's non-committal answer, Wang Yongyi immediately arranged. Jinbao, why not sell the house in the magical city and come back here to develop? Hearing such presumptuous words from Wang Yongyi, Li Mingzhe's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He maintained a forced smile. Why is that, third uncle? What are you there for? You ought to return home. Your family is in Zhongzhou. Besides, I heard from Weiwei that your house is in the countryside of the magical city. It won't be of much use in the future. It's better to come back here. Also, aren't you in e-commerce? E-commerce is developing well in Zhongzhou, and you can find a suitable job here. Why go so far? Wang Rui began to openly snack on seeds and watched the drama, waiting to see how Li Mingzhe could hold back from retorting Wang Yongyi. Wang Yongyi had already learned from CMA that Li Mingzhe's adoptive father had passed away. This news had spread through the village and was no longer a secret. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Yongyi spoke without reservations, continuing to make arrangements for Li Mingzhe. Your salary in Magic City isn't high. You only saved some money because you have a house there. You might as well come back to our hometown. Wang Yi found it hard to listen any longer. He hadn't even asked his own son to come back. What right did Wang Yongyi have to say such things? Moreover, the commanding tone was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Fearing that Li Mingzhe might get angry and not dare to speak up, Wang Yi hurriedly interrupted him. Yongyi, let the child make his own decisions. We're older now and our thoughts differ from theirs. There's a generation gap. He grew up in Magic City. You expect him to come here, and he surely won't accept it. Wang Yongyi, not waiting for Li Mingzhe to speak, looked displeased. Elder brother, what do you understand? I'm saying this for your sake. Just think about it. He came back with great difficulty, and you would just let him go back like that. His house in the countryside isn't worth much, and the job there is bad. Oh, what's the point of staying there? Wang Yongyi then turned directly to Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, what are your thoughts? Just tell me directly. You can't possibly be looking down on this poor countryside after staying in Magic City for so long, right? Hearing this, Li Mingzhe suddenly smiled. Third uncle, if I look down on this place, why would I come back to recognize my family? Wang Rui suddenly said meaningfully. Who knows, maybe you think your family is wealthy, and that's why you came back. If I knew I wasn't biologically related, I'd definitely come back to see if my biological parents had any money before deciding what to do. Li Mingzhe, upon hearing this, wasn't angry. He looked at Wang Rui. And then if you found out the family was poor, you'd just turn around and leave, right? I never said that. Noticing the odd atmosphere in the living room, Chunfang came over under the pretense of pouring tea, saying a few words to ease the situation. Wang Yongyi was already quite familiar with Wang Rui's family's situation, so he had nothing to say to him. However, it was different with Li Mingzhe. After hearing Xiamai's words, he had a very poor impression of Li Mingzhe and wanted to find something to criticize him about. But unfortunately, Li Mingzhe didn't engage with him. So he pondered for a moment, picked up his teacup, and launched an attack on Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, I don't know what you think. Anyway, I've been in the county for many years. I run a business, and my experience is certainly more than your parents. I suggest you come back to develop here. After all, the conditions of the relatives at home are decent. If you come here, we can look out for each other. Don't think that having a house in Magic City is such a big deal. To be honest, living there is not as good as in our small county where the cost of living is low and it's comfortable. Seeing that Li Mingzhe wasn't speaking, he continued. Your parents staying in the countryside isn't a good thing. They currently have no income at home. If it were me, I'd sell the house there and buy a bigger one here in the county, then bring your parents over. Weiwei is also planning to buy a house in the county in the next 2 years. It would be better for the 3 families to be together in the county than for you to stay in the village. At this moment, Wang Rui also replied, Third uncle, if I work 1 more year, I can definitely save enough for the down payment, and then I'll buy a place in your neighborhood. That's great. Then we'll be even closer. Wang Yongyi smiled, sipping tea while glancing at Li Mingzhe. Li Mingzhe began to sense something was off. This unfamiliar third uncle seemed to have no sense of boundaries. He immediately started making arrangements. Clearly, he loved to meddle in other people's business. It seemed that if he didn't speak up today, Wang Yongyi wouldn't stop with his "it's all for your own good" remarks. So Li Mingzhe slowly opened his mouth. Third uncle, I appreciate your kindness. But what you said isn't very realistic for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyi's face instantly changed, and a barrage of words spilled out. What's unrealistic about that? What do you mean by that? When elders help you plan for the future, it's not to harm you. How is that unrealistic? In being realistic. Li Mingzhe smiled at this, saying, Third uncle, don't get worked up. I haven't finished speaking. You might not be fully aware of my situation. What I mean by unrealistic is you asking me to sell my house in Magic City. If your suggestion is to sell my house there to buy one here in the county, that's simple. As long as my parents want to live here, I can buy them a place immediately. As for work after the new year, if I don't wish to go back to Magic City, I can stay at the company here in Zhongzhou. That wouldn't be an issue. The main base is definitely at the headquarters, but the internal situation there is stable now, and everyone has their roles. There's really no need for a boss to intervene. In the past, he would go to socialize and dine to familiarize himself with the business. But now he was already clear about the situations in each department. He wouldn't personally intervene unless absolutely necessary. Now he just needed to stay behind the scenes, letting partners deal directly with the general manager and deputy general manager. He only needed to make some key and important decisions. So if he didn't want to be in Magic City, he could easily be stationed at the Zhongzhou company for a while, treating it like a business trip. As for the Magic City side, Han Feng and Zui Yongfu would handle it just fine. All of this was easy to explain. Li Mingzhe believed there was nothing wrong with what he said, but his words did not sound the same in Wang Yongyi and Wang Rui's ears. Wang Xingli, who hadn't spoken much now, added with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "Wang Jinbao, we all know you have some money, but your attitude is quite arrogant. You're talking about buying a place right away. You're speaking too lightly. Don't let those 2 coins in your hand go to your head." Wang Yongyi followed up with a grunt, clearly feeling that Li Mingzhe was too arrogant. He continued to adopt the demeanor of an elder. "The society is different now. Young people are ambitious, and I can understand that. But to speak of buying a house so easily..." Wang Yongyi deliberately left his words vague, letting Li Mingzhe fill in the blanks. However, Li Mingzhe simply smiled and remained silent, continuing to shell peanuts. Unable to get a response from Li Mingzhe, the impatient Wang Yongyi could only directly ask, "Jinbao, how much did your adoptive father leave you?" He needed to understand Li Mingzhe's financial situation before lecturing him, otherwise guessing would not work. This extremely sensitive topic was something only Wang Yongyi dared to bring up. Deep down, he felt that Li Mingzhe was just a junior, so he didn't show much respect. His question caught the attention of the 3 women busy in the kitchen. Zhang Xiao looked at Li Mingzhe with some concern. She felt that Wang Yongyi's question was too much and feared it might anger Li Mingzhe, but she didn't know how to intervene. But even without her saying anything, Wang Yud was present to protect Li Mingzhe. "Yongyi, why are you asking how much money Jinbao has? What does that have to do with you?" Wang Yud didn't speak his mind directly, as that would sound a bit confrontational. "Isn't it because I want to help him plan? I'm worried that this child is too young and naive, that he might waste money in the wrong places." Wang Yongyi looked worried. Remembering what Xieme had told him, he added, "Also, I heard he installed 3 air conditioners at home. In those few rundown rooms in his hometown, isn't that a waste?" Li Mingzhe nodded, not refuting him. "Third uncle, you're right. If my parents moved to the county, then 3 air conditioners would indeed be too wasteful. But don't worry, no one's money comes easy. I know what money should be spent and what shouldn't. Moreover, I don't have much money. There's no opportunity to waste it." Even after being asked directly, Li Mingzhe still didn't reveal what Wang Yongyi wanted to know. He pursed his lips, unsure of how to speak. His impression of Li Mingzhe was getting worse. Since he couldn't get anything out of him, he simply stopped trying. So he switched topics and looked at Wang Xingli. "Second brother, I remember you like drinking tea, right?" Wang Xingli nodded. "Yeah, what's up? Can you tell me what kind of tea this is, eh?" Wang Yongyi held his cup. Wang Xingli examined the green tea in his cup carefully. "This is Mao Feng." "Correct," Wang Yongyi replied. "Do you know how much this costs per pound?" Hearing the question, Li Mingzhe glanced into his own cup. After observing for a moment, Wang Xingli guessed. "Is this a first-grade Mao Feng?" Mao Feng is generally classified into 4 grades: 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, and special grade. The price of first-grade Mao Feng is around 250,500 yuan per pound. Wang Yongyi chuckled. "You misjudged. This is special grade Mao Feng, and it costs nearly 2,000 for a pound." "What? 2,000? Wang Xingli couldn't help but gasp. Then he began to flatter. "Yongyi, you're living the good life. Spending 2,000 yuan per pound on tea, and you're serving it to guests." Wang Yongyi replied, "For ordinary guests, I certainly wouldn't serve this special grade Mao Feng. But today is different. It's New Year, and our whole family is gathered together, so I certainly can't hide it." Wang Xingli nodded, eagerly savoring another sip, looking quite appreciative. Seeing him like this, Wang Yongyi directly said, "After dinner, I'll get you 2 taels to take home and enjoy. I only bought a pound, and I don't have enough to give you more." Sure. Wang Xingli naturally wouldn't refuse such a good offer. After saying that, Wang Yongyi turned to Wang Yud beside him. "Elder brother, I remember you like drinking tea too, right?" No, that was in the past. I haven't had any lately." Wang Yud's mention of the past actually referred back to when Li Mingzhe was a child. Back then, the family's condition was decent, but since Li Mingzhe was abducted, he lost interest in such matters. Wang Yud feared that Wang Yongyi would offer him tea that cost 2,000 per pound, so he hurriedly added, "This tea is too expensive. You please don't give it to me. It would be a waste. You should keep it for yourself." To Wang Yud's surprise, Wang Yongyi laughed heartily. "Elder brother, you're overthinking it. I'm not giving you this special grade Mao Feng. I wouldn't even dare to drink it myself. How could I give it to you?" Wang Yud clearly didn't expect Wang Yongyi to say that. He was taken aback. Then what do you mean?" "I have a jar of 3rd grade Mao Feng that someone gifted me. I don't want to drink it, so I'll give it to you." After saying that, Wang Yongyi got up to find the tea jar. Before long, he brought over a jar of Mao Feng tea covered in dust. He wiped the dust off the jar in front of Wang Yud and placed it before him. Seeing this scene, Wang Rui almost burst out laughing. Just moments ago, Wang Yongyi had offered Wang Shengli 2 taels of 2,000 yuan per pound special Maofeng, and now he was giving Wang Yud a jar of third-grade old tea. This tea in the market cost only a few dozen yuan per pound, and this jar didn't even contain a full pound. Isn't it obvious that Wang Yongyi is looking down on Wang Yud? To put it more seriously, it even carries a hint of insult. Doing this in front of Li Mingzhe not only disrespects Wang Yud, but also disdains their entire family. Who can tolerate this? Anger brewed within, yet Li Mingzhe managed to keep a smile on his face. He said cheerfully, "Third uncle, thank you for your kindness, but you should keep this tea for yourself. My dad doesn't drink this kind of tea." "What? Are you saying that what I gave you is inferior?" Wang Yongyi couldn't possibly be unaware that what he did was wrong. He was doing it on purpose. Originally, inviting Wang Yud's family for this meal was not sincere. He merely wanted to see what kind of person his nephew who grew up in the Magic City was like, and what his circumstances were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only invited Wang Shengli's family for reunion dinners all these years while excluding Wang Yud. Wang Yongyi's earlier suggestion that Li Mingzhe return to Zhongzhou for development was also a test. He wanted to know if Li Mingzhe would come back to their hometown. If he truly intended to return, then Wang Yud would have a son to back him up. But if Li Mingzhe was unwilling to come back, wouldn't Wang Yud remain the same as before? These two scenarios also determined Wang Yongyi's attitude towards their family. Although Wang Yud had treated his 2 younger brothers well in the past, as the elder brother, so many years have passed that those things have become mere memories hardly worth mentioning. Now Wang Yongyi placed more importance on benefits. He would only maintain relationships that were advantageous to him, while he would naturally choose to distance himself from those that offered no benefit. Wang Shengli's 2 children, his eldest daughter Wang Wanqiu runs a factory in the county, and the second child Wang Rui now has a good job and even drives a BMW. This is a useful family connection for him. Now that Wang Yud has a son, he is only qualified to join in for a reunion dinner. Even so, Wang Yongyi believes that he is already showing them respect. No, third uncle, you kindly offered tea to my dad. How could we say that what you gave was not good? I think the tea you gave is too good, and my dad isn't used to drinking such tea. Li Mingzhe's openly sarcastic words did not seem to concern him about offending Wang Yongyi. If Wang Yongyi didn't care about offending their family of 3, what was there for Li Mingzhe to fear? At worst, they could simply skip this meal. Too good. Wang Yongyi scoffed. I don't think so. He could act this way, but he wouldn't allow Li Mingzhe as a junior to directly say the tea was subpar. Otherwise, it would be seen as Li Mingzhe disrespecting his elders. How could it not be? Li Mingzhe, with a gentle expression, continued. The market price for grade 3 Maofeng new tea is at least 100 yuan per half kilogram. Even if it's aged tea, it should still be worth several dozen yuan, right? Such expensive tea my dad certainly cannot afford. He doesn't even drink tea anymore, only plain water. Really, third uncle, you should keep the good things for yourself to enjoy. After saying this, Li Mingzhe directly put the jar of tea back in front of Wang Yongyi without showing any regard. Although Wang Yud felt it was a bit inappropriate with his son standing up for him, he couldn't go against his son. Moreover, he understood that Wang Yongyi was deliberately treating them differently. Li Mingzhe's reaction was quite reasonable. Wang Yongyi glanced at the jar of tea in front of him and cast a sideways look at Li Mingzhe, his expression shifting unpredictably. Since you all think this tea is inferior and don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Saying this, he unhesitatingly tossed the tea into the trash bin. Seeing him being serious, Wang Yud felt a pang for the tea. Yongyi, what are you doing? If I don't want it, you shouldn't throw it away. If you're going to throw it away, it would be better to give it to me. Wang Yud hurriedly got up to retrieve the tea jar from the trash bin beside Wang Yongyi, but unexpectedly Wang Yongyi was quicker and poured the hot tea from the cup into the bin. His sudden action scalded Wang Yud's hand. Hiss! Wang Yud instinctively retracted his hand after being scalded. Dad! Li Mingzhe rushed forward to check Wang Yud's hand. Fortunately, the tea had been sitting for a while. The temperature was not very high, so it only left a bit of redness and did not cause a real burn. What were you thinking? I threw it away, and you went to pick it up from the trash. Wang Yongyi surprisingly blamed Wang Yud first. This completely angered Li Mingzhe. The 3 women who had been busy in the kitchen immediately rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Oh no, what happened? Did you burn your hand? It's fine, it's fine. Wang Yud hurriedly said, it's not serious, really, it doesn't hurt. Li Mingzhe didn't care whether Wang Yud was serious or not. Even if the water hadn't splashed on Wang Yud's hand, Wang Yongyi's behavior had crossed his bottom line. He immediately shouted angrily, third uncle, you are at least in your 40s or 50s. Is this how you conduct yourself? Wang Yongyi was first taken aback, not expecting Li Mingzhe to be so assertive, completely unlike the honest and timid Wang Yud. Then he puffed up his cheeks and glared, how dare you speak like that? Who taught you to speak to your elders this way? Wang Yongyi seemed to have seized on Li Mingzhe's mistake, launching a verbal bombardment repeatedly, accusing Li Mingzhe of being disrespectful to his elders. Seeing this, Chunfeng quickly intervened. Please stop talking. The three women hurriedly tried to mediate, while Wang Yud kept saying it was nothing, turning to comfort Li Mingzhe. Seeing how clearly Wang Yongyi was being malicious, he felt increasingly furious. Jinbao, calm down, your third uncle didn't mean it. It's New Year's Eve today, we shouldn't be arguing. Wang Yud and Zhang Xia were busy trying to suppress Li Mingzhe's anger, repeatedly hinting for him to consider the bigger picture for today. But Li Mingzhe really didn't understand. Why should a 50-year-old Wang Yongyi not consider the bigger picture while he should? However, no matter how angry or confused he was, he couldn't lash out at his parents at that moment. If he had come to eat alone, he would have absolutely turned around and left, and before leaving, he would have overturned the table in front of Wang Yongyi. But today they were a family of three dining together, so he couldn't disregard his parents' feelings. It was at this moment that Li Mingzhe's phone rang. Seizing the opportunity from the call, Li Mingzhe cast a deep glance at Wang Yongyi, temporarily letting him off the hook. Walking onto the balcony, a somewhat obsequious male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Niu Fengmao, who has previously collaborated with your company. Hearing Niu Fengmao's voice, Li Mingzhe gradually calmed down. Oh, Mr. Niu, I remember you. Yes, Mr. Li, I am currently in the county and would like to deliver some tea to you. Mr. Han should have mentioned this to you, right? Yes, he did mention this. Is it convenient for you now? Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhe pondered for a moment, glanced back at the few people in the living room with varying expressions, and suddenly thought of an opportunity for revenge. So he immediately said, it's convenient. I'll text you the address. Please come find me. Sure, Mr. Li. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingzhe directly sent Wang Yongyi's address detailing the house number. According to his low-key style, he had originally planned to have Niu Fengmao deliver it to the entrance of the community while he went out to fetch it. But seeing how disgusting Wang Yongyi was, he changed his mind. Just so happened that Niu Fengmao dealt with Maofeng tea, so what he brought to Li Mingzhe wouldn't be subpar. Letting him place the items in front of Wang Yongyi would also be a way to annoy him. Through this incident, it would also prove that not everyone could afford to be humble and low-key. Because in the eyes of some tasteless people, that is the very image they would take advantage of. Jinbao, calm down. Your third uncle didn't mean it. They'll have a serious talk with him later. Chun Feng hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Li Mingzhe, fearing that he would argue again after the call. I understand, third aunt. Li Mingzhe had a decent impression of this third aunt, so he didn't say much more as she provided him an opportunity to back down. Don't worry, I won't argue with third uncle anymore. All right, then I'll go make dinner. Take care of yourself. After calming Li Mingzhe down, Chun Feng shot a fierce glare at Wang Yongyi as she approached him, then pulled him into the room, fearing he would clash with Li Mingzhe again. She knew that even without seeing it, Wang Yongyi must have been up to no good. Otherwise, why would he throw the tea leaves into the trash? She had just heard Wang Yongyi say he was going to give them to Wang Yud. Now that things were stirred up like this, it's definitely his fault as the elder. Li Mingzhe sat down next to Wang Yud. That is your hand, all right. It's fine, Jinbao, my hand is fine. I don't even need to apply soy sauce. In the past, if someone got burned at home, they would apply a bit of soy sauce on the hand as a folk remedy. Li Mingzhe had never heard of using soy sauce for burns, but he understood what it meant once he said it. Once he confirmed that Wang Yud's hand was indeed fine, Li Mingzhe truly relaxed. Wang Shengli and Wang Rui were visibly gloating on the sidelines. Seeing Li Mingzhe glance over, Wang Shengli quickly masked his expression and stood up, deliberately saying, Yongyi, why don't you show me that top-grade Maofeng tea you have? Make sure to pack it up for me, don't forget it when you leave. As he spoke, he went into the room to find Wang Yongyi. Chun Feng also came out of the room, and after confirming that Li Mingzhe was calm, went back to the kitchen to get busy. Thus, only Li Mingzhe, Wang Yud, and Wang Rui remained in the living room. Wang Rui was grinning broadly, and anyone who didn't know would think his wife was giving birth today. Wang Jinbao, you really are impressive. Wang Rui commented while cracking sunflower seeds, giving Li Mingzhe a thumbs up. This is third uncle's home, and you dared to speak to him like that, saying he's in his 40s. You're really bold. I truly admire you. I wouldn't even dare to think of saying such a thing. Li Mingzhe shot him a glance, his eyes filled with disdain, clearly not wanting to engage with him. Wang Rui was obviously trying to stir the pot. However, Li Mingzhe had already calmed down and naturally wouldn't be provoked by Wang Rui's few taunts. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Wang Rui lowered his voice, fearing Chun Feng would hear, and said, You've caused such a scene, and you still have the nerve to eat here. If I were you, I would definitely turn around and leave right away. There's no way I'd eat here. I have to say your psychological quality is quite good. You're someone who can keep their cool. On the surface, it seemed like he was complimenting Li Mingzhe, but the mockery on his face was unmistakable. Wang Rui's smug look was intolerable to Li Mingzhe. He immediately turned to Wang Rui, narrowed his eyes, and said, I remember you mentioned wanting to buy a house in the county next year, right? Are you so confident about how much money you'll make next year? Do you think you can still work for Mingzhe smoothly next year? Hearing this, Wang Rui's expression changed instantly. He almost forgot that Li Mingzhe not only knew Han Feng, but also Zhui Yongfu. Realizing how well Li Mingzhe was connected with them, Wang Rui's heart sank, and he suddenly felt a bit scared. He swallowed hard and feigned calmness, saying, I'll tell you, if you dare to make things difficult for me, my mom definitely won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Mingzhe's face. Oh really? I'm quite curious to know how she plans to not let me off the hook. How about I let Han Feng try to fire you first? Upon hearing this, Wang Rui immediately stood up in fright. His finger trembled as he pointed at Li Mingzhe, panic written all over his face. You wouldn't dare. You can't do this. Wang Jinbao, we're still cousins, and doing this will only get you backstabbed by others. If you do this, the people in our village will curse you to death. You're being ungrateful. Having no momentum, he resorted to threats. Wang Rui could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Li Mingzhe chuckled and fell silent. But the more Li Mingzhe acted this way, the more it frightened Wang Rui. Wang Jinbao, you absolutely cannot do this, or I'll make sure you'll regret it. Seeing that Li Mingzhe was ignoring him, Wang Rui continued to put on a show. Before you do anything, think about the consequences. That's something I should be saying to you, right? Li Mingzhe's expression turned cold. If you don't want to be fired, shut your mouth. Upon hearing this, Wang Rui had no choice but to quiet down. With Li Mingzhe directly addressing the issue, any further barking would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. He truly had no idea what to do if he lost this job with Mingzhe. If he had to switch to another place, he might not even be able to afford transportation. These were very real issues. With the absence of barking, Li Mingzhe felt less agitated. He turned to Wang Yud and said, Dad, if there's nothing happening at home after the new year, I'll take you and Mom to the city to live for a while. You've lived in the countryside for over half your life. How about I take you both to the city for a change? To the city. Wang Yud was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to go to work after the new year? As he got older, what he feared most wasn't death, but illness and being a burden to his children. So upon hearing Li Mingzhe's offer, his first reaction was about Li Mingzhe's job. Li Mingzhe replied, There's no rush about work, my job is quite relaxed. Before he could say anything further, Wang Yongyi came out of the room and suddenly interjected. Young people shouldn't seek a leisurely job. If you're relaxed now, you'll have to endure hardship when you're older. He remained seated as if nothing had happened. Wang Shengli deliberately placed the 2 tails of tea leaves prominently on the table, fearing that Li Mingzhe and Wang Yud wouldn't notice. If it weren't for the hardships I endured when I was young, I wouldn't even be able to drink such good tea now. Wang Yongyi then turned to Wang Yud and said, Elder brother, you must discipline this child well. You couldn't do it before when you weren't around, but now it's different. Wang Yud chuckled dryly, not engaging with Wang Yongyi's words. He didn't need anyone else to tell him how to raise his own child. Moreover, he didn't believe there was anything wrong with Li Mingzhe that required correction. He just couldn't express this thought. Wang Rui, not wanting to stay in the living room any longer, went out to buy cigarettes. After a short while, Li Mingzhe also stood up, saying, You all chat while I'll go to the restroom. After he entered the restroom, Wang Yongyi became even more outspoken. Elder brother, how is he doing in the magic capital? Have you figured it out? You can't just be careless. He has no relatives over there, so that property is yours too, right? You need to keep in good touch with him. Hearing this, Wang Yud could no longer control his expression. He looked displeased. Yongyi, what are you saying? I hardly raised him. It's already good enough that he recognizes me as his father. How could I possibly think about his money? Wang Yongyi looked speechless. You see, you're being foolish. Even if you didn't raise him, he's still your son, and he'll have to take care of you when you're older. Find a way to make him sell the house in the magic capital, move his household registration here, and buy a house in the county with the money. The rest of the money can be invested in my business, and I'll give you dividends later. Wang Yongyi's last statement exposed his ulterior motives. He had planned that if Li Mingzhe could really come back to the hometown as he suggested, he would find a way to get a share. After all, even if the house in the magic capital is in the countryside, it's still much better than their rural area, and it's worth a decent amount of money. Of course, if he didn't want to come back, then his plan would fall through. He needed to clarify the general direction of this matter before figuring out what to do next. Although Wang Yud was unaware of Wang Yongyi's calculations, he would never accept his suggestions. He owed Li Mingzhe a debt that he could never repay in his lifetime. Yongyi, you don't need to worry about this. I'll say it again, I'll let the children figure out their own matters. I won't interfere with his thoughts. If he wants to come back to see me in the future, I'll be very grateful already. God has already opened his eyes. One must not be greedy. After a pause, Wang Yud glanced at Wang Yongyi. You shouldn't only think about what benefits you can gain. This last statement was naturally directed at Wang Yongyi. Although he was the elder brother, ever since their parents passed away, they had never regarded him as anything significant. Now, even if he spoke a bit harshly, he wouldn't dare to say much. Wang Yud's words immediately displeased the arrogant Wang Yongyi. He showed no intention of hiding the disdain on his face. Elder brother, I say this because we are blood brothers, otherwise do you really think I would care? If it were someone else's family in this situation, I would just be laughing. Oh, why would I help them strategize? Don't be so self-centered and unable to hear what others say. After expressing himself, Wang Yongyi felt he had done nothing wrong. On the contrary, he thought Wang Yud was being ungrateful. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Wang Yongyi got up to open it, and upon opening it, he was met with several unfamiliar faces. The one in front, Niu Fengmao, wore a smile and asked, "Excuse me, is this the home of General Li?" "What General Li?" Wang Yongyi scrutinized Niu Fengmao. Niu Fengmao was portly, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, and wore a Pai-Shou bracelet and watch, both wrists adorned, presenting the image of a nouveau riche. "You've got the wrong place." Wang Yongyi, still in a foul mood, was impatient and was about to close the door when Li Mingzhe's voice came from behind. "I'm here." As soon as Niu Fengmao saw Li Mingzhe, the smile on his face reappeared instantly. "Ali General, it's me, Niu Fengmao. Shall I bring the things in for you?" Li Mingzhe took a closer look and noticed that there was not just Niu Fengmao, but also two other men behind him. "Oh, all right, you can come in." Li Mingzhe stepped aside and immediately explained to the bewildered Wang Yongyi, "Third uncle, this is one of my business partners. He said he wanted to bring me some gifts for the new year." While Li Mingzhe was explaining, Niu Fengmao and the two men began to carry in a large number of items as if they were moving a warehouse. Soon the living room was filled with these items. The three women cooking in the kitchen were also attracted by the commotion. Xiamei peeked out while peeling garlic. When she saw that among the gifts were not only Maotai liquor, but also various high-end gift boxes along with many items she couldn't even identify, her eyes widened. Not just her, even Li Mingzhe, who was in the know, was stunned. "Boss Niu, why did you bring so many things over? Didn't you say you would just bring some tea leaves?" He claimed it was just a little tea, but it turned out that there was a complete set of cigarettes, liquor, and tea. Not only that, but there were also many fruits and nutritional supplements for the elderly. After Niu Fengmao brought everything in, he had the two men wait outside, while he flashed a sycophantic smile at Li Mingzhe. "Li Zong, I thought since it's the new year and you have relatives and friends at home, I would bring you a bit more." He added, "These are just small items, they aren't worth much, so please don't mind them." Hearing Niu Fengmao's polite words, Li Mingzhe hurriedly replied, "Boss Niu, how could I possibly mind when you bring me gifts? Moreover, these items are far too extravagant. Why did you bring 8 bottles of Maotai liquor?" Li Mingzhe took a careful look at the pile of gifts and was surprised to find there were even 8 soft drinks among them. He couldn't guess the prices of the other fruits and supplements, but he assumed Niu Fengmao wouldn't buy anything cheap. "Boss Niu, you've really spent a lot." No, Li Zong, what are these?" Niu Fengmao quickly said. "By the way, speaking of tea, let me tell you something." He immediately picked up a redwood gift box intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes from the pile. "This is the tea I mentioned over the phone that I wanted to bring you." I was afraid you might not be familiar with Maofeng, so let me explain. This is exceptionally high-quality preaching tea." Before Niu Fengmao could finish, Wang Yongyi, who had been eagerly watching, blurted out, "Preaching tea? Isn't that 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per pound?" Upon hearing this, Xiamei immediately exchanged shocked glances with Wang Shengli, both of their faces filled with disbelief. How could this person give Li Mingzhe such expensive tea? Noticing that someone recognized the value, Niu Fengmao quickly nodded. Yes, exactly. "Big brother, it seems you understand tea." Acknowledging Wang Yongyi's statement, Niu Fengmao then turned back to Li Mingzhe, saying, "Li Zong, however, this is this year's preaching Ming tea, and it has been stored for over half a year. I hope you won't mind that. But if you want next year's preaching Ming tea, just give me a call, and I'll have someone bring it to you when they pick the first new tea before the Qingming festival." "Boss Niu, you are truly too polite." Li Mingzhe replied, "I actually don't drink tea much, but if you give it to me, it's for my dad. If he thinks it's good, I'll contact you again then." Niu Fengmao, of course, was delighted to hear this, and quickly nodded. "Ha, good. Li Mingzhe then asked, "By the way, how much is in this box?" "Oh, there are 2 pounds in here." "There are 2 pounds. Li Mingzhe said with a hint of surprise as he opened the wooden box to take a look, nodding. "That's good, Boss Niu. This tea is a timely gift. I can enjoy it at home while I'm free." Seeing that Li Mingzhe was satisfied, Niu Fengmao was naturally very pleased. He knew he had made the right trip. Establishing a good relationship with a big boss like Li Mingzhe would save him a lot of trouble later on. Then he could even negotiate a lower commission later. This was all part of a long-term strategy for benefits. "By the way, Li Zong, this must be your father, right?" Niu Fengmao looked at Wang Yongyi, who had been standing next to Li Mingzhe, thinking they were father and son. However, before Li Mingzhe could clarify, Niu Fengmao immediately bent down and pulled out a few more boxes from the pile of gifts. He presented them to Wang Yongyi, saying, "Big brother, these are the supplements I specially brought for you. This one is ginseng, and these 2 boxes are calcium supplements. Please don't mind them." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyi was naturally at a loss. He quickly glanced at Li Mingzhe, who was trying to suppress his laughter, and his face turned red. He also wanted these good things, but he wasn't Li Mingzhe's father. "Ha. Boss Niu, you made a mistake. He's not my dad is here." Li Mingzhe smiled and informed Niu Fengmao, who then blushed and quickly said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." He quickly apologized to Wang Yud, who also promptly expressed that it was no problem. After discussing the more valuable gifts, Niu Fengmao felt it was unnecessary to talk about the remaining cigarettes, fruits, and tea sets, so he hurriedly took his leave. "Li Zong, I won't disturb your reunion dinner any longer. I have things to do and must leave." "All right, let me see you off." No need, you can go back." The two exchanged pleasantries, but Li Mingzhe insisted on seeing Niu Fengmao into the elevator before ending the conversation. When he returned home, Xiame Wang Shengli and Wang Yongyi were all gathered around the gifts discussing them. "Wow, how much do you think this costs? Could it be over 50,000? Li Mingzhe didn't find these gifts surprising. He had seen various high-end gifts during the holidays at his adoptive father's place. Moreover, many people didn't give gifts. They sent antiques and calligraphy instead. Each of those items was worth 6 figures, so in comparison this little bit didn't seem like much. Looking at these items, Wang Yud felt more worried. He was afraid that Li Mingzhe had gotten involved in something bad with Niu Fengmao. "Jinbao, who was that person just now? Why did he give you such expensive things?" Not only he was curious, but Wang Yongyi, Wang Shengli, Xiame Zhangxia, and Chunfang were all very curious. Especially Wang Yongyi, who was shocked to see that Li Mingzhe didn't seem to care about the gifts at all. Did this person often send such things to him? "Dad, that person is one of my clients. He specializes in Maofeng tea business. When I was doing operations in Modu, he was my contact. Then during a live broadcast to sell goods, the live operation made a pricing mistake, and fortunately I caught it, helping him avoid a loss of over 1 million. So he is particularly grateful to me." Li Mingzhe spoke earnestly, providing a convincing explanation to the elders who were not familiar with e-commerce. Oh, I see. Wang Yud breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Mingzhe wasn't accepting any illicit payments or bribes, he felt at ease. Wang Yud then asked, "What about all these items?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yongyi immediately became more attentive, fearing he might miss something. He looked at these items with great yearning. Just those 8 bottles of Maotai plus the ginseng and the preaching Ming Mao phone were all things he greatly desired. He was now eagerly anticipating Li Mingzhe saying something about sharing some of these items with him. Wang Yongyi's expectations were already evident on his face. But Li Mingzhe pretended not to see, thoughtfully mulling over. "It's all right, let's just put it somewhere out of the way for now and discuss it after dinner." Okay. Wang Yongyi immediately responded. Although Li Mingzhe hadn't directly offered him anything, he thought to himself that since he was watching so eagerly, surely Li Mingzhe wouldn't refuse him. "Just put it on the balcony, it's empty there," Li Mingzhe said. Wang Yongyi immediately went to help move things to the balcony. Not just him. Even Wang Shengli, who had always been at odds with Wang Yud and even had a grudge against him, pondered for a moment and began to help. Although he hadn't spoken much with Wang Yud, when it came time to divide the food after they finished eating, surely Wang Yud would have to give him a portion, right? It didn't need to be much, just a couple of boxes would be quite valuable. Thus his temporary concession was merely for the sake of profit. "Jinbao, you're quite something, aren't you?" Just after moving the items, Wang Yongyi suddenly began to affirm Li Mingzhe. His demeanor was clearly different from before. Previously there had been a hint of disdain on his face when he spoke, but now with benefits to be gained, he had become amiable. "I didn't realize that you had someone sending you things for this work." Li Mingzhe smiled faintly. "Yes, this is how I built my network in Magic City through the platform. If I were to move back to my hometown and lose this platform, I would definitely lose all of this." Hearing this, Wang Yongyi quickly said, "Then don't move. Actually, I thought about it later. Let's not even talk about your job. Just having a household registration in Magic City makes it much easier for your child to go to school in the future. Look at how many high school students from Zhongzhou struggle to get into universities. It's extremely tough for them. In Magic City, the cutoff scores are lower and the chances of getting into good schools are higher." Seeing Wang Yongyi's completely opposite attitude, Li Mingzhe was taken aback. "Third uncle, I didn't know you were aware of the importance of having a household registration in Magic City for a child's future. I thought you didn't know." Wang Yongyi didn't even realize Li Mingzhe was teasing him. He was now solely focused on not contradicting Li Mingzhe, or he wouldn't get a share of the benefits. "How could I not know? Your brother Ziyuan suffered because of the situation in our hometown. There are so many candidates, and the scores are high. They work so hard, and in the end, they can only get into a second-tier university." Sighing, Wang Yongyi expressed his disappointment. He turned to Li Mingzhe and said, "So Jinbao, I was short-sighted before. You really shouldn't sell the house, at least keep the household registration there. This way your descendants might have an easier time." Li Mingzhe smiled. "Okay, I understand, third uncle." At this moment, Wang Rui, who had gone out to buy cigarettes, returned. He was completely unaware of the gift-giving that had just occurred. He handed a Furong Wang cigarette to Wang Yongyi. "Third uncle, smoke." "Oh, I don't smoke." Wang Yongyi declined, and just as Wang Rui was about to put the cigarette back in his pocket, he caught sight of Li Mingzhe nearby. After some thought, he handed the cigarette to Li Mingzhe. "Jinbao, do you smoke?" "No, I don't." Uncle. No, it's fine. After offering it around and getting no takers, Wang Shengli asked, why didn't you ask me? Wang Rui looked at him in confusion. Don't you already have cigarettes? Normally they each smoke their own, so Wang Rui hadn't thought to offer Wang Shengli a cigarette. Wang Shengli, who was already feeling a bit jealous about the gifts Li Mingzhe received, was now even more furious upon hearing this. So you have cigarettes and you still didn't give me one. I must be raising you for nothing. Useless thing. Faced with Wang Shengli's sudden anger, Wang Rui was even more baffled. What's wrong with you? This is so unreasonable. As he spoke, Wang Rui moved his stool slightly further away from Wang Shengli, fearing that he might lash out at him. Wang Rui didn't understand why Wang Shengli was angry, but Wang Yongyi did. He waved his hand. Second brother, forget it, I understand your feelings. But people are different, you shouldn't compare everything. I don't know how well Ziyuan will do in the future. If it doesn't work out, he can just join Jinbao in operations. Facing Wang Yongyi's subtle attempt to make amends, Li Mingzhe smiled, but said nothing. He had already anticipated these situations when he had asked Niu Fengmao to come over with gifts. He just hadn't expected Niu Fengmao to bring so many items. However, it was precisely those unexpected aspects that brought about even more surprising effects. Wang Yongyi asked again, Wei Wei, I remember you and Jinbao are in the same industry, right? Yes. Remembering the gifts Niu Fengmao had sent to Li Mingzhe, Wang Yongyi couldn't help but exclaim, then your industry must be quite lucrative. Previously, he thought it was just a job that offered a few thousand in salary. Someone like Wang Rui, who made over 200,000 a year, was already quite outstanding. But it seems that's not the case. It's okay. Some people make money, and some people don't. Wang Rui couldn't help but boast, someone like me making over 200,000 a year is in the minority. Hearing this, Wang Shengli scoffed and rolled his eyes. Now seeing Wang Rui's self-satisfied expression felt very mocking. Li Mingzhe received so many gifts but didn't boast about it at all. Wang Yongyi chuckled and asked Wang Rui, so do people give you gifts too? Gifts? Wang Rui looked confused. What gifts? I mean, you do operations helping the boss sell products. Wouldn't the boss give you some benefits? However, Wang Rui had no idea what Wang Yongyi was talking about. He replied, somewhat speechless, third uncle, what are you thinking? I'm just a small operator. Who would give me gifts? If we're talking benefits, the only benefit the boss gives me is my salary. This was clearly not the answer Wang Yongyi wanted to hear. He immediately shifted his gaze to Li Mingzhe. Jinbao, what's going on here? Aren't you all doing different things? Hearing this, Li Mingzhe coughed lightly, suppressing the urge to laugh, and then seriously said, well, that varies from company to company. He's doing store operations, which basically has nothing to do with the manufacturers. He's more about connecting with consumers. Oh, Wang Yongyi looked half understanding and suddenly said, so Wei Wei isn't as good as you. What? What are you all talking about? Why am I not as good as him? Wang Rui looked bewildered while Wang Shengli, who was beside him, kicked him suddenly in frustration. Just look at those things on the balcony. Those were all sent by his boss. Hearing this, Wang Rui immediately looked toward the pile of gifts on the balcony. Upon getting closer, his eyes widened. So much mitai. And there's ginseng too. Oh my god. 8 soft cigars. As Wang Rui looked on in astonishment, he was incredibly shocked. Wang Yongyi added, not just those inside that wooden box, there's also Mingxian Malphone worth 6,000 to 7,000 a pound. There are 2 pounds in there. Oh my god. Wang Rui immediately picked up the wooden box containing the Mingxian Malphone. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but exclaim, this packaging is truly exquisite. Just this carved box is worth quite a bit. He was astonished by the value of these items and didn't forget to take out his phone to snap a few pictures. Suddenly, he realized something. Dad, what did you just say? You said these things were given to Wang Jinbao by someone. Wang Shengli looked at Wang Rui's shocked expression and felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Reluctantly, he squeezed out a single word from between his teeth. Who could send him so many things? How much did all of this cost? Wang Rui glanced at the pile of items, then at Li Mingzhe, his face filled with disbelief. Jinbao, did someone really give you all of this? Li Mingzhe nodded. Yes, it was sent to me by a manufacturer. When I helped him with some logistics at the company, there was an accident, and I helped him resolve it, saving him quite a bit of loss. Really, what kind of manufacturer is this? This is a bit too extravagant, isn't it? In ordinary families who could afford to give gifts worth tens of thousands. Even if it was just a matter of asking you to handle something, bringing a few hundred worth of alcohol and a couple of packs of cigarettes worth a few hundred each would already be quite generous. But what was before him was simply too extravagant. I can't go into too much detail about it. He continued, anyway, these were not purchased by me to be gifted to me. Li Mingzhe refrained from explaining further because Niu Fengmao was after all Mingzhe's business partner, and it would be troublesome if Wang Rui happened to know. What's this? Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Rui was naturally very curious about the gift giver, but his eagerness only fueled Wang Shengli's growing frustration. Enough. Don't ask anymore. Look at you acting like you've never seen the world. The typically proud Wang Shengli suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, both he and Wang Rui were sons engaged in e-commerce, so why was there such a huge gap between them? He had previously felt smug about Wang Rui earning over 200,000 a year, but now it seemed he might not even match half of Li Mingzhe's earnings. After all, if someone could receive so many gifts, how much commission must they be earning? At that moment, Wang Rui couldn't care less about Wang Shengli's feelings. He was solely focused on discovering what kind of business partner this was and what kind of trouble Li Mingzhe had helped him resolve. Thus, he immediately moved closer to Li Mingzhe and continued to inquire. Jinbao, tell me, what was the process? How did you help him? Let me learn from you. Wang Rui felt that he might also be able to form connections with such a wealthy individual in the future. He even began to fantasize about how impressive it would be if someone gifted him so many presents. Without waiting for Li Mingzhe to speak, Wang Yongyi frowned and said, Wei, how can you speak like that? He's your cousin, how can you just call him by his name? At the very least, you should call him Brother Jinbao, right? Show some respect. Seeing Li Mingzhe smile without responding and Wang Yongyi reprimanding him, Wang Rui felt a surge of frustration as his father, who was already furious, looked ready to explode. All right. I won't ask anymore. With that, Wang Rui stood up and headed to the restroom. He knew that if he stayed there any longer, he would surely face a barrage of complaints. There was no other choice. After all, he couldn't compete with Li Mingzhe. Hey, you kid. Wang Yongyi wanted to continue correcting him on his disrespectful attitude toward Li Mingzhe, but he couldn't. But that wasn't important. Right now, he just wanted to ensure that Wang Yud and Li Mingzhe were well entertained. Eldest brother, today, they'll bring out my Jiannan Chun for us brothers to have a drink together. Just don't complain about my wine being poor quality. The Jiannan Chun Wang Yongyi referred to was a 52-degree crystal version worth 500 yuan a bottle. That was already considered mid-range wine. If Niu Fengmao hadn't gifted him those 8 bottles of Maotai earlier, he definitely wouldn't have said that. He wouldn't even have considered bringing out this wine. But now he was genuinely worried that Li Mingzhe would find his wine lacking. Look at what you're saying, how could that be? It's been years since the three of us brothers have eaten together. I'm just happy to be here. I wouldn't mind not drinking. Wang Yud was all about sincerity. He was the most down-to-earth of the three brothers. However, before Li Mingzhe returned, neither Wang Yongyi nor Wang Shengli held him in much regard. Given that there were 3 women busy in the kitchen, a table full of dishes was quickly prepared. Come on, let's sit down first. Wang Yongyi called everyone to the table and suddenly stated, Eldest brother Zun won't be back for lunch today. He'll only return for dinner. After the new year, I'll have him and his 2 sisters come to visit you and pay their respects. Wang Yud nodded. That sounds good. Everyone sat down to eat, with the 3 elders toasting each other, while Li Mingzhe and Wang Rui only drank beverages since they were driving. Chunfang warmly attended to the 2 sisters-in-law, treating them equally. After a hearty meal, Chunfang cleaned up the table, and everyone relaxed on the sofa, snacking on fruits and chatting. Chunfang asked, Jinbao, do you have a significant other? Yes, I have, Annie San. That's good. You're not young anymore. It's time to consider marriage in the next couple of years. Li Mingzhe smiled and nodded. He felt no need to argue against relatives when they said such things. After all, when to marry and whom to marry was entirely his own business. Afterward, Chunfang turned her attention to Wang Rui. Wei, don't rush. There's a saying that it's better to be single than to settle. You'll definitely find a wife next year. Understood, Auntie San. Xianmei couldn't help but add, Chunfang, if you see someone suitable, please introduce them to Wei. I don't think he can find someone on his own. It seems unlikely. She continued, he's been on several blind dates this year, but they weren't interested. They only met once and then disappeared without a word. Chunfang smiled and reassured Xianmei's second sister-in-law, don't worry. If I find someone suitable, I will definitely introduce them to Wei. After chatting for a while, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Both families had to leave. However, Wang Yud's family remained silent, and Wang Shengli couldn't directly say they were leaving, as he was still hoping Li Mingzhe would give him something. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiao finally spoke up. Yongyi Chunfang, I think it's about time. We have things to attend to at home, so we should leave now. Oh, all right, then yes, it's 2 o'clock already. Chunfang had no reason to stop them, and Wang Yongyi immediately said, okay, then let Ziyuan visit you in a few days. Then, what about these things? At that moment, Wang Yongyi's heart raced. He was eagerly waiting for Li Mingzhe to distribute the items. Li Mingzhe pondered. Oh, there are too many items for the 3 of us to carry all at once. Yes. Wang Yongyi immediately chimed in. Li Mingzhe knew exactly what he was thinking, but pretended not to understand and deliberately played dumb. He then asked, Uncle 2 and Uncle 3, could you please help carry them downstairs? Wang Yongyi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, Sure, what are you talking about? Of course it's possible. Then shall we start moving? Li Mingzhe said with a smile, glancing at Wang Shengli and Wang Yongyi. He then took the lead to the balcony to grab things. He specifically only took 2 boxes of fruit, leaving them to grab cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and health products. With more people, things were naturally easier to handle. After sending everything into the elevator, Li Mingzhe returned to check if anything was left behind. All right, let's all head down. Several people squeezed into the elevator, unable to place their feet properly, each holding a pile of items. As the elevator doors closed and it began descending, Wang Yongyi was anxious, wanting to say something, but hesitating several times. Not only him, but even Wang Xingli seemed a bit anxious at that moment. Wang Yud glanced back at the expressions of the two brothers, then looked at Li Mingzhe, who seemed completely oblivious to others. He didn't know what to say. He could roughly guess that these two were eyeing the things in their hearts. However, these were Li Mingzhe's items. If he didn't speak up, how could Wang Yud volunteer to give them some? As the elevator was about to reach the first floor, Wang Yongyi could no longer hold back. A Jinbao. Li Mingzhe absent-mindedly responded, and then suddenly sent a voice message to Wang Xiaohui. Sister, how's my brother-in-law's job going? Did he buy anything from the person who introduced him to the job today? Just during the time he was sending the voice message, the elevator doors had already opened. Li Mingzhe seemed to forget that Wang Yongyi had called him, continuing to fiddle with his phone while holding items with one arm and walking out. Seeing this, Wang Yongyi could only temporarily hold back his words. He couldn't chase after Li Mingzhe, asking if he had forgotten to share a little something with him. Otherwise, wouldn't it make it seem like he had never seen good things? Let's move quickly. Then several people hurriedly carried everything outside. Thank you all, please put it here for me. Li Mingzhe opened the trunk first, then watched as each item was placed into the trunk. There were quite a few items, and with some clutter already in the trunk, they ended up unable to fit everything. Seeing that Wang Yongyi was still holding the redwood box with the tea leaves, and then looking at the 2 bottles of Maotai that Wang Xingli was holding, Li Mingzhe was deep in thought. He muttered to himself, there's no more room. Wang Yongyi saw an opportunity and was about to speak when Li Mingzhe directly said, then let's put the rest in the back seat. Dad, you sit in the front passenger seat, and Mom sits in the back. Saying this, Li Mingzhe opened the back door. Hearing this, both Wang Yongyi and Wang Xingli looked as if they had eaten a dead fly. But Li Mingzhe didn't offer any to them directly, and with their faces to face, how could they ask for it? Therefore, they could only reluctantly place the tea and alcohol onto the back seat. Jinbao. The kind-hearted and honest Wang Yud couldn't help but speak up. He gently said, your third uncle likes tea. Wang Yongyi's face brightened upon hearing this. Great, wasn't that a mouthpiece? However, before he could enjoy his happiness for 2 seconds, he heard Li Mingzhe respond, I know, Dad. If third uncle comes to our house later, don't forget to brew tea for him. Wang Yongyi hadn't recovered, yet when Li Mingzhe looked at him with a smiling face. Third uncle, come over to play sometime. Don't forget that we have your favorite mouthphone here. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Yongyi's face stiffened, slowly fading away, clearly very disappointed. Li Mingzhe pretended not to see as he directly got into the car and started the engine. Seeing this, Wang Yud had no choice but to prepare to leave with Zhang Xia. At that moment, Wang Yongyi didn't even want to say a polite word, and it was his wife Chunfang who cheerfully saw Wang Yud and Zhang Xia into the car. Eldest brother and sister-in-law, if you have time in the future, don't forget to come and play. All right, don't see us off, go back. Chunfang added, Jinbao, drive slowly on the road, be careful. Got it, auntie, we're leaving now. Thus Wang Yongyi watched as Li Mingzhe drove away. He was filled with suppressed anger, causing him to feel chest tightness. Wang Xingli was also quite angry, even feeling as if he had been played by Li Mingzhe. So we don't get a share at all. Then what was the point of showing off here? Isn't that just to annoy people? Why can Li Mingzhe be so impressive while doing e-commerce too? The more Wang Xingli thought, the angrier he became. He looked at Wang Rui with increasing displeasure, then kicked Wang Rui, saying, go buy me a bottle of Maotai tonight. That Wang Yud can drink that much, do you think I can't afford it? Wang Rui was also enraged by the kick, holding his rear and glaring angrily at Wang Xingli. Have you been drinking too much? Do you know how expensive Maotai is during the new year? Where am I supposed to get it for you? Wang Xingli was filled with rage. He was just looking for a point to vent his frustration. Seeing Wang Rui dare to talk to him like that, he exploded. How dare you speak to me like that? Is this your attitude towards your father? I see you can't tell the difference between big and small Wang. You come here, let me see if I won't beat you to death. At this moment, Wang Xingli was both envious and embarrassed, the two negative emotions mixing together, leading him to directly attack Wang Rui. But Wang Rui naturally wouldn't let himself be beaten easily. While running away, he shouted, did I say anything wrong? If others have something, you want it too. I still have to go out after the new year. I need to keep some money. If you want to drink, go buy it yourself. Wang Rui currently had less than 10,000 yuan in hand, and he was feeling tight about expenses after the new year, so it was impossible for him to buy a bottle of Maotai that cost over 2,000 yuan for Wang Xingli. But Wang Xingli didn't care about that. He only knew that Wang Yud was now enjoying a good life, thanks to his son. You son of a dog. I'm not even as good as raising a dog. Wang Xingli chased Wang Rui around, while Xie Mei and Chunfang anxiously tried to intervene. Watching this farcical scene, Wang Yongyi suddenly scoffed disdainfully. It seemed that Wang Xingli was just that way. To demand a bottle of Maotai from his son, and the key was that his son was unwilling to buy it. With such family circumstances, what else could he leverage? At that moment, he looked down on this family of brothers. All right, let's go home, Wang Yongyi said as he walked toward the elevator, hands behind his back. He began to reassess Wang Yude's family in his heart. In the past, he truly looked down on Wang Yude, thinking that associating with him would only bring trouble. After all, who would like their poor relatives? But now he couldn't think that way anymore. My elder brother is no longer the same as before. Although he did not gain the benefits this time, Wang Yongyi remained unhurried. After all, he could be considered a businessman, understanding better that one cannot rush into things. Now that Li Mingzhe was present, Wang Yude had to re-establish the connection with this relative. Moreover, he needed to maintain it even better than with Wang Xingli's family. He could tell from the changes brought to Wang Yude's family by Li Mingzhe that Wang Yude would no longer suffer the hardships he once did. Even if Li Mingzhe did not settle in Zhongzhou, Wang Yude would still enjoy benefits. He was not worried that Li Mingzhe would abandon Wang Yude, because if Li Mingzhe were a heartless and unfilial person, he would not have acknowledged his impoverished parents. However, it was not so easy to restore relations with relatives after years of estrangement. Therefore, he needed to find a way to approach it. Fortunately, he mentioned during dinner that a few children should visit to pay New Year's respects after the holidays. As long as the children initiate contact, it will be easier to manage. Thinking of this, Wang Yongyi immediately took out his phone to call Wang Ziyuan. Hello Ziyuan, what time are you coming home this afternoon? Not long after Li Mingzhe drove away, Wang Xingli's family also got into their car to return home. However, the atmosphere in the car was not very good. Wang Xingli and CMA sat in the back, both looking rather displeased. Especially Wang Xingli, who still felt the resentment stuck in his throat. The more I think about Wang Jinbao, the less of a person I see him as. This whole act is just for us to see, to provoke us. Perhaps that so-called boss Neo was arranged by him to put on a show. Those things were either fake or he bought them out of his own pocket. Unable to obtain those items, Wang Xingli began to speculate wildly. He could never have imagined that Wang Yude's life was getting better and better. In just a few days, he was already unable to keep up with them. However, CMI's thoughts were different from Wang Xingli's. Today, she was not very concerned about the cigarettes and alcohol, but she discovered other issues. Enough, stop making a fuss. Whether Wang Jinbao spent his own money to hire someone for a show, or if those items are fakes, it doesn't matter. As soon as CMA started her point, noticing Wang Xingli had calmed down a bit, she shifted her position and seriously began to speak to him. Regardless, you cannot ignore one fact: Wang Yude's family has undergone a tremendous change. Therefore, we must change our strategy and cannot treat Wang Yude the same way as before. Seeing Wang Xingli's astonishment, Xia Mei continued, don't you know that Wang Jinbao is not someone to be trifled with? Wang Xingli did not understand. What are you trying to say? Xia Mei rolled her eyes, feeling like she was talking to a wall. What do you think I'm trying to say? You're still confused about this. Haven't you noticed that Wang Yongyi's attitude towards Wang Yude has changed? He is the intelligent one. Knowing that Wang Jinbao has money, we should find a way to obtain some benefits from him rather than competing with him for wealth. Otherwise, once Wang Yongyi and Wang Yude become close and gain significant advantages, we won't even see the skin of a melon until they throw out the trash. Wang Xingli gradually began to catch on. He hesitated, his expression shifting. CMA waited for several seconds, but did not hear a word from Wang Xingli. CMA became anxious. What are you trying to say? Just say it. Wang Xingli understood her meaning, but he felt it was unrealistic and couldn't let go of his pride. My relationship with Wang Yude is not the same as his with Yongyi. Yongyi has never offended him, and he even gave a gift when Xiuhui got married. Now he invites their family to dinner, treating them well, although there was a slight hiccup over the tea, but at least they left with smiles, and they did not argue at all. But my relationship with Wang Yude is different, isn't it? Our two families had such a serious feud in the past. Can we just reconcile, as if nothing happened? Even if he wants to associate with me, I don't want to associate with him. CMA was confused again. Then why is that? Why? I look down on his family. Who in the village doesn't know about my conflict with him? Oh, just because his family has turned around because of Wang Jinbao, I should associate with him now. Wouldn't that just make me the laughingstock? Besides, I don't need the little benefits he can offer. I have Wang's purchases for cigarettes and alcohol. Why would I covet what's on Wang Yude's plate? He may have it today, but who knows if he will have it tomorrow. I don't care about it. Wang Rui, who had been listening while driving, chimed in. Exactly, I think Dad is right. Mom, you are overthinking it. When my uncle really lets Ziyuan and the others bring their kids to pay New Year's respects, you'll see what he can get in return. Our family doesn't lack his shabby stuff, it's not like we can't afford it. Upon hearing Wang Rui's last sentence, Wang Xingli immediately became furious. You can afford it. If you can, why don't you buy me some matai? Just on this point, you are not even comparable to Wang Jinbao, who grew up outside. He acts as if he was never raised, yet he can be so filial to his father. How many years have I raised you, and you can't even buy a bottle of wine? Shabby stuff. You can talk big, Wang Xingli said as he reached out to hit Wang Rui. CMA hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? Wei Wei is driving. Wang Rui shrank his neck and quickly checked the situation in the rearview mirror, feeling on edge. Exactly, I'm the one driving. Don't make a move, or we might get into an accident. What kind of nonsense are you saying? You fool. CMA scolded Wang Rui, and then said to Wang Xingli, let's wait and see if Ziyuan and his sisters really go to Wang Yu's house to pay New Year's respects. We will see what benefits he can get then. If he really gains a lot of benefits, then you too must not be foolish. Wang Xingli looked impatient. Got it. On the way home, Mingzhe was playing music in the car, humming along a bit, seemingly in a good mood. Wang Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced back at the tea and alcohol in the back seat. After holding back for a while, he couldn't help but say, Jinbao, why don't you share some of these things with your second uncle and third uncle? You should have seen they were just short of demanding it from you. Mingzhe turned down the music and replied, Dad, I know they want these things, but I'm just deliberately not giving them any. Oh, why is that? Wang Yu looked confused and asked again, is it because your third uncle didn't give me good tea? Something like that. The main issue is that he does not regard our family highly. In front of you, he gave your second uncle such good tea, yet he gave you tea worth only dozens of yuan a pound. My retaliation is already quite mild, though I didn't want to make him too uncomfortable. Wang Yu understood Mingzhe's intentions, but felt that this was somewhat inappropriate due to their brotherly bond. Mingzhe seemed to sense Wang Yu's thoughts. Dad, do you think this is wrong? A little. Wang Yu quickly explained, however, Jinbao, I'm not blaming you for doing this. I just feel a bit reluctant. Even though these two younger brothers did not treat him well, and even held grudges, he still thought of that slight blood relationship. Since the death of his parents, this feeling had become even stronger. He always felt that regardless of their relationship, they were still his brothers. It was precisely because he was honest and kind, always thinking of others, that he had been bullied like that in the village. This also caused Wang Xiuhui to be bullied in her in-laws and not have the courage to just walk away. This allowed those relatives to dare to mock him in front of him. Mingzhe also knew that their parents were kind-hearted people. However, he understood in the big city of magic capital that true kindness should be given to equally kind-hearted individuals. If you are kind to everyone, that kindness will one day become a fatal blow to you. During his stay here, Mingzhe also realized a principle in the countryside. You cannot let people think you are poor, nor can you let them think you are very rich. You must let others know you have money, but they should not know how much you have. This way others will respect you with the correct attitude, even praise you. If people know you are very rich, they will think of how to get a piece of the pie, and will come to borrow money from you. If you refuse, they will resent you. If you lend them money, they will think you don't mind that little bit, and they won't think of paying you back. But if they find out you are broke, they will only look down on you. Even if you are sitting at the same table for a meal, they will toast you last, or not at all. Dad, you are soft-hearted towards them, because you are not yet completely disappointed. Just wait and see, my second uncle and third uncle will not let you off the hook. Saying this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The new year will be very lively at our house. We might even need to prepare extra disposable cups. Oh, Wang Yu looked bewildered. Returning to the town, Zhongzhou asked Mingzhe to park the car by the roadside. On the second day of the new year, we will go to your grandmother's house, and we also need to visit your maternal uncles, so we need to buy some things in advance. Mingzhe was puzzled. What does grandmother mean? Zhongzhou did not expect Mingzhe to be unfamiliar with the term, so she thought for a moment before translating it into standard Mandarin. It means your maternal grandparents' home. Oh, but I already have supplements and fruits in this car, right? Do we really need to buy more? Wang Yu chimed in, Jinbao, these things are too high-end for us rural folks visiting relatives. On the second day of the new year, you can go with your mom to pay New Year visits. Just buy some milk powder for the elderly milk and some Wangzai milk for your two uncles' children. However, these fruits in the car can be packed into 2 boxes, and we can save the remaining 2 boxes for when your sister comes back to take them. Okay. Mingzhe nodded in understanding, having no objections to their arrangements. After getting out of the car, he opened his phone to listen to Wang Zuhui's voice message. I still don't know about his work situation. Your brother-in-law went to the street to buy something for Gao Deming this afternoon. I will ask him when he returns. Meanwhile, Gao Chong was standing outside a cigarette and liquor store on the street, lost in thought as he looked at the many boxes of white liquor displayed outside. Shouldn't over 100 per bottle be enough? He was already not well off, and with the new year approaching, he wouldn't have any money left after all the expenses. So he ultimately decided to buy 2 bottles of 50-degree Gujingang liquor vintage raw liquor. The 2 bottles together cost exactly 300 yuan. In addition, he bought 3 packs of Jinwan cigarettes. He planned to give one to Gao Deming and keep the other 2 to present to Wang Yu after the new year. Coincidentally, just after he finished buying these items, he ran into Mingzhe's family, who had come to buy gifts. Hey Dad, Mom, Jinbao. Gao Chong greeted them with a smile. What are you all buying? Oh, Xiangzi, Zhang Xia explained. We came to buy some things for visiting relatives after the new year. Not seeing Wang Xiuhui nearby, she asked, is Xiuhui not here? No, Yuan has a bit of a fever, and she's taking the child to the clinic for and for. Zhang Xia expressed concern. How did she get a fever? Is it serious? It's fine, it's fine. The two kids were just playing around and got a bit cold. Gao Chong calmly explained. Mom, don't worry, it's not serious. I just didn't want to take medicine and spend the New Year sick, so I opted for the 4 instead. By the way, Mom, you just mentioned buying gifts for New Year visits. What else do you need to buy? On the morning of the second day of the new year, I will go with Xiuhui and the kids to bring a few boxes of things over to you. That way you can take those and not have to buy anything, right? In this area, visiting relatives usually involves a give and take. You give me something, and I take it to give to others. Thus, the elders' families generally do not need to buy much. But upon seeing Li Mingzhe, Gao Chong suddenly remembered that this year's New Year visits were different. In the past, only Wang Zihui's family would visit the maternal grandmother, but now that Li Mingzhe had returned, he would certainly have to bring things to his 2 uncles and grandparents. That meant each family would have their own items to bring. Oh, Jinbao, you're going to Zhongzhou to pay New Year visits after the New Year, right? Then you all need to contribute a bit too. When I go with Xiuhui, we definitely won't have enough for 3 families. Hearing Gao Chong start to worry about these matters for them, Zhang Xia was surprised at how much he had changed, as if he genuinely regarded them as family. After all, many sons-in-law are quite stingy when visiting their wives' families, meticulously calculating gifts, fearing they will spend too much. Some couples even end up fighting over matters regarding visits to the wife's family. But Gao Chong clearly had no such thoughts. Xiangzi, as long as you have this thought, Mom is already very satisfied. You don't need to worry about this. Also, don't bring too many gifts for Jinbao. When visiting relatives, just a couple of boxes will do. You all are not financially well off. Gao Chong smiled and nodded. All right, Mom, I understand. Then Dad, Mom, and Jinbao, you can keep shopping here. I will head home first. Zhang Xia nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay, you go back. Be careful on the way. Brother-in-law, wait a minute. Li Mingzhe suddenly called out to Gao Chong. He let his parents go ahead to see what gifts they needed while he separately inquired about Gao Chong. Brother-in-law, are those gifts for the person in your village who helped you find a job? Yes, that's right, they are for him. Gao Chong grimaced slightly as he weighed the items in his hands. The 2 bottles of liquor and the pack of cigarettes added up to quite a bit of money. This wasn't like when he had money, when short on funds, every penny had to be spent wisely. But now he had already spent several hundred before even securing a good job. I don't know if this will work out. Gao Chong forced a bitter smile. After all, they have already asked for this, so I can't not give it to them. Li Mingzhe then asked, what if it doesn't work out? If it doesn't work out, then I probably won't get these things back. Gao Chong replied. All right, I understand now. Then brother-in-law, you should head back. Li Mingzhe noted this down in his mind, planning to wait until he got the result before speaking. If it doesn't work out, he would help Gao Chong find a job. Even if it meant working as a security guard in a branch company with a higher salary, it would still be better than his current job as a loader. After all, Gao Chong's job directly impacted how well Wang Xiuhui would fare. Upon returning home, Gao Chong checked on the child's condition at the clinic, then left the snacks he bought at the clinic for the child to eat and headed straight to Gao Deming's house. When he arrived at Gao Deming's house, he couldn't find him. When he asked his parents, they also said they didn't know where he went after lunch. So Gao Chong had to call Gao Deming. Hello Deming, where are you? I'm waiting for you at your door right now. Come, I'm playing cards at Shuangxi's house, just come find me directly. When Gao Chong found Shuangxi's house, the group was enthusiastically playing cards in the living room. Seeing familiar faces, Gao Chong immediately distributed the cigarettes. Come on Xiangzi, come play cards. It's for money. Gao Chong cheerfully declined. No, you already have 4 people, right? We play staring eyes, and it's more fun with more people. Hurry and come sit down. As he spoke, Shuangxi glanced at the cigarettes and liquor Gao Chong was holding and exclaimed, Xiangzi, what are you bringing these things to Gao Deming for? Are you recognizing him as your godfather? As soon as he said this, several people burst into laughter, completely disregarding Gao Chong's expression. Go to hell. Gao Chong couldn't let himself be at a disadvantage and immediately tapped Shuangxi's head once. After again declining the invitation to play cards, he directly told Gao Deming, stop playing, let's go quickly. What are we going to do? Gao Deming asked, confused. This left Gao Chong at a loss, so he gently reminded him, didn't you say yesterday that we would go find that person today to discuss things? Today is New Year's Eve, but it's not appropriate for us to go now. Let's wait until after the new year when they've finished visiting relatives, and then we can go talk properly. What? Has it changed to the year after again? He hurried to eat and went out to buy things yesterday because he heard Gao Deming mention discussing work today. As a result, he bought the things, but then he said he wasn't going anymore. This feels a bit unreliable. However, he couldn't ask too many questions in front of these people. After all, this is a private matter and involves a decent job. He was afraid that if he spoke out it might be ruined by others. Gao Chong remembered that Gao Deming said he would meet that boss today. Did you ask that person? I did. He said he doesn't have time. Oh. Gao Chong then asked, did you at least agree on which day of the new year to go? It seemed that Gao Chong's few words couldn't shake him off, so Gao Deming simply put down the cards in his hand. You three play first. I abstained from this round. After saying that, Gao Deming stood up and took the cigarettes and liquor from Gao Chong. After placing them beside the sofa, he then put his arm around Gao Chong's shoulder and walked out. Xiangzi, don't talk to me about this in front of them. Gao Deming lowered his voice, looking as if he was afraid others would hear. Why are you asking me? What should I say? Gao Chong explained, I was afraid they would know. I had already asked very tactfully. Gao Deming immediately showed an unhappy expression. Xiangzi, let me tell you the truth. This job isn't something just anyone can get. Once at the place, the boss still has to take a look. And not only do you want to go, but Shuangxi also wants me to help him get in. When Gao Chong realized there was competition, his expression changed slightly, and Gao Deming immediately sweetened the deal. But don't worry. Who are we to each other? I'm telling you about this first. I will definitely recommend you first. The others will have to stand aside. However, Gao Deming changed his tone again. I can't guarantee that I can definitely get this done for you. Think about it. After all, this factory isn't run by my brother. If it were mine, I wouldn't hesitate to arrange a high-paying and easy job for you. So if the boss doesn't take a liking to you in the end, you can't blame me. Gao Deming's ambiguous words left Gao Chong feeling anxious, as he had yet to address the points Gao Chong was most concerned about. Xiangzi, I won't say too much to you, mainly because I'm afraid there might be changes on the boss side. For example, after the new year, the boss might say he doesn't want that many people, or that they need to have experience. Then I wouldn't be able to do anything. As for which day of the new year we will meet, I can't say. We have to see when he is available to meet us. Gao Chong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, he could only choose to believe, as he had no other options. All right, Deming, then let's talk after the new year. If you can get this done for me once I get my salary, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Seeing that Gao Chong accepted this explanation, Gao Deming smiled broadly and immediately hugged Gao Chong's shoulder tightly. Don't worry, as long as I can strive for it, I will definitely get it for you. He then gave Gao Chong another warning, but Xiangzi, if the money is spent and it doesn't work out, don't blame me. Gao Chong nodded. Don't worry, I understand this principle. If this matter succeeds, that would be best. If it doesn't, he would accept it. After all, a good job is ultimately chosen by the boss, and he didn't think he had any exceptional qualities. All right, with your word, I don't have any psychological pressure to handle this matter. Gao Deming then pretended to invite him. Xiangzi, shall we go in to play cards? Gao Chong refused again. I'm really not playing, and my child is sick, and I need to go check on him. Oh, Xiangzi, when did you become so family-oriented? It seems your wife staying at her parents' for a few days has really scared you. Gao Deming joked, and Gao Chong, upon hearing this, didn't feel like explaining anything further. All right, I'm leaving you. Go play cards. Okay, let's go. As Gao Chong walked further away, Gao Deming's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by calculation. Humph. Gao Deming scoffed contemptuously and turned back towards the card table. Before he even sat down, someone asked about the situation. Deming, does Gao Chong really trust you to introduce him to a job? Gao Chong was unaware that the private matter he considered too sensitive to speak of had already spread at the card table. He was even more unaware that Gao Deming's claim of introducing him to a job was completely unreliable, as he himself hadn't secured the high-paying job he mentioned. This news was introduced by someone else, but after being rejected, Gao Deming intended to take this opportunity to deceive Gao Chong and gain some benefit from him. The things have been delivered, what do you say? Gao Deming said while picking up the cigarettes and liquor Gao Chong brought. Upon seeing them, he clicked his tongue. Gao Chong is really stingy. Are you only sending one pack of cigarettes when you could have sent two? Can't you do things properly? This liquor is also subpar. But whatever, as long as there's something to drink. After grumbling, Gao Deming even disdainfully threw the items back onto the ground. What if Gao Chong finds out? Let me remind you, I heard his wife has a younger brother who was kidnapped by human traffickers when he was young and has returned. He drives a BMW and is from the Magic City, and he's not an easy person to deal with. There are such rare things. Gao Deming was surprised. Shuangxi replied, don't worry about those rumors. Aren't you afraid his brother-in-law will come to settle the score with you? Settle the score? Hearing this, Gao Deming laughed directly. This is originally him asking me for help. If I can't accomplish it, that's understandable, right? I also didn't tell him that they definitely need him. I've thought this through. At that time, he'll just say, I'm introducing Gao Chong to manager Huang Liangcai. And when Huang Liangcai says he doesn't need anyone, won't I just send him away? Besides, with Gao Chong's superficial strength, even if he realizes I'm playing him, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Instead of worrying about me, you should think about who is treating us to drinks tonight. The liquor is already arranged by Gao Chong. I'm just waiting to see who arranges a table of dishes. After joking and laughing, they quickly set aside Gao Chong's matters. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Originally, they thought the fireworks and firecrackers would continue until dawn, and that was already terrifying enough. However, around 5 or 6 in the morning before the sky had brightened, Mingzhe was awakened by a series of firecracker sounds. He opened his phone to see a flood of New Year greetings. After eating breakfast, the village also became lively. On the first day, they generally didn't visit relatives. Instead, the younger generation from the village would go around paying New Year greetings to the elders. In previous years, not many young people would come here to pay New Year visits unless they happened to pass by and saw Wang Yu calling out a few respectful greetings. So Wang Yu didn't plan to stay home waiting. "Jinbao, let's go out for a walk. It'll take you to meet some people." Li Mingzhe stretched lazily. "Okay, Dad." However, before the father and son could leave, a group of adults and children arrived at their door. Many young women from the village came with their children all at once. "Uncle, Aunt, we're here to pay our New Year greetings." "Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year." The children were also taught by the adults to call out according to their seniority. "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Congratulations on your wealth." In just a few seconds, the yard was filled with a noisy crowd of people. The young people hurriedly handed cigarettes to Wang Yu and Li Mingzhe, their faces red from the cold, breathing out warm air. "A Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Zhongzhou felt as if she was dreaming. Regaining her senses, she hurriedly stuffed candies and melon seeds into the children's pockets. They welcomed the liveliest first day of the Lunar New Year. Li Mingzhe, who came from the Magic City, was also bewildered by this unfamiliar traditional custom. After this group of people left, Li Mingzhe followed Wang Yu out of the house, carrying a pack of cigarettes and wandering around the village. Everyone was chatting happily, and the children were setting off firecrackers and playing. However, amidst this unfamiliar liveliness, Li Mingzhe felt a hint of loneliness. He walked to a corner and pulled out a photo of Li Fuchong on his phone. His voice choked slightly. "Dad, this is the first New Year since you left." On the second day of the New Year, before 9 o'clock, Gao Chong and Wang Xiuhui arrived with their children to pay their respects. The two children, dressed in new clothes, surrounded Li Mingzhe, calling him uncle, and even bowed to him. In the past, Li Mingzhe was always the junior. This year, he has transformed into the senior. With this change in status, he hasn't forgotten what he is supposed to do. All right, quickly get up. Uncle has prepared red envelopes for you." With that, Li Mingzhe took out the red envelopes he had prepared the day before and gave one to each child. Seeing the thickness of the red envelopes was unusual, Wang Xiuhui took one from the children's hands, felt it, and exclaimed, "Jinbao, how much money did you pack in this?" "One person gets 10,000. Li Mingzhe replied calmly. "What a—" Gao Chong nearly dropped his jaw. Zhongxia and Wang Yu were also taken aback. They knew Li Mingzhe had packed red envelopes, but they had no idea it was so much. The New Year's money they had given Li Mingzhe the previous year was only 500 each. "Jinbao, are you kidding me?" Wang Xiuhui exclaimed. For the New Year, giving a child 200 is already a gesture. Giving 1,000 is too shocking. While speaking, Wang Xiuhui opened the red envelope, pulled out 400, and tried to return it to Li Mingzhe. But how could Li Mingzhe accept it? "Sister, isn't 10,000 not much? These two are my own nephews. Besides, this is my first time giving red envelopes. It's just 10,000. Is that really so surprising?" Since he could remember, Li Mingzhe had never received a red envelope worth less than 5,000. Even when friends of his father came, they would give him either 6,006 or 8,008. Thus, Li Mingzhe didn't think that 10,000 was a lot. But how could his upbringing compare to this place? No, this is too much. This is equivalent to the red envelope a daughter-in-law gets from her mother-in-law for the first time. Wang Xiuhui insisted on returning the money, but Li Mingzhe would not take it under any circumstances. "Sister, I don't care what your customs are. In my case, I am giving 10,000. If you really think it's too much, I can give less next year, but this year, just accept it. You know I am not short of this money." Hearing this, Gao Chong's eyebrows twitched. To be honest, he was both shocked by Li Mingzhe's generosity and relieved. Fortunately, he turned around in time and understood these matters, otherwise who knows what the situation would be now. After a while of tugging with Wang Xiuhui, Li Mingzhe simply said, "If you don't accept this money now, I will buy a bunch of things and bring them to your house. Think about it. Would you rather spend this money yourself or let me buy random things?" Seeing Li Mingzhe's firm attitude, Wang Xiuhui really had no way out. She understood that Li Mingzhe would definitely go through with it. Realizing this, she could only accept. "All right, Jinbao, when you get married and have children in the future, I will give you such a big red envelope the first year too." Haha, that would be fine. No matter what happened in the future, as long as Wang Xiuhui was willing to accept it, now he felt relieved. During lunch, Wang Xiuhui asked, "Jinbao, are you going to Zhongzhou with Mom tomorrow?" Zhongxia added, "Yes, let's go together tomorrow and visit all the relatives in one go." In the past, on the third day of the New Year, it was usually Zhongxia's parents and siblings who would make visits. Wang Shengli and Wang Yangyi's families were not in the plan because they wouldn't let their children come this way. "Okay, then let's meet at Zhongzhou tomorrow," Wang Xiuhui said. In the afternoon shortly after sending Wang Xiuhui and Gao Chong out, Wang Yud received a call from Wang Yongyi. Elder brother, are you home tomorrow? Ziyuan and Yunli are coming to pay you a New Year visit. Wang Yud hadn't taken Wang Yongyi's earlier mention of his son coming for a visit seriously, but now the call had come. Well, that's unfortunate. Tomorrow I have to take Jin Bao and Xiuhui to Zhongzhou to pay New Year respects. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yud said, how about this? I won't go tomorrow. I'll stay home and let your sister-in-law take them to Zhongzhou. As soon as Wang Yongyi heard this, he quickly adjusted the time. Forget it, I'll have Ziyuan go the day after tomorrow. I also have time on the 4th day, or I can go back to the old house then. To be honest, I'm still thinking about that Maofeng tea you have before the Ming dynasty. Don't forget to get me some to drink. Sure, no problem. Wang Yud happily agreed. Wang Yongyi also called Wang Xingli, and right after hanging up, CMA asked, what happened? Whose call was that? It was Yongyi calling. He said that Ziyuan and Yunli are coming to pay New Year visits on the 4th day, and he's also coming to check on the old house. Is Wang Yongyi coming too? CMA was surprised. Wang Xingli was lying on the sofa, yes. Getting a confirming answer, Xia Mei fell into deep thought. Wang Xingli, seeing her pondering, asked, what are you thinking about? What's wrong? What's not right about this? Xia Mei huffed. In the past, it was just Yunli who brought the children over for New Year visits. Now not only is Ziyuan coming, but Wang Yongyi is coming too. Do you think that's normal, eh? What's abnormal about this? Wang Xingli completely had no idea what Xia Mei was thinking. He rebutted, in the past Ziyuan was busy with college studies and didn't have time to come over. Yongyi has been too busy with business outside, and he hasn't been back for years. What's wrong with him coming back to take a look this year? Xia Mei glanced at Wang Xingli. Are you being foolish? He isn't doing business during the New Year. Ziyuan was on break during the New Year too, right? Oh, so he didn't have time back then, but now he has time. If it weren't for Yunli getting married and having children, she wouldn't come here for the red envelope, right? Even after hearing this, Wang Xingli still didn't understand what Xia Mei was trying to express. Then what do you mean by all this? If they don't come, that's fine. But now that they're here, what's there to say? Wei Wei hasn't started a family yet, and the county is too far. He only went once on New Year's Eve and didn't go to pay New Year respects to Yongyi on the 3rd day, right? Xia Mei shot a fierce glare at Wang Xingli, feeling like she was talking to a brick wall. Are we even talking about the same thing? Why is your brain so slow? They came in the past for money. But now that both Ziyuan and the 3rd child are coming, it must be for more than just the red envelope money, understand? Wang Xingli, having drunk too much with his son-in-law Huang Liangsai at lunch, indeed felt that his brain wasn't functioning well and couldn't comprehend anything. He was somewhat annoyed. Then just say what it is. At this moment, Wang Rui couldn't take it anymore and turned off his phone. Do you even need to think? It must be because our uncle's family has gotten wealthy and they want to come over to fawn on us. Xia Mei added, look, even Wei Wei is smarter than you. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingli scoffed nonchalantly. If they want to fawn, let them. Oh, what does it have to do with us? If he can gain some benefits, that's his ability. Don't worry about it, and just enjoy your meal. Wang Xingli said, turning over on the sofa. I won't go fawn on them anyway. Xia Mei was infuriated by Wang Xingli's behavior. Yet she understood that he was drunk and not thinking clearly, so she chose not to say anything further. Wei Wei, when your 3rd uncle arrives on the 4th day of the New Year, make sure to welcome him at the village and don't let him go to Wang Yud's place first. Wang Rui asked while watching a video of beautiful women dancing, why is that? Don't worry about it. Just let him come to our house first. Seeing that Wang Rui was silent, Xia Mei asked again, did you hear me? I heard you. Wang Rui replied perfunctorily. However, Xia Mei's true thoughts were somewhat hard to express. She was afraid that Wang Yongyi would bring good things to Wang Yud first, and then give them something cheaper. Although these matters had likely been planned out before, Xia Mei knew that Wang Yongyi and his family were definitely going to Wang Yud's house because of Li Mingzhe, so she was quite uneasy about this situation. If they really brought something excellent to them and left her family with just ordinary items, she would certainly be dissatisfied. Therefore, she wanted to prevent this from happening beforehand.